Those who have eaten snake know. Snake meat is astringent with a hint of bitterness. Still a bit sour. But I directly swallowed a black mamba. Even if the black mamba wriggles in my mouth, I still forced myself to swallow it despite feeling nauseous. All because of the global distortion that has arrived. 70% of the creatures will turn into man-eating monsters. And in the previous life, this black mamba, it will distort into a terrifying black dragon. At this moment, I am reborn back to 3 hours before the distortion. After advancing to the Imperial stage, Guqi's absolute thunder power clearly possessed a higher level of understanding and utilization, and saw the scenery at a higher level. Those countless thunders, in a very short period of time, directly coalesced into a set of thunder armor on his body. Not only that, a large amount of thunder also continued to surface at this moment. This multitude of thunder, this time, continued to coalesce in Qi Jie's hands, and then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, it transformed into a sharp and overbearing thunder battle blade. Such a scene naturally caused Pill Emperor to frown. Through the previous trial and error, he had thought that he already knew enough about Qi Jie. Only now did he realize that Qi Jie's ferocious attack just now was entirely a mutual test with him. It was only at this moment that Qi Jie took out some of his real skills and started to get real with him. The Pill Emperor took a deep breath, and the bronze mace that was transformed by the green divine fire in his hand was reintegrated into the divine fire at this moment. Next, the Pill Emperor fought in a way that many people might not have seen at all. One could only see that in the Pill Emperor's hands, the spells were continuously pinched. Within a short time, that green as the dawn heavenly divine flame transformed into a fiery alchemy furnace in front of the jaw-dropping gazes of the crowd. Between the changes in the Pill Emperor's mind, he even used the alchemy furnace as a weapon, controlling it to directly smash towards Qi Jie. Qi Jie didn't know if the other people in the Infinite Group Coalition had ever seen this type of fighting style, but it was the first time he had seen it anyway. It was like someone in an internet cafe having a conflict before the end came, directly using a computer monitor as a weapon. In his heart, he felt that the Pill Emperor's fighting style was a bit strange and chic, but the Pill Emperor's alchemy furnace had already violently suppressed towards him with the momentum of a mountain. Of course, Qi Jie was half-hearted and directly fought head-on, directly opposing it. Rumble, snorting, amidst the flashes of thunder in the sky, he directly carried his thunder battle blade, and he violently swung it through the air. This strike was powerful and fierce. When the blade was blazed out, heaven and earth changed color, and space continued to show a large number of cracks. Just as if it couldn't withstand it, under the watchful eyes of Rift Sky Marshal, Starstorm, as well as Silver Wing and Moon Pupil, as well as Tian Yu and the others, Qi Jie's overbearing and overwhelming blade collided fiercely with the Pill Emperor's alchemy furnace. Clang dash! A crisp sound like a yellow bell violently clashing against each other came out, and that terrifying sonic boom was deafening. Suddenly, it was as if the sky collapsed, space cracked, mountains and rivers crumbled, and the sun and moon turned upside down. Strong energy shockwave, to the center of the two collision, towards the four directions crazy sweeping and crushing. Several saint-level powerhouses from both sides who were fighting in midair were directly staggered by the collision. On the battlefield below, the combat troops of both sides that were affected were directly shaken into a cloud of blood mist or a ground of broken parts in this instant. The might of the Emperor rank was terrifying and overbearing. Seeing this scene, the Pill Emperor rose up into the sky, going straight up to the ninth heaven. Qi Jie was naturally half-hearted and similarly went straight up to the ninth sky, ascending to the heavens to fight. The two of them shifted the battlefield to the nine heavens, mainly because they were worried about shocking the combat troops of both sides to death. After the two of them ascended to the heavens to fight, the Infinite Group's allied forces, as well as the Pill Emperor Valley's cultivator army, were all quite relieved. Although the heavens and earth were still constantly shaking, they clearly didn't have to worry about the fish in the pond. The two figures above the nine heavens, at this point in time, were already a little hard to see. However, between heaven and earth, it still continued to tremble and shake. When Ji Inu looked up, she could only see a ball of thunder light and a ball of cyan flame fighting hard. She didn't know just how the battle between the two sides was going. In her heart, she could only silently pray that there wouldn't be a black swan incident that would cause Qi Jie to be accidentally injured. Even if Qi Jie was unable to quickly separate victory from the Pill Emperor, it would be advantageous to them as long as he was able to keep the Pill Emperor at bay. The Infinite Group's conventional combat troops had gradually gained the upper hand at this moment. The battle formation formed by the Pill King Valley Cultivator Army had already been breached by two at this time. As time passed, there would only be more and more battle formations that would continue to be breached next. The longer the time dragged on, the greater the chances of winning for the Infinite Group Alliance. Here in the Holy Order battlefield, there was likewise a brand new change. Under her continuous sparring, A saint rank of the Pill King Valley had already been heavily injured by her in the fight with her just now. Although the opponent hadn't completely died a violent death, his battle power had been greatly reduced, and he was no longer even able to participate in the battles of the saint rank battlefield. This made it so that in the holy rank battlefield, the Infinite Group Coalition Army, right now, was also the superior party. On the side of the Unlimited Group Coalition Army, they were as powerful as a rainbow at the moment. Led by Qi Jie and Rift Sky Marshal, as well as Starsource and the rest of them, they were constantly charging madly. Above the 9 heavens, the Pill Emperor hadn't split the victory with Qi Jie, but with his veteran skill, he had already noticed the bad trend right now. His majestic voice soon swept across the entire heaven and earth as well. Pill King Valley cultivators, form a battle formation and retreat in an orderly manner. Cultivators who are unable to form battle formations, evacuate first. The old man will break the back for you. After the Pill Emperor gave the order, the many cultivators of Pill King Valley, for a moment, all let out a long sigh of relief. A large number of cultivators, at this time, acted quickly. These cultivators quickly reformed a battle formation with incomparable defense. The other cultivators who were unable to form a battle formation had already followed Pill Emperor's orders and quickly evacuated the battlefield. After Qi Jie saw this scene, she didn't need Qi Jie to give an order. She gave the order. Stop them. Don't let them escape. Destroy all local combat units. Her order was passed down, and the Infinite Group Coalition Army took equally swift measures. Many of the Infinite Group Coalition Army's combat units launched extremely violent charges towards the Pill King Valley Cultivator Army. On the battlefield, a relatively rare scene also appeared. The original entire massive battlefield began to cut at this time. A portion of the Infinite Group Coalition Army's combat troops were battling against the Pill King Valley's battle formation. There were also many more Infinite Group Coalition Army combat units that were beginning to hunt down the Pill King Valley's fleeing cultivators. The Infinite Group Allied forces continued to push forward, while the Pill King Valley's army of cultivators, on the other hand, were retreating in an orderly fashion. The powerful strength of the Pill King Valley was also revealed once again at this time. When the Great Yan dynasty encountered such a situation, it was directly ordered by Qi Jie to pursue the dead and decimate them. The Great Yan dynasty, a major power in the Tianhong domain, was defeated, and in the end, only some of the strongest members of the Great Yan imperial family managed to escape. All the other strongmen of the Great Yan dynasty were killed on the battlefield. The Pill King Valley was different. As one of the top major forces in the Tianhong domain, not only did they have an emperor-ranked ancestor sitting at their side, they were also able to retreat in an orderly manner during the evacuation. If they were to flee in disarray, they would naturally be chased down by the Infinite Group Coalition Army with their tails in the air. After Qi Jie saw that Pill King Valley's army of cultivators were able to retreat in an orderly manner all the way, his heart paid a little more attention to Pill King Valley. Of course, Pill King Valley had retreated after all, indicating that they were on the disadvantaged side. During the retreat, they still paid a price. In the previous frontal engagement on the battlefield, Pill King Valley's army of 10 million cultivators had only suffered battle losses of around 20%. On the way to escape, the two sides hadn't been engaged for a very long time, but they had still quickly paid a battle loss of nearly 10%. This made the Infinite Group's allied army, which already had high morale, become more and more demoralized at this moment. The Infinite Group Coalition Army originally had a combat component of 8.5 million. After a great battle, the battle losses were also at the million level. However, in the course of the subsequent pursuit battle, the trend of the Infinite Group Coalition Army's battle loss growth had slowed down to a great extent. This was because the cultivators of the Pill King Valley, at this point in time, had all become disinterested in fighting and only wanted to retreat. During this process, as long as one's strength was not too weak and at the same time, one's luck was not too bad, one would almost never die in battle. During the chase, the Infinite Group Coalition Army's technological weapons, once again, shone. All types of technological weapons of the Infinite Group's allied forces had a very long range. Not only that, these technological weapons did not require the Infinite Group's combat troops to provide energy, like the various types of magic treasures of the Pill King Valley Cultivator Army, as well as various other treasures. When they were in use, they needed themselves to provide spiritual energy for the magic treasures. This was not the case at all with the technological weapons of the Infinite Group Coalition Army. Technological weapons like portable missiles, there was no need to say more. What hit out was a missile, not their own energy, like that kind of laser weapon, or other energy weapons. The energy consumed was also the weapon's own energy, not the Infinite Group Coalition Army's energy. The battle, no doubt, lasted a very long time. Instead of this being one battle, it was more like 3 battles. At the very beginning, Both sides took up positions outside of the Pilking Valley sphere of influence. At this stage, the two sides were fighting a positional battle, where both sides set up their formations and began sparring against each other. The second battle, on the other hand, was a chase battle. The Pilking Valley Cultivator Army, after realizing that they were at a disadvantage, began to retreat in an orderly manner. Although it was an orderly retreat, the engagement between the two sides never stopped. During this process, the Pilking Valley Cultivator Army, moreover, paid a very heavy price. After the Pilking Valley's Cultivator Army retreated all the way back and gradually entered the Pilking Valley sphere of influence, the third battle also kicked off. Unlike the initial positional battle, as well as the later chase battle, this battle was an offensive battle for the Infinite Group's allied forces. The cultivators of the Pilking Valley, after entering their own territory, had begun to utilize all sorts of advantages to fight on their home turf. Things like various types of formations, various types of battle beasts, and various types of treasures were all taken out by the cultivators of the Pilking Valley at this time. Unlike the invincible nature of the chasing battle, the combat troops of the Infinite Group Coalition encountered a huge boost after entering the attacking battle segment. However, the crowd came with a great victory, and at this time, it was simply not something that the Pilking Valley Cultivator Army could continue to resist. Formations, one after another, continued to be destroyed. Immortal city after immortal city of varying specifications were likewise conquered one after another. The Pilking Valley Cultivator Army had no choice but to retreat again and again. There's one more chapter that I'm writing. The territory ruled by the Pilking Valley was larger than the territory ruled by the Great Yin Imperial Dynasty. On this vast land, there stood a large number of majestic and huge cities. The closer one got to the Medicine King Valley clan's residence, the more massive these cities became. The number of Pilking Valley cultivators, as well as their strength, also continued to increase. Compared to the Great Yin Dynasty, the Pilking Valley was undoubtedly a hard bone to chew on. When the Infinite Group attacked the Great Yin Dynasty, it went very smoothly, directly destroying it in a single battle. When the Infinite Group's allied forces attacked the Medicine King Valley, it actually went very smoothly as well. On the battlefield of the conventional forces of both sides, the Infinite Group's allied forces were invincible, decimating a total of over 3 million enemies before and after. On the Saint Rank battlefield, Tianyu Group President Qi Jie first heavily wounded a Saint Rank, and then decapitated the Saint Rank in the chase battle, again winning a great victory. On the Emperor Rank battlefield, Qi Jie didn't suffer any damage. The Pill Emperor was able to escape, or it was because Qi Jie let the water out. The Infinite Group allied forces, in every battle on every battlefield, all won big. Nay, the Pilking Valley's reserves were just a little too sufficient, and even at this point in the battle, the Pilking Valley had surprisingly not been completely knocked down. At this time, Qi Jie and Qi Jie could understand why the other groups attacking forces with similar strengths as the Medicine King Valley would be thwarted. Although the Tianhan domain didn't have technological weapons, their underpinnings were, well, very powerful. In such a situation, it would be very difficult to get a quick victory and win in one battle. Qi Jie and Qi Jie, after capturing Tianlu City, one of the 5 major cities within the Pilking Valley's boundaries, ordered a temporary rest. Qi Jie and Qi Jie, too, met in the Heavenly Foothills City Lord Hall. After the two of them met, Qi Jie inquired with great concern, "You weren't injured in the battle with the Pill Emperor earlier, were you?" She couldn't see Qi Jie's strengths and weaknesses, and she didn't know, exactly, how Qi Jie's situation was at this time. Qi Jie shook his head. "Mr. Ji has underestimated me. Do you really think that because I fought with him for so long, I thought I was evenly matched with him? Leaving him alive is just a matter of leaving him alive. There are bound to be stronger ancestors within the Pilking Valley, so we'll be able to shade him when the time comes." Qi Jie smiled. "It's not that I'm underestimating your excellency Xingju, but I'm concerned about you." As she spoke like this, Qi Jie also walked towards her. Qi Jie froze slightly, not understanding what Qi Jie was up to. However, she soon knew because after Qi Jie walked over, he directly picked her up and kissed her. Qi Jie couldn't help but blush as she said, "You guy, you really didn't go all out, and now you actually have some energy left over to fight me again." Of course, she already knew what Qi Jie was going to do. Only, unlike Qi Jie, she was truly exhausted. Don't look at Qi Jie decapitating Saint Ranks as easily as killing chickens. In front of Qi Jie, those Saint Ranks all became unbeatable dirt chickens and dogs. But in reality, the strength of those many Saint-level beings was still very strong. It was only because Qi Jie's strength was even more powerful and terrifying that he was able to crush the other Saint Ranks. If it was a normal Saint Rank fighting, it would often be like Qi Jie, where it would take a great deal of effort to wipe out a saint-rank warrior. Qi Jie held Qi Jie in his arms before asking, "How is the situation in the other battlefields?" He wasn't in a hurry to start an attack on Qi Jie. Anyway, Qi Jie was in his arms and could no longer run away. Qi Jie thought for a moment and exhaled. The situation in the other battlefields is, on the whole, very good. At the beginning of the Pilking Valley's war, it had an army of 10 million cultivators. During our temporary truce and rest, the Pilking Valley's cultivator army has had nearly 4 million annihilated. The Infinite Group Coalition army, before the war started, had 8.5 million. Up until now in the conquest, the battle losses were between 1.5 million and 2 million, and of those less than 2 million battle losses, the Great Yan Dynasty's cultivator army occupies about 500,000 or so. That is to say, if we only count our Heavenly Moon group, as well as the Infinite Group's full-fledged combat troops, then the battle losses are only a little over 1 million. Qi Jie understood why Qi Jie split it up like this. It was because the direct combat units of the Infinite Group and the Heavenly Moon group were elites, while the cultivators of the Great Yan Dynasty who had defected to the Infinite Group weren't very strong in combat. Of course, if they were strong enough in combat, they wouldn't have been crushed by the Infinite Group at the touch of a button in the first place. The Great Yan Dynasty wouldn't have been taken down in a single battle by the Infinite Group's combat troops. After Qi Jie heard Qi Jie finish talking about these situations, he fell into thought. According to this battle-loss ratio, the Infinite Group allied forces were able to continue fighting. In the Infinite Group's headquarters base, a steady stream of war machines could be manufactured. With enough resources, the Infinite Group Coalition army could use the war machines to continuously consume the enemy's living forces. Qi Jie didn't make a sound to disturb Qi Jie when she saw him thinking about the problem. Qi Jie certainly wouldn't keep thinking about the problem. After all, when holding a stunning beauty like Qi Jie in his arms, he shouldn't spend his precious time on other things. Thinking of this, Qi Jie's massive energy instantly enveloped the entire City Lord's Mansion Great Hall. Everything that happened in the City Lord Mansion's main hall. Of course, the outside world would no longer be able to know the slightest bit about it. Fortunately, this time, Rift Sky Marshal did not stand guard outside the hall. Otherwise, Rift Sky Marshal would again have to realize that the ground seemed to be continuously shaking. While Qi Jie and Qi Jie began to combine their labor with pleasure, the Pilking Valley side was in a state of sadness. The shade on the Pill Emperor's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if it could drip water. The faces of the other top echelons of the Pilking Valley, as well as most of the remaining powerhouses, were also as ugly as the Pill Emperor. They had been dominating the party for an unknown number of years, and had never encountered such a difficult opponent as the Infinite Group Coalition. Not long ago, the great battle between the Pilking Valley's 10 million cultivator army and the Infinite Group's allied army had ended in a crushing defeat for the Pilking Valley's cultivator army. On the side of the Pilking Valley, numerous cultivators were as sick as if they had lost their lives at the moment, and their morale was low to the extreme. This was something that could not be helped. Experiencing consecutive crushing defeats, not to mention the other cultivators, even they, the strongest ones, were all devastated. The Pill Emperor had summoned the crowd in the Pilking Valley's council hall. Of course not for the sake of seeing the crowd's faces full of sadness. After pondering for a while, the Pill Emperor opened his mouth and said, "The current situation is very critical. Everyone, does anyone have a plan to break the enemy and be able to maneuver around the Infinite Group's allied forces?" After the Pill Emperor inquired, the crowd was silent. Obviously, none of them had a good plan to break the enemy. Not to mention a good plan to break the enemy. They simply did not have any countermeasures when facing a special enemy like the Infinite Group's allied forces. Unless the Infinite Group Coalition's technological weapons could be disabled, they would always be at a disadvantage against the Infinite Group Coalition. They needed to consume spiritual energy to use spiritual arts, and they also needed to consume spiritual energy to use magic treasures. The Infinite Group Coalition's technological weapons, on the other hand, did not require them to provide their own energy. This alone gave them an incredibly huge advantage. Finished writing, calling it a day, requesting a monthly ticket. As the crowd fell silent, the Pilking Valley's Supreme Elder, Tai Shongran, slowly opened his mouth. Now that the Pilking Valley has reached the point of life and death, can we invite the old Pill Emperor, as well as several other Taishangs? The old Pill Emperor was the current Pill Emperor's master. Strictly speaking, the old Pill Emperor was now in a living dead arcane state. Before the old Pill Emperor died at the end of his life, he refined himself into a special living dead puppet. In this state, the old Pill Emperor was able to keep his consciousness intact, while his living dead body slowly increased its strength in the medicinal spring, with a view to one day advancing even further. The several other Taishangs soaking in the medicinal spring were basically in the same situation. After Tai Shongran opened his mouth, Many of the top echelons of the Pill King Valley's hierarchy had their gazes flickering as they looked towards the Pill Emperor. Now that the time had come for the fire to burn, it seemed that the old Pill Emperor needed to be invited out. Under the many gazes, the Pill Emperor nodded slightly. It can only be done. At those words, Tai Shangran let out a sigh of relief. The rest of the Pill King Valley executives, likewise, breathed a sigh of relief. If the old Pill Emperor and the rest of the several Taishangs in the Pill Spring come out of the gate, they will definitely make these foreign thieves turn into pieces. Qi Jie didn't know that on the Pill King Valley side, there was still such a strong undercurrent. At this moment, he was checking out the special resource sent by Rift Sky Marshal. It was a resource similar to blood crystal stones, but the energy fluctuations were dozens or hundreds of times stronger than blood crystal stones. The Infinite Group's technological weapons were unable to extract energy from it. Rift Skywu didn't know how to use these special crystals, so he brought them to ask Qi Jie. Beside Qi Jie, Ji Inu took a look and said, "This is a blood god crystal, containing very large amounts of energy, but unfortunately, we can't use it, and neither can the natives of the Heavenly Hong domain." When Qi Jie heard this, he couldn't help but ask suspiciously, why can't the natives of the Heavenly Hong domain use it either? He was able to understand that they couldn't use it. There were many things in the Heavenly Hong domain that they couldn't use, or couldn't use directly. This was because these items were composed of cosmic rules from a different system than theirs, and required a certain transformation before they could be used. Ji Inu's gaze moved slightly as she said, "Based on what I've learned, absorbing and refining the blood god crystal requires a special medium to serve as a bridge. Other groups, when they attacked the Heavenly Hong domain, they also obtained blood god crystals, but basically, they could only stare at them dryly. They tried very many methods, and even sent many samples to the Alliance base for research, but so far, there's still no method that can extract the energy contained in the blood god crystal." When Ji Inu finished speaking, Qi Jie grabbed a piece of the blood god crystal. He could feel that the blood god crystal contained very surging and terrifying power. However, just as Ji Inu had said, the energy in the blood god crystal seemed to require a special medium before it could be extracted. He tried for a moment, but surprisingly, he was unable to extract the energy from the blood god crystal. Just as Qi Jie was about to give up, the 9 dragon beads he had obtained from the 9 ancestors of the blood dragon suddenly trembled slightly. At the same time, Ji Inu and Rift Skywu were shocked to see that Qi Jie had actually extracted from the blood god crystal a trace of energy. At first, he had only drawn out a trace. After a few breaths, the energy he drew out from the blood god crystal had clearly become more. Ji Inu's mouth was wide open, her entire body stunned. She knew relatively more about the blood god crystal's intelligence, and from the latest information she had, it was a top-tier resource that could not be utilized for the time being. Rift Sky Marshal's eyes were even more shocked as big as copper bells. A top-tier resource like the blood god crystal. He had already had people try various methods before, and none of them could be utilized. Even he felt that it should be a resource that could be seen but not utilized. He hadn't thought that Qi Jie would be so heaven-defying that he would actually be able to siphon off the energy of the blood god crystal. At this moment, Qi Jie's heart was equally ecstatic. He didn't know what a blood god crystal was, but he was very certain that it was a top-tier resource of an incredibly high grade. The energy in the blood god crystal was so pure that it was even higher than his own emperor rank energy. He was unable to directly absorb and refine the energy in the blood god crystal, and needed the dragon bead left behind by the 9 ancestors of the blood dragon to act as a bridge to transform it. The 9 ancestors of the blood dragon and the blood god crystal seemed to have a certain connection, their powers having a slight homology. If not for that, the dragon beads left behind by the 9 ancestors of the blood dragon would not be able to act as a bridge. Ji Inu watched with great envy as Qi Jie absorbed the energy from the blood god crystal, and she asked with incomparable curiosity, "How does it feel?" Qi Jie nodded solemnly. "This is a supreme treasure, and it's the supreme treasure of supreme treasures. My fleshly body and physique, as well as my body's energy, are being continuously quenched and strengthened by the high purity energy in the blood god crystal. If I keep using the blood god crystal to cultivate and improve, I'm afraid that no matter what group of beings, I'll be able to achieve the point where I can sweep through the same rank and easily reverse the upper realm." Ji Inu was already very envious, and after hearing Qi Jie's words, she wanted to cultivate with the blood god crystal even more. Not only her, Rift Sky Marshal was equally incomparable in wanting to cultivate with the blood god crystal. Ji Inu hurriedly asked, "What do I have to do to cultivate with the blood god crystal?" Qi Jie smiled and said, "Currently, I should be the only one who can use the blood god crystal to cultivate. I have a portion of the power that is homologous to the blood god crystal." Hearing him say that, Ji Inu couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. Rift Sky Marshal was similarly like this. He was incomparably greedy for the blood god crystal, but it was a pity that he couldn't use it. For the blood god crystal to be able to receive such high praise from Qi Jie, it was definitely not an ordinary treasure. Qi Jie quickly said to Ji Nu, as well as Rift Sky Wu, "Don't divulge the matter of me being able to siphon off the blood god crystal's energy. The problem of you not being able to use the blood god crystal, I may have a way to solve it subsequently. Also, for all groups, all forces, acquire blood god crystals." The news released to the outside world then is that the Infinite Group wants to study what it takes to be able to use the blood god crystals, so it needs a large amount of blood god crystals. Hearing this, Ji Nu understood that Qi Jie was going to make a hard profit again. No other group, including the natives of the Heavenly Hong domain, could use this top-tier resource. On the contrary, there were quite a few reserves of this item in the Tianhong domain, so Qi Jie could obviously receive a lot of blood god crystals at a cabbage price. Hearing Qi Jie's order, Rift Sky Marshal immediately bowed and saluted. "As you command, my subordinate will go and do it now." Qi Jie had, indeed, picked up a great bargain this time. The blood god crystals were rich in reserves, and other people couldn't use them. The Infinite Group was willing to fund the acquisition, and naturally, there were many people willing to take the blood god crystals and sell them to the Infinite Group. The blood god crystals acquired by Rift Sky Marshal were naturally all sent to Qi Jie. Qi Jie, who already had horrifying combat strength, immediately rose even higher after receiving the blood god crystal's increase. The Pill Spring, a forbidden place in Pill King Valley, was normally closed. Even the Pill Emperor and the others weren't able to casually enter the Pill Spring Forbidden Land. They had waited for 3 days at the Pill Spring Forbidden Land before the Pill Spring Forbidden Land slowly opened. When the Pill Spring Forbidden Land opened, all of them were relieved since they were all relieved. In the Pill Spring, there was no real spring water, only a 9-colored aura that was thick to the extreme, filling it. This 9-colored aura was refined from countless supreme treasures. Its energy purity and energy strength could already be compared to the blood god crystal in Qi Jie's hand. The difference was that the blood god crystal could only be used by Qi Jie, the almost liquefied 9-colored aura in the Pill Spring. On the other hand, could be used by anyone. After the Pill Emperor and the others came here, even if they didn't cultivate and just breathed in a few mouthfuls of the 9-colored aura, their strength gained a slight increase. In the Pill Spring, there were a total of 4 figures. One of them was the Pill King Valley Patriarch, who was also the current Pill Emperor's master, the Old Pill Emperor. The Old Pill Emperor's compound surname was Xian Yuan. His first name was Yen, and although his name was a bit awkward, he was one of the several topmost powerhouses in the Heavenly Hong domain. Only, life level 1 day has not ascended to the highest. To achieve eternal immortality, there will eventually be a day of life exhaustion. Today's Xian Yuan Diffractor was a living dead man who could only sleep in the Pill Spring. Although he was a living dead man, he was still able to strike. As long as there was a need, he would strike. The Old Pill Emperor now had awakened from his slumber, and his authoritative voice quickly came out. "What is it?" After the Old Pill Emperor opened his mouth, the Pill Emperor and the rest of the crowd knelt down and performed the great salute of kneeling. After the salute, the Pill Emperor said, "Enlightened Master, the Pill King Valley is in trouble." Xian Yuan Yen opened his cloudy eyes, and there was a deathly aura lingering in his pupils. "Who has struck out against my Pill King Valley?" When the Pill Emperor heard this, he didn't dare to be slow, and spoke to the Old Pill Emperor about the fact that the Tianhong domain was at war with the Emperor Star. Hearing him finish, the Old Pill Emperor spoke indifferently. "In that case, the 3 Taishangs, Tian, Yun, and Lei, make a trip." After the Old Pill Emperor ordered, Pill Heaven Taishang, Pill Cloud Taishang, and the 3 Pill Thunder Taishangs, all slowly rose from the Pill Spring. These 3, although they were also living dead, were capable of exerting a terrifying battle power of over the 7th level of the Imperial stage. Qi Jie didn't realize that the Pill King Valley still had such profound depth. All this time, he had been strengthening himself with blood god crystals. The blood god crystals were a top-tier resource comparable to the 9-colored Pill Spring, and with an unlimited supply of blood god crystals, his strength had developed rapidly. At first, he could only slowly extract the energy contained in the blood god crystals. After he had used the blood god crystals to enhance his strength for a while, he had been able to absorb the energy contained in the blood god crystals in large quantities. His strength, too, continued to soar, directly soaring to the 4th level of the Imperial stage at an incredible speed. Qi Jie was originally prepared to boost his strength for a few more days before continuing to order an attack. Unexpectedly, he hadn't ordered an attack, but rather, it was the Pill King Valley side that had actually started to counterattack at this time. He had just finished his cultivation when Rift Skywu came in a panic to report the situation. "Your Excellency Xingju, Pill King Valley has begun a counterattack." Qi Jie froze at his words. Does Medicine King Valley still have the guts to counterattack? He knew that Medicine King Valley still had its cards. However, in his thoughts, even if Pill King Valley had an undercard, it would only dare to wait in a tight formation. He hadn't thought that Pill King Valley would actually be able to launch a counterattack. Upon hearing this news, Qi Jie's reply was only 2 words: go to war. After absorbing a large amount of blood god crystals and allowing his strength to soar once again, he was also looking forward to testing his results on the battlefield. For Pill King Valley to make a move at this point in time, it was considered to have hit the bullseye. During this period of cultivation, the Infinite Group Coalition's 8.5 million combat troops had been replenished. On the Pill King Valley's side, they had similarly gathered a large army of cultivators from all directions, restoring their troop strength to the initial 10 million level. Their counterattack this time was the final showdown between the two sides. Qi Jie didn't wait for the Pill Emperor to make his move this time, as he appeared directly over the battlefield after both sides started fighting. Seeing him show his face as soon as he arrived, the Pill Emperor was overjoyed in his heart. However, Pill King Valley's Pill Heaven, Pill Cloud, and Pill Thunder 3 Taishangs didn't show up. The Pill Emperor was prepared to fight Qi Jie, feigning defeat and then luring the enemy in. With Qi Jie's temperament, he would definitely chase him all the way and eventually fall into their ambush circle. The Pill Emperor's idea was a very good one, but he would soon learn just how much of a gap the idea and the reality possessed. The Pill Emperor rose up in the air and coldly said, "Your Excellency Star Jew, it's not too late for you to surrender. If it's too late, Your Excellency Star Jew and the Infinite Group Coalition will have no choice but to die without a burial site." Qi Jie stood proudly in mid-air, speaking unconcernedly. "The word surrender is not in my vocabulary." After saying that, he continued to speak. "Pill King Valley dared to counterattack this time, so I guess it has enough backbone. Since that's the case, it's just the right time for me to get a lesson." The moment his words fell, thunder roared continuously from the sky. The thunder battle armor and thunder battle blade quickly surfaced. The Pill Emperor had fought with Qi Jie before and was well aware of Qi Jie's power. He didn't dare to slow down when Qi Jie unleashed his violent and terrifying thunder power. A green-colored alchemy furnace quickly surfaced. Unfortunately, this time, Qi Jie no longer had any thoughts of hiding his strength. After his strength had skyrocketed, he still struck out with an all-out slash without any reservations. Of course, the Pill Emperor wouldn't have expected that Qi Jie would have reservations the first time he struck out with him. This time, not only had Qi Jie struck out with his full strength, he had also received a huge boost in strength. Thus when Qi Jie's heaven opening slash fell, the Pill Emperor still used the alchemy furnace to fend it off. The 3 Taikangs of Pill Heaven, who were hidden further back but were constantly watching this side of the battlefield, vaguely felt that something wasn't right when they saw Qi Jie's slash. Qi Jie's strength was stronger than what the Pill Emperor had said. With Pill Emperor's ability, it was absolutely impossible to fight Qi Jie in a back-and-forth battle. The last time the two of them had fought, Qi Jie had 100% hidden his strength. Their judgment was correct, and a scene that shocked countless people in Pill King Valley appeared abruptly at this moment. Boom! Only when Qi Jie's heaven opening slash fell, the Pill King's alchemy furnace, too, fiercely greeted it. Clang! As a result, at this very moment, the Pill Emperor's alchemy furnace was directly shattered by Qi Jie's terrifying blade in just an instant. Without the resistance of the green-colored flame alchemy furnace, Qi Jie's blade aura fell with more than just momentum. Boom! The Pill Emperor didn't even have time to make any reaction before he was completely engulfed by the blade light. Under the rush of countless thundering blade rays, the Pill Emperor was directly blasted into pieces, his form and spirit destroyed. After slashing out this blade, Qi Jie's icy cold gaze also looked into the distance, where 3 strong auras had surfaced. While Qi Jie and the Pill Emperor were fighting, Lan Shi, Qi Jie, Scarlet Emperor, Meng Bao, and the rest of them, were all paying attention to the battle between the two sides. Only a short while ago, Qi Jie had fought with the Pill Emperor, and at that time, the Pill Emperor had escaped in Qi Jie's hands. In Qi Jie's thoughts, this time, Qi Jie should have to fight the Pill Emperor for a long time before the two sides would be able to tell the winner from the loser. However, he never expected that Qi Jie would kill the Pill Emperor in seconds with a single slash. Emperor Scarlet's eyes widened as he looked at the midair, his mouth saying incredulously, "A single slash kills in seconds." Meng Bao nodded with a palpitating heart. "Chief Star is just too strong. I don't know if he hit his strength last time, or if he has gained another huge boost recently. It's certainly possible that it's both." Qi Jie interjected, "I think that it should be both." After speaking, he added, "I even think that Chief Star hasn't gone all out yet." What? The Scarlet Emperor was shocked and no longer knew how to express itself. It knew that Qi Jie was very strong, but wasn't this a bit exaggeratedly strong? While several people were shocked, Lan Shi opened his mouth and reminded, Look! 3 more powerful auras have appeared there. Qi Jie sniffed and instantly looked over. Then his face just changed abruptly. Trouble. How come there are so many Emperor ranks in Pill King Valley? The Scarlet Emperor was also extremely nervous. Will Chief Star be able to fight 3 with 1? They basically swept and crushed when dealing with enemies of the same realm. However, in the eyes of an Emperor rank, or even a Saint rank powerhouse, all of them were ants that could be pressed to death with a single little finger. If Qi Jie wasn't a match for the 3 Emperor-ranked powerhouses of Pill King Valley, everyone in the Infinite Group's allied forces would be slaughtered by the 3 Emperor-ranked powerhouses. While Qi Jie and Emperor Scarlet were worried, an even more terrifying scene appeared at this moment. Above the 9 heavens, Qi Jie's body erupted with endless thunder around him. The thunder battle blade in his hand was also as bright as a silver sun, erupting with a terrifying might. Opposite him, the Pill King Valley's Pill Heaven Supreme Elder, Pill Cloud Supreme Elder, and Pill Thunder Supreme Elder were all actually continuously suppressed by him. Seeing this scene, Qi Jie directly admired and worshipped Qi Jie to the extreme. He couldn't help but speak. Lan Shi, your brother is too strong. I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up to him in 10,000 lifetimes. Emperor Scarlet also gulped in shock while nodding his head. The same goes for me. Above the 9 heavens, Qi Jie didn't know that Qi Jie's crowd, as well as the 18.5 million combat troops on both sides, were shocked by him. He had already continued to crush the Pill Heaven Supreme Elder trio at this moment, charging all the way towards the depths of the Pill King Valley. He knew that the Pill King Valley wasn't just one Emperor rank of the Pill Emperor. There were other Emperor ranks present as well. The facts proved that his judgment was correct. It was only now that he was somewhat puzzled as to why the Pill Heaven trio, who were fighting and running at the same time, were routing towards the deepest part of the Pill King Valley. Could it be that there was still an extremely terrifying existence in that place? While thinking like this in his heart, Qi Jie's attack was not half slow. He was covered in killing intent, locking onto the Pill Cloud Supreme Elder who was the last of the 3 to fall. Die. At the same time the word death fell. His rigid, uncast blade wrapped in the power of 10,000 pounds of thunder and violently blasted down. Rumble. Boom. Boom. The radiant thunder blade light, at this moment, slashed down violently with the momentum of opening up the heavens and the earth. Pill Cloud Supreme Elder saw Qi Jie attacking him with all his might and wanted to call for help. Nay, when he looked into the distance, he saw that the 2 Pill Heaven Taishan Elders had long been scared out of their wits by Qi Jie's terrifying battle power. At this time, instead of having any thoughts of rescuing him, the Pill Heaven Supreme Elder, as well as the Pill Thunder Supreme Elder, were desperately fleeing. For a moment, Pill Cloud could only despair. After realizing that he wasn't a match for Qi Jie at all, and at the same time, he couldn't escape from Qi Jie's hands, he prepared to explode himself. Buzz. On Pill Cloud Supreme Elder, his body was covered in a terrifying aura that boiled over in an instant. Of course, Qi Jie could see that he was going to do something. Immediately, Qi Jie coldly said, "In front of me, you have no qualifications to self-detonate." As the words fell, another terrifying blade light slashed out. This thunder blade slash caught up with the previous thunder blade slash in an instant. The 2 incredibly fast thunder blade manifestations instantly merged, and then at an even faster speed, they violently chopped towards the Pill Cloud Tai Shang Elder. No! In the Pill Cloud Supreme Elder's mouth, he let out an angry roar of unwillingness. Qi Jie was simply too powerful and ruthless. He was no match for Qi Jie and wanted to decently self-destruct, but Qi Jie surprisingly didn't even give him a chance to self-destruct. Boom! The terrifying blade awnings that were formed from the convergence of countless thunderbolts completely illuminated the heavens and earth. As that terrifying thunder blade awnings fell, the Pill Cloud Tai Shang Elder didn't even have any room to resist before he directly flew into ashes. This battle, up to this point, was actually no longer in doubt. The 2 remaining Taishangs were absolutely no match for Qi Jie. Unless the Pill King Valley possessed even more terrifying old monsters, the Pill King Valley would be another resource-gathering place occupied by the Infinite Group Alliance after the Great Yin Dynasty. Facts proved that there were other old monsters present in the Pill King Valley. As Qi Jie charged all the way to the Pill Spring Forbidden Land in the Pill King Valley, he saw the old Pill Emperor, who was at the peak of the Imperial Stage Grand Circle. While seeing the old Pill Emperor, Qi Jie also saw mountains of various supreme treasures, especially the 9-colored aura Pill Spring. The purity of the energy of that 9-colored aura was directly comparable to his blood god crystal. The old Pill Emperor didn't expect that his disciple and the 3 of them, Pill Cloud, would face Qi Jie together and end up in a situation where 2 were killed and 2 were injured. The 2, Pill Heaven and Pill Thunder, hadn't died in battle, and their injuries weren't very serious either. However, these 2 were obviously completely frightened by Qi Jie. At this moment, they saw Qi Jie chasing them all the way over. Instead of fighting Qi Jie for their lives, Their first reaction was to flee. Fortunately, the old Pill Emperor spoke up in time and stabilized the two. Panicking, "What's the matter? He's only one person even if he's strong. Why should I fear him when the three of us join forces?" After the old Pill Emperor Xian Yuanyan finished speaking, he left from the 9-colored pill spring and directly slashed the air with a palm, violently blasting towards Qi Jie. Qi Jie was half-hearted and directly opposed him. The thunder battle blade in his hand slashed out dozens and hundreds of blades in an instant. Wow! 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 The silver bright radiant blade light flashed continuously. Countless thunder blades, like a raging storm, violently overlaid. And even the old Pill Emperor had a few moments of being overwhelmed. Pill Heaven Supreme Elder and Pill Thunder Supreme Elder wanted to escape just now. The divine desolate continent is vast. Where can't we go? There was no need to send their lives in this place. But right now, the two Pill Heavens had no choice but to join forces with the old Pill Emperor to fight against Qi Jie. Qi Jie's strength made the final showdown between the Infinite Group's allied forces and the Pill King Valley a triumph all the way, as Qi Jie was incredibly brave, destroying the Pill Emperor with a single slash and killing his way into the forbidden land of the Pill Spring. On the side of the Infinite Group's allied forces, their morale was also as high as a rainbow, and they swept and pushed all the way across. The cultivators of the Pill King Valley hadn't been so unhelpful originally. However, the leader of the Infinite Group Coalition Army, Qi Jie, was simply too terrifying. Just a short while ago, countless gazes clearly and unmistakably saw that Qi Jie had actually slashed the Pill King to death with a single slash. The shock from that scene was simply too great. It could be said that it was Qi Jie's slash that completely shattered the confidence of the Pill King Valley crowd to resist, as Ji Yuan split Sky Marshal and the others, with the Infinite Group's allied forces, as well as Jijin, Lan Shi, Scarlet Emperor, Meng Bao and the others, continued to advance. The large number of cultivators from the Pill King Valley were often unable to organize a decent resistance before they were wiped out. The battle on the conventional battlefield was basically over by the time it reached this point. The Pill King Valley's army of cultivators were either killed in battle or seriously injured. There were also some that simply scattered and fled. Only a very few cultivators were able to form a battle formation and resist. But it was also useless. They still couldn't hold out for much longer before they were completely annihilated. In the Saint Stage battlefield, Ji Yu's strength had also increased a lot after her bloodline continued to be strengthened by Qi Jie. This time, she had made another feat. A Saint rank powerhouse from Pill King Valley died at her hands. There were also some Saint ranks that were heavily injured by her, and then were surrounded and killed by Split Marshal, Star Source, Starstorm, and Saint ranks such as Yang Xiu and Silver Wing. Basically, there were no more accidents in these two battlefields. I just don't know. What was the situation on Qi Jie's side? Qi Jie's battle was certainly smoother than anyone could have imagined. The dragon race and inheritance left behind by the 9 ancestors of the Blood Dragon allowed Qi Jie to absorb the power of the Blood God Crystal. He was continuously strengthened and increased by the abundant and surging high-purity energy in the Blood God Crystal, and after repeated refinements, his battle power reached a level where he was invincible and swept across the world. The old Pill Emperor and Pill Heaven were still being beaten back by him under the joint efforts of the three of them. Not only that, on Pill Heaven's body, there were even more very serious injuries. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Pill Heaven was bound to die. The old Pill Emperor was also refreshed by Qi Jie's power. If he had known that Qi Jie was so strong and terrifying, he would have long ago fled with the top echelons of the Pill King Valley. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. There was only one thing they could do now, and that was to fight to the death. At the moment when the two Pill Heaven hearts were feeling the urge to retreat, the old Pill Emperor spoke once again. Burn the origin and fight to the death. In this person's body, there is definitely a heavenly secret. Killing him we are able to obtain benefits beyond imagination. If we continue to stay in the fight, we will surely die. If we fight to the death, we still have a chance of winning, the old Pill Emperor said, directly taking the initiative to burn his origin. He didn't believe that Qi Jie would have no consumption after charging all the way here and fighting them for such a long time. Swish, swish, swish. Qi Jie's response to the old Pill Emperor was only a terrifying blade aura that was terrifying to the extreme. The blade awnings in his hands. One blade after blade. One blade more terrifying than the other. Rumble. Thud. Each slash of the blade shook the heavens and earth, and the Qiankuan quaked and cracked. The terrifying rumbling sound was even more shocking. In the Pill Emperor's hands, a scroll was offered. Qi Jie's Thunder Battle Blade. The Thunder Blade awnings that slashed out were then blocked by this scroll, continuously. Although this scroll was a very top tier, very strong treasure, but Qi Jie's strength was just a little too strong. Under his continuous swinging of his sword, the scroll was actually hardened by him and split into countless cracks. Pill Heaven and Pill Thunder. Of course, weren't idle either. Both of them tried to find ways and means to desperately attack Qi Jie, but to no avail. Qi Jie's strength was simply too terrifyingly strong. No matter how many incredibly powerful spirit arts they blasted out, Qi Jie broke through them with a thunderblade aura. This scene was just too frightening for the Pill Heaven Supreme Elder duo. Any of their thousands of things, Qi Jie had actually broken them with a single blade. How could this not be terrifying? Pill Thunder Supreme Elder, in the end, couldn't withstand the pressure and directly fled. Buzz. A jade pendant was abruptly crushed by him. A teleportation light then instantly swept Pill Thunder Supreme Elder up. In an instant, Pill Thunder Supreme Elder disappeared without a trace. One snap of the fingers. There are 60 moments. One moment. There are 800 births and deaths. It could be seen how fast Pill Thunder Supreme Elder fled in the end. Pill Thunder Supreme Elder one run. The old Pill Emperor Xian Yuan diffraction, and Pill Heaven Supreme Elder will be dead. Under the anger and despair of Pill Heaven Supreme Elder, he directly exploded himself. Boom! Boom! For a moment, the old Pill Emperor was desperate to the extreme. As Pill Heaven Supreme Elder blew himself up, the space around him was completely disorganized. He didn't even have a chance if he wanted to escape like Pill Thunder Supreme Elder. Rumble! Boom! 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 Pill Heaven Supreme Elder's battle power wasn't great, but the power of his self-detonation was extremely strong. In an instant, Qi Jie conjured up countless thunderbolts and completely wrapped himself in them. His thunder was constantly generated and constantly crushed by the power of Pill Heaven's self-detonation. But even so, Qi Jie was still very relaxed, and even an Emperor-rank powerhouse's self-explosion couldn't hurt him in the slightest. Unless a group of Emperor-rank powerhouses couldn't figure it out and were all around him together, they violently self-detonated to die with him. In that case, he would be in some trouble. Qi Jie was able to withstand the power of Pill Heaven Supreme Elder's self-detonation, while the old Pill Emperor was out of luck. The two, Pill Heaven Supreme Elder and Pill Thunder Supreme Elder, were one grandson to the other. Pill Thunder Supreme Elder, at the moment of life and death, left them behind and ran away directly. Then Pill Heaven was also a bastard, and the old Pill Emperor's entire attention and spiritual power was basically used to fend off Qi Jie head-on. As a result, the Pill Heaven Supreme Elder, without saying a word, blew himself up in place. At this point, the one who had suffered the greatest impact was actually not Qi Jie, but the old Pill Emperor. The old Pill Emperor's scroll treasure, which hadn't been shattered by Qi Jie just now, was blown to smithereens by Pill Heaven Supreme Elder's self-detonation this time. Not only that, the defenseless old Pill Emperor, under the Pill Heaven Supreme Elder's self-detonation, he was directly blown into oblivion, completely annihilated into nothingness. Pill King Valley's Pill Springs Forbidden Land, but also in the Emperor stage of the strong man under the self-detonation, was razed to the ground. Many cultivators of the Pill King Valley were originally fleeing towards the Pill Spring Sanctuary. Unexpectedly, they didn't die at the hands of their enemies, but instead, they were taken out by the Pill Heaven Supreme Elder, in one fell swoop. After the explosion ended, Qi Jie's figure moved and slashed at the old Pill Emperor. Faced with Qi Jie's heaven-opening slash, the old Pill Emperor had the extreme backbone to straighten his clothes and said, "Your Honor, spare my life. I wish to submit." When Qi Jie saw the other party correcting his crown, he thought that the old Pill Emperor was going to frankly suffer death. Unexpectedly, the other party gave him such a big twist that he almost couldn't put his sword away. Although the old Pill Emperor had been beaten by Qi Jie, he was, after all, an Emperor-ranked powerhouse, and still an Emperor-ranked powerhouse of the Pill King Valley. If he was willing to submit, Qi Jie could still give him a chance to live. Qi Jie immediately said, "Open your mind. Don't resist. I'm going to leave a spiritual imprint on your origin." This was the means in the Blood Dragon 9 ancestors' legacy. Once a spiritual brand was left behind, it was equivalent to installing a monitor in the old Pill Emperor's head, being able to know, at all times, the old Pill Emperor's thoughts and behaviors. At the same time, it was able to control the old Pill Emperor, allowing him to do what he did and what he didn't do. It could be said that once the mental brand was left behind, the old Pill Emperor would completely become his puppet. Qi Jie wasn't sure how the old Pill Emperor would actually choose. If the other party didn't agree, he would just chop the old Pill Emperor with a single slash. Unbeknownst to him, after his words fell, the old Pill Emperor directly kneeled down on one knee and saluted. "Your Honor, please." No wonder the old Pill Emperor was so spineless. He was now weak to the core. There were only two paths before him. Either he would be casually chopped by Qi Jie, or he would live and let live. It was only by living that he could have hope and seek a higher level breakthrough. The old Pill Emperor had to live even if he turned into the living dead. Where would he hesitate at a time like this? After he opened his mind, Qi Jie very easily left a spiritual imprint in his origin. The old Pill Emperor was then completely controlled by him. The old Pill Emperor's memories, as well as all of his means, were completely known by Qi Jie at this time. Not only that, the old Pill Emperor's dying condition at this moment was also known to him. The old Pill Emperor's injuries were so severe that even if he didn't make a move, the old Pill Emperor himself might die. It was also for this reason that the old Pill Emperor had surrendered so dryly not long ago. After the old Pill Emperor surrendered, Qi Jie pondered for a moment or two and condensed a ball of demonic power crystals strengthened by the Blood God Crystal and threw it to the old Pill Emperor. Take it to recover from your injuries. After the Blood God Crystals were strengthened, his demonic power crystals already possessed a very impressive healing effect. Within each Blood God Crystal, in addition to the abundant and massive high-purity energy, it also contained vigorous vitality. This caused the current Qi Jie to become even more powerful and terrifying. In addition to his battle power of dominating the heavens and the earth and spreading out across the world, his recovery ability was also astonishing. Unfortunately for this battle, he had swept and pushed his way through the entire battle, crushing with destruction the entire time. His very amazing self-healing ability did not shine this time. The old Pill Emperor received the demonic power crystals that Qi Jie threw over, and a deep look of shock appeared in his eyes. After a slight perception, his pupils directly quaked as he spoke with disbelief. Your Honor is able to absorb the supreme divine power contained in the Blood God Crystals? Qi Jie was slightly surprised. Normally, no one would be able to discover this end. In the case of the old Pill Emperor, should be rather special to have discovered this incredible thing. After the old Pill Emperor opened his mouth, Qi Jie then said, in the future, you can address me as Chief Xing, or you can address me as His Excellency Xingju. As for the matter of the Blood God Crystal, how did you know about it? Qi Jie was quite curious. He hadn't searched for relevant memories in the old Pill Emperor's memories. It wasn't that the old Pill Emperor didn't have any memories in this regard, but rather that the other party had probably made some speculations through the knowledge they had acquired in the past before arriving at such a result. Qi Jie's thoughts were, of course, completely correct. The old Pill Emperor immediately spoke. Reporting back to Your Excellency Starju, this is just the only reasonable speculation that the old immortal could think of. Your Excellency Xingju and old immortal are both at the Emperor rank? But the strength of Your Excellency Xingju's power is several or even 10 times that of old immortals. Under such circumstances, the only possibility is that His Excellency Starju was able to refine the supreme divine power contained in the Blood God Crystal. After obtaining this one demonic power crystal from Your Excellency Xingju, the old immortal was even more completely certain of this matter. Qi Jie nodded slightly. So that's how it is. You seize the opportunity to heal and recover. And don't divulge this matter. By saying this, he was of course admitting that he could refine the supreme divine power contained in the Blood God Crystal. For a moment, the old Pill Emperor was completely relieved. The supreme divine power contained in the Blood God Crystal was very high in strength, and was simply not something that could be compared to other resources. Nay, this treasure could not be used by ordinary beings, or even great emperors like him. Qi Jie didn't know what kind of heaven-defying means he possessed to be able to utilize the supreme divine power contained in the Blood God Crystal. Next, the old Pill Emperor also complied with Qi Jie's order and quickly healed his wounds to recover. Once he had healed and recovered for a moment, Qi Jie continued to order, you go and gather all of the Pill King Valley's battle forces and submit to me. After saying that, he instructed, do things cleanly, I don't want to hear any opposition. The old Pill Emperor's body shook, then still spoke, I understand. With the old Pill Emperor stepping in, things were certainly very good. Most of the Pill King Valley's powerhouses had either died in battle or directly fled earlier. Even the Pill Thunder Supreme Elder had directly fled. The Pill King Valley's army of 10 million cultivators was likewise completely crippled. In the end, under the old Pill Emperor's reorganization, the Pill King Valley's cultivator army, with only 2 million elites remaining, joined the Infinite Group's allied forces. After capturing the Pill King Valley, Qi Jie also came to the Pill King's Grand Hall along with Ji Inyu. At the same time, there were also many of the top echelons of the Infinite Group Coalition Army. Qi Jie sat at the very top of the Grand Hall and spoke faintly. Tell us about the situation in each place. Split Sky Marshal sniffed and immediately stepped forward. Your Excellency Starju, the Infinite Group Coalition Army's battle against the Pill King Valley has come to a complete end. Very few of the Pill King Valley's living beings fled, and the vast majority chose to submit, willing to gather resources for the Infinite Group. This time, during the battle with Pill King Valley, the Infinite Group's allied forces had a battle loss rate lower than the Alliance's standard, which did not reach 30%, but was around 25%. After a period of recovery and replenishment, the Infinite Group will have 1 million mercenary elites, 3 million war machines, 1 million Great Yen cultivator armies, and 2 million Pill King Valley cultivator armies. Qi Jie sniffed and nodded slightly before asking an important question. The acquisition of blood god crystals, how is it going? He was now eating his words, and after knowing how heaven-defying the blood god crystals were, he couldn't wait to collect all of them in his hands. Split Sky Marshal said with a straight face, although the other forces have begun to investigate the true purpose of our acquisition of blood god crystals, but there are still a large number of blood god crystals that we have acquired at extremely low prices. On top of the post-war matters of the Pill King Valley, and things related to the blood god crystals, Qi Jie inquired about a few more things from Rift Sky Marshal before allowing the Rift Sky Marshal crowd to retreat. Overall, the progress of the Infinite Group's allied forces was the smoothest in the entire alliance. On the other days, they had encountered stubborn resistance. Some of the groups that weren't very strong even suffered considerable losses. After everyone left, only Ji Inu remained in the Pill King's Grand Hall. After Ji Inu used a curtain of energy light and enveloped the Grand Hall, she came to sit in Qi Jie's arms. She let out a delicate laugh and said, "You've gotten stronger again." Qi Jie smiled similarly. "It's not like a mess. Ji hasn't felt it before if I'm strong or not." Ji Inu of course knew what this guy was talking about, and immediately gave him a blank look without any good humor. "Nasty. Who's talking to you about this?" Qi Jie was unforgiving. "Does Mr. Ji want to try? How strong am I now?" Ji Inu's eyes moved slightly when she heard this. Then she actually nodded. After she nodded, of course Qi Jie would not be polite. The two, who were already facing each other with 4 eyes, instantly kissed together. Many of the Infinite Group's allied soldiers who stood guard around the Pill King's treasure hall then felt a violent tremor. It was as if there were warhammers constantly beating the drums, causing the ground to resonate and constantly vibrate. Everyone knew that this violent tremor originated from the Pill King's treasure hall. After all, with the terrifying strength of Qi Jie and Ji Inu, no matter what the two of them did, they were able to create such a huge commotion. The violent tremors lasted for several days before gradually stopping. The resources collected within the boundaries of the Pill King Valley could only be kept by the Cleft Hollow Marshal for the time being as well. After all, no one was able to see Qi Jie and Ji Inu during this time period, while they were conquering the front lines. The Emperor Star Alliance, too, was calculating merits for all of them. With the help of the monitoring of the Emperor Star's will, the people's merit stats had been able to be synchronized in real time. The Emperor Star Alliance's merit list also came out at this time. There were only 2 copies of the merit list. One was a personal list, and the other was a power list. Only the rankings appeared on the list, not the number of merits. This merit was also the cumulative total merit, and this merit data would not decrease after using merit to exchange for items. The first person on the merit list made many people feel a little surprised, but it made sense. Imperial Star Alliance. The current ranking of Qi Jie was at the top of the Alliance's merit list. This meant that the merit honors he had seized at the moment surpassed the merit honors that all the other powerhouses in the entire Alliance had each obtained. This was a very astonishing achievement. After all, the time he had spent emerging and rapidly rising to prominence in the Emperor Star was extremely short. From now on, not much time had passed. Within such a short period of time, he had become the number 1 person on the Alliance-wide merit badge list, which was certainly very shocking. While he was located at the top of the merit list, he had also brought Ji Inu to score madly. Ji Inu was clearly not yet an Empyrean-ranked powerhouse, and on the merit list, she was actually ranked at the 18th position as well. Behind her, there happened to be 2 other Emperor-rank old monsters. The names of these 2 people hadn't appeared in the Emperor Star in the last 1,000 years, and were clearly in continuous seclusion, only coming out of it for this great battle. Not only the 2 of them, most of the other Emperor-rank old monsters were basically like this. So there weren't many Emperor-rank old monsters in Emperor Star explicitly. And it was only after the merit list came out that the people of the Emperor Star Alliance realized. It turned out that there were so many Emperor-ranked elder monsters that had been hiding in the shadows. Qi Jie and Ji Inu's rankings this time were considered great highlights. One person was the number 1 in the entire alliance, while the other was a saint-ranked power. But the limelight overshadowed the Emperor-ranked bigwigs. Qi Jie and Ji Inu had been studying many poses in the past few days and weren't very clear about the outside world. Both of them didn't expect that after their cultivation came to an end, something like a merit list would appear in the outside world. The changes in these few days, Rift Sky Marshal naturally reported to Qi Jie one by one. After he said something about the situation, Qi Jie asked, "Number 1 on the power list, is that us?" Split Sky Marshal smiled bitterly. "We're in the power list, currently ranked 5th. The 4 forces in front of us are all veteran Imperial Star overlords, and all of them are pouring out all-out war. At the same time, there are often 5 or 6, or even 7 or 8 battlefields that are erupting into a great war. Qi Jie nodded at his words and asked again, how's the acquisition of the blood god crystals going? What other cakes can be divided in the heavenly Hong domain right now? Hearing Qi Jie inquire about these two things, Rift Sky Marshal couldn't help but look bitter. At the moment, there are only a very few hardcore bones left in the Tianhong domain. Although they are profitable, they are not good to capture. For example, the Heavenly Sword Mountain has 30 million sword chi sealing the mountain at the moment. If you want to attack Heavenly Sword Mountain, you have to smash the 30 million sword chi on the periphery. The killing power of these sword chi is very astonishing, and it would be difficult for the Infinite Group Coalition's conventional combat troops to withstand more than 10 sword chi, and they would have to die. Heavenly Sword Mountain had clearly utilized a geographical advantage, and had accumulated an extremely special advantage under countless years. Although they couldn't do anything to the Imperial Star Alliance, they were hiding in a turtle shell, and their offense was insufficient. But their code was more than enough. Qi Jie wrote down the situation of the Heavenly Sword Mountain and looked at Rift Sky Marshal again, casually inquiring, what's the deal with the Blood God Crystal? Speaking of this, Rift Sky Wu became angry. The several Supreme Elders of the Imperial Star Alliance don't know what's going on. Even though they can't use the Blood God Crystals, they're surprisingly acquiring them in a big way. Not only that, the price they're offering is also very high. In the last few days, the Infinite Group hasn't been able to acquire the Blood God Crystals at the desired price. Qi Jie first stared blankly, then quickly drifted off. Those few old guys obviously couldn't use it themselves and didn't want the Blood God Crystals to fall into his hands, and then they began to inflate prices and disrupt the market. After thinking about it, Qi Jie smiled and said to Cleft Hollow Wu, take the Blood God Crystals we've been hoarding and sell them to these few old guys. Sell the Blood God Crystals if their price is higher than our previous pricing. When the price is lower than our previous pricing, go on a buying spree and take as many as you can. When Rift Sky Marshal heard this, he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. Right now, the price of the Blood God Crystals was being speculated very high. If the Infinite Group were to go on a selling spree of Blood God Crystals, these groups speculating on Blood God Crystals, including the Alliance's several Taishangs, would have to cry. After all, the Infinite Group probably held over 60% of the Alliance's Blood God Crystals at the moment. After arranging these things, Qi Jie was ready to discuss with Ji Inu about where to attack next. They could, next, try to attack forces such as Heavenly Sword Mountain. At the same time, they could also set their sights outside of the Heavenly Hong domain. However, Qi Jie needed to discuss these things with Ji Inu before they could decide. Although Heavenly Sword Mountain wasn't easy to attack, he still wanted to go and take a look. The Battle of Pill King Valley came to a close, and this old power with a strong foundation was completely in Qi Jie's hands. In this battle, the Tianyu group did not contribute much. Even Ji Tianyue did not arrive. Pill King Valley, Spirit Medicine Field, a white space with endless spiritual medicines, like rice paddies, with no end in sight at all. This was an independent space, covering an area that was about 3 moons combined. In each area, there were disciples tending to the pill fields. The resources of this spiritual medicine field, Infinite Group and Heavenly Moon Group, were divided 37. Infinite Group 7, Heavenly Moon Group 3. For the Infinite Group, which mainly produced all sorts of potions, the demand for spirit medicines was undoubtedly huge. After settling the matter of Pill King Valley, Qi Jie left behind the Rift Sky Marshal, and returned to the Alliance base on the same day. Infinite Group Base Room, Central Building, Qi Jie's office. Qi Jie was sitting in front of his desk, dressed in a straight black suit, and was looking at the battle reports of the major groups in the Emperor Star. As of now, the Tianhong domain had basically been taken down. However, there was still one hardcore. Just to Qi Jie's surprise, this hardcore was actually Heavenly Sword Mountain. The remnants of the entire Tianhong domain were all gathered at Tianjin Mountain at the moment. This was their last piece of pure land. Bai Jingyi, who was waiting by the side, whispered, Chief Star, this Heavenly Sword Mountain has made all 3 of the Alliance's ancestors suffer a considerable loss. Moreover, it seems that there are forces from the outer regions that have come to support them, and no one knows how many strong people from the outer regions have supported Heavenly Sword Mountain. And under the Alliance's convening, all the major groups of the Emperor Star are converging over to the Heavenly Sword Mountain side. Qi Jie lit a cigarette for himself and smiled faintly. This is the final showdown, but it has nothing to do with me. There is something you and Nangong want to make a decision. I'm going to shut down for a while. His Emperor rank battle power was through resonating the will of the Emperor Star, and he himself had not yet reached that level. And now, the Blood God Crystal could help him, quickly fusing the power within the Blood Dragon Pearl. This time, in this retreat, he would at least start at the Emperor rank. Coming to the retreat room, only to see Xiaoyao huffing and puffing as he slept, Next to him were star cores, all of which Qi Jie had acquired back at a high price for it to cultivate. Most of these star cores had lost their color, and little Yao, too, had been promoted from sacred rank 1 to rank 5. Qi Jie sat down on a nearby futon and took out a blood god crystal to absorb and cultivate. During his cultivation, group after group, batch after batch of strong people from the Emperor Star were all gathering towards Heavenly Sword Mountain. The moment of the decisive battle was getting closer and closer. Half a month later, the Emperor Star and Heavenly Sword Mountain, a small-scale duel occurred. With that, a sensational piece of news came back. An old ancestor of the Alliance had encountered a siege from 2 Emperor-level peaks supported by other domains of the Divine Desolate Continent. The Emperor-level peak from the Emperor Star was brutally decapitated on his way to support him. Once this news was spread, it was like a bomb that shook countless cultivators in Emperor Star with a heavy heart. On that day, the major groups of Emperor Star pressing against Heavenly Sword Mountain directly retreated back 100,000 miles. Half a month later, in Heavenly Sword Mountain, 150,000 miles open. Inside the Alliance's base of operations, the highest meeting hall, the 24 hegemonic group ancestors of the Emperor Star, as well as the founders of the 6 academies of the 6 continents, were all gathered today. Here, gentlemen, the Heavenly Sword Mountain in the Tianhong domain. There are by no means that many peak great emperors. Undoubtedly it's the forces from other domains that are supporting them. I'm afraid that if we want to take down the Heavenly Sword Mountain, we'll have to pay a small price. Alliance 1 ancestor. This is a bald and stout old man. Is the flesh body of the ultra-sacred continent to become an emperor person? The body is like hibernating a divine furnace. He slowly since sitting down to stand up and said, is it a fight, or scavenge all the resources to retreat? Let's discuss it. The atmosphere of the scene was somewhat depressing. Half a month ago, the killing of 4 peak great emperors within the Heavenly Sword Mountain had truly frightened them. In their Emperor Star, there were only 9 peak emperors in plain sight. Now, 1 had fallen, and there were 8 left, all of them here, 2 from the Alliance, and 1 from each of the 6 academies. Since we've all fought here, why are we retreating? The handsome man with long brown hair sitting next to Qi Jie smiled slightly at this moment and said, my proposal is to deploy the star cannon and fight them to the death. This man, the founder of the 10,000 Demons Academy, Dao Tai Huang, a demon race cultivator. No one knew what his original body was. His stature was magnificent and majestic, and his black vertical pupils were quite intimidating. I agree with Brother Dao's words. The Tianhong domain is basically taken by us now, and the amount of various resources is so great that we can't even bring them away in a short period of time. So why don't we send out the star cannon and let these natives feel what is meant by the power of science and technology? The founder of the Science and Technology Academy, which was a woman with short hair over her ears and a valiant demeanor, nodded her head slightly in agreement. This continent is so fertile. If we withdraw, are you all willing? Tuasan, the founder of the Divine Spirit Academy, craned his neck and said stupidly, after seeing how fertile the Divine Desolate Continent was, who present would be willing to just leave in disgrace? Seeing this, the Alliance's first ancestor slowly said, in that case, by a show of hands, those who agree to a duel to the death, raise your hands. Saying so, he was the first to raise his hand. When the crowd saw this, none of them had half a hesitation and raised their hands one after another. The Alliance's first ancestor lightly exhaled and said, good, since all of you have no opinions, then don't hide. Pull out all of your reserves for a duel to the death. Battle. The crowd looked solemn and spoke in unison. The meeting ended. On the way out of the conference room hall, Dao Taihuan looked towards Ji Tianyu and shook his head. Back then, I pursued you like that and you were all indifferent, but now you've committed yourself to a junior. It's quite an eye-opener for me. Senior brother. Ji Tianyu laughed softly. Elder brother Tai Huang. He can make me transform. What benefits can you bring me? Dao Tai Huang did not speak, and in one step, he was already out of sight. What kind of person Ji Tianyu was? As a senior brother, Dao Tai Huang understood too well. Selfish and self-interested. For the sake of achieving means, anyone could be utilized. Back then, was only pursued her. But, that was already old news. Ji Tianyu shook her head. The duel was coming and she had to go back to prepare. Sons and daughters, in her case, did not exist. If it wasn't for Qi Jie, who could help her evolve her bloodline? How could she possibly commit herself to him? In Ji Tianyu's mind, it was all just a deal. As this meeting came to an end, the results of the meeting also spread in a very short period of time. The 24 hegemonic groups were all prepared to take out their own group's underpinnings without reservation. The Heavenly Sword Mountain, which was shrouded in endless sword chi, was also calm at this time, but no one knew that behind this calm, It would be the precursor to a storm that would bleed and bury countless living beings. It was up to who would have the last laugh. The Black Dragon. Time rushed by, and 2 months passed in a flash. During this period, the 24 hegemonic groups of the Emperor Star, as well as all the top groups, were gathering strong people to the side of Heavenly Sword Mountain, and transporting large quantities of immensely lethal technological weapons. On the contrary, Heavenly Sword Mountain was frighteningly calm during this period of time. But who knew? At this moment, within the Heavenly Sword Mountain, there were already 2 domain strongmen supporting them, just waiting for the outsiders to launch a general attack on them, and then end it all in one pot. The reason why they didn't take the initiative to launch an attack was because they were afraid that those outsiders, after seeing their battle, would run away. 4 million miles away from Heavenly Sword Mountain, one base after another was so densely packed that one could not see the end of it as far as the eye could see. Above the firmament, one after another, like giant pillars in the sky, starry sky cannons as long as 10,000 feet were floating. At a cursory glance, there were 10,000 of them. Starry sky cannons were the most terrifying weapons of the Emperor Star in terms of killing power. Even the peak of the Emperor rank wouldn't dare to say that they could resist a cannon intact. However, there was also a drawback. That was that the energy required was so huge that each cannon consumed close to 10% of a hegemony group's reserves. I'm afraid this is a big battle. I don't know if we can survive. Inside a hotel at the Infinite Group's base, Qi Jie and the others were gathering here. Present were Meng Bao, Scarlet Emperor, Zhu Hongyu, Su Qing, Lan Shi, Su Qian, Mu Yusin, Wu Jiao, Fire Lina, Yun Shi, and several new faces. Meng Bao took a sip of wine and said, "It's outrageous. I heard that Imperial Star, this time, almost pulled out all the stops, all the king-level warriors, the mercenaries from all the major groups, along with the robots, surprisingly pulled in more than 30 billion. Su Qing laughed. "It's a good thing that we've all broken through to the king level, or else we wouldn't have been qualified to participate in this battle, and it would definitely have to go down as epic." Qi Jie laughed bitterly. "After this battle, I don't know how much will be left. Come on, let's go. Life and death have their destiny. Wealth and honor, kill and be done with it. Cheers." The crowd raised their glasses, talking and laughing. The time of the general attack was set for half a month later. No one could predict the direction of the war. In a war of this scale, no one could afford the consequences of failure. If the Emperor Star was defeated as a result, it would be greatly wounded, and it would be impossible to kill back in the next tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. If Heavenly Sword Mountain was defeated, the Heavenly Hong Domain would also be completely declared fallen. At the same time, at the Alliance's main base, the Infinite Group's base room, the Central Mansion, Qi Jie's retreat room, Qi Jie, who was sitting cross-legged on a futon, had his upper garment burst open, black dragon patterns flowing on his body surface, and the dragon beads on his chest had all turned into black dragon beads at this moment. The twin dragons circled behind his back, gulping down one blood god crystal stone after another. Phew! Right at this moment, Qi Jie slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, clenched his fists, and revealed a look of satisfaction. "Finally, I finished refining the 9 blood dragon beads, and I've managed to advance to Great Empress, and it's still at the 6th rank." The effect of the blood god crystal was surprisingly good for him. In less than 3 months, it actually allowed him to refine all of the blood dragon beads. Humph, and nowadays, I don't need to hide my identity and change my face anymore. Qi Jie's blood pupils flashed, and the bones on his face changed back to its original appearance in a flurry of writhing. Changing back to his original appearance, Qi Jie looked towards Xiaoyao, who was still sleeping next to him, but had already reached the 8th stage of Saint. The speed of his promotion was so fast that Qi Jie felt a little surprised. Without waking Xiaoyao, Qi Jie got up and got off the ground, leaving the retreat room, showering out and taking out a special black suit from the closet and putting it on. Qi Jie went to the office. Bai Jingyi was working here, and when she saw Qi Jie's arrival and had changed back to her original appearance, she was instantly delighted and got up to welcome her, saying, "Mr. Gu, there's no need to hide your identity now, is there?" She had a head full of long burgundy hair draped over her shoulders, dressed in a black hip-hugging women's suit, with a diminutive figure and a mature, charming face. Qi Jie smiled faintly and said, "Whether it's the Emperor's Star or the Divine Desolate Continent, I'm already close to invincible. There's no need to hide anything worthy of you." In Bai Jingyi's eyes, she looked at him with some adoration. Qi Jie took a seat in the office chair, lit a cigarette for himself, and faintly said, "I've been in seclusion for these days. How is the situation in the Tianhong domain?" "The situation is very bad. The decisive battle is coming." Bai Jingyi poured him a cup of tea, the recent events. Briefly informed. Said, I don't know if we'll win or lose this battle. A month ago I've ordered people to mine the Pill King Valley spirit medicine fields, and now they're basically all collected, so no matter if we win or lose, it doesn't matter to us. In addition, the blood god crystals. In these 2 months, the Alliance couldn't figure out how to extract the energy it contained, and sold it off to us at a low price again. Qi Jie listened quietly, picked up his teacup and took a sip, saying with some surprise, has it developed to this point? When will the general attack be launched? Half a month later. This battle, no one can afford to lose it. Bai Jingyi gave a faint gasp and said, Rift Marshal has also brought all of Infinite Group's high-end battle forces over. Are we going to participate? Participation is inevitable. Qi Jie extinguished the cigarette in his hand, revealing a shadowy smile, and said, those forces that had participated in the siege of the Blood Dragon race, it's best for them all to die on the battlefield, or else they'll have to die in my hands. The Blood Dragon clan's vengeance. He would definitely avenge it. Qi Jie and the others, how have they been recently? For them, Qi Jie had never forgotten. Now, they could be properly cultivated. Bai Jingyi replied back, they are all in the battlefield. They just broke through to the king level not long ago. The cultivators of the Emperor Star. But any king level cultivation, they are all called to the battlefield. Together with the war robots. Now the combat units on our side. There are 380 billion. I really can't believe that when the war starts, it's going to be a great spectacle. Qi Jie faintly smiled and said, with me here, I can't lose. Go order someone to prepare a table of food and wine for me. Okay. Bai Jingyi nodded and left, twisting her thin waist and fat buttocks. Congratulations. Right at this moment, the voice of the Emperor Stars will rang in Qi Jie's ears. How so? Qi Jie said with a wry smile. Please give me a drop of your essence blood. I'll recognize you as my master. And from then on, I'll be able to appear in the form of a black dragon that you can summon at any time. Hearing this, Qi Jie did not say anything and condensed a drop of black origin essence blood from his brow. Buzz. The void swirled, and the essence blood disappeared into thin air. Rumble. At the same time, the sky and rain in the outside world changed in color as endless black thunder suddenly flashed. Anon. At the same time, on the Emperor Star, which was an unknown distance away from the divine desolate continent, a loud and majestic dragon roar resounded through the heavens. Subsequently, anyone who was on the Emperor Star was able to see a black dragon so huge that it was impossible to get a clear view of it, tumbling and circling above the clouds, its body covering the sun and the sky. The dragon's body that covered the sun and the sky blocked all the light, making the entire Emperor Star, at this moment were plunged into the darkness of the night. After this terrifying black dragon traveled around the Emperor Star, it slowly disappeared above the clouds, as if it had never appeared. However, as long as Qi Jie summoned it, it could immediately rush to the battlefield. The duel was coming, and the countless native cultivators of the Heavenly Hong domain were extremely nervous. They definitely wanted Heavenly Sword Mountain to kill all the outsiders. If it wasn't for the fact that the major groups of the Emperor Star were cruel and merciless in their methods, attacking the next major power and decimating one, or else they would definitely be behind it and interfering with it. The old Pill Emperor of the Pill King Valley was a bit foolish, but unfortunately, he had already been planted a ban by Qi Jie, so he didn't dare to help even if he wanted to. Moreover, if he received an order from Qi Jie, he would have to go and help outsiders against his own people. In the current Tianhan domain, all the native cultivators were living under a cloud. They were afraid of being enslaved by the outsiders and living in darkness for eternity from now on. Ji Tianyu rushed to see Qi Jie at the first opportunity after learning that he had emerged from the customs. This was one time, and this was another. When Ji Tianyu saw Qi Jie today, her spirit was slightly shaken. In just 3 short months, when she saw this man again, she felt an unrivaled sense of oppression from him. Moreover, there was a change in appearance. What was going on here? Inside the restaurant, Qi Jie took a sip of the red wine in his glass, looked at Ji Tianyu who froze in place, and said with a smile or not, little goblin, coming to me in such a hurry, is it empty and lonely? Hearing the voice, Ji Tianyu back to God, mature charming face, revealing a touch of moving smile, twisting waist and swinging hips toward her, the corner of the mouth with a smile, that's not true. 3 months have not seen, can think of my forehead small man. Today, she was wearing a purple hip-hugging short skirt. Her figure was delicate and slender, her curves floating and convex. She walked straight to Qi Jie's front, and then rightfully wrapped her arms around his neck, and sat on his thigh with her rounded fat ass. Bai Jingyi beside her saw this scene and cursed the slut. Come on, take a sip. Qi Jie held her slender waist with one hand and brought the goblet to her delicate red lips. Yes, Ji Tianyu slightly opened her red lips, and gently died a mouthful. The war? How are the discussions going? Qi Jie's hand stroked downwards, covering the top of her round buttocks. If we lose this battle, the Imperial Star will not want to step into the divine desolate continent for tens of thousands of years on the periphery, now that the combat units that should be there are already in place. When the war will start, it's all just a word from the Alliance. Ji Tianyu's jade hand stroked Qi Jie's spacious and powerful chest, smiling charmingly. It's only been a few months since I've seen you. What level have you broken through to? Qi Jie took a sip of the red wine in his cup and smiled faintly. 6th level of Emperor. Invincible under gods. What? Hearing this, Ji Tianyu couldn't believe her ears and looked at him with a face full of surprise. Surprised? Qi Jie's large hand, toying with its unintelligible place, revealed an evil smile. Awesome. You're simply a pervert. Ji Tianyu no longer knew what words to use to express the shock in her heart. She had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, yet she was casually surpassed by this fellow. People were more angry than people. Now that you've changed back to your original form, are you going to avenge the Blood Dragon clan? Ji Tianyu stared at him and said, not bad, it's time to settle the score. You weren't involved back then, right? Otherwise, I might have to be spicy. Qi Jie said and pinched fiercely. Aha, this is karma. Back then, I also wanted to make a move. Well, in the end, I didn't. If you don't believe me, you can go check. Ji Tianyu knew that Qi Jie was by no means joking, and at this moment, her heart couldn't help but let out a huge sigh of relief. Qi Jie's eyes revealed a touch of coldness, said faintly, I will check. Back then, but anyone who participated in the overthrow of the Blood Dragon clan, who do not want to be left alone, feel free to look into it. The cleaner is the clearer. Ji Tianyu's red lips came up to Qi Jie's ear and said daintily, there's still half a month until the war, so let's have a good double break. The purpose of her coming here was naturally that she wanted to have a double break with Qi Jie, and it was a good idea to raise her strength by a drop. Let's go. I've also had my fill, so I'll taste you again. Qi Jie smiled evilly and left with his arm around her thin waist. Bai Jingyi, who watched them leave, couldn't mention how envious she was in her eyes. On the 12th day, Ji Tianyu, who was in the middle of killing Qi Jie to a standstill, suddenly received an emergency summoning order from the Alliance. She was slightly startled and said, hurry up, the Alliance is already summoning me. No problem. A few hours later, Qi Jie's energy erupted like a volcano, shocking Ji Tianyu's beautiful eyes. The energy was so huge that she almost couldn't even withstand it. It directly caused her to advance from the 4th rank of Demon Emperor to the 5th rank. The bloodline, too, was undergoing subtle changes, and it seemed that just a few more times would allow her to completely metamorphose. After the battle ended, the two of them washed up and put on their clothes and walked out of the bedroom. Mr. Gu, seeing them come out, Bai Jingyi, who was handling some documents in the office, got up and greeted them enviously. I'll leave the matters of the group to you. This duel, it's time to start. Qi Jie nodded slightly to her and led Ji Tianyu out of the office in quick steps, leaving the Alliance war base. Qi Jie tore through the void and pulled Ji Tianyu across. Half an hour later, the two appeared at the frontline central base, outside the highest conference hall. Here, it was about 4 million miles from Heavenly Sword Mountain. In the rear, as far as the eye could see, it was dotted with a large and small base. Each base represented an Imperial star group. For each base, an unknown number of combat units were stationed. The Infinite Group's war base was also among them, just waiting for the horn of war to blow. That was when they launched their general attack. When the real duel arrived, this heaven and earth might have to be broken. Inside the Supreme Conference Hall, the 6 Academy founders, the 2 old ancestors of the Alliance, and the old ancestors of the 24 hegemonic groups were all present except Ji Tianyue. Where's Ji Tianyue? Been waiting for her for hours. What a big face. Nangang Haotian, the founder of the Cultivation Academy, spoke impatiently at this moment. To actually dare to make them wait for such a long time, those present were more or less upset within their hearts. I apologize for coming late because I encountered some matters, making you all wait for a long time. Just as there were still people who wanted to say something disgruntled, Ji Tianyu's voice came in from outside. The crowd looked over, and when they saw that there was an unfamiliar man beside her, their eyes suddenly stared slightly. From this man, even the peak emperor levels present felt a not-so-small sense of oppression. The 2 old ancestors of the Alliance, on the other hand, even had their pupils contract for a moment. Sorry for being late. Ji Tianyu bowed towards those present one by one and said, this is Qi Jie, the helmsman of the Infinite Group. Before, because of his identity, he could only change his face, but now there is no need to do so, as no one can threaten him anymore. Hearing this, The gazes of the crowd all glanced back and forth at Qi Jie. Those who were uninformed were extremely curious as to what this person's origins were, to actually be able to advance so quickly. In the Alliance Conference Hall, the crowd was all shocked by the powerful aura that Qi Jie displayed. After capturing the powerful force that originated from the 9 ancestors of the Blood Dragon in his body, several people in the hall's faces changed. After exchanging glances, they too made an unexpected, yet reasonable decision. Even though a great battle was imminent, they still chose to engage in a civil war first. Since Qi Jie was a remaining member of the Blood Dragon clan, he had to die. If Qi Jie didn't die, the ones who would die would inevitably be them. More than 8 powerhouses. They instantly rose. Boom, boom, boom. The strong people who had previously hidden in the shadows and hadn't appeared in the conference hall also crashed through the conference hall and came. Together with the 8 from before, it was directly 3 great emperors and 19 quasi-emperors. In the great battle to overthrow the Blood Dragon clan, all of these people had contributed a great deal of strength. Since Qi Jie was a remnant of the Blood Dragon clan, Qi Jie and them possessed an unshared blood feud. Regardless of whether or not Qi Jie was able to resonate with the will of the Emperor Star, or how strong the current Qi Jie was, there was only one path in front of Qi Jie, and that was death. Qi Jie didn't expect that these guys would sit up so quickly, and the strongest people hidden in the shadows had all called out at the first opportunity. Facing 3 great emperors and 19 quasi-emperors, any great emperor was afraid of suffocating. It wasn't a matter of whether or not they could fight, it was a matter of whether or not it was possible to escape. But instead of fleeing, Qi Jie came to his seat and poured a glass of red wine into a tall glass. Although the 2 old ancestors of the Alliance had no feelings for Qi Jie, and even had a few words for Qi Jie over the matter of the blood god crystal, however, the Great War was imminent, so they still had to speak up for Qi Jie. Gentlemen, the great battle between us and Heavenly Sword Mountain is about to start. At this time, why bother killing each other? What's the matter? Can't we sit down and talk slowly? An emperor-ranked ancestor from the cultivation continent said indifferently, the Blood Dragon clan is murderous, and if we hadn't combined our efforts and decimated the Blood Dragons, there wouldn't even be a prosperous Emperor Star today, because 9 times out of 10, the living beings on the Emperor Star have already been killed clean by the Blood Dragon clan. This strong man, named Purple Sky Sword Emperor, had a purple cloak, purple pupils and purple beard, and a rather evil appearance. These words of the Purple Heavenly Sword Emperor were of course pouring dirty water on the Blood Dragon clan. Although the Blood Dragon clan was murderous, it was not to the point where they had to kill people for nothing. The people here were all old foxes of thousands of years, so of course they wouldn't listen to what the Purple Heavenly Sword Emperor believed. Qi Jie didn't explain the slander of the Purple Sky Sword Emperor. He didn't need to explain anything to a dead person. If he didn't explain, the 2 old ancestors of the Alliance could only persuade further. Everyone, the great battle is imminent. If we fight ourselves instead and make a big fuss, won't we make the people of Heavenly Sword Mountain look at us as a joke? Everyone, listen to the words of the old man. Peace is precious. After the Great War is over, whatever can be talked about. The Purple Heavenly Sword Emperor spoke coldly and proudly. We have nothing to talk about with the remaining members of the Blood Dragon clan. After saying that, the Purple Heavenly Sword Emperor once again coldly said, irrelevant people and the like retreat farther away, or else we will not be blamed for treating us as the party members of the Blood Dragon race's remnants. What he was talking about, of course, was the man who was standing side by side with Qi Jie who stood side by side with Qi Jie. Many people felt that if Qi Jie was wise to the times, he should have gotten out of the way at this point. 3 great emperors, 19 quasi-emperors. This kind of power was enough to make any great emperor drink hatred on the spot. After the Purple Heavenly Sword Emperor and the others destroyed the Blood Dragon clan, it was obvious that they had left a backhand. Worried that there were remnants of the Blood Dragon race that had escaped, they were ready to gather at any time to eliminate the remnants of the Blood Dragon race. Unbeknownst to him, after the Purple Heavenly Sword Emperor finished speaking, Qi Jie displayed a smile and said, count on it. This emperor is his party. What can you do to me? The already tense atmosphere in the conference hall couldn't help but become even more tense at this moment. The crowd did not expect that in such a situation, Qi Jie would make such an irrational choice. Of course, if they knew what strength the current Qi Jie was, they would understand who exactly was not sensible enough. The Violet Sky Sword Emperor nodded slightly. Fine, Qi Jie. Since you want to give the remaining Blood Dragon clan a burial, I won't stop you. After he finished speaking, he looked at Qi Jie and said, Shangju, or Qi Jie, do you want to be decent yourself, or do we want to help you be decent? After the Violet Sky Sword Emperor finished speaking, one of the Paramount Emperors spoke up. On account of the fact that the Foot is a great emperor powerhouse, The foot, please kill yourself. The remaining several paramount emperors likewise spoke at this time. Please kill yourself. It'll still be more honorable and won't involve the disciplined demon emperor. The situation in the arena seemed to be very unfavorable for Qi Jie. The alliance's various powerhouses, at this time, also felt that for Qi Jie, killing himself might be a good choice. At least this way, he would still be able to die a decent death, instead of being punched to death by 3 great emperors and 19 quasi-emperors, and dying without a whole body. Qi Jie originally also wanted to give these people a decent one. He was also prepared to wait for the end of the Great War before liquidating them. Unexpectedly, he wanted to give these people decency, but these people didn't want decency. After discovering his true identity, they even jumped out at the first opportunity. This saved him a lot of trouble. It saved him from having to look for, one by one, who the Blood Dragon clan's enemies were. As the two sides were at swords drawn and about to make a move, Jianyu giggled softly. Just kill a few who don't know what's good for them in a little while, and the rest can be utilized for residual heat. Qi Jie's eyes flickered as he asked, how do I play my spare capacity? Jianyu laughed. Let them consume the Heavenly Sword Mountain's long river of sword qi. With so many great emperors and quasi-emperors, if they were to self-detonate at the long river of sword qi, they might be able to blow up the long river of sword qi of Heavenly Sword Mountain directly. Qi Jie nodded. Good idea. There's nothing wrong with utilizing the waste. These words were undoubtedly very arrogant. This time, if Jianyu did not make a move, it would be Qi Jie alone, facing 3 great emperors and 19 quasi-emperors. The people present could think of countless ways for him to die, but they just couldn't think of a single way for him to live. The Violet Sky Sword Emperor even laughed wildly to the sky. This is the funniest joke this emperor has heard in 1,000 years. Although I don't know how you crossed over to the emperor level, but how can you resist the 3 veteran great emperors when you first entered the emperor level, as well as 19 quasi-emperors? Since you don't want decency yourself, this emperor can only help you be decent. As the Violet Sky Sword Emperor's words fell, he struck out with his sword. Swish! With this sword, the alliance base, which was like an asteroid, was directly split in half. The other powerhouses, likewise at this time, made their moves. The alliance base was then directly blown up in the speechless gazes of the bigwigs from all sides. This scene was undoubtedly very absurd. The Imperial Star Alliance army appeared at the entrance of Heavenly Sword Mountain with their swords drawn, and then the place where the alliance heads held their meeting exploded. The commotion over here was known by the various groups and organizations of the alliance for the first time. Emperor Star Academy's Qi Jie and the others similarly raised their heads and looked into the distance. Emperor Scarlet spoke uncertainly. Holy shit, we've had our crystals stolen? How did the Alliance Supreme Conference Hall explode? Not only did Emperor Scarlet have this thought, but the others did as well. After all, shooting a man is the first thing to do, and capturing a thief is the first thing to do. Who knew if Heavenly Sword Mountain had suddenly snapped and directly decapitated many of the Alliance's powerhouses? Boom! In midair, an extremely terrifying scene really did appear at this time. The controller of a conglomerate, a quasi-emperor powerhouse, was actually blown away by a single punch. What's the situation? Meng Bao looked at the midair, the rain of blood flying in the sky, and was completely stunned for a moment. On Lan Shi's delicate face, he was first stunned, then he revealed a look of delight. It's my brother. When Qi Jin's crowd looked over again, they of course saw the figure that caused them to be so excited that they burst into tears. Originally, it was thought that their boss, the legend of the era, had become a tear of the era and could only remain in the past completely. But the crowd had never expected to see Qi Jie here. Boss is strong. Emperor Scarlet spoke with exuberance. After Qi Jie came to the Emperor Star, he was considered to be a flyer without flying, and an astonishing one without making a sound. This time, at first glance, it was a stone-cold shock. The quasi-emperor powerhouse that had caused countless people to respect him was actually just a punch in his hands. The battle in midair was very ferocious and terrifying. It wasn't even a battle, but a one-sided terrifying crushing. At first glance, Qi Jie suppressed a quasi-emperor. He then completely bathed his body in thunder, lifting his hand and grabbing it, and another paragon emperor was strangled by his throat. In the shocked gazes of Jianyu's crowd, this quasi-emperor didn't have any room to resist at all, and was casually crushed to death by Qi Jie. However, this was just the beginning. An even more ferocious battle had just occurred at this time, facing the siege of the Purple Sky Sword Emperor and the others. The thunder battle armor around Qi Jie instantly surfaced, and as he lifted his hand and flung it out, the thunder battle blade was already in his grip. Swish, 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 swish. Suddenly, a lightning saber aura that tore through the heavens and earth erupted steeply, and a scene that made the two alliance ancestors, as well as the group ancestors, all burst their eyes in shock. immediately appeared. Qi Jie was alone with one blade, sweeping across the landscape. The crowd of the Violet Sky Sword Emperor, who had exerted their crushing means to fight for their lives, were unexpectedly still being beaten back by him. When they saw this scene, the two Alliance ancestors immediately understood that a brand new era had kicked off. This era belonged to Qi Jie, and his battle sword that swept across the world. Apart from the two quasi-emperors who had received their boxed lunches as soon as they arrived, the remaining 3 great emperors and 17 quasi-emperors were all being beaten back by Qi Jie. Qi Jie continued to swing his sword to suppress them on one side, and on the other side, he spoke faintly. Those who are willing to kill themselves and utilize their last remaining energy for the Emperor Star, step aside. If not, this emperor will not be polite. Hearing these words, all of the powerhouses watching this battle were jaw-dropped, dumbfounded, and shocked to the core. Qi Jie had used his own strength to horizontally suppress so many powerhouses, and he hadn't even gone all out? Just how strong was the current Qi Jie? No one knew just how strong Qi Jie was, but these great emperors and quasi-emperors weren't prepared to kill themselves. Either way, they were all going to die, so it would be better for all of them to join forces and see if they could spell Qi Jie's death. Qi Jie shook his head in extreme disappointment. It seems that you guys don't have the awareness to dedicate yourselves to the Emperor Star. In that case, you guys will pay the price for your faults back then. At the same time Qi Jie's words fell, his figure abruptly appeared in front of a Paragon Emperor. Mr. Gu, spare your life. Looking at Qi Jie, who was close at hand, this Paragon Emperor chose to beg for mercy. Too late. Qi Jie didn't have any thoughts of sparing the other party, and as soon as a blade fell, this powerhouse turned into 2 half-humans. The 19 quasi-emperors from before looked loud and intimidating. However, after actually making a move, all of these paramount emperors were just dirt and dogs. Not to mention these paramount emperors. Basically the 3 great emperors of the Violet Sky Sword Emperor were all suppressed by Qi Jie. There was nothing remarkable about this battle. It was because it was completely a one-sided hanging. A one-sided slaughter. In less than a meal's worth of work, the Violet Sky Sword Emperor, who had previously laughed wildly up in the sky, knelt down in front of Qi Jie, but he couldn't laugh anymore now, because Qi Jie's Thunder Battle Blade had already nailed into his heavenly aura, completely nailing him to death. Qi Jie had originally wanted to adopt GT on Yu's plan, but naturally, the Purple Sky Sword Emperor and the others preferred to die rather than make a final contribution to the Emperor Star. Put. Qi Jie swung his sword, and the Purple Sky Sword Emperor's head flew up. He didn't have the hobby of making his enemy's skull into a wine vessel, and now he was just borrowing the Purple Sky Sword Emperor's head for a while. He carried the head of the Purple Sky Sword Emperor and appeared above all the powerhouses of the Imperial Star Alliance, his majestic voice sweeping across the 4 directions. My name is Qi Jie. I previously assumed the name Star Ju and created the Infinite Group. From this moment on, I am the Lord of the Emperor Star. Who is in favor? Who's against? If he hadn't been carrying the Purple Sky Sword Emperor's head in his hand, there might have been a rash opponent. Now that the Purple Heavenly Sword Emperor's head was being shaken around in his hand, who was tired of living and dared to oppose him? After seeing that no one objected in all directions, Qi Jie continued to speak. The highest meeting of the Emperor Star Alliance continues. All quasi-emperors, and quasi-emperors above, all come to the meeting. Not only the original powerhouses of the Emperor Star, but the quasi-emperors who have submitted to all parties, as well as the Emperor rank powerhouses, all of them should come. After he finished speaking, he headed to the alternate base for the highest meeting of the Imperial Emperor Star Alliance. At this moment, quite a few Alliance powerhouses had already appeared up there. Immediately upon Qi Jie's arrival, the crowd was like a tidal wave, dispersing to make way, with 10,000 respectful expressions on their faces. The head of the Purple Heavenly Sword Emperor that he was carrying in his hand. On the other hand, he was still carrying it. People were forgetful, especially the strong. More forgetful. The head of the Purple Heavenly Sword Emperor, an Emperor rank 5 powerhouse, was able to keep the crowd awake. In the Alliance's alternate base, Qi Jie didn't humble himself and directly appeared to sit on the first place. The other great emperors of the Alliance, of course, could only sit at the bottom. After the crowd was seated, Qi Jie's gaze swept across the entire room. Then he realized that although he had killed 3 great emperors and 19 quasi-emperors, but the powerful people who had arrived at this moment easily made up for the gap, and there were quite a few more of them. It was evident that all the forces, all the major groups had hidden something before, but his previous thunderous tactics had caused these forces, these groups to remain honest enough with him. It was obvious that they were worried that he would casually find an excuse to exterminate them as well. Even the peak great emperors present didn't dare to underestimate Qi Jie anymore. After all of the powerhouses of the Imperial Star Alliance, All of them arrived. Qi Jie then went to the tall glass in front of him and poured a cup of red wine. After drinking the red wine in the cup, he continued. All those who participated in the massacre of the blood dragon race will end up dead. There's no doubt about that. Next, let's talk about attacking the Heavenly Sword Mountain, as well as what happens after the attack on the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Everyone who has any high opinions, speak freely. The crowd was still terrified by him at the moment. Where would they have the guts to speak freely? In the end, it was Qi Jie who broke the gloomy and depressing atmosphere. The best way to attack Heavenly Sword Mountain is still to use the Star Annihilator cannon and directly blast through their long river of sword chi. How about the consumption of using the Star Annihilator cannon is shared equally by the countless forces of all sizes in the entire Imperial Star Alliance? When Qi Jie finished speaking, Emperor Dao nodded his head in agreement. I agree with this proposal. Otherwise the long river of sword chi that envelopes the area around Heavenly Sword Mountain will be difficult to break through. The rest of them similarly spoke in agreement, not in the tone of a strong person, and with a few tremors. It couldn't be helped that Qi Jie, who was sipping red wine to himself at this moment, had only not long ago looked like a world-destroying cultivator, killing 3 great emperors and 19 quasi-emperors. It was a good thing that Qi Jie didn't have the idea of killing all the people and being a bare-bones commander himself, and without any reason, he didn't have the need to go on a killing spree. The many powerful people present didn't really have to worry about anything. After the crowd expressed their opinions and said quite a few ideas, Qi Jie synthesized everyone's ideas and clapped his hands together and said, I'm clear about everyone's ideas. Basically just the following. Firstly, using the Star Annihilator cannon to blast away the long river of sword chi from Heavenly Sword Mountain. The second is to divide the loot according to merit. There's no problem with any of this. Everyone go back to their own preparations, and in half an hour, we'll launch a general attack on Heavenly Sword Mountain. If Qi Jie hadn't come out of nowhere, the crowd would actually have to discuss quite a few details. Now, on the other hand, it wasn't that necessary, as whatever Qi Jie said was what he said. Unless they wanted to switch their treatment with the Violet Sky Sword Emperor and have Qi Jie carry their heads in his hands next time. All the forces, the overlords of all the major groups, returned to their own forces to hold their final battle conference. Even Qi Tianyue went back at this time. Although Qi Tianyu had gone back, Qi Yinyu was called to his side by Qi Jie. He called Qi Yinyu over to discuss longer-term matters. After this period of time together, he had already discovered that Qi Yinyu was a smart woman with a great talent who was able to strategize. Compared to Qi Tianyue, with whom he had utilized each other, Qi Yinyu had undoubtedly completely handed over both her body and mind to him. In other words, this one was actually his soulmate. Half an hour passed in a flash. In the conference hall of the Infinite Group's floating base, Qi Jie and Qi Yinyu stood side by side. For the next battle, Qi Jie wasn't prepared to command, nor could he. 38 billion combat troops was a very terrifying concept. Even if one commanded 100 million combat troops at a time, one would need to give 380 consecutive orders in order to command 380 billion combat troops. Although Qi Jie wasn't prepared to command combat, however, he was prepared to give the Imperial Star Allied forces an increase in self-confidence. After the 380 billion combat troops of the Emperor Star had finished assembling, Qi Jie took a step out and appeared at the front of the crowd. The 2 elders of the alliance, the forces of all sides, the old ancestors of the major groups, and the 38 billion combat troops of the Emperor Star Coalition, all turned their gazes towards him. Opposite the crowd was the Heavenly Sword Mountain that leaned against the sky and rose into the clouds. The surroundings of the Heavenly Sword Mountain were completely shrouded by a long river of sword chi that was like a river, making it impossible to see the specifics of the interior. However, according to the intelligence of all parties, at this moment, I'm afraid there are more than 40 billion cultivators in the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Looking intently at Qi Jie, at this moment, Qi Jie's majestic and overbearing voice began to echo between heaven and earth. This battle is the final battle for the Emperor Star's conquest of the Tianhong domain, and everyone needs to fight bravely and tenaciously. After this battle, the Tianhong domain will become a resource-gathering place for the Emperor Star, and your performance in the battle will determine how much each of you will be able to gain. The pattern of the Emperor Star has basically been fixed, and the Tianhong domain is a new continent where there will be infinite possibilities. This will be the stage for you to show off your skills. Imperial Star Union Army, listen to the order. Go to war. As Qi Jie's words fell, tens of thousands of Star Destroyer cannons reacted in unison right at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. A laser that ran through the heavens and the earth continuously roared violently towards the Sword Chi River Protector Formation that shrouded the outermost part of Heavenly Sword Mountain. The 38 billion Imperial Star combat troops unfolded like the sky, densely packed and boundless, as they completely surrounded Heavenly Sword Mountain. It was like a black cloud that completely shrouded Heavenly Sword Mountain, just waiting for the Star Annihilator cannon to shatter the Heavenly Sword Mountain's Sword Qi River Protector Formation. They were about to launch an onslaught on the Heavenly Sword Mountain. In Heavenly Sword Mountain, a steady stream of reinforcements arrived. Lips died and teeth were cold. After seeing the ferocity of the Emperor Star, the surrounding domains, all continued to support Heavenly Sword Mountain. Not only did they want to fend off the Imperial Star allied forces at Heavenly Sword Mountain, they also wanted to help Heavenly Sword Mountain and push back. Under the continuous bombardment of the Star Annihilator cannons, Heavenly Sword Mountain's long river of solid sword Qi also continued to tremble, and even continued to shatter in the midst of the violent vibrations. After an unknown amount of time, the long river of sword Qi surrounding Heavenly Sword Mountain finally reached its limit. Then, the long river of sword Qi that wrapped around Heavenly Sword Mountain completely collapsed with a boom. Kill. After the long river of sword Qi collapsed, all the forces of the Emperor's Star let out a roar. Kill them all. Leave no one behind. Kill them all and completely occupy the Heavenly Hong Domain. The Heavenly Hong Domain belongs to us, and death belongs to them. Even though the strongest members of the Emperor Star Alliance had broken out in a world-shattering and terrifying battle only a short while ago, but the morale of the Emperor Star Alliance was not affected. Even after the crowd learned that Qi Jie was invincible across the board, able to easily suppress 3 great emperors and 19 quasi-emperors, the fighting fervor of the crowd was completely ignited. Qi Jie, the #1 powerhouse of the Emperor Star, killing great emperors and quasi-emperors was like slaughtering a pig or a dog, or even picking up a bag. So what was there to be afraid of? The morale of the 38 billion combat troops of the Emperor Star was simply boiling like never before. On the side of Heavenly Sword Mountain, after gathering the remnants of the Heavenly Hong Domain's defeated army, it possessed about 20 billion combat troops. Now the Ice Spirit Domain and Black Wind Domain were even sending reinforcements towards this side in a steady stream. In the Qianquan Heaven and Earth within the Heavenly Sword Mountain sect, the Black Wind Domain and Ice Spirit Domain had both sent a large number of reinforcements to the Heavenly Hong Domain during this period of time. The Black Wind Domain and the Ice Spirit Domain happened to have, as it were, sent 10 billion reinforcements over from one family. This made it so that the strength of this meeting was 40 billion versus 38 billion, with the advantage being in Heavenly Sword Mountain. After the long river of sword Qi was shattered by the Star Destroyer cannon, the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Mountain were not scared out of their wits. More than 40 billion cultivators, directly like flying locusts, rushed out at the first moment to engage the Emperor Star Coalition army. The great battle between the 38 billion combat troops of the Emperor Star Alliance and the 40 billion cultivator army of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Alliance was very shocking. In the sky and underground, in all directions, everything within eyesight was a battlefield. Anywhere, there were combat troops of the Imperial Star Alliance army, fighting desperately against the cultivator army of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Alliance army. The Heavenly Sword Mountain Coalition army, more accurately, should be the Heavenly Hong Domain Coalition army, but at this moment, it was obvious that no one would care about that. Nearly 80 billion combat troops from both sides were engaged in the fiercest of exchanges. If there were 8 billion people on Earth, 8 billion combat troops would be 10 Earth beings fighting on the same huge battlefield. The sheer number of people and the breadth of their battlefield had exceeded the imagination of many. Qi Jie was at the back of the Imperial Star's allied forces, his gaze sweeping over the various battlefields. The previous great battle was between the Infinite Group's allied forces and the local forces of the Tianhong Domain. Whether it was attacking the Great Yan Dynasty or the subsequent Pil King Valley, it had gone very smoothly. This time, it was different, as the Imperial Star Alliance army had encountered quite strong resistance. Whether it was the regular battlefield or the Emperor rank battlefield, both sides were in an even position. Qi Jie looked around and had no thoughts of joining the battle. He was waiting for the Heavenly Hong Domain to reveal its more powerful cards. He didn't know if the Heavenly Hong Domain had such an undercard, and by all rights, it should have. After he had gotten the will of the Emperor Star to recognize him, he was clear about some of the secrets of the Emperor Star. On the present-day Emperor Star, there was an extremely ancient existence. That person was of demigod strength, only that it had been an unknown number of years since he had made a move. Although the other party had gone into hiding for the past long years, and had never made a move, but the strength of the other party was that of a solid demigod. Since the Emperor Star had a demigod powerhouse, there was no reason for the Heavenly Hong Domain not to have one. Although the Tianhong Domain didn't have the many black technologies of the Emperor Star, this place was very rich in resources. Under the accumulation of massive resources, no matter what, a demigod powerhouse could definitely be born. With the help of the Emperor Star's will perception, Qi Jie knew that the demigod ancestor of the Emperor Star had already appeared nearby, but on the side of the Heavenly Hong Domain, there had been no movement. It was unknown if the Heavenly Hong domain didn't have any demigod ancestors or if the other side was waiting for something. The Heavenly Hong domain, of course, had demigod ancestors. Their demigod elder ancestor was not an ordinary demigod, but a demigod who had failed to impact the divine rank. There were two types of demigods, one above the emperor rank and an intermediate powerhouse below the god rank. The demigod old ancestor of the emperor star was such a demigod, with a strength that surpassed the emperor rank, but had yet to touch the god rank. The other type of demigods were demigods who had failed to impact the divine rank. They already had the qualifications to impact the divine rank, but just failed to do so. The demigod of the Heavenly Hong domain was such a demigod. This demigod was no other than the founding ancestor of Heavenly Sword Mountain. Heavenly Sword Venerable. Heavenly Sword Mountain. At the very bottom, there was an earth tower. Within the earth tower, it was filled with endless sword chi. Every time you go down a layer, the sword chi would be twice as strong. At the bottom of the earth tower, the Heavenly Sword Venerable One was like a statue, having sat here for countless thousands of years. As long as Heavenly Sword Mountain did not have As long as Heavenly Sword Mountain didn't have a catastrophe, he basically wouldn't come out of the gate. However, the Heavenly Sword Venerable One really didn't expect that although the Heavenly Sword Mountain hadn't been destroyed, the entire Heavenly Hong domain had already fallen. The Heavenly Sword Mountain, which was guarded by the river of Sword Chi, had become the last pure land of the Tianhong domain. Now, Heavenly Sword Mountain was also caught in the middle of the Great War. Sensing the earth-shattering Great War outside, Heavenly Sword Venerable opened his cloudy eyes and perceived for a moment. After checking with his divine sense for a moment, the Heavenly Sword Venerable One couldn't help but curse. A bunch of losers. Surprisingly, they let the outsiders be expelled all the way to Heavenly Sword Mountain. With his strength, he was of course able to tell at a glance that the Imperial Star Coalition's single combat ability was not very strong, but rather used a large number of technological weapons. Such a group of outsiders, the Heavenly Sword Venerable One certainly wouldn't put it in his eyes. The people on both sides who were fighting each other, on the other hand, did not know that the Heavenly Sword Exalted One was checking out this side of the situation. On the various battlefields, the combat troops of both sides were fighting in blood. The Heavenly Sword Exalted One didn't go down, and the Emperor Star's Emperor High Demigods, likewise, didn't go down. Above the Celestial Dome, one of the great emperors fighting in the darkness of the sky was still the main attraction of today's engagements. The great emperors on both sides, as well as the quasi-emperors, were currently still evenly matched. For the Heavenly Hong domain and the crowd of the Emperor Star, this was going to be an extremely scorching war. Every breath that passed, a large number of combat troops from both sides died in battle. While Qi Jie was checking out the various battlefields, Ji Inu also came to his side. Mr. Gu, aren't you going to make a move yet? Ji Inu looked at Qi Jie and inquired curiously. To Ji Inu, Qi Jie didn't hide anything. I'm waiting for the Heavenly Hong domain to reveal its bottom card. Ji Inu's beautiful eyes flickered. Other peak emperor rank powerhouses, or demigods, Ji Inu was ice clever, and she thought of quite a few things as soon as Qi Jie said them slightly. In fact, there had always been a great deal of gossip circulating that there was a demigod ancestor in the Tianhong domain. However, these news had diverse opinions and mixed sources, and Ji Inu didn't know if the news was true or false. Qi Jie nodded slightly and spat out two words from his mouth. Demigod. After speaking, he added, although it's not completely certain, on the side of the Tianhong domain, there's a huge possibility that it possesses a demigod. The weight of the word demigod was almost heavier than the heavens at the moment. Even Ji Inu's beautiful eyes couldn't help but stare like never before when she heard those two words. She thought for a moment and said uncertainly, it is said that the Emperor Star also has a demigod ancestor, only that it has been countless years since he showed his face. This matter, I wonder if it's true or not. Qi Jie was not surprised that Ji Inu knew about this matter. As the president of the Heavenly Moon Group, it was very normal to be able to see some confidential files. Since she had inquired, Qi Jie naturally nodded slightly. Seeing Qi Jie nod, Ji Inu let out a long sigh of relief in her heart. However, she still inevitably said with a few moments of worry, in that case, in the end, is it even necessary for a demigod battle to break out? At the moment, the Emperor Star allied forces and the Tianhong domain allied forces, although they fought to an even balance. However, as time went on, the technological advantage of the Imperial Star Alliance army would become more and more obvious. After all, this thing called a technological weapon did not require itself to provide energy for the weapon at all. When the spiritual energy of the Tianhong domain's allied cultivators was consumed, the Emperor Star's technological weapons, as long as they still had energy to replace, would be able to explode with terrifying power. However, if the battle of the demigods was to eventually break out, the final outcome of this encounter between the two sides would inevitably become confusing. Qi Jie nodded. If there are no surprises, in all probability, both sides will have to break out into a demigod battle. The combat troops on both sides that were fighting certainly didn't know what would happen next. They couldn't care less about what would happen next. They could only take care of the moment at hand. Whether it was the Emperor Star allied forces or the Tianhong domain allied forces, the thing to do at the moment was to keep themselves alive while destroying the enemy. Qi Jie originally wasn't prepared to make a move, but after seeing the battle between the two sides, which was neither warm nor hot, and had been evenly balanced, he then decided that it was appropriate to make a move. His ultimate goal was still the heavenly Hong domain demigod ancestor that could appear at any time. However, as long as he didn't fight the heavenly Hong domain's demigod old ancestor, he didn't need to display his strength. Whether it was a quasi-emperor, or a great emperor, they were all just dirt in front of him. If he wanted to, he could even kill all the great emperors and quasi-emperors of the heavenly Hong domain's allied forces with his own strength. He could do this, but there was no need. Doing so would be too tiring, and with so many quasi-emperors and great emperors, it would take a long time to kill them all. Furthermore, the heavenly Hong domain was not the final goal of the Emperor Star. The Tianhong domain was just the beginning. After that, the Emperor planet would have to continue occupying the Ice Spirit domain and the Black Wind domain, as well as many other domains. If he were to attack so many domains alone, then he wouldn't need to be in the middle of a battle with Ji Yin Yu and Ji Tian Yu and the others. The best way would be for him to constantly consume large amounts of resources to upgrade himself. At the same time, he brought along the Emperor Star's combat troops and continuously upgraded them. For the matter of opening up new territories, the Emperor Star's combat troops would just go and accomplish it. The only time he needed to step in was when he encountered a very terrifying powerhouse. Qi Jie had already figured this out long ago. However, the many strong people of the Emperor Star clearly didn't need to be overly practiced either. As it was at this moment, both sides had been at an even keel, and the advantages of the Emperor Star's allied forces had yet to be brought into play by the charge. Continuing to allow both sides to kill each other like this, the casualties of the Emperor Star allied forces would also be very heavy. In such a situation, he would undoubtedly be able to step in and break the balance. After he helped create some advantages for the Imperial Star Union Army, the Imperial Star Union Army could then snowball and quickly accumulate advantages. There was another huge benefit to doing so, and that was that he could force the Heavenly Hong Domain's demigod ancestors out. As soon as he thought of this, Qi Jie said to Ji Yin Yu, "I'll go down and move around." Ji Yin Yu's beautiful eyes revealed a few moments of consternation. What does moving around mean? This time, Qi Jie didn't open his mouth to answer her, but instead used his actual actions to tell her. Boom! With a flash of lightning, Qi Jie appeared in front of one of the great emperors of the Tianhong domain's allied forces. This was a great emperor at the third level of the imperial stage, and on this battlefield, the other party was definitely not a weakling. It was just a pity that in front of Qi Jie, even great emperors were still ants. Boom! As Qi Jie appeared in front of the other party, he threw out a punch. This fist directly blasted onto the heart of this emperor rank 3 powerhouse. Then countless gazes in all directions saw in horror that this great emperor seemed to have turned into glass, and was actually reduced to countless fragments and ashes by Qi Jie's punch. Killing an emperor with a single punch. What kind of terrifying strength and style was this? For a moment, the morale of the Emperor Star's coalition army boiled to the extreme. To the extreme, everyone was ecstatic and exuberant. Qi Jie going down meant that the battle between the two sides would end in a much shorter period of time. On the side of the Heavenly Hong domain, they were truly stunned at this moment. The one who had just been punched to death by Qi Jie was not some cat or dog, but a great emperor powerhouse. A great emperor was the lifelong pursuit of countless cultivators in the Tianhong domain, a dream that was out of their reach. However, the cruel reality now lay before the crowd. That was that their great emperor powerhouses were as fragile as pieces of paper in front of a true powerhouse like Qi Jie. Killing an emperor with a single punch was just the beginning, and Qi Jie's performance continued. After his strength had been increased to a great extent, he was no longer on the same life level as the living beings of the Emperor Star and the Divine Desolate Continent. This time, he didn't even use his Thunder Battle Blade. He just blasted out punch after punch. Boom! With every punch he threw, brilliant fireworks were bound to bloom in midair. It was just that the splendid fireworks that kept blossoming weren't real fireworks, but rather, they were one quasi-emperor after another, as well as great emperors. On this day, the 40 billion cultivators of the Heavenly Hong domain were all enveloped under the terrifying pressure of Qi Jie, a world-defying powerhouse. They saw with their own eyes what it meant to be devastated and invincible. The great emperors of the past were in a sorry state like a dog in front of Qi Jie. No matter what kind of emperor, in front of Qi Jie, they were all killed by a single punch, without any suspense. Qi Jie hadn't actually displayed his full strength when he was spreading his wings and killing people in all directions. Not only did he not display his full strength, he still had the second battle type state. The third battle type state's terrifying undercard, which he had not used. But he didn't need to display that much power right now. After all, these great emperors on the battlefield couldn't even take a single random punch from him. It was that he didn't know what level the demigods of the heavenly Hong domain were at, and if they were qualified enough to fight him. Qi Jie's formidable strength had indeed startled the demigod powerhouses of the heavenly Hong domain. The heavenly sword Venerable One wasn't originally prepared to make a move right now, but rather wanted to use the hand of the Emperor Star to weed out some of the ants that were wasting resources. There were many mole crickets that had no need to consume resources at all. Cultivation resources used on them were no different from floating in water. After eliminating these mole crickets, the remaining powerhouses would obviously be able to obtain more resources. However, the appearance of Qi Jie forced the heavenly sword Venerable to come down personally. Boom! A sword Qi, as if it had split open this heaven and earth, stabbed violently towards the endless void. Wherever that frost-white sword Qi passed, whether it was the cultivators of the heavenly Hong domain or the Imperial Star Union army, whether it was king level, emperor level, saint level, or emperor level, all of them were turned into powder at the snap of a finger. The power of a sword was so great. Of course, the person who had used the sword was a demigod powerhouse that many people didn't even dare to imagine. When a white-haired, white-browed, white-clothed, white-booted figure appeared in mid-air, all of Heavenly Sword Mountain's powerhouses completely boiled over. Greetings to the old ancestor. Greetings to the Heavenly Sword Ancestor. Welcome, old ancestor. The cultivators from all sides of the Tianhong domain, as well as the cultivators from the Ice Spirit domain and the Black Wind domain, were first stunned. After realizing what was happening, the crowd was also ecstatic. Greetings to the Heavenly Sword Demigods for their descent. We pay our respects to the Heavenly Sword Demigod. Please ask the Heavenly Sword Demigod to avenge us. A voice continued to emanate from all parts of the Heavenly Hong domain's allied forces. It could be seen that the appearance of the Heavenly Sword Demigod had caused the morale of the Tianhong domain's allied forces to rise. The guts they had just been scared out of their wits by Qi Jie were now restored. The sect leader of Heavenly Sword Mountain, even more so, pointed at Qi Jie with his eyes wide open and spoke. Please, old ancestor, take action and kill this bureaucrat. Compared to the Tianhong domain's allied forces, the Emperor Star's allied forces' morale had suffered a certain degree of blow. The people of Emperor Star had not expected that the Heavenly Hong domain still really had a demigod old monster. Above the great emperors and below the gods, they were called demigods. They were the powerhouses above all the great emperors, and the so-called great emperors were no different from pigs and dogs in their eyes. At the moment, there are no more 40 billion cultivators in the Tianhong domain. Only about 36 billion remain. These 36 billion cultivators were all hoping that the Heavenly Sword Demigod would be able to destroy Qi Jie with a single sword. The Heavenly Sword Demigod started out with the same thought. With his first sword, he killed quite a few quasi-emperors and great emperors of the Emperor planet. His second sword, on the other hand, was intended to slice Qi Jie to death with one sword. However, after he showed up, he detected a hint of a dangerous aura. His gaze, at once, also looked towards the large rear of the Imperial Star Union army. He understood that these outsiders appeared to have demigod ancestors to lean on as well. After he appeared, the demigod ancestors of the Heavenly Hong domain also appeared. The attire of the Heavenly Hong domain's demigod old ancestor was very different from the Heavenly Sword old ancestor. It was an old man with gray hair but a suit and a beautiful wristwatch on his hand. This person's surname was relatively rare. Surnamed Emperor. First name, and he was the only one in the Emperor Star at the moment, whose realm had arrived at a demigod powerhouse. The ordinary people of Emperor Star didn't know that there was such a great man on Emperor Star. The many great emperors of the Emperor Star, however, knew clearly that this great man had not died out and had always been in the Emperor Star. Immediately, in all directions, an impassioned voice also resounded between heaven and earth. Greetings to the Emperor Hierophant old ancestor for his descent. Welcome old ancestor's descent into the Heavenly Hong domain. Please ask old ancestor to behead the Heavenly Hong domain demigods. Please ask old ancestor Emperor Hilly to kill all of these ants. After the demigods of the Emperor Star descended, the morale of the Emperor Star's allied forces also rose suddenly. The terrifying aura from the Heavenly Sword Demigod and the Emperor Grill's demigod was even more so, causing the approximately 60 billion living beings still remaining in the arena to have their hearts yearn for it, even to the point of incomparably yearning for it. The auras displayed by the demigods were strong and terrifying to the extreme. To use one word to describe it, it was strong. To describe it in two, it was strong. To describe it in 4 words, it was strong to the point of explosion. Under the gaze of countless gazes, the Heavenly Sword Demigod was the first to speak. With a soft sigh, He said, "Your Excellency, why did you bother?" Hearing this, the Emperor's high demigod laughed and said, "Your Excellency, what is the point of this?" While the words of these two riddlers were incomprehensible to the general public, the great Emperor powerhouses on both sides basically understood them. What the Heavenly Sword Old Ancestor meant was that the Empyrean Old Ancestor was already a demigod, and the resources of the Heavenly Hong domain were basically useless to the Empyrean Old Ancestor. Even if he occupied the Heavenly Hong domain, the benefits that Emperor Hilly Old Ancestor himself would receive would be very limited. Since this was the case, why bother making a move? One must know that demigods were capable of killing demigods, and once the war started, there was a chance that Emperor Hilly Old Ancestor would be injured or even fall. Emperor Hilly Old Ancestor's meaning, on the other hand, was that the great power of the Heavenly Hong domain had already gone? So why would a Heavenly Sword demigod need to come down and fight again? The end of the Heavenly Hong domain was already doomed anyway. With the strength of the Heavenly Sword demigod, he could have gone somewhere else and continued to get away with it, rather than staying here and fighting him. It was a good thing that these two riddlers didn't continue to play dumb riddles, because neither side had any thoughts of retreating. The Heavenly Sword demigod, moreover, had already chopped out a shocking sword. Swish! This sword seemed like a rainbow piercing through the sun, traversing an unknown number of thousands of miles of sky. After the Heavenly Sword demigod struck out, the Emperor's Highness demigod also unleashed a powerful force. His power. It was very special. This demigod ancestor of the Emperor Star was using a surprising amount of Nien power. A boundary of Nien power instantly took shape around him. Immediately, a huge figure that leaned on the sky and pulled up from the ground came out of the Nien force boundary in a steady stream. Not only were there an extremely large number of these Nienli figures, each one of them was as tall as a mountain. Not only that, the strength of these numinous giant phantoms was surprisingly also above the Emperor rank, which was equivalent to all of them being the weakest demigods. This hand of the Emperor Hill's old ancestor had an extremely strong visual impact. Carrying around a legion of demigods with him was frightening to say the least. However, Qi Jie had already seen that Emperor Hilly Old Ancestor was suitable for group battles, not for single combat. If there were 5 demigod powerhouses on each side, Emperor Hilly Old Ancestor's numinous giant phase would be extremely useful. The numinous giant phase could be used to interfere, could be used to fend off attacks, and could also swarm the opposing demigods, trapping them or dividing the battlefield. In a one-on-one situation, the numinous giant phase was too weak to carry the attack of a Heavenly Sword demigod. The Heavenly Sword demigod could even not entangle with the numinous giant phase and directly swoop in to decapitate it. Qi Jie's judgment was completely correct. While the 60 billion or so combat troops on both sides were shaken to their core, the Heavenly Sword Old Man had already single-handedly begun to fight with the Emperor's Hierophant demigods' numinous giant phases. These numinous giant phases, although they had the strength of demigods, were only the weakest demigods. Often, they were just able to withstand the Heavenly Sword demigod sword, at most 1.5 swords, before completely collapsing and returning to the Emperor Hilly Old Ancestor's body as fragments of numinous energy. Swish, 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 swish. The Heavenly Sword Old Ancestor continuously swung his sword, and 1,000, 10,000, 10 million sword chi quickly turned into a long river of sword chi around him. However, any combat troops from both sides that were caught in the river of sword chi, even if they were great emperors, would end up in ashes if they couldn't quickly detach themselves. At this time, the combat troops of the Imperial Star Alliance were extremely frightened. It turned out that the long river of sword chi that they had used so many Star Annihilator cannons to blast open before was obtained by continuous accumulation like this. The previous long river of sword chi could only passively defend, but this time, it was able to actively attack. Clatter dash. As the sound of flowing water came out of the sky, that long river of sword chi violently charged towards the Emperor Hill's old ancestor. In the long river of sword chi, every drop of water was made of hundreds or thousands of sword chi, terrifying to the extreme. As each drop of water fell, the combat troops on both sides that were caught in the waves were pierced through 1,000 holes. Even the ground below them was cut with gullies and ravines by the sword chi. The Emperor Hill's old ancestor condensed one Nien power giant phase after another that leaned on the heavens and pulled up the earth, trying to ward off the long river of sword chi. However, all of his many Nien power giant phases fell apart in front of the river of sword chi. The only thing that was more special was the last numinous power giant phase. It was because the Emperor Hill's old ancestor himself had completely transformed into a stream of light and merged into this numinous power giant phase. This made this numinous power giant phase very strong, and between raising his hands and throwing his feet, the heavens crumbled. However, this numinous power giant phase was still losing ground even under the attack of the Heavenly Sword demigod. The heaven-slashing sword in the hands of the Heavenly Sword demigod even turned into a streak of white rainbow that pierced through towards the heart of the Nien power giant phase at this moment. the crowd of the Imperial Star Alliance immediately broke out into a cold sweat. The Emperor Hill's old ancestors Nianli giant phase, right now, happened to be entangled by the river of sword Qi, and this sword light, he was simply powerless to resist. And at this time, a domineering Jedi figure appeared in front of Emperor Hilly old ancestor. This person was no other than Qi Jie, who was preparing to summon the will of the Emperor Star to descend. The battle between the Empyrean demigod and the Heavenly Sword demigod was simply too terrifying. It allowed the Emperor Star Alliance, as well as all the living beings in the Tianhong Domain Alliance, to see the great amazement of the demigods and the living beings below the demigods. In short, in front of a demigod powerhouse, all below demigods were ants. Even such towering existences as quasi-emperors and great emperors were nothing more than dirt under a demigod, and could be killed with their hands. In such a situation, when they saw that the Empyrean demigod was in danger, everyone in the Empyrean planet was desperate to the extreme. It was because all of them were going to die once the Emperor Hilly old ancestor died. On the contrary, there was nothing they could do about it. Even if a peak great emperor powerhouse rushed over to stop the Heavenly Sword demigod, it would definitely be a dead end. But at this time, there was really a strong person who stepped forward. Amidst the incredible gazes of countless people, Qi Jie unexpectedly appeared in front of the Emperor Hierophant demigod, and he was going to reverse the Heavenly Sword demigod. Hiss dash. Not to mention, whether or not Qi Jie could reverse the demigod or not. Just the fact that he dared to strike at this time alone shocked countless people in all directions who couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Ji Tianyue and also Ji Inue, on the other hand, were scared out of their wits. The strength of a demigod powerhouse was simply too terrifying for them to be able to fight against. Qi Jie's strength was certainly strong and terrifying, but facing a demigod powerhouse, even he was afraid that he would be powerless. For a while, Ji Tianyue and Ji Inue were worried to the extreme. Not only them, but Lan Qi, as well as Jijin, Meng Bao, the Scarlet Emperor, as well as the Infinite Group's Split Sky Marshal, and Nangong Wanner's crowd. At this moment, they were all extremely worried. If the Emperor Hill's old ancestor was finished, the Infinite Group wouldn't necessarily be finished. If Qi Jie died in battle, the Infinite Group would be completely finished. However, in the next moment, Qi Jie used his strength to tell the crowd that their worries were superfluous. Similarly, the gloating on the part of the Heavenly Hong Domain was also superfluous. Boom! Rumble! Qi Jie violently operated the power of thunder and steeply condensed the thunder battle blade. In the midst of the lightning and thunder in the sky, he appeared to be transformed into a Thunder Emperor, and with a single slash of his sword, 10,000 thunderbolts suppressed towards the Heavenly Sword ancestor with a thunderous momentum. Rumble! Boom! 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 While countless people were staring with jaws agape, dumbfounded, and with shock in their eyes, Qi Jie's slash had shattered the Heavenly Sword demigod's surefire sword. What kind of concept was this? It meant that the Qi Jie at the 6th level of the Great Emperor had already possessed the strength and qualifications to go against the demigods. The scene that shocked countless people even more was yet to come. It was because the slash just now was just to tell everyone that the current him didn't fear demigods at all. As the gazes of the Emperor Star Alliance, the Heavenly Hong Domain Alliance, the Seaside Emperor demigods, and the Heavenly Sword demigods were all focused on him, Qi Jie lightly shouted, "Emperor Star will descend." As his words fell, the millions of miles, tens of millions of miles, and even more expansive heavens and earth all abruptly changed at that moment. Suddenly, the sky and earth darkened. The sun and moon were devoid of light, and a gigantic figure that covered the sky and the sun, wrapped in supreme divine might, descended steeply. Roar! A dragon roar shook the heavens and moved the earth. A 10,000-foot black dragon with the same aura of a demigod, dragon, appeared directly behind Qi Jie at this moment, bowing down respectfully to him. Sensing the aura from the black dragon, all the king rank, emperor rank, saint rank, quasi-emperor, and great emperor powerhouses of the Emperor Star, even the Emperor High demigods, at this moment, they were all shocked. This is the Emperor Star will? How is this possible? The Emperor Star will is completely bound to Chief Gu's aura. Could it be? Hiss! The Emperor Star will has manifested itself, and it's even recognized Chief Gu as its master. My god, how could this be? This scene was simply more intense than even the shock brought about by the two demigods' great battle. No one could have imagined that the Emperor Star will had recognized Qi Jie as its master. In fact, this was not something unbelievable. As long as one knew enough about the will of heaven and earth, they would understand that this was an inevitable thing. The will of heaven and earth was able to manipulate a side of heaven and earth, possessing all the power of a side of heaven and earth. However, to the will of heaven and earth, this side of heaven and earth was both a shell and a cage. When the will of heaven and earth was first born, it naturally needed the protection of this shell. But when the will of heaven and earth grew to a certain extent, this shell would become a shackle. Not only did it restrict the will of heaven and earth from continuing to grow, but it also restricted the freedom of the will of heaven and earth. Therefore, any heaven and earth will would choose a strong living being with amazing potential to enter into a contract, i.e., to recognize the owner. It is not a shameful thing to recognize a master. Compared to continuing to grow, compared to obtaining freedom, recognizing a master is nothing at all. Is it not possible to go to jail for the rest of one's life? Of course, the contract of the will of heaven and earth was not the only type of acknowledgement. However, the Emperor Star's heaven and earth will was very optimistic about Qi Jie, so it directly chose to recognize the master. What level was Qi Jie at when he first entered the Emperor Star? What level was he at now? What strength? While others weren't clear, the Emperor Star's will was clear. Qi Jie's growth speed wasn't as fast as taking an airplane, nor was it as fast as taking a rocket, but it was faster than a space jump. Just how long had passed, and he'd grown from being a weakling who needed to change his face and go incognito to becoming the #1 person in the Emperor Star? From this, one could see just how amazing Qi Jie's potential was. Perhaps right now, Qi Jie wasn't a true thigh to the Emperor Star's will, but with Qi Jie's terrifying to the extreme growth potential, he would definitely be able to become the Emperor Star will's thigh in time. As soon as the Emperor Star will recognizes its master, it will naturally be able to take the credit of the dragon. In the future, Qi Jie, not to mention helping it to get rid of the Emperor Star's cage, will be able to take it along to the highest level, is also possible. This is an account that is not clear to ordinary people, but to an old monster like the will of the Emperor Star that has existed for countless years, how could it not be clear? And right now, it wasn't a matter of settling accounts, because after the will of the Emperor Star manifested and descended, the comparison of the Emperor Star's cutting-edge battle power against the allied forces of the Heavenly Hong Domain was 3 demigods, against 1 demigod. At this point in time, the Heavenly Hong Domain will, of course, had 3 choices: directly conclude a contract with the Heavenly Sword demigod, to have a 2 against 3, or just stand on the sidelines and not help each other. After the Emperor Star completely occupied the Heavenly Hong Domain, as long as it didn't completely destroy the Heavenly Hong Domain, none of it had anything to do with the will of the Heavenly Hong Domain. The last option was to reverse the Emperor Star and suppress the Heavenly Sword demigod. However, it looked like the choice of the Heavenly Hong Domain will was to stand as a spectator. After all, what the beings of the Emperor Star wanted was the resources of the Heavenly Hong Domain, not to turn the Heavenly Hong Domain into ashes. The amount of energy that would need to be consumed to turn the Heavenly Hong Domain into ashes was incalculable. There was no need to do so, and in the face of the 3 demigods' battle power, the Heavenly Sword demigod also made a choice. The Heavenly Sword demigod was undoubtedly a good man, and a good man was not one to suffer. When encountering a situation where he needed to fight 1 against 3, the Heavenly Sword demigod directly took the road and fled without saying a word. Can you run away? Qi Jie sneered as he tore through the void and blocked in front of the Heavenly Sword demigod. Roar! The will of the Emperor Star let out a roar that shook the heavens and shook the earth. A strong and terrifying aura to the extreme that completely enveloped the Heavenly Sword demigod. The Emperor Star's veteran demigod, Emperor Hilly, was still a bit confused, but he also appeared in another direction, surrounding the Heavenly Sword demigod. The Heavenly Sword demigod understood before that today would be difficult. Moreover, he was extremely speechless in his heart. Since the Emperor Star had 3 demigods, what was the point of going through so much effort? When they started out, the 3 demigods directly displayed their divine might. Who in the Heavenly Hong Domain would dare to say half a word? What the Heavenly Sword demigod didn't know was that without the blood god crystals from the Heavenly Hong Domain, Qi Jie wouldn't have been able to possess demigod battle power. If he didn't quickly possess demigod battle power, the will of the Emperor Star certainly wouldn't have entered into a contract with him to make him its master. Thus, the Emperor Star still needed to gradually attack the Heavenly Hong Domain. The Heavenly Sword demigod glanced at Qi Jie and said in a whirlwind, "If you have to be forgiving, Your Excellency might as well make an offer. What would it take for you to be willing to let me go?" Qi Jie shook his head slightly. Submit or die. Although he had given the Heavenly Sword demigod the option to submit, how proud was a demigod powerhouse? How could they possibly submit? Not only that, he wasn't prepared to actually make the Heavenly Sword demigod submit. With his current strength, controlling a demigod was a certain risk. Even if the Heavenly Sword demigod held a grudge, even if it was controlled by him, he could still choose to blow himself up at the Infinite Group. If the other party blew themselves up at the Infinite Group headquarters, the entire Infinite Group would go up in smoke. Thus, the Heavenly Sword demigod could only die. In the Heavenly Sword demigod's heart, he also had absolutely no thoughts of submitting, and he wasn't prepared to blow himself up either. If Qi Jie made conditions, No matter what supreme treasure Qi Jie demanded, as long as he had it, he would agree. If Qi Jie really wasn't willing to make conditions, then he would kill his way out. The heavenly sword demigod sighed lightly as he continued to speak. Your Excellency, Old Me has many supreme treasures, most of which you can use. As long as Your Excellency is willing to let me go, I am willing to leave behind 3 supreme treasures. Your Excellency doesn't have to think about killing me to seize the treasures. Those many treasures are in Old Me's small world. If I die, the small world will immediately go up in smoke. The heavenly sword demigod still didn't want to make a move. He was certainly stronger than old ancestor Emperor Hills, but he had to face more than just old ancestor Emperor Hills right now. Qi Jie didn't pretend to agree and wait for the heavenly sword old ancestor to take out his treasures before flipping out. That would be underestimating the heavenly sword old ancestor. We were all foxes of millions of years. What kind of chit-chat was going on here? If the heavenly sword old ancestor couldn't be sure that he would be able to leave, he simply wouldn't leave behind the supreme treasure. Qi Jie once again shook his head while saying, these supreme treasures of yours, it seems that they can only become your sacrifices. As the words fell, he took the lead in launching his attack. Wow! A thunderblade aura that looked as if it was going to destroy everything surfaced between heaven and earth in an instant. At the time this thunderblade aura appeared, the heavenly sword demigod naturally swung his sword to resist. Clang! A crisp sword roar resounded between heaven and earth. A sword light that was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes fiercely collided towards Qi Jie's thunderblade mansion. Boom! Rumble! The sword light and the blade awnings constantly collided and shattered. Strong shockwaves swept in all directions, and all of the combat troops from both sides that were affected by the waves flew to dust in an instant. This was of course something that could not be helped. Neither Qi Jie nor the heavenly sword demigods could obviously predict what would happen next. The black dragon that the Emperor Star's will had transformed into wasn't idle either. Its enormous dragon claws, directly at the heavenly sword demigod, slapped down. The heavenly sword demigod was naturally a bit stretched out as he had to resist Qi Jie's blade awnings on one side and the attack of the Emperor Star will on the other. However, he still violently raised one of his hands, using the means of raising his hand to the heavens to resist the claw of the Emperor Star will. Facing 2 demigods at the same time, the heavenly sword old man was certainly overstretched. More critically, he wasn't facing 2 demigods at the same time now, but 3 demigods at the same time. Boom! The numinous giant phase controlled by the Empyrean old ancestor fiercely threw a punch at this moment. When this punch landed, a golden bell shadow immediately surfaced around the heavenly sword old ancestor, completely enveloping him. His resistance, however, didn't last long. Rumble! Kaching kaching kaching! First, Qi Jie swung out several consecutive slashes, directly and heavily hitting the heavenly sword demigod's magic treasure shield. Then the Emperor Star will also snapped, and the dragon claw fiercely pinched. The magic treasure shield that enveloped the heavenly sword demigod shattered quite a bit once again. Qi Jie did not hesitate, and another fierce slash fell. Snort la la! Rumble! Between the flashes of lightning and thunder, a thunderblade that tore through the heavens and earth completely shattered the heavenly sword ancestor's shield supreme treasure into dregs. It was a black copper bell with an endless mysterious aura, but at this moment, it had already turned into fragments in the sky. Boom! The numinous giant phase under the control of the Empyrean old ancestor similarly blasted his iron fist of justice onto the heavenly sword demigod at this moment. Kaching kaching kaching! This punch directly cracked and shattered the flesh of the heavenly sword demigod continuously, like a falling mirror. Swish! Qi Jie didn't give the heavenly sword demigod any chance as another slash fell violently. Boom! At this point, there was no more suspense. The heavenly sword demigod, a demigod powerhouse, was unexpectedly blown up in 3 blows under the combined efforts of Qi Jie, the Emperor Star Will, and the Emperor Hierophant Old Ancestor. However, demigods weren't that easy to kill. If they didn't have some means of preserving their lives, their demigod strength would be in vain. The heavenly sword demigod undoubtedly possessed the means to save his life, and his shattered divine soul was instantly rolled up by the heavenly sword. In the next moment, the heavenly sword emerged with countless cracks, and then broke through the void to escape. Where to go? Qi Jie gripped the thunder battle sword tightly, and the thunderblade aura that tore through the heavens and earth, chopped out once again. This time was different from the past, as his thunderblade manifestation chopped at the heaven slashing sword, and it actually directly penetrated it. Escape with the help of a higher dimension? Seeing this scene, Qi Jie spoke with uncertainty. This situation was very much like escaping with the help of a higher dimensional spatial passage. Although he was able to see the other party was in a space of a higher dimension than the heaven and earth he was in at this moment. In such a situation, of course, his attacks would not be able to do anything to the other party. Of course, this means of the heavenly sword demigod was extremely restrictive. Surprisingly, It required both the divine soul and the heavenly sword to be in a shattered state in order to use it. Even if it escaped, it wouldn't be able to become a climate. After the remnant soul of the heavenly sword demigod escaped, Qi Jie didn't continue to care about the heavenly sword demigod. He ordered to the imperial star will slaughter them. Upon hearing this, the many cultivators of the heavenly Hong domain immediately changed wildly in color. About 30 billion or so cultivators scattered and fled at this time. Roar! The black dragon roared, and the black dragon's breath that covered the sky fell violently. Any living being that was affected by the black dragon's dragon breath was instantly reduced to pieces. The battle between the Emperor Star Alliance and the Tianhong Domain Alliance ended completely. From now on, the entire heavenly Hong domain would become the resource-gathering ground and backyard of the Emperor Star. As the will of the Emperor Star and the allied forces of the Emperor Star launched their final attack, the two great Emperor ancestors of the Alliance, Huang Taiji of the 10,000 Demons Academy, and the Heavenly Court ancestor of the Cultivation Continent were among the other powerhouses. At this time, they all coincidentally made the same decision to escape. Previously, when the Emperor Star and the Heavenly Hong domain were fighting, they were prepared to flee. Now that the Emperor Star's allied forces and the Tianhong domain's allied forces were killing each other, it was clear that the scene was unprecedentedly chaotic. This time, of course, was the best time to escape. The two peak great Emperor ancestors of the Alliance, as well as Huang Taiji of the 10,000 Demons Academy, and the Heavenly Court ancestor of the Cultivation Continent were also the murderers who had destroyed the Blood Dragon race. Not only them, but there were also the rest of the powerhouses that were equally involved in the overthrow of the Blood Dragon clan. All of these people, all of them had to be liquidated. Snort la la dash. A figure haunted by lightning light abruptly appeared in front of the Cultivation Continent's Heavenly Court ancestor. The Heavenly Court old ancestor was slightly stunned when he saw Qi Jie. This was because the current Qi Jie's appearance had changed drastically. His eyes were like blood. His long gray hair was casually draped behind him, and on his body, he was wearing the black dragon shin clothes. And not only did he have an extra dragon tail behind him, but there were also two black dragons behind his shoulders. This is Qi Jie's second type state. This is of course not to open a big fight mosquitoes, but the Heavenly Court old ancestor and other people ran too fast, and fled in all directions. If he didn't display his second type state and enhance his ability to rip through space and travel, he simply wouldn't have been able to liquidate all of these people. When the Heavenly Court ancestor saw Qi Jie, he immediately begged for mercy. Can you spare my life? Qi Jie nodded slightly. Yes. Not waiting for the Heavenly Court old ancestor to be surprised, he spoke the second half of his sentence. If you don't die after receiving one of my slashes, your life will be spared. The old ancestor of the Heavenly Court immediately burst into a rage at his words. How could he not know that Qi Jie was simply teasing him? Qi Jie's slash could have split even a demigod not long ago. How could he be so virtuous that he dared to compete with a demigod? Swish! Qi Jie was in a hurry, and at that moment, he didn't continue to talk nonsense with the Heavenly Court ancestor. A thunderblade that tore through the heavens and earth fell, and the Heavenly Court old ancestor ended his soaring life. Rumble! Qi Jie didn't bother to look at the Heavenly Court Lord who had been twisted into powder by the thunderblade awnings, and casually raised his hand to use a ball of thunder to roll the treasures and resources on the Heavenly Court Lord's body and put them away. He then shattered the void once again and went after the two peak great Emperor ancestors of the Alliance. In a place between heaven and earth, an old man in a suit was desperately routing away. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. When I didn't let the Blood Dragon clan completely go up in smoke, but today there is such a tragic disaster. I really regret it. As he thought he had escaped with his life and kept sighing, a voice came from above his head. I'm the last living being in the Emperor Star that possesses the bloodline of the Blood Dragon race. If you want to cut off the roots, you can do it now, so you might as well try your hand at it. When this Alliance Emperor ranked elder heard Qi Jie's words, he was simply hearing the sound of a death rattle. How would he dare to go ahead and chop off the roots now like Qi Jie said? He didn't even beg for mercy, but instead directly took the road and fled. Qi Jie didn't go after him, and it was only when this Alliance Emperor stage ancestor had fled far enough away that he raised his hand and swung out a blade. This blade tore through the heavens and split the earth. A half-moon-shaped thunder blade streaked across the heavens and earth like a shark's fin, pushing forward continuously. Within moments, this thunderblade aura was getting faster and faster. Pooh snort! In a flash of blood, the Alliance Emperor ranked elder ancestors who had already fled were also slashed by Qi Jie's blade, splitting into two halves. Qi Jie once again raised his hand and tore it apart, and space shattered once again. This time, his target was another peak Emperor ranked old ancestor of the Alliance. Unlike the two Heavenly Court ancestors, this one had fled, but chose to leave himself in a decent state. By the time Qi Jie chased after him, the other party was already a dead man. A shadow retaining crystal was also activated when Qi Jie arrived. On the shadow retention crystal, the figure of this Alliance Emperor-ranked ancestor also appeared. A video of the other party during his lifetime. The king has become a loser. Things have come to this point. I have nothing to say. Old me does things alone, and those who are related to me. If they did not participate in the siege of the Blood Dragon clan in the past years, I hope that General Gu will be magnanimous and not kill innocents indiscriminately. Qi Jie knew that the other party obviously couldn't hear his current words. However, he still spoke. As long as it has nothing to do with the Blood Dragon clan's business, this emperor will not kill them since. After saying that, he was ready to turn around and leave. Who would have thought that the shadow retaining crystal would crack open? And instantly, a piece of amber haunted by thunder was revealed. Qi Jie raised his hand and that thunder amber came into his hand. At the same time, an ethereal thank you came out. The other party was obviously thanking him for not killing the innocent, and at the same time leaving him a gift of thanks. Qi Jie nodded slightly and continued to speak. Don't worry, the Blood Dragon clan's revenge will end after all of you murderers are put to death. After saying that, he raised his hand and tore through space, going after Huang Taiji of the 10,000 Demons Academy. Compared to these three, Huang Taiji was clearly more capable of running and had more heart eyes. Qi Jie sensed that there were actually 10 Huang Taiji running away in this heaven and earth. These 10 Huang Taiji's auras were also identical. If he had chosen 9 times in a row and failed to pick the right master, then the real Huang Taiji would definitely be able to escape. Qi Jie pondered a little and didn't make a choice, but went after the Huang Taiji who fled the farthest first. After catching up, he didn't say much, directly slashed to death, and then went after the farthest fleeing Huang Taiji at the moment. In this way, these 10 Huang Taiji don't want to escape. Things also in Qi Jie thought exactly the same. After he chased and killed, even really left the last Huang Taiji in the escape, without having to ask. He knew that the previous 9 Huang Taiji were all fakes. Ka-cha! Raising his hand in front of his body and tearing the void violently, Qi Jie went after this last Huang Taiji. Today's Huang Taiji can be said to be in a sorry state to the extreme, no longer have the arrogance of the past Ao on the top. His entire body was scared liver and gall. Desperately fleeing, he now completely do not want to die. Blood Dragon tribe thing. He also does not regret. He only regret did not put the Blood Dragon tribe kill clean. Huang Taiji of course couldn't run away. From the moment Qi Jie appeared on the Emperor Star, his end was already doomed. Seeing Qi Jie appear not far away, Huang Taiji's figure stopped. The color of his face as he looked at Qi Jie was full of resentment and gloom. If it wasn't for Qi Jie, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state at all, and he would still be able to enjoy the privileged life he used to have in the past. Huang Taiji looked at Qi Jie with a shadowy face and let out his last roar before he died. Qi Jie, you shall not die. As his words fell, the thunder battle blade in Qi Jie's hand was also swung out. Pooh! With a flash of the blade, half of Huang Taiji's head flew out. Boom! After a flash of thunder on Huang Taiji's body, his body turned into a roiling blood mist, dead beyond repair. Qi definitely's liquidation of the many powerhouses that had blood feuds with the Blood Dragon race, as well as the clans that had blood feuds, was still continuing. As long as they were related to the overthrow of the Blood Dragon race, Qi Jie's attitude was 3 words: kill without pardon. As the many powerhouses with blood feuds with the Blood Dragon race continued to be beheaded by Qi Jie, the battle between the allied forces of the Emperor Star and the allied forces of the Tianhong domain was also completely over. Most of the cultivators from the Tianhong domain were killed, while most of the remaining cultivators fled, and a small portion were enslaved by the Emperor Star Alliance army. The Tianhong domain, from this moment onwards, was completely reduced to a resource collection point for the Emperor Star. For this huge cake of Tianhong domain, all the forces of Emperor Star, all the major groups, of course, were very greedy. But the current Emperor Star was different from before. In the past, the Imperial Star was managed by the Imperial Star Alliance, but the various powers and major groups weren't completely subservient to the management. Nowadays, this was not the case, as Qi Jie came out of nowhere and became the Supreme Lord of the Emperor Star with a sweeping and invincible stance. In the current Imperial Star, whether it was the major conglomerates or the various forces, all of them had to obey Qi Jie's orders, or else the many powerful people who were now constantly dying, and the many forces that were constantly going up in smoke, would be their example. The many living beings of the Emperor Star were secretly glad that the Blood Dragon clan's demise back then had nothing to do with them. Otherwise, they would have to be just like Huang Taiji and the others, dying and completely disappearing into the heavens and earth. After the great battle ended, all the major groups, and all the forces didn't sneak around. They were honestly cleaning up the battlefield. Everyone understood that the next time the highest meeting of the Imperial Star Alliance was held, The pattern of the Imperial Star would usher in unprecedented changes. It was already 3 days after Qi Jie had finished liquidating all of the powerhouses and clans that were related to the overthrow of the Blood Dragon clan. After he returned once more, the first thing he did was convene the highest meeting of the Emperor Star Alliance. This time, the highest meeting of the Emperor Star Alliance was attended by the only demigod emperor of the alliance, as well as all of the remaining emperor level and quasi-emperor powerhouses of the alliance. Ji Yu, with the help of Qi Jie and old ancestor Ji Tianyu, had now reached the level of a quasi-emperor as well. She also participated in this meeting. When everyone arrived at the floating base of the alliance's highest meeting, Qi Jie also tore through space and descended. The moment he appeared, a long-lasting applause immediately rang out in the conference hall. No matter what thoughts they had in their hearts, the many powerful people present had a deep appreciation for Qi Jie. They had in their hearts, they all had enough respect for Qi Jie's strength. Qi Jie descended into the conference hall, and without any nonsense, he directly opened the door and said, "Gentlemen, I've summoned you here today mainly to discuss 3 things. The first thing is how the Emperor Star, in the future, is going to develop. The second matter is the resources of the Heavenly Hong domain, how they are to be divided and exploited. The third thing is what the next goal of the Emperor Star Alliance is." Hearing Qi Jie's words, the crowd was not surprised. Quite a few people had already thought about what things were probably going to be said at this meeting. After Qi Jie opened his mouth, the crowd didn't say much and listened attentively as Qi Jie continued. Of course, there were also quite a few gazes from the group overlords and the helmsmen of the great powers that looked towards the Emperor's high demigod. Nowadays, the Emperor's star had basically become Qi Jie's one-track mind, and whatever he said was what he said. I'm afraid the only one who could raise an objection was the Emperor Hilly demigod. When the crowd's gazes looked over, the Emperor Hilly demigod didn't react in any way. Still drinking tea to himself, he no longer had any interest in general interests. The only thing that appealed to him now was becoming a god. Other than becoming a god, he didn't bother to ask about anything else. With the Emperor Star, Qi Jie could toss it around however he wanted, and it had nothing to do with him. The others didn't dare to open their mouths to refute it, so of course Qi Jie continued. In the future, the center of gravity for the development of the Emperor Star will be on the construction of the Emperor Star Alliance, the construction of the Emperor Academy, and the development and construction of the major conglomerates. The Emperor Star Alliance will be reorganized with me taking the lead, and any strong person of the Emperor rank will have a seat in the Emperor Star Alliance. The Emperor Star Alliance will no longer be a castle in the air or a paper tiger, but will have enough control over the Emperor Star. In addition, all forces must send a share of their best teaching resources to the Emperor Academy, gathering the superior resources of all the forces, so that the education level of the Imperial Emperor Academy will reach the extreme of the Imperial Emperor Star. These 2 things, is there a problem? After he opened his mouth, many powerful people shook their heads. These 2 things were basically in line with everyone's interests, so of course the crowd wouldn't have a problem with them. Only Ji Tianyu laughed lightly and spoke. The organizational structure of the Imperial Star Alliance and Imperial Academy, is it still the same as the original, or are there going to be changes? Qi Jie said indifferently. It's going to be fully adjusted. He had wanted to do this a long time ago. The original organizational structure of the Emperor Star Alliance was rather loose and chaotic. The Emperor Star Alliance, therefore, basically played no role. The Emperor Academy, after obtaining the injection of advantageous resources from various forces, would be refreshed. The teaching and research capabilities will rise by an unknown number of steps from the original foundation. In the future, the Emperor Academy would become the cradle for Emperor Star to cultivate strong individuals and elites. For the organizational structure of the Emperor Academy, he was also going to make adjustments. Ji Tianyu and Qi Jie were on good terms, and had even been good enough to go to bed more than once. Other people were afraid of Qi Jie's demigod strength and the fact that the Emperor Stars will recognize Qi Jie as its master. But Ji Tianyu didn't have any of those scruples at all, and she was in this place, completely saying whatever came to mind. She asked a question that everyone wanted to ask at this very moment. Emperor Star Alliance and Emperor Academy, how are they going to adjust? This question was of interest even to the Empyrean demigods. The Empyrean demigod who had been wandering around before also turned his gaze, this time, towards Qi Jie. As a single gaze, once again, fell upon himself, Qi Jie opened his mouth indifferently and began to speak to the crowd about his program. The Imperial Star Alliance, in the future, will be composed of a head of state, 2 deputy heads of state, 10 elders, and a number of counselors. I will serve as the head of the Emperor Star Alliance, while the Emperor Hill's demigod and the Ji Tianyu Demon Emperor will serve as the vice heads. The 10 elders will be the 10 strongest emperor rankers who have the most impressive battle achievements in this campaign against the heavenly Hong domain. All the rest of the emperor rank powerhouses are the counselors of the Emperor Star Alliance. In just a few words, Qi Jie made things completely clear. His gaze, too, looked at the Emperor Hilly demigod at this moment. His appointment of the Empyrean demigod was an impromptu one, and he hadn't discussed it with the Empyrean demigod before. After seeing Qi Jie's gaze, the Empyrean demigod pondered a little in his mind before nodding. There was nothing wrong with becoming a deputy head of the Emperor Hill Star Alliance. Still, the Empyrean demigod spoke up. If the Empyrean Star faces a demigod-level enemy, I can step in and join the battle. But for the other things, can I stay out of the management? The Empyrean demigod's current focus was still mainly on becoming a god. There was still a step away between a demigod and a true god rank after all. Without focusing and going all out, this final step might not be crossed in a lifetime. After the Emperor Hilly demigod spoke, Qi Jie nodded. It's fine. He had made the Emperor Hilly demigod the deputy head of the alliance, mainly also to deal with the demigods of the hostile forces, as well as to sit on the Emperor Star. If the hostile forces didn't have any demigods, then of course, there was no need for Emperor Hilly demigod to make a move. After the Emperor Hilly demigod agreed to become the deputy head of the new Emperor Star Alliance, Qi Jie then turned his gaze to Ji Tianyu. What does Demon Emperor Tianyu think? What he was asking, of course, was the matter of appointing Ji Tianyu as the Emperor Star Alliance's another deputy head. Ji Tianyu pondered a little before speaking. Respectfully, I just wonder, what do I need to do after I become the deputy head of state? Qi Jie said. You need to be the gatekeeper for the direction of the Emperor Star's development, so that the Emperor Star can flourish and develop steadily. Normally, you'll also be responsible for the operation and management of the Imperial Star Alliance. After Qi Jie said this, Ji Tianyu of course didn't have any questions. She nodded slightly and said, I will take care of these matters. These matters were certainly not difficult for Ji Tianyu. Qi Jie had enough dominance over the Emperor Star nowadays, and under such circumstances, there was certainly no resistance to managing the Emperor Star for Qi Jie. Not to mention her, even if Ji Inue were to be put in charge of this matter, 9 times out of 10, there would be no problem. It was just that Ji Inue was still only a quasi-emperor, so if Ji Inue became the deputy head of the Emperor Star Alliance, it would definitely be difficult to convince the public. This was something that Qi Jie had also thought of, so he was letting Ji Tianyu become the deputy head of the Emperor Star Alliance instead of letting Ji Inue take on this position. The next 10 great elders had all risen to the top by virtue of their battle achievements. The crowd in the conference hall was, of course, completely convinced of these 10. In a sense, the 10 elders of the current Imperial Star Alliance were probably the 10 strongest great emperors besides Qi Jie and the Imperial Hierophant demigods, as well as Ji Tianyu. Not only that, who exactly was stronger between Ji Inue and these 10, was still uncertain. At this point, the reorganization of the Emperor Star Alliance was considered completely finished. Next, the reorganization of the Emperor Academy was undoubtedly even simpler. The major groups, as well as the various forces in this matter, obviously didn't dare to be sneaky. For a long time to come, the Imperial College would continue to receive top-notch resources from all the major groups and forces. Under the supervision of Qi Jie, the Emperor Academy would develop rapidly. Jijin, Lan Shi, Scarlet Emperor, Meng Bao, and the others would all be at the Emperor Academy, rapidly becoming stronger. With regards to the Imperial Star Alliance, and the Imperial Academy, the major conglomerates, as well as the heads of the various forces, were not terribly enthused. What they were truly interested in was what came next. The huge cake that was the Tianhong domain had already been shot down by the Emperor Star. However, how exactly the benefits of the heavenly Hong domain were going to be distributed, the crowd still didn't know. While the minds of the many great emperors, the many quasi-emperors were turning in 1,000 directions, Qi Jie didn't delay his efforts, and directly set a proposal that caused the crowd to be slightly surprised by a few things. The resources of the heavenly Hong domain, including the resources of other places in the future. The Emperor Star Alliance will extract 10% of them as funding for the development of the alliance. After extracting 10% of the resources, the strongest members of the Emperor Star Alliance will provide shelter to the members of the Emperor Star. The remaining 90% of the resources will go to the forces of the Emperor Star that captured them. When the crowd heard this, they didn't have any opinions. This stipulation was beneficial to the development of the Emperor Star. Let's say that a power was having an Emperor-level battle force. After they capture a resource, as long as they hand over 10% to the Emperor Star Alliance, they would be able to receive shelter from the Emperor Star Alliance's powerhouses. If they didn't turn in that 10% of the resource and didn't get shelter, then all it would take was for a half-saint level enemy to come, and the force would be wiped out. Instead of not getting 10% of the resources and risking their own destruction, it would be better to hand over 10% of the protection fee to the Alliance. And as time went on, it was clear that the Imperial Star Alliance would have more and more functions. By submitting 10% of their resources to the Emperor Star Alliance, they were getting shelter from the Alliance while also helping it grow. The stronger the Emperor Star Alliance was, the more help it would provide them. Of course, the powerful people who were able to sit here were all heads of various forces and major conglomerates, and they were all able to calculate this account clearly. However, Emperor Dao still opened his mouth and asked, Führer Gu, Huang Taiji, and quite a few other strongmen were all killed by you not too long ago. How are these powerhouses, and the related forces, going to be counted for the resources they captured this time? This was a question that many people wanted to ask, because these resources were not a small amount of money. After Emperor Dao Tai inquired, Qi Jie smiled and said, this is a good question to ask. When I killed Huang Taiji and the Heavenly Ancestor and the others, I used my private identity, not the identity of the Imperial Star Führer. Since I killed them in my private identity, then of course all of the resources that they captured will belong to the Infinite Group. Hearing these words, the entirety of Emperor Dao Tai was directly speechless. The many other powerhouses were similarly like this, both speechless and helpless. It was because Qi Jie's words really weren't wrong at all. His killing of Emperor Taiji, his killing of the Heavenly Court Ancestor, and his killing of the other powerhouses were all personal grudges. By this point in the meeting, 2 of the 3 major events had already been dealt with. The reorganization of the Imperial Star Alliance and the upgrade of the Imperial Academy were all major events that belonged to the development of the Imperial Star, and now a whole host of matters had been finalized. In addition, the division of interests in the Tianhong domain had also been clearly divided. Next, there was one last major event, and that was how would Emperor Star make its next move. For the previous matters, Qi Jie was completely dominant, deciding with a single word. Because of those things, there was no need for deliberation and discussion at all. As the supreme ruler of Emperor Star, he would just issue orders after weighing the pros and cons, and others could only comply. What happened next was not like that. Although he had quite a few ideas in his mind, he was still prepared to listen to the opinions of the crowd. Qi Jie looked around before asking, the Imperial Star Alliance's combat troops will next rest and replenish in the Tianhong domain. After the rest and replenishment is over, we will continue to embark on a new journey. What are everyone's thoughts on the Imperial Star Alliance's next goal? After Qi Jie opened his mouth, the conference hall was filled with numerous quasi-emperors and great emperors, all of whom began to whisper and discuss this matter. It wasn't a small matter. The Heavenly Hong domain was at the edge of the Divine Desolate Continent, and with the other domains, it didn't have a direct border, but was separated by a stretch of no man's land. In such a situation, in the final stage of their attack on the Tianhong domain, the Ice Spirit domain and the Black Wind domain, surprisingly, both had reinforcements coming over to support them. The next domain to be attacked should preferably be about the same strength as the Heavenly Hong domain, and not too far away from the Heavenly Hong domain. At the same time, around this domain, it is best not to have other domains bordering it. Otherwise, with the lips dying, Emperor Star might have to face the siege of many domains. After the Emperor Star had annexed the Tianhong domain, it would take a degree anon time to absorb and digest it before the resources of the Tianhong domain could be completely transformed into strength. Thus, picking the next target of attack was indeed something that needed to be chosen carefully. After the crowd debated for a moment, a peak Great Emperor powerhouse spoke up. This Great Emperor, named Gu Yangzi, was the Imperial Star Alliance, one of the 10 Great Elders. During the previous attack on the Heavenly Hong domain, he had made outstanding contributions to the Emperor Star with his outstanding battle achievements. Gu Yangzi rose, then said, Head Gu, I propose to attack the Ice Spirit domain. According to the intelligence I've summarized from various places, the Ice Spirit domain is stronger than the Tianhong domain, but the strength is limited. Not only that, the resources of the Ice Spirit domain are also very rich, at least 1.5 times as much as the Tianhong domain, if not more. In addition, the Ice Spirit domain is also rich in a resource that everyone here should be interested in. Gu Yangzi said this and didn't continue, but instead sold a secret. Qi Jie could only ask, what other resources does the Ice Spirit domain abound in? Gu Yangzi immediately replied, the resource that the Ice Spirit domain abounds in is an ore called meteorite ore. Qi Jie thought about it and realized that he hadn't heard of this kind of ore in the past, so he immediately continued to inquire, what is meteorite ore? Gu Yangzi didn't say directly this time, but instead, from his spatial device, he took out an ore the size of a water tank. Everyone, please take a look. This is meteorite ore. When the crowd heard this, a strong spiritual force landed on the meteorite ore in the first instance. They were all a little curious as to what kind of resource this was. After sensing it with his spiritual power for a moment, Qi Jie realized that he couldn't see anything about this kind of ore. It wasn't just him, the others were the same. Ji Tianyue directly said, purely from the meteorite ore. It seems that we can't tell anything special about it. West, Gu Yanzi nodded. Unless one has enough research on the mineral resources of the ice spirit domain, it really isn't easy to find out what's special about the meteorite ore. But everyone doesn't need to be anxious. I still have a piece of meteorite alloy in my hand, refined from meteorite ore. Everyone, please look. As he spoke, Great Emperor Gu Yanzi took a very beautiful piece of silver-colored alloy and held it out. By probing this piece of silver-colored alloy with his spiritual energy, one could tell at a glance how powerful this thing was. It was a super material whose strength surpassed all natural materials, all synthetic materials of the Emperor Star. The Meteor Star alloy was absolutely significant to the Emperor Star. With Meteorite Star alloy, Imperial Star could create stronger and more powerful starships, and could create star annihilation cannons that could carry and compress more energy. Not only that, the strength of all types of technological products could be taken to the next level. The Imperial Star would have stronger skyscrapers in the future, with mechs of higher strength. All types of combat vehicles, as well as all types of combat weapons, would be strengthened. After using his spiritual power to probe for a moment, Emperor Dao spoke with great surprise. If I didn't perceive it wrongly, the strength of the Meteorite Star alloy has already surpassed the Emperor level. Even an Emperor-level powerhouse can't easily make it deform? What Emperor Dao Tai's words meant was that if a shield was cast from the Meteor Star alloy, no Emperor-level powerhouse would be able to easily pierce through the shield. This sentence, of course, was very shocking. For a moment, many quasi-emperors and many great emperors spoke up. Great Emperor Gu, the strength of the Meteor Star alloy, is it really that high? If the strength of Meteorite Star alloy is really that high, how would this material be used? Gu Yanzi smiled and said, the strength of the Meteorite Star alloy. Everyone can come over and try it for themselves. As for the process of refining meteorite alloy from meteorite ore, as well as the processing of meteorite alloy, even the great powers of the ice spirit domain don't have complete control over it, or even just some of the skins. We, the Taiku group, also only discovered something by chance, thus being able to relatively easily refine the meteorite alloy from the meteorite ore. At the same time, it is able to use meteorite star alloy to process some of the technological products. This is Taiku Group's patent, so I'm not at liberty to disclose it. Qi Jie heard this and secretly laughed in his heart. This fellow, Gu Yanzi, although he had made a very good suggestion, he had also incidentally advertised his Taiku Group. But if it was really like what Gu Yanzi said, then the meteorite ore would be equivalent to the ice spirit domain's blood god crystal. The difference was that the blood god crystal could only be used by him alone, whereas the meteorite ore, at the moment, it seemed that only Gu Yanzi's Taiku Group knew how to use it. This great emperor, Gu Yanzi, at first glance, looked like a reckless man, but in reality, this guy was thick and thin. When the major groups of the Emperor Star, the various forces and the Tianhong domain were fighting fiercely, the Swire group, surprisingly, began to explore the ice spirit domain, and brought back some very useful information. Qi Jie pondered for a moment in his mind before making his final decision. The Imperial Star Alliance's combat troops rest and reorganize in the Tianhong domain for 7 days. During these 7 days, all the major groups and all the forces will arrange their own manpower to spy on the intelligence of the ice spirit domain. After 7 days, summarize the intelligence of all parties and arrange for combat matters. The ice spirit domain will be the second target that the Imperial Star Alliance needs to conquer after the Tianhong domain. Qi Jie's voice echoed throughout the conference hall as it opened. The heads of the various groups, and the overlords of the various forces, also spoke in unison. As you command. The Empyrean Star's major groups, as well as the various forces, had all gained great benefits from attacking the Heavenly Hong domain. The next action of the allied forces in the Emperor Star, the major groups, and the various forces were all very much looking forward to it. The crowd was especially interested in the Meteorite Star ore, and the Meteorite Star alloy, displayed by Emperor Gu Yanzi of the Swire group. Not only other groups, other forces, but Qi Jie was like this as well. The Meteorite Star alloy was a material that the Emperor Star didn't have. Not only was it not available in the Emperor Star, it was not available even in the Heavenly Hong domain. The strength of the Meteor Star alloy was so high that even great emperors found it difficult to destroy it easily. Regardless of whether it was in the Emperor Star or in the Heavenly Hong domain, there was no super advanced material that could equalize the Meteorite Star alloy. This incredibly high-strength material once obtained in large quantities by the Emperor Star, many of the Imperial Star's technologies would be given a huge leap forward. Therefore, when the other groups carried out their actions, the Infinite Group would not lag behind. Infinite Group Headquarters, Conference Hall. All of the Unlimited Group's top executives, all of them, were present. Qi Jie looked around before he spoke. In the next few days, I'm going to personally make a trip to the Ice Spirit domain. His words were unexpected by everyone. This was because all the other major groups basically sent some dead soldiers, as well as personnel with special abilities, to go, including the Swire Group. There was no group leader who personally traveled. Qi Jie was still not only the president of the Infinite Group, but also the Emperor Star head. After Qi Jie said that he would personally go, Nangong Wanner spoke up to discourage him. The president shouldn't go personally. In case the so-called meteorite alloy is a trap, the president will also be in a dangerous situation. Qi Jie's gaze moved slightly as he asked, "What makes you say that?" Nangong Wanner organized her words for a moment before she said, "Currently, other than President Gu Yangza of the Swire Group, all the other powerful people of the Imperial Star know very little about meteorite ore. It's also possible if President Gu Yangza was bought by the Ice Spirit domain and then utilized the meteorite star alloy to set a trap for the powerhouses of the Emperor Star, the presidents of the other groups. It's for this very consideration that they basically don't have presidents, or even executives, traveling to the Ice Spirit domain in the first place." Hearing her say this, Qi Jie nodded slightly. "You have a point, but I'm still prepared to make the trip myself." Nangong Wanner didn't open her mouth this time. And the first time she opened her mouth to dissuade Qi Jie was to give Qi Jie advice, since Qi Jie had already made up his mind. Of course she couldn't go against Qi Jie. The gazes of the others, also at this time, fell on Qi Jie. Qi Jie waited for the crowd to digest the information they had just received before continuing to speak. "With my strength today, if I want to leave, the cultivators of the Ice Spirit domain won't be able to stop me. The Meteor Star alloy is also extremely important to the Infinite Group. With the Meteor Star alloy, the vast majority of the Infinite Group's technology will be able to move to the next level. Therefore, before officially attacking the Ice Spirit domain, I'm going to go to the Ice Spirit domain to check out the situation." After saying that, Qi Jie started arranging what the people needed to do in the few days he was away. "During these few days of my absence, Nangong Wanner is in charge of commanding the Infinite Group's combat troops in the Tianhong domain to collect all types of resources. At the same time, you also need to be in charge of the Infinite Group's operation and the production and crafting of various types of technological weapons and potions." Hearing this, Nangong Wanner got up and bowed slightly to Qi Jie while speaking. "As you command." After arranging for Nangong Wanner, Qi Jie began to arrange for Rift Sky Marshal. For the next period of time, expand the Infinite Group's mercenary corps to 2 million. These 2 million people only need to be elites, and there should be elimination standards. If after entering the Infinite Group's mercenary corps for a period of time, they still do not have any battle achievements, such people will be directly eliminated. Although the Infinite Group holds a huge amount of resources, there is no need to use it to raise such assholes. Furthermore, the Infinite Group's cultivator army needs to be expanded to 2 million people. And again, it only needs elites, not assholes. Lastly, the Infinite Group's war machines need to be expanded to 6 million. This way, the Infinite Group's combat troops will be able to have 10 million. This matter, Rift Sky Marshal will be in charge of it. Hearing this, Rift Sky Marshal immediately got up and bowed slightly. "As you command." After arranging Rift Sky Marshal and Nangong Wanner, Qi Jie's gaze then looked towards a slightly unfamiliar figure in the conference hall. This person was also a strong person from the Infinite Group, and was also a strong person trained by the Infinite Group itself. Silverwing. Silverwing. Next you focus on cultivating the Imperial Star Academy trainees on this list. Help them grow quickly and become the mainstay of the Infinite Group as soon as possible. After Qi Jie finished speaking, he pushed a list over. On this list, there were the names of Lan Shi, Qi Jie, Scarlet Emperor, Meng Bao, and others. Of these people, Lan Shi was his sister, while Qi Jie and the others were his previous subordinates. The talent of Qi Jie and the others wasn't bad, they just needed a bit of time to grow. Time that could be made up with tons of resources and famous teachers. Qi Jie had read Silverwing's profile, and he realized that Silverwing was very suitable to serve as a mentor. It wasn't because Silverwing was a teaching resource saint body, but because Silverwing came from a very lowly background. He was able to achieve what he had today by relying on himself to take one step at a time and reach it through countless life and death battles. His combat experience was extremely rich. After joining the Infinite Group's mercenary corps, Silverwing spent most of his time either fighting or on his way to fight. The rest of the time, he was also preparing for battle. He had a lot of experience in fighting, and he also had a lot of experience in preserving his life. Having him teach Qi Jie and the others was undoubtedly more than suitable. Silverwing took the list and looked at it, then rose and saluted. As you wish, Führer. He actually didn't really want to teach these people, but rather wanted to continue going to kill and experience. But since this was the Führer's order, he could only obey. After arranging everything, Qi Jie left the Infinite Group's headquarters. This time, when he went to the Ice Spirit domain to investigate the situation, he also went with Ji Inu. After all, after this short period of leisure, a new great war was about to begin. Tianyu Group headquarters. Qi Jie directly arrived in Ji Inu's office. Seeing Qi Jie, Ji Inu slightly froze. The Führer is so free? A big war is imminent. And you still came to see me? Qi Jie did not open his mouth to answer, but instead walked over to Ji Inu. In Ji Inu's stunned gaze, he picked her up and then very savagely and domineeringly kissed her with a mouthful of kisses. After kissing Ji Inu fiercely, Qi Jie opened his mouth to explain his intentions. I want you to join me, to explore the Ice Spirit domain. Ji Inu was shocked at his words. What? The two of us are going to explore the Ice Spirit domain? Qi Jie nodded. Don't you want to go? Ji Inu certainly did not want to go, but she felt that this matter was too dangerous. Back then, they could explore the Tianhong domain because the Tianhong domain was barely known to them. This time was different. The matter of the Emperor Star conquering the Heavenly Hong domain was already known by the Ice Spirit domain and the Black Wind domain. The Ice Spirit domain and the Black Wind domain had sent out strong people to scout the situation before. In the Ice Spirit domain, various means might have been prepared to prevent them from infiltrating over. Once they entered the Ice Spirit domain, they would easily be discovered by the Ice Spirit domain. Ji Inu pondered for a while, then told Qi Jie what she had in mind. One by one, her words, of course, made perfect sense. Hearing her say that, Qi Jie pondered a little before speaking. From the means that the cultivators of the Tianhong domain have at their disposal, it's impossible for the Ice Spirit domain, even if it's stronger than the Tianhong domain, to try to discover us in the first place. Secondly, with my current strength, even if I were to face a demigod blocking me, I would still be able to retreat in one piece. The most important point is that I'm going to the Ice Spirit domain to check out the reserves of meteorite ore. Meteorite ore is of great significance to the Infinite Group, and to the Emperor Star. Apart from meteorite ore, I also want to see if there are any blood god crystals in the Ice Spirit domain. According to the cultivators of the Heavenly Hong domain, blood god crystals are found everywhere in the Divine Desolate Continent. Ji Inu heard this and couldn't help but feel a little envious of Qi Jie. This was because until now, neither the major groups of the Emperor Star nor the people who had returned from the Heavenly Hong domain were able to use the blood god crystals to cultivate and improve. A supreme treasure like the blood god crystal had become Qi Jie's exclusive high-level cultivation resource. Other people who held the blood god crystal in their hands were just a useless stone. Thinking for a moment, Ji Inu nodded. In that case, I'll go with you. After she agreed, Qi Jie naturally led her, heading directly to the Ice Spirit domain. Qi Jie raised his hand and tore it, and space immediately shattered. At the same time, his abundantly strong demonic power lingered around himself and Ji Inu. Within moments, the appearance and attire of the two of them had changed drastically. After advancing to the Imperial stage, he possessed a higher level of understanding of the utilization of demonic power. After being strong to a certain extent, matter was energy and energy was matter. They could already, to a certain extent, make matter and energy transform into each other. Qi Jie's appearance turned into a young man with long gray hair like a waterfall, a black power suit, and a black dragon cloak. Ji Inu's appearance, on the other hand, turned into a beautiful woman wearing a long brightly colored palace dress. The two of them had changed from a handsome man and a beautiful woman in the technological wind to a divine couple in the immortal realm. Both their looks, temperament, and aura had changed. Unless there was a demigod powerhouse checking up close, none of them would be able to discover the reality of the two of them. Feeling the changes in herself, Ji Inu was instantly completely relieved. Traveling from the Emperor Star to the Ice Spirit domain was a very long distance. Even if one used wormhole teleportation and spatial jumps, one would still need to make many consecutive spatial jumps to arrive at the Ice Spirit domain. Moreover, the Ice Spirit domain was currently under martial law, so a direct space jump over there would likely run directly into the muzzles of the Ice Spirit domain's demigod powerhouses. Qi Jie and Ji Inu tore through space all the way, and within a short time, the two arrived at the middle zone between the Ice Spirit domain and the Tianhong domain. In this place, there were already a large number of cultivators active. Ji Inu looked around and then said, "We can take the Chamber of Commerce's Void Treasure Ship and head to the Ice Spirit domain." The void treasure ship she was talking about was a starship-like magic treasure on the divine desolate continent. Most of the void treasure ship magic treasures were just very fast flying speeds, while a small number of void treasure ships were capable of tearing through space to hurry. As long as one's identity was fine, one could take a void treasure ship and travel to the ice spirit domain. Qi Jie pondered for a moment, then nodded and led Ji Inu to look for the void treasure ship. Wherever there were cultivators gathering, there was bound to be a chamber of commerce. Where there was a large chamber of commerce, there would definitely be a void treasure ship's boarding point. Qi Jie tore through space, and after a few moments of searching, he found a ferry port for void treasure ships. There were already quite a few cultivators at this void treasure ship boarding point. In this vicinity, there were a large number of ice spirit domain cultivators using a kind of mirror magic treasure, searching for scouts from the Emperor Star. This kind of mirror magic treasure was called the Jinwu mirror, and the vast majority of disguises under the Jinwu mirror were invisible. Qi Jie and Ji Inu saw it when they approached this place. Many of the scouts sent over by the Imperial Stars group were executed. Once the identities of these scouts were exposed, they either had the decency to kill themselves or were tortured to death by the cultivators of the ice spirit domain with extremely ferocious means. As the head of the Emperor Star, this matter was certainly something Qi Jie had to be in charge of. But not now, but after boarding the ship. When he and Ji Inu came to pay the spirit stones and board the void treasure ship, they very exaggeratedly went through a whole 12 tests. There were formations, Jinwu mirrors, and even demonic beasts that possessed special instincts that were screened through a variety of means such as smelling odors, sensing chi, or listening to voices. Seeing this scene, Ji Inu understood that Qi Jie was right. With such stringent testing, 98 out of 100 of Emperor Star scouts would have to die outside the ice spirit domain. The remaining 2 who were able to enter the ice spirit domain wouldn't necessarily all be able to come out alive. It was possible that both of them would have to die in the ice spirit domain, and it was also possible that by some fluke, one of them would be able to leave alive. Qi Jie and Ji Inu's disguises were useless unless they were personally probed by a demigod. The 2 quickly boarded the ship without incident, and this one void treasure ship, after carrying enough cultivators, broke into the air. Not long after the void treasure ship left, a terrifying demonic force descended violently from above the sky dome. In the next moment, all the other cultivators here, except for the Emperor Star scouts, all went up in smoke. The crowd of people captured from Emperor Star originally thought that they were going to be tortured to death. Unexpectedly, in the last moments of their lives, there was such a turnaround. Moreover, that amazingly surging demonic power just now, others didn't know what was going on. Could they not know? That amazing surge of demonic power just now was precisely the breath of the Imperial Starhead, Qi Jie. Qi Jie didn't know what these scouts would do next. He and Ji Inu had already blended into the void treasure ship as ordinary cultivators, and were considered to have initially integrated into the ice spirit domain. The void treasure ship continuously traveled through space in the void, and soon arrived at the ice spirit domain. The instant they entered the ice vibrant domain, Ji Inu's eyes revealed an extremely stunned expression. It was because the moment they entered the ice vortex domain, there were actually 4 entire demigod auras that swept in. However, this wasn't the demigods of the ice spirit domain that had already detected anything, but rather a routine check. Not long after Qi Jie and Ji Inu entered the ice spirit domain, they also understood why there were 4 demigod auras in the ice spirit domain. There were originally only 3 demigods in the ice spirit domain, and one was the ice spirit domain will incarnate. The other 2, on the other hand, were the demigod ancestors of the ice spirit domain. In addition to the 3 of them, a demigod elder ancestor had also come from the black wind domain to support the ice spirit domain. These 4 demigods conducted a routine inspection of the void treasure ship, and of course, nothing was found out. However, other than Qi Jie and Ji Inu, all the other scouts from the Emperor Star were basically dead. Qi Jie saw that there were a large number of scouts not far away that were directly lynched to death after having all their strength nullified. Seeing this scene, both Qi Jie and Ji Inu's gazes were extremely cold. Qi Jie coldly said, "Killing people is nothing but a head nod. These guys have gone too far." Ji Inu nodded her head in deep thought. "Let's go. This isn't the place to talk about this." Although the senses of those 4 demigod powerhouses were not enveloping them at all times, but there were some things that were best left unsaid. This truth, Qi Jie certainly understood, and if he wanted to, he could even isolate the demigod's probes and do something about it. However, he didn't do so, and exposing his identity now would only be picking a sesame and losing a watermelon. After pondering for a moment or two in his mind, he said to Ji Inu, "Let's go to the Ice Spirit Chamber of Commerce first, to understand the situation." The Ice Spirit Chamber of Commerce, the largest chamber of commerce in the Ice Spirit domain, was spread throughout the entire Ice Spirit domain. Even cultivators from the Tianhong domain had heard of the ice spirit domain. Qi didn't have a problem with it and followed behind Qi Jie, heading to the nearby ice spirit chamber of commerce. When the two arrived at the entrance of the ice spirit chamber of commerce, they were stopped. Show your honored guest's token, otherwise you're not allowed to enter. Qi Jie and Qi certainly didn't have any honored guest tokens, but he certainly didn't need any honored guest tokens to enter the ice spirit chamber of commerce. Boom! The surging demonic power at the level of a great emperor instantly enveloped this attendant. This attendant was instantly suppressed and prostrated on the ground, spitting out blood. Qi Jie's voice came out faintly. Do you still need an honored guest token now? This attendant was no longer able to speak, but the commotion over here had already been discovered by one of the ice spirit chamber's stewards. The steward immediately ran out with a smile on his face, nodding his head at Qi Jie for a while. Honored guest please, honored guest please. This dog slave doesn't know the rules. To an ordinary cultivator, of course, an honored guest jade tag was needed. But for a great emperor, where is the need for a distinguished guest jade tag? The great emperor himself was a symbol of honor. Qi Jie heard this and very proudly led Qi into the ice spirit chamber of commerce. The cultivators of the divine wilderness continent had a characteristic of fearing might rather than virtue. They only respected and feared the strong and belittled everything else. Qi Jie and Qi were invited to an honorable living room for hospitality. This president of the Ice Spirit Chamber of Commerce chapter soon appeared opposite Qi Jie. My humble self, Hong Yushan, is the president of this Ice Spirit Chamber of Commerce chapter. Pay my respects to the great emperor. Hong Yushan's strength wasn't weak, being a quasi-emperor, but there was an insurmountable chasm between a quasi-emperor and a great emperor. Therefore, Hong Yushan's face was very respectful when he saw Qi Jie. Qi Jie nodded slightly and then said, "This emperor wants to purchase some materials. Bring over all the top-notch materials you have here." It was clearly the most efficient for him to do so. After all, the Ice Spirit Domain and what good things there were around the Ice Spirit Domain. The Ice Spirit Chamber of Commerce obviously knew very well. When Hong Yushan heard this, he immediately revealed a smile on his face, and from his storage magic treasure, he took out several very exquisite booklets and respectfully handed them over. These pamphlets contained a large number of top-grade materials. Qi Jie took one of the pamphlets, and with a sweep of his spiritual power, he finished reading the pamphlet. Then his heart was overjoyed as he discovered the blood god crystal, as well as the meteorite alloy. Only, the blood god crystal was instead called the blood god crystal, and the meteorite star alloy was officially called, in the Ice Spirit Domain, the meteorite star essence. Qi Jie turned the pamphlet to the page of blood god crystal, and asked, "This item is not usable at all. Why does the Ice Spirit Chamber of Commerce sell it for so much?" Hong Yushan smiled at his words. Under normal circumstances, the blood god crystal is indeed unusable. However, a demigod powerhouse can take the pure energy in the blood god crystal, extract a portion of it, and seal it in a star crystal stone. The pure energy sealed in these star crystal stones can be used by cultivators. Qi Jie's gaze moved slightly. In that case, the star crystal stones were also useful to him. With a carrier like a star crystal stone, a demigod powerhouse could extract trace amounts of blood god crystal energy into the star crystal stone. He was different, as he could easily extract the blood god crystal's energy and seal it in the star crystal stone. He had even named all of the star crystal stones after processing them that way, and called them infinity crystals. In the future, it could be used as a reward for the infinite group, and even other people in Emperor Star who had made outstanding contributions to the development of Emperor Star. A demigod forcibly extracting the power of the blood god crystal was very inefficient and could only extract a little bit. His efficiency, on the other hand, was incredibly high, and he was perfectly capable of doing so. Thinking of this, Qi Jie asked, "What about the meteorite essence?" Hong Yushan continued to explain with a smile on his face. Meteorite star essence is different from blood god crystals, and is considered a specialty of our Ice Spirit Domain. Blood god crystals are found in many places. Meteorite star essence, on the other hand, is only found in our Ice Spirit Domain. Qi Jie smiled and asked, "Sure that only the Ice Spirit Domain has it?" Hong Yushan smiled twice and said, "In the nearby area, only the Ice Spirit Domain has it. Further away, it's rumored to be there as well, but I'm not very clear about it." If Qi Jie wasn't a great emperor powerhouse, of course Hong Yushan wouldn't have explained it to him. But since Qi Jie was a great emperor powerhouse, then Hong Yushan would have to explain things properly with him. Qi Jie resumed and continued, "The price of meteorite ore is very low. Why is the price of meteorite essence so high?" Hong Yushan was extremely patient, but of course, they couldn't afford to provoke a great emperor. Since Qi Jie inquired, he could only explain seriously. the reserves of meteorite ore in the ice spirit domain are not low, but well, refining meteorite essence from meteorite ore also requires the hand of a demigod. Of course, peak great emperor powerhouses can also do it, but the efficiency is very low. Behind us, the ice spirit chamber of commerce, stands a demigod elder, which is why we have these rare treasures. Qi Jie sniffed in from his storage magic treasure. He took out a spirit stone bag and threw it over. Said, by all of the meteorite ore, his storage magic treasure, taken from the trophies of the heavenly sword mountain, was of extremely high grade, and had a large amount of treasures stored inside. Han Yushan was a bit dumbfounded at this moment. All for meteorite star ore? Lord Demon Emperor, if you buy so much meteorite ore, you'll have to refine it until the year of the monkey. Qi Jie's gaze chilled. Shut up, quickly go prepare. The other groups of the Emperor Star, as well as some other top-tier powers, were still trying to figure out how to pry into the information of the ice spirit domain. Qi Jie already knew everything about the ice spirit domain's intelligence on the surface. Not only had he poked around for information, he had also purchased a large amount of meteorite ore and star crystal stones. Both meteorite ore and star crystal stone were very cheap. This was because under normal circumstances, these two materials needed to be processed by a demigod powerhouse in order to be useful. Demigod powerhouses had greater ambitions and higher pursuits. It was certainly impossible to take out a lot of time to process these two materials. The point was that even if a demigod powerhouse stepped in to process these two materials, the results were not very good. In the hands of a demigod, meteorite ore could certainly be turned into meteorite alloy, but the difficulty of processing it was very high, requiring a demigod powerhouse to expend a great deal of time and energy. Extracting high-purity energy from blood god crystals into star crystal stones was even more laborious, not to mention the extreme difficulty. During the refining process, a lot of high-purity energy would escape. In short, with the technology of the divine wasteland continent, and even the technology of the Emperor Star, it was not yet possible to make good use of these two resources. Qi Jie and Ji Inu, after purchasing a large amount of meteorite star crystals and star crystal stones, chartered a floating painting boat to sightsee in mid-air. Compared to the other scouts who had entered the ice spirit domain to spy on the information, Qi Jie and Ji Inu had come to the ice spirit domain for a complete vacation. The floating painted boat could hover in low altitude over most of the ice spirit domain, and was itself used for sightseeing. When the two of them returned to the boat, Qi Jie used his own demonic power to completely isolate the outside world from probing. If there were any demigods prying into this place, both he and Ji Inu would be the first to notice. If there were no demigods prying, the others, whether they were quasi-emperors or emperor levels, wouldn't be able to see anything. Ji Inu let out a long breath once she sensed that the painting boat was enveloped by Qi Jie's demonic power. Her strength, now only a quasi-imperial, wasn't as artistic as Qi Jie's, especially now that there were already 4 demigods sitting in the ice spirit domain. She was extremely nervous when she was outside. However, the rewards of this trip were really very great. The first point was that they already knew that the ice spirit domain had 4 demigods sitting in it. The second thing was that the resources of the ice spirit domain were truly incredibly rich. If they were able to take down the ice spirit domain, the strength of all the major groups of the Emperor Star would be able to rise even higher. In Qi Jie's hands, he was holding a star crystal stone and observing it. Seeing Ji Inu's mouth breathing a sigh of relief, Qi Jie couldn't help but tease her. What are you afraid of with your husband? Ji Inu sniffed. Her pretty face reddened. Then she also teased Qi Jie unwillingly. I also wonder how many husbands some people, in the end, are. Qi Jie sniffed and laughed. Then as soon as he held Ji Inu in his arms, he kissed her fiercely and said, no matter how many people's husbands they are, they're all your husbands. Hearing his words, Ji Inu, since she could only hum softly and didn't argue, she couldn't argue with Qi Jie's words either. Qi Jie was able to help her continuously purify her bloodline, and in the process, she was becoming more and more attached to Qi Jie. Now she was even more attached from the inside out. Her entire being and her soul completely belonged to Qi Jie. After pondering for a moment, Ji Inu got up from Qi Jie's arms and kissed him. No matter how many people's husbands you'll be in the future, you'll be my husband tonight anyway. Qi Jie guffawed. Where is the need to wait until tonight? Saying that, he picked up Ji Inu's entire body across his waist and walked towards the sleeping room of the painting boat. Ji Inu's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of shyness. You're not studying star crystal stones and meteorite ores anymore? Qi Jie laughed. There's no rush. I'll study you first now, and then I'll study star crystal stone and meteorite ore afterward. Nasty. Ji Inu's haze flew across her cheeks, and her entire body blushed in shame. It would have been just fine if it was in the Emperor Star, or some other familiar place. The ice spirit domain was now the enemy's territory, and for Qi Jie to be studying her in this place. One could only say that this Emperor Starfuhrer was truly bold in his endeavors. Qi Jie didn't know what was going through Ji Inu's mind. And looking at Ji Inu's pretty face, he didn't want to think about other unimportant things. While Qi Jie and Ji Inu were scouting for information in the ice spirit domain as if they were on their honeymoon, Gu Yangzhe, Dao Tai Huang, as well as a large number of other hegemonic powers and group presidents, were all suffering from a huge headache. Gu Yangzhe's Taiku group had originally been the forerunner in exploring the ice spirit domain, but now, Gu Yangzhe realized that he was no longer able to send a single scout to the ice spirit domain. The scouts that the Swire group had previously left behind in the ice spirit domain had also completely lost contact. It was as if he had become a blind man, unable to obtain any more useful information from the ice spirit domain. This made Gu Yangzhe very angry, and he directly announced that he was closing down to impact the demigods. The attraction of the ice spirit domain to Gu Yangzhe was huge, just like a stunning beauty waiting for him to pick it up. Naturally, the wolves surrounded this beauty, and without the strength of a demigod, he didn't dare to casually go over there. Since this is the case, naturally, he has to close the door to impact the demigods. Whether it was a success or not was another story. It was always necessary to give it a try. The other elders of the Imperial Star Alliance also chose to go into seclusion at this time. In the battle with the Heavenly Hong domain, they had made great achievements and gained a large amount of resources. They all intended to take these resources and quickly transform them into their own strength. The battle to conquer the Heavenly Hong domain had made everyone realize how much benefit a strong battle force could bring to themselves. After getting a taste of the sweetness once, all of them certainly had a taste for it and were prepared to do the same in the ice spirit domain. The Emperor planet's quasi-emperors, great emperors, and even demigods were all actively preparing for battle. On the ice spirit domain side, they were likewise actively preparing for war. The strength of the ice spirit domain was originally stronger than the Heavenly Hong domain. However, given that the Emperor Star had already conquered the Heavenly Hong domain, the ice spirit domain and the Black Wind domain chose to join forces. In addition to the Black Wind domain supporting a demigod from the ice spirit domain, there were also a large number of powerful people that were also traveling to the ice spirit domain in a steady stream. The time flashed by was 7 days. Qi Jie and Ji Inu were not reckless enough to create a small Qi Jie in the ice spirit domain before leaving. During these 7 days, the two had spied out a large amount of useful information, while obtaining a large number of resource samples at a great price. As the two left the ice spirit domain and prepared to return to the Emperor Star, they even learned one last important piece of news. In addition to the Black Wind domain, the Skywolf domain and the Southern Hang domain had also supported the ice spirit domain. This information was undoubtedly very important to the Emperor Star Coalition. The other groups, it was unknown if they had poked around this intelligence. With a large number of resource samples, as well as a large amount of important intelligence, Qi Jie and Ji Inu set off on their return journey. During these 7 days, the two had left behind a great deal of beauty in the ice spirit domain, and had developed quite a few moves. After Qi Jie and Ji Inu left the ice spirit domain, he continuously tore through space and took Ji Inu on his way. The first thing he did when he returned was to gather the 2 deputy heads of the Emperor Star, the 10 elders, and all the great emperors and quasi-emperors for a combat meeting. No one knew about the news of Qi Jie and Ji Inu's departure. The many powerful people wouldn't have thought that the Emperor Starfuhrer, Qi Jie, would have the audacity to run off to the territory of a hostile force to show their love in the previous 7 days. Imperial Star Alliance, Supreme Conference Base. The Emperor Starfuhrer, Qi Jie, was seated on the topmost imperial throne. To the left and right of him, on the left was the Demigod Emperor, and on the right was the Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor. Further down, there were Gu Yangzhe, Dao Tai Huang, and 10 others. The remaining many quasi-emperors and great emperors didn't sit on this elevated platform, but instead sat on seats further down, facing the crowd of Qi Jie. After the crowd came together, Ji Tianyue opened her mouth slightly, her voice pleasant to the ear. Your Excellency the Führer, there have been other quasi-emperors born on the Emperor Star during this time. Is it better to have them attend the meeting as well? Qi Jie nodded. In the future, as long as there are quasi-emperors born, they can all directly participate in the meeting after their identities have been scrutinized without any problems. After he opened his mouth, Ji Tianyue called in several newly promoted quasi-emperors. In the past, the resources of the Emperor Star were quite scarce, and strong people with good talent were unable to grow rapidly. It was different now. After they occupied the Heavenly Hong domain, they already had a large amount of resources that they could use. This caused the strong people of the Emperor Star to continue to appear as if they were a wellspring. Qi Jie didn't recognize any of these newly promoted Paragon Emperors. This caused him to have the idea of pulling up seedlings to help them grow in his mind. But of course his pulling up seedlings to help them grow wasn't really pulling up seedlings to help them grow. He was going to use the star crystal stones, as well as his demon power crystals, to give the backbone of the infinite group all a boost. If one did not have the strength of a quasi-emperor or even a great emperor, one could only be a spectator to the next battle. After everyone was all seated, Qi Jie once again spoke. Over the past 7 days, how has everyone's intelligence on the ice spirit domain been scouted? At the mention of this, Dao Tai Huang, Gu Yangzi, Bei Qingtsong, and the other bigwigs of the Emperor Star, all of them had their heads hanging down, especially Gu Yangzi, who had originally wanted to impact the demigods, but ended up not making any progress at all, consuming a large amount of resources for nothing. Dao Emperor Tai was the first to speak up this time. I'm not afraid to joke. After the dead soldiers under my command entered the ice spirit domain, none of them came out alive. That is to say, my understanding of the ice spirit domain has not increased in the slightest. When Emperor Dao Tai finished speaking, some of the paragons and great emperors, naturally, laughed dryly a few times. After all, Dao Tai Huang himself had laughed, so they had to cooperate. If the leader laughed and they didn't, what was this if not a low IQ waiting for a hanging fall? After Dao Tai Huang, one of the 10 great elders, Bei Qingtsong, also shook his head. Truth be told, my situation is no better than that of the Dao Tai Emperor. I sent over 200 dead soldiers into the ice spirit domain to spy on the information, and in the end, only 2 of them came out alive. These 2 who came out alive were also brainwashed. Originally 2 king-level elites, they have now become 2 fools, but I still learned some intelligence from their memory fragments. In the ice spirit domain, there are now 4 demigods. 3 of those demigods are ice spirit domain's own, and the remaining 1 demigod is supported by black wind domain. The other information, I don't know. After Dao Tai Huang and North Prime Song, numerous powerhouses opened their mouths one after another. Most of the powerhouses, to a greater or lesser extent, knew a little bit of intelligence, but just a little bit. The information provided by all of them combined wasn't as good as what Qi Jie and Ji Inu had seen in the ice spirit domain in a small half-day. However, there was another person that hadn't been discovered, and that was the pioneer body that had explored the ice spirit domain, Gu Yangzi. Quite a few strong people were quite expectant. They wanted to know if this ancestral body that explored the ice spirit domain had made any special discoveries this time around. As a result, the crowd was quickly disappointed. This time, Gu Yangzi actually didn't have much to gain either. As the many gazes looked over, Gu Yangzi immediately began to pour out his grievances. Alas, he first let out a long sigh tersely before continuing. You all don't know, but I have sent quite a few people to the ice spirit domain before, and I have made some progress. The meteorite ore that I took out last time, as well as the meteorite alloy, everyone has seen it. Originally, if everything had gone well, I would have been able to bring you all quite a bit of intelligence, as well as quite a few resource samples, but now I don't know what happened to the ice spirit domain, and the people I left behind in the ice spirit domain have all been lost. The only thing I know is that the ice spirit domain has a way to use the blood god crystal. That method isn't complicated. It's to take the high purity energy in the blood god crystal and refine it into the star crystal stone. That way, anyone can use the high purity energy in the star crystal stone. However, it is said that only a demigod powerhouse can do this step. Unfortunately, all of the Taiku Group scouts were lost and didn't manage to bring back samples of the star crystal stone. After the 10 elders opened their mouths one after another, the many quasi-emperors and the many great emperors below were all talking for a while. Compared to the heavenly Hong domain, the ice spirit domain was indeed more difficult to deal with. Moreover, Gu Yanzet and the others, there was more or less a little gain. The rest of them, this time, they really didn't gain anything at all. In the conference hall, the powerhouses of the Emperor Star were all sad for a while. However, at this time, the head of the Emperor Star, Qi Jie, spoke up. In the past 7 days, this emperor personally made a trip to the ice spirit domain. His words were tantamount to dropping dozens of nuclear bombs in the conference hall. Suddenly, the entire room fell dead silent. All the uninformed people, including the emperor's high demigod, were completely stunned. They knew that this head Gu was formidable and bold, but for Qi Jie to run off alone to the other side's lair to spy on information was a path that none of them had envisioned. What everyone didn't know was that Qi Jie hadn't gone alone, but had brought Ji Inu along. If he hadn't been busy coming back for a combat meeting, he and Ji Inu would have had to create a little Qi Jie before returning. Great Emperor Gu Yangzi's jaw dropped in shock at this moment. Although he intended, after having the strength of a demigod, to visit the ice spirit domain, but basically, he was only thinking about it in his mind, not really going. After all, the heavenly sword demigod of the heavenly Hong domain had been surrounded by 3 demigods, and had been beaten to the point where only a remnant of his soul had vanished. He didn't want to experience the treatment of the heavenly sword demigod at all. The 2 deputy heads of state, as well as the 10 great elders and many great emperors and quasi-emperors. After the initial shock, everyone was excited. Since Qi Jie had personally made the trip, he must have inquired about quite a bit of useful information. Although Qi Jie was at the great emperor realm, his strength was terrifying. In front of him, quasi-emperors and great emperors were all butchered, slaughtered, and wiped out with their hands. Even demigods, and demigods like the heavenly sword demigod who had 2 brushes. If they were to fight Qi Jie, they would all still have to be suppressed. In such a situation, Qi Jie would definitely be able to bring back a lot of information when he personally went to the ice spirit domain. The Emperor High Demigod, the Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor, the Dao Tai Huang, Gu Yangzi, Bei Qingtsong, and all the other powerhouses. All of them turned their very expectant gazes towards Qi Jie at this time. Qi Jie had certainly brought back a large amount of useful information. And what was a large amount of useful information? He had also brought back quite a few samples of the resources unique to the ice spirit domain this time. Even the star crystal stones, which Gu Yangzi had only heard of and never seen. He had plenty of them in his spatial device. Under the many gazes, Qi Jie got up and said indifferently, "This emperor went to the ice spirit domain this time and pried out a great deal of information. In addition, the resources unique to the ice spirit domain. This emperor has also brought back a large number of samples. Now share them with the major groups, the various forces." When Qi Jie opened his mouth, everyone concentrated and paid full attention. This time, every word Qi Jie said definitely had tremendous value. Because of the heavy blockade of the ice spirit domain, all of them had become blind. Their understanding of the ice spirit domain was very limited. Knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy, one would win 100 battles. Knowing oneself and not knowing the other, 1 victory and 1 loss. In other words, for them to go to war with the ice spirit domain now would be a very dangerous act, with a 50% chance of suffering a great loss. Now it was good that Qi Jie had personally gone to spy on the information and was willing to share it. With this matter alone, Qi Jie had taken the first credit for attacking the ice spirit domain. Of course, now that he was the Emperor's Starführer, he could only give himself an award, and no one else was qualified to do so. As the crowd listened intently, Qi Jie didn't sell himself short and spoke directly. The overall strength of the ice spirit domain is 1.5 times that of the Tianhong domain in terms of quantity, and 2 times that of the Tianhong domain in terms of quality. Their cultivator armies, which are all very elite, are much more powerful than the Tianhong domain's cultivator armies. Secondly, the ice spirit domain already has 4 demigods in town, and it has received support from the Black Wind domain, the Skywolf domain, and the South Hung domain. Among them, the Black Wind domain is vigorously supporting, sending a demigod, as well as a large number of great emperors, quasi-emperors, and a large army of cultivators. The Southern Hung domain and the Skywolf domain are most likely speculators. If we lose, they'll join the ice spirit domain in dividing up our resources. If we win, it's very likely that they'll bite back at the ice spirit domain and snatch the resources of the ice spirit domain. The intelligence provided by Qi Jie was extremely useful. As he spoke out this intelligence, the heads of the major groups, the various forces, all had a plan in their hearts. The crowd didn't interrupt this time, listening carefully to Qi Jie. After finishing talking about the ice spirit domain's cutting-edge battle power, as well as its regular battle power, Qi Jie started talking about the ice spirit domain's resources. The ice spirit domain's resources are very rich. It's a truly bountiful land. The ice spirit domain's vast amount of resources are very useful for the enhancement of our technological weapons, as well as all types of technological products. But these resources, the ice spirit domain doesn't even mind them. It's because these resources, in the ice spirit domain, are just things of relatively low value. This sentence undoubtedly caused many strong people to be extremely surprised. Resources that were very useful to them were actually just resources of relatively low value in the ice spirit domain. And the cultivators of the ice spirit domain were too lazy to mine them. One could imagine just how rich this place, the ice spirit domain, really was. Qi Jie's words, of course, were not finished. He continued to speak at this very moment. The top resources of the ice spirit domain can also be shown to everyone. This is the meteorite ore. 1 piece for each person. Take it yourself and look at it closely. As he spoke, Qi Jie waved his demonic power, and a large amount of meteorite ore flew in front of the crowd. This thing, Gu Yangzi had gotten it before, carefully storing it as if it was a treasure, and every time, it was gently held and put away. In fact, this thing was not worth anything at all in the ice spirit domain. It was just that the ice spirit domain now had heavy blockades and it was not easy to bring it out. While the crowd got the meteorite ore, they all couldn't help but secretly say in their hearts, Huang Taiji, the heavenly ancestor, and the others, they died well. After they died, Qi Jie re-established the Order of the Emperor Star and became the head of the Emperor Star. No, the benefits of Qi Jie becoming the head of the Emperor Star came when he said so, something that Emperor Gu Yangzi treated as a treasure. Head Gu directly gave away randomly, a piece for each hand. Of course, this was because of the low value of meteorite ore, and Qi Jie had a lot of it on him. If it was replaced with meteorite star alloy, Qi Jie wouldn't even give it away half as fast. He also had a purpose for giving the meteorite ore to the crowd. On the one hand, it was to buy people's hearts and maintain the rule. On the other hand, he wanted the people to work together to study how to refine the meteorite ore into meteorite alloy. He had a huge advantage in refining blood god crystals. However, when refining meteorite alloy, he could only extract it violently like a demigod powerhouse, which was very inefficient. While everyone was extremely elated, Qi Jie of course continued to release fierce information. The method of refining the meteorite star alloy. If that group researches it, the infinite group can purchase its patent or reach other cooperation. In addition to the meteorite star alloy, the star crystal stones mentioned by Great Emperor Gu Yanzi just now, this emperor has also brought back. Qi Jie took out a large amount of star crystal stones on one side and spoke. Look everyone, this is the star crystal stones. The star crystal stones looked like transparent crystal cubes that were extremely beautiful. Seeing so many star crystal stones, the many great emperors, quasi-emperors, naturally looked at Qi Jie with bated breath. Qi Jie smiled and said, "It's useless to give this to everyone, so I won't give it to you." As he said that, he put the star crystal stone away. Great emperors such as Gu Yanzi, Dao Tai Huang, and North Prime Song could only spit in their hearts for a moment. It was clearly head Gu who didn't want to give it to the crowd, and said that the star crystal stone was useless for them to hold in their hands. Qi Jie this time, on the one hand, he didn't want to give it, but on the other hand, he really felt that it was a complete waste for the crowd to take the star crystal stones. Without demigod strength, it was simply impossible to refine high-purity energy from the blood god crystal, even if it was a demigod powerhouse, using violent extraction. To refine the energy of a blood god crystal, one would have to consume the energy of 2 or even more blood god crystals themselves, and one would not be able to make ends meet. So what was the point of refining this thing? He was different, as he had obtained the inheritance of the 9 ancestors of the blood dragon and had managed to ascend to the level of a great emperor. He was able to use the power of the blood god crystal with great ease. He also took out a piece of star crystal stone that he had refined. The original star crystal stone was a transparent crystal, while the one he held in his hand was like a special ruby. Emperor Star. In the highest conference hall, everyone's gazes were, once again, attracted by Qi Jie. During this pre-war conference, Qi Jie had already surprised and even shocked the crowd not only once. Before he had become the head of the Emperor Star, the crowd had only felt that he and his infinite group were nothing more than the nouveau riche of the Emperor Star. A nouveau riche like this was the pride of the age, but there would always be so many of them in every age. It was only now that the crowd truly understood that Qi Jie was not the pride of the age, but a legend of the age. The ruby he held in his hand, together, caused all the great emperors, all the quasi-emperors, and the emperor demigods to fall into deep shock. The crowd was no stranger to resources like blood god crystals. However, blood god crystals belong to the top-level resources that could be looked at but not used, just like a beautiful woman who could be looked at but not taken one step closer, making it very difficult, even unbearable. The ruby in Qi Jie's hand was not like that. Everyone could clearly feel the high-purity energy inside, and they were able to communicate with it directly. To put it more bluntly, everyone could use the high-purity energy in this crystal. As the crowd was shocked, Qi Jie also opened his mouth and told the crowd about the origin of the ruby. By refining the high-purity energy in the blood god crystal into the star crystal stone, you will obtain this super energy stone. This super energy stone has different names in different places, but in the Emperor Star, I'm going to name it Infinity Crystal Stone. Next, the Infinity Group will sell a small amount of Infinity Crystals. I will also take out a portion of the Infinity Crystals as a reward for the Imperial Star Alliance's conquest of the Ice Spirit Domain. The group of people with the most outstanding feats during the conquest of the Ice Spirit Domain will receive this reward. Qi Jie's words caused the conference hall to once again go completely dead silent. After a certain period of dead silence, the many great emperors and quasi-emperors couldn't help but erupt in cheers. There were often 3 factors that hindered the progress of science and technology. 1. Was scientific theories. 2. Was materials. 3rd. Was energy. The Ice Spirit Domain had the meteorite alloy, a material that excited everyone present, as well as the material to synthesize the infinity crystals. In other words, two of the three major factors that hindered the progress of science and technology could be solved to a great extent by conquering the ice spirit domain. This caused many quasi-emperors, and many great emperors, to become more and more greedy for the ice spirit domain. All of them became more and more eager to kill the ice spirit domain right now to divide up the resources of the ice spirit domain. The crowd already knew what good things were in the ice spirit domain, as well as the approximate strength of the ice spirit domain. The next question was, how were they going to conquer the ice spirit domain? The gazes of the Dao Tai Emperor, Northern Prime Tsung, Great Emperor Gu Yanzi, and even the Emperor Hierophant demigods, as well as the Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor, all landed on Qi Jie once again. The previous Emperor Star Alliance, even though it was an alliance, when it went to war, it was actually fighting on its own. This was because the many large groups and powers simply wouldn't listen to the orders of the Emperor Star Alliance. Nowadays, it was different, as the Emperor Star head Qi Jie had enough control over the Emperor Star. If he wanted all the major groups and forces to work in concert, no one would dare to play tricks, unless that group wanted to get rid of their name in the Emperor Star. Qi Jie certainly knew that scattered soldiers and rabble were no match for a unified command and dispatch coalition army. So this time, he wasn't going to let the crowd of Emperor Star fight on their own. In a chaotic manner, Qi Jie snapped his fingers, and in the middle of the conference hall, a huge virtual screen hovered out. On this virtual screen, there was a huge map. Everyone, please take a look. This is the approximate map of the ice spirit domain. Previously, when we attacked the Tianhong domain, we didn't have a unified command, and we all fought separately. The so-called Imperial Star Union Army is no better than a rabble. When attacking the ice spirit domain, if we still do this, then even if we end up being able to bring down the ice spirit domain, we'll still have to pay a very heavy price. As Qi Jie spoke, the crowd was carefully checking the map of the ice spirit domain. Their previous understanding of the ice spirit domain was very limited. They had obtained some maps from the forces of the Tianhong domain, though, however, many of the information on the maps were completely out of sync with the latest information of the ice spirit domain nowadays. As the gazes of the crowd landed on the map, Qi Jie raised his hand and tapped it, and the map immediately changed. The original map of the ice spirit domain was cut into 5 parts. As this map appeared, he also explained to the crowd what was going on. As you can see, the map of the ice spirit domain has been divided into 5 major war zones by me. The difficulty of conquering these 5 major war zones also gradually decreases from the first war zone to the 5th war zone. The higher the difficulty of conquest, the more resources therein. The war zones that are easier to conquer are lacking in resources and don't have very powerful forces entrenched nearby. Everyone can think carefully for a quarter of an hour, and after a quarter of an hour, speak about their respective situations and which war zone they want to attack. Hearing this, the crowd immediately began to think carefully. Qi Jie's gains from entering the ice spirit domain this time were undoubtedly tremendous. It allowed the crowd to know more and more about what the situation of the ice spirit domain really was, as well as how they should best attack the ice spirit domain. After the crowd pondered for a while, Qi Jie's gaze then looked towards the Emperor Hilly demigod. The Empyrean demigod didn't hold a top-tier group, but he was the old ancestor of a huge power in the Empyrean star. That huge power was called Emperor Mountain. In addition to the demigod elder ancestors, Emperor Mountain also had a large number of king, emperor, saint, and quasi-emperor powerhouses and great emperor powerhouses. In particular, the number of great emperor powerhouses surpassed all groups. Other groups and top-tier powers either had only one great emperor or 2 or 3 great emperors. Imperial Mountain had 3 great emperors at the very beginning. After obtaining a large amount of resources from the Heavenly Hong domain, 2 peak quasi-emperor powerhouses had also stepped into great emperors. In other words, Imperial Mountain now had 5 great emperor powerhouses. The number of great emperor powerhouses ranked first among all the forces in the alliance. After the Empyrean demigod saw Qi Jie's gaze, he said without thinking, "Empyrean and old man, choose the hardest bone. We'll join the first war zone." Dishan was strong and ambitious, and directly chose the first war region. After the Empyrean demigod made his choice, Qi Jie's gaze fell on Qi Tianyu. The Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor smiled sweetly and immediately made a decision that surprised many people. The Heavenly Moon Group and I, as well as the Heavenly Moon Python clan, will enter the 3rd battle zone to fight. This time, there was no need for Qi Jie to open his mouth to inquire. And Archemperor Gu Yanzi spoke in confusion. Why is that? This was a question that not only Great Emperor Gu Yanzi wanted to know, but everyone present wanted to know. Qi Tianyu was originally a top-tier powerhouse, and the Heavenly Moon Python clan, too, was a top-tier powerhouse clan of the Emperor Star. Qi Tianyu and Qi Inui had stood correctly and had the honor of being from the dragon. After Qi Jie became the head of Emperor Star, Ji Tianyu directly became the deputy head, and Ji Inyu and Head Gu were also very close. Many people privately referred to Ji Tianyu and Ji Inyu as the Führer's wife. After the people captured the lower heavenly Hong domain, the heavenly moon python clan's harvest was also very huge. Not only that, the heavenly moon demon emperor was unable to go further before because of the shackles brought about by her bloodline. Now that she had Qi Jie helping her purify her bloodline, she had broken the bloodline shackles step by step. Although she hadn't yet achieved demigod status, anyone with eyes could tell. She would be the fourth demigod warrior of the Emperor Star after Qi Jie, the will of the Emperor Star, and the Emperor Hilly demigod. The strength of the heavenly moon python clan was now extremely strong. The number of their top powerhouses, as well as the number of their regular combat units, was astonishing. Imperial Mountain had 1 demigod and 5 great emperors. The heavenly moon python clan, on the other hand, had 4 great emperors. If Ji Inyu were to go further sometime, they would be able to possess 5 great emperors. As for the Sky Moon Python clan's regular combat troops, they originated from the Sky Moon Python clan on the one hand, and the Sky Moon group on the other, plus the great army of cultivators that had surrendered from the heavenly Hong domain. All 3 together, the number had reached a very astonishing 15 million. At the moment, of all the forces in the Emperor Star, the heavenly lunar Python clan had the largest number of regular combat troops. Under such circumstances, even if the heavenly moon python clan did not enter the first war zone to fight, they should have entered the second war zone to fight. Who would have thought that Ji Tianyu would choose to enter the third war zone? Which naturally made many people unable to figure it out. Ji Tianyu also did not sell a secret with the crowd. Directly sandalwood mouth slightly opened, voice very pleasant and melodious said, "As you all know, the power composition of the heavenly moon python clan is the heavenly moon python clan, the heavenly moon group, and the forces that have surrendered from the heavenly Hong domain. These 3 combined give the heavenly moon python clan 4 great emperors, 11 quasi-emperors, and about 15 million regular combat troops. The heavenly moon python clan. If we were to enter the third war zone, just our clan alone would already be able to dominate the entire war to a great extent. In other words, the heavenly moon python clan is willing to lead the major groups, the major forces, even the various small and medium-sized groups, small and micro forces, in the third war zone, to achieve victory." The meeting here was not broadcast in real time, but everyone, including Qi Jie, was clear. Once what Ji Tianyu had just set out was known by the small and medium-sized groups, as well as the small and micro forces, how crazy and excited those people would be. Ji Tianyu's status in their hearts, I'm afraid, would rise to the point where it would be second only to Qi Jie. After all, in the Emperor Star, super large groups and super large forces were in the minority, and there were more small and medium groups. Ji Tianyu's move was considered very clever, and in this battle, the heavenly moon python clan had also played its due role. Of the 5 major war zones, Ji Tianyu had already packed his bags and was able to achieve victory in one of the war zones, and the remaining 4 war zones were naturally left to the people present. Qi Jie's gaze, rather appreciatively, glanced at the heavenly moon demon emperor. As expected, this woman wasn't a clothes rack or a pretty vase at all. Normally, she didn't show off, but this time, at an extremely crucial time, she had ruthlessly stunned the crowd for once. He even had some tonight to properly discuss with the heavenly moon demon emperor how she had made such a brilliant decision. After the Empyrean demigod, as well as the heavenly moon demon emperor opened their mouths, the gazes of the crowd didn't fall on the 10 great elders, but rather on Qi Jie, the Empyrean star head of state. The number 1 power of the Emperor Star was not Emperor Mountain, which had the highest number of great emperors, or the heavenly moon python clan, which had the most regular troops, but the Infinite Group. By taking care of the 7 Jedi's requirements, the Infinite Group already possessed 10 million conventional combat troops. Of course, these 10 million conventional combat troops were assembled slightly hastily, and not all of the 10 million combat troops were trump cards. However, the Infinite Group possessed 2 demigod-level combat troops, the Emperor Star head Qi Jie, as well as the Emperor Star Will. Both belonged to the Infinite Group. Regardless of whether they were quasi-emperors or great emperors, they were all trash in front of the demigods. All of them were like dirt chickens and dogs, and would be annihilated by the demigod powerhouses as if they were destroying them. As long as the other forces in Emperor Star did not have 2 demigods, Infinite Group would be the number 1 force in Emperor Star. With the bright performance of the heavenly moon demon emperor just now, the crowd wondered if the Infinite Group would make the same choice and directly wrap up the victory in the second battle zone. After all, with the terrifying strength of the 2 demigods, there was still no problem in wrapping up victory in the second battle zone. Under the gaze of the many gazes, Qi Jie similarly said a decision that made everyone very surprised. For this great battle to conquer the Ice Spirit domain, the Infinite Group will participate in all 5 battlefields. The Imperial Star Will and I will be conquering the first battlefield, with the 3 demigods of the Emperor Star appearing in the first battle zone. The 4 demigods of the Ice Spirit domain will only be able to come over and take over the battle, or else the first battle zone will be quickly leveled by us. The Old Pill Emperor of the original Tianhong domain will lead the army of cultivators who surrendered to the Infinite Group, as well as all of the Infinite Group's quasi-emperors, to engage in the battle in the second battle zone. The head of the Infinite Group's mercenary department, Rift Sky Wu, will lead all of the Infinite Group's Saint ranks to fight in the third war zone. Similarly, all the elites of the Emperor Star Academy, and the other elites of the Infinite Group, will enter the 4th and 5th war zones based on their strength. The crowd understood Qi Jie's intentions. The Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor was a direct Pokemon, wanting to eat a fatty in one breath. Qi Jie, on the other hand, had a much longer-term vision, wanting to put in a long line and catch a big fish. He had only one purpose for this arrangement, and that was to cultivate talent. Through the experience of various battlefields, everyone in the Infinite Group would be sharpened and improved. After the overall strength of the Infinite Group's combat troops went up, how many benefits did they want without? This was a typical case of others stocking food. I stocked guns. As long as my fist was hard enough, other people's resources were my own. There was another advantage to doing this. The Infinite Group's combat troops had a technological weapon advantage and a potion advantage. They were the backbone of whichever war zone they were in, and were able to make great gains. The Infinite Group's final harvest in this battle would definitely be more than the Heavenly Moon Python clan that had encompassed a battle zone. However, everyone couldn't have imagined that Qi Jie still had one more piece of news that was 10,000% important that he hadn't revealed. That was that the top resources of the Ice Spirit domain were distributed everywhere. It was just that some places had relatively fewer and some had relatively more. With the Infinite Group casting their nets across the board, of course all the fish in all the places could be fished up. This time, the layout of the drop. The Emperor Hill's old ancestor was at the second layer, and instead of playing it safe, he possessed enough of an adventurous spirit. The Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor was in the third layer, directly encompassing a war zone while harvesting a large number of hearts. Qi Jie, on the other hand, was in the atmospheric layer. 4-1. All of the Infinite Group's combat troops were able to be practiced in battlefields that suited them. 2. The top resources in all parts of the Ice Spirit domain, no matter how many, were enough for the Infinite Group to collect. Thirdly, the Infinite Group was spread across the 5 major battle zones, so it could both impress the other combat troops of the Emperor planet, as well as provide the crowd with a certain amount of help in terms of technological weapons and potions. The Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor had bought the hearts and minds of the people in the third war zone, while Qi Jie had bought the hearts and minds of everyone. After Führer Qi Jie, Vice Führer Emperor Hilly, and Vice Führer Ji Tianyu each showed their abilities. The 10 Great Elders were of course unable to shine. On the one hand, their strength didn't allow it, and on the other hand, they didn't have a better strategy. Gu Yanzi was the first to state his position. The Taiku group will enter the second war zone to pick a fight. Dao Emperor Tai hesitated for a moment before similarly taking a stance. I, along with all the relevant forces under my command, will enter the second war zone to assist Great Emperor Gu Yanzi. The Northern Prime Emperor also spoke. The Prime Group will enter the second war zone to assist Great Emperor Gu Yanzi. After the 3 of them, the other 7 elders spoke one after another. With the remaining powerhouses, there wasn't much room for maneuvering, and the speed at which the crowd stated their positions grew faster and faster. After about an hour, the crowd had all finished taking their stances and waited for the final adjustments and arrangements from Imperial Starhead Qi Jie. Qi Jie didn't make the final adjustments immediately. This was another great battle where he was giving his all, and he needed to seriously think about it. Now that the first battle zone was dominated by 3 demigod warriors, basically nothing would go wrong. During this period of time, he continued to absorb and refine the high-purity energy contained in the blood god crystal. His physical body and physique, as well as his own strength, were continuously strengthened and increased. The current him had already gained a great increase in his battle power, and if he were to use the second type state, or even the third type state, his battle power would be even stronger. In the third type state, he even had the certainty to fight 1 against 5, dealing with 5 or even more demigods. However, that was one of his biggest cards, and should not be shown easily. Normally, using the second type state was enough. There was another thing that was also very important, and that was that after the third type state, he vaguely sensed the beginnings of the fourth type state. Continuing to absorb the power in the blood god crystal, it was very likely that he would metamorphose into the fourth type state. His third type state was already extremely terrifyingly explosive, and after completing the metamorphosis and elevation of his fourth type state, It was no exaggeration to say that he would definitely be able to single-handedly sweep across the divine desolate continent, pushing all enemies in the world. In the second war zone, there wasn't much of a problem. The Alliance's 10 great Emperor-level elders, a full 6 of them had gone, which was considered very stable. In the third war zone, there was a deputy head of state and a great Emperor-level elder. For the fourth war zone, there were 2 great Emperor-level elders. For the fifth war zone, there went 1 great Emperor-level elder. Judging from the bookkeeping data, the deployment of troops was very reasonable. However, in life and death battles, victory and defeat were often not divided according to bookkeeping data. In the end, the only way to know was to fight. After some serious contemplation, Imperial Star Führer Qi Jie gave the order to go out. The 2 deputy heads of state, the 10 top-tier great emperor elders, and the rest of the great emperors and quasi-emperors, now go back and make the final preparations. Half a day later, the army will march to the Ice Spirit domain. The 5 war zones. After Qi Jie finished speaking, everyone, including the Emperor Hierophant demigods, and the Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor, got up, faced Qi Jie, and bowed. Honor the Führer's order. The entire Emperor Star quickly entered a state of battle once again. Combat troops and combat materials from all major groups and forces were being urgently mobilized. Qi Jie also returned to the Infinite Group to make final preparations. He had an idea to consume a large amount of resources and energy to build a few great Emperor-level war machines out. For a great war of this level, the best thing to make was of course a demigod war machine. However, with the resources and energy he had now, it was not cost-effective to build temporary demigod war forces, and it was far from enough to build permanent war machines. After doing some math, building permanent great Emperor-class war machines was instead the most cost-effective. Moreover, these great Emperor-class war machines, along with other war machines, could form specialized resource-gathering teams. On the one hand, collect the rare resources of the Ice Spirit domain. On the other hand, specialize in attacking the places with the richest resources in the Ice Spirit domain. Like the Ice Spirit Chamber of Commerce that he had visited when he took Ji Inu on his honeymoon, there was a large hoard of resources. Thinking of this, Qi Jie directly had the Infinity Engine consume a large amount of top-tier resources, top-tier materials, especially the infinite crystals, and all the meteorite alloys he had on hand, to start producing great Emperor-level war machines. Infinite crystals, he already had quite a few on hand. It was very easy for him to make infinite crystals. Other demigods making infinite crystals would have to make 9 cows and 2 tigers to consume twice as much energy to make an infinite crystal. He was directly able to absorb and refine the energy in the blood god crystals, so he could only say that making infinity crystals was simple and rough. He also discovered that the Infinity Engine was not fully developed right now, and that the Qi could devour a large amount of energy, as well as a large amount of top-tier resources, for upgrades and further development. The current Infinity Engine was capable of absorbing the high-purity energy from the blood god crystals, but its efficiency was only about 50% higher than that of other demigods. While Qi Jie was using the Infinity Engine to produce a great Emperor-class war machine, the Infinity Engine's production panel also popped up in his mind. It turned out that there were already a lot of tricks to the great Emperor-class war machines, which could no longer be purely mechanical aesthetics. On the panel, the first thing he saw was of course still the mechanical body type. It was a silver-colored war machine. The mold was not the regular 2-legged, but a 6-legged and 8-armed one, equipped with all kinds of technological weapons. At first glance, one could sense that this was a very perfect killing machine, a terrifying battlefield meat grinder. Qi Jie was quite interested in this upgraded war machine. However, he didn't make a decision right away and instead looked at the second type of war machine. This was also a mechanical aesthetic type, but instead of an intelligent battle machine, it was an intelligent battle mech. The first moment he saw this great Emperor-class intelligent battle mech, Qi Jie knew that it was bound to be of great use. Right now, with limited materials and energy, he could only equip a set for Lan Shi or Ji Inu. One is a sister and the other is a wife. So of course, both are meat on the palm of one's hand. However, Lan Shi will enter the 4th battlefield next and won't be in danger. On Ji Inu's side, on the other hand, she would need to fight other Paragon Emperors and might even encounter a great Emperor. Then there was nothing more to say. So Ji Inu would be given it first, and then Blue Shi would be given it next time. The reason why he didn't build 2 sets wasn't that there wasn't enough energy, but that there wasn't enough meteorite star alloy. The other materials he had on him were limited in strength and actually couldn't fulfill the forging requirements. There were only 2 styles of Grand Emperor-class nanomechs at the moment because of the material limitations. One was obsidian black, and the other was a warm white color scheme. Qi Jie didn't hesitate and chose a set of nanomechs with a warm white color scheme for Ji Inu. After the Infinite Engine started manufacturing this warm white set of Grand Emperor-class nanomechs, Qi Jie only had enough materials on hand to forge 3 Grand Emperor-class combat units. These 3 Grand Emperor-class combat units, one was of course a war machine type, the second was an artificial creature type, and the third was very special, actually being an energy state combat unit. Qi Jie didn't delay and directly chose to manufacture it. Buzz. The infinite engine immediately began to roar, and the top-tier resources obtained from conquering the Tianhong domain, as well as the top-tier materials and top-tier energy that had been accumulated over a long period of time, were all consumed at this moment. From the perspective of storage, it was considered to be decades of hard work and a night back before liberation. However, other than the nanomechs that he was going to give to Qi Jie, the other Great Empress-class war machines, Great Empress-class energy state beings, and Great Empress-class artificial creatures were all his private belongings. In other words, those super materials and super energies, instead of being consumed, were changed into a more useful form to accompany him. Not only that, Qi Jie was also considered his private property. After all, Qi Jie was his, inside and out, from body to soul. While waiting for the Infinity Engine to produce these 4 items in creatures, Qi Jie was also thinking about this deployment. The strength of the Tianhong domain was clearly inferior to the Emperor Star, and it had never seen technological weapons in the past. Therefore, the entire process of Emperor Star's attack on Tianhong domain was a high-flying, sweeping and leveling push, and it didn't take much effort at all to take down Tianhong domain. The Ice Spirit domain was different. Firstly, the Ice Spirit domain was far more powerful than the Tianhong domain. Secondly, the Ice Spirit domain was already prepared to meet the Emperor Star and had seen the Emperor Star's technological weapons. Third, the Ice Spirit domain had received full support from the Black Wind domain, as well as partial support from the Skywolf domain and the South Hung domain. This great battle could not be taken lightly, or else they would have to suffer a great loss. After carefully going over his entire deployment in his mind, Qi Jie's heart gained a lot more confidence. This time, the deployment of the battle was not all his arrangement alone, but rather, it was a reflection of the common wisdom of all the powerful people of the Emperor Star, working together as a group. In terms of strategic deployment, there was no problem whatsoever. The next step would be to see how the major groups and forces of Emperor Star would perform in terms of tactical execution. In the Battle of Emperor Star's conquest of the Tianhong domain, quite a few of Emperor Star's veteran forces were eliminated. Top-tier great emperors like Gu Yangzi and Bai Kengkeng took advantage of the situation to lead their respective groups to rise as top-tier nouveau riches. This time, the great battle between Emperor Star and Ice Spirit domain was destined to be another major reshuffle. Aside from the 2 deputy heads of state, the 10 great elders might all see replacements. Some forces might fall, while others would take advantage of the situation and rise. If the Ice Spirit domain could be annexed in its entirety, the number of elder seats in Emperor Star could definitely be increased to 24. With the Ice Spirit domain's resource reserves, hatching 14 more hegemonic level forces for the Emperor Star would not be a problem. The efficiency of the Infinite Engine was very high, and Qi Jie didn't wait too long for the Infinite Group to produce 4 more Great Emperor-class combat units. Of course, the nanomechs were going to be taken and given away soon, so they could only be counted as 3 more Great Emperor-class combat units. Infinity Engine's current production mission is over. All 4 production projects have been successful. Please check. Hearing the Infinity Engine's prompt, Qi Jie immediately checked the receipt. The first thing he saw was a set of warm white nanomechs. It was a set of humanoid nanomechs, a very advanced exoskeleton that was worn on the surface of the body. The best wearers were creatures with the strength of a quasi-emperor, but in reality, even saint-ranked creatures wearing this set of nanomechs could possess great emperor-level combat power. After Qi Jie fully understood this set of nanomech, he raised his hand and made a move, and the nanomech quickly morphed and finally transformed into a warm white technological bracelet. This set of nanomech obviously not only contained nanotechnology, but also space technology. With the scientific research capabilities of the major conglomerates of the Emperor Star, there were bound to be a large number of technological barriers if they wanted to imitate such a set of nanomechs. But it didn't matter. He had the Infinite Engine and didn't need to understand the technical principles. As long as there were enough materials and enough energy, he would be able to use the Infinite Engine to make all kinds of top-notch items. After putting the nanomech bracelet away, Qi Jie's gaze then looked towards a black war machine. It was a Great Empress-class war mech, modeled after a 6-legged, 8-armed one, equipped with a large number of weapons. This war machine gave Qi Jie a feeling like a dangerous mechanical spider. He checked the panel of this war machine and then named it Heaven Punisher. Next to the Heaven Punisher war machine mech was a synthetic Grand Emperor-class being. It was a silver-haired teenager who looked like he was only 14 or 15 years old. He had silver hair and blue pupils, and there was an arc of thunder around his body just like when Qi Jie used thunder, constantly jumping. Qi Jie was quite interested in this synthetic Great Emperor level being. After checking out the other party's panel, he casually said, "Let this emperor see what you're capable of." When the silver-haired teenager heard this, he immediately bowed to Qi Jie, and then he coalesced a ball of silver-colored lightning in his palm. The ball of silver-colored lightning contained a very terrifying power. Qi Jie perceived it for a moment and determined that this strike had reached the peak level of the 9th level of the Imperial stage. It also meant that the silver-haired teenager was capable of battling peak great emperors like Gu Yangzi and the others. However, that wasn't all. The silver-colored thunder in the silver-haired teenager's hand quickly transformed into a longbow. It was just that the process was somewhat slow, and the speed at which he was condensing the arrow with the thunder, that was even slower. Qi Jie immediately saw the problem. The silver-haired teenager's level of understanding of thunder was insufficient. He immediately raised his hand and followed the teenager's shoulder, instilling part of his understanding and realization of thunder into the silver-haired teenager in an enlightened manner. After the silver-haired teenager absorbed Qi Jie's epiphany, he was indeed enlightened. Once again condensing the silver lightning longbow, as well as the silver lightning arrow, he only used the snap of his fingers. Seeing this scene, Qi Jie nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, he opened his mouth and said, "From now on, your name is Silver Spirit, Gu Yinling. Your identity is that of my disciple, as well as my righteous son." Gu Yinling was extremely joyful when he heard this, and he kneeled down on one knee with extreme respect. He was a being created by Qi Jie with the Infinity Engine, and Qi Jie was his god to him, having been accepted by a god as a righteous son. Then of course he was the son of a god. After checking out the Heaven Execution War Machine, and Gu Yingling's situation, Qi Jie's gaze fell on the cloud of dark purple energy state life. Energy state life was considered to be the ultimate form of life. This viewpoint might not be entirely correct. Every kind of life had its own evolutionary route, as well as its own ultimate form. The energy state could only be described as one of the ultimate life forms. This cloud of dark purple energy state life was like an ever-changing nebula. Qi Jie quickly ordered, "In the future, you will be called Nightmare. Now transform into human form." Nightmare sniffed and directly transformed into Gu Yingling's form. Only, it was Gu Yingling in its energy state. Although he had consumed all of his family's money, Qi was extremely satisfied with the 3 great emperor-level combat units: Heaven Execution, Gu Yinling, and Nightmare. For the nano-mech, he also named it, with the name Misty Moon. After checking out the Infinite Group's 3 extra Grand Emperor-class combat units, Qi Jie sent a message to Ji Yin's communicator. "Come to the Infinite Group's headquarters, my office." After Ji Yin received Qi Jie's message, she asked with some confusion, "To do what?" Qi Jie sold the message. "What else can I do?" His intention was, now that the Great War was approaching, what else could be done besides helping Ji Yin improve her strength? Ji Yin, however, misunderstood and thought that she was going to do something irrelevant again. Strictly speaking, purifying the bloodline and allowing the bloodline to get a breakthrough wasn't something unimportant. It was just that she now belonged to the category of those whose bloodline had made a breakthrough and whose strength hadn't kept up, and needed to settle down for a period of time. On the contrary, there wasn't that much of a rush when it came to bloodline breakthroughs, but since Qi Jie had asked, she didn't refuse. Soon, she traveled to where Qi Jie was, Infinite Group's headquarters, the topmost floor, the president's office. With Ji Yin's special relationship with Qi Jie, she was now able to come here very easily. Upon entering the office, Ji Yin almost said out of her mouth, "Hurry up if you want to come, there's something else to do in a while." Luckily, just as her words appeared in her head, she saw that there were 3 other lifeforms in Qi Jie's office. She was first stunned, and after sensing the Great Emperor-level aura emanating from these 3 lifeforms, Ji Yin's entire body was dumbfounded. The Infinite Group. There are still 3 Great Emperor-level combat units hidden? She had thought that most of the time, she was by Qi Jie's side. She should be considered relatively knowledgeable about the Infinite Group's situation. However, after seeing the Mechanical Life Sky Punisher, the Energy State Life Nightmare, and the Synthetic Life Gu Yingling, Ji Yin's entire being was bad. The Infinite Group clearly hadn't been created for a long time, but it gave off an unfathomable feeling. Not to mention other people. Right now even Ji Yin didn't know how many cards the Infinite Group was hiding. While Ji Yin was surprised, Qi Jie nodded her head with a smile. "Not bad. It's indeed 3 Great Emperor-level combat units. None of their combat abilities are inferior to peak Great Emperors like Gu Yangzi." Ji Yin sniffed, shocked and crying. Gu Yangzi, one of the topmost Great Emperor powerhouses of the Emperor Star, has also become a unit of battle strength measurement? Qi Jie laughed noncommittally, then introduced to Ji Yin, "This mechanical being is a Heaven Executioner. With 9th level strength of the Emperor rank, the level of technology is ahead of all the technology on the bright side of the Emperor star, specializing in spatial jumps, as well as the use of various types of technological weapons and technological equipment. Also able to perform emergency repairs on all types of technological weapons and technological equipment. When Qi Jie finished his introduction, Tian Punisher bowed slightly to Ji Inu. Greetings, President Inu. Ji Inu sniffed and slightly nodded her head to return the bow. Her exquisite pretty face was already filled with shock, while her heart was even more set off by waves of shock. The sense of oppression that the Heaven Punisher brought to her was even stronger than that of Great Emperor Gu Yangzi. If they really had to fight, the ancient Yangzi Emperor might not really be a match for the Heaven Executioner. While Ji Inu was amazed, Qi Jie had continued to introduce her. This is the Energy State Life Nightmare, specializing in energy attacks, as well as spiritual attacks. After Qi Jie finished his introduction, the Nightmare bowed and saluted him, then bowed again and saluted Ji Inu. Only after saluting did the Nightmare speak. Your Excellency the Führer, the fact is that I can also transform into an information state and perform information-level attacks on all types of technological weapons. As Nightmare spoke, he unexpectedly transformed into a stream of ever-changing numbers. This ability, then, was extremely terrifying, which made it the equivalent of a supercomputer virus with an extremely high level of intelligence. It was a pity that in the Divine Desolate Continent, there were no technological weapons, or else Nightmare would have been able to show off its skills this time. Ji Inu, however, marveled. So powerful, it can be used as the Imperial Star's intellectual brain. As a great Emperor-level energy state life, the Nightmare's computing power was bound to be incomparably terrifying when it transformed into an information state digital life as well. The amount of arithmetic in every aspect of the entire Emperor Star might be mere child's play to Nightmare. Nightmare smiled at this and said, if His Excellency the Führer needs it, I can now enter the systems of the various types of technological equipment on the Emperor Star. Help His Excellency the Führer monitor and manage the entire Imperial Star. Qi Jie thought about it for a moment, but still nodded. Since that's the case, from now on, you'll serve as the Imperial Star's technological think tank. After the connection is successful, convey a few words for me. Nightmare bowed to Qi Jie before turning into a data stream and entering the light brain in Qi Jie's office. In the next moment, all of the intelligent devices in the entire Emperor Star were all being monitored by the Nightmare. The Nightmare's figure appeared on all types of screens in Emperor Star at this moment. This caused the major groups of Emperor Star, as well as the various forces, to be startled. In the Taiku group, Emperor Gu Yangzi was dumbfounded. What's going on here? The light brain of the Swire group has been hacked? The same scene happened in all the other groups. Qi Jie's communicator received a large number of urgent reports in an instant. The crowd was clearly looking for him to report that the intelligent equipment of the Imperial Star had been hacked. While at this time, the images on all the screens changed. Beside Nightmare, Qi Jie's figure also emerged. Qi Jie's voice, also at this time, traveled into everyone's ears. Everyone, don't be nervous, this is the Infinite Group's brain developed for the Emperor Star. The Nightmare. The Nightmare is capable of connecting to all intelligent devices on the Emperor planet, and providing arithmetic power to all intelligent devices. For empowerment, Nightmare will monitor all types of situations on Emperor Star, but will filter everyone's privacy. The existence of the Nightmare is still mainly to prevent the Emperor Star from being infiltrated by hostile forces. At the same time, Nightmare will also open up a certain amount of arithmetic power for major groups, major forces, and everyone, and provide a knowledge base. Before Qi Jie opened his mouth to explain, the people of Imperial Star were quite panicked. If the spatial device, while performing a wormhole teleportation, was suddenly hacked, then the fun would be great. God knows, they would be teleported to somewhere. After understanding the role of the Nightmare, many people in various parts of the Emperor Star cheered thoroughly. After the Nightmare provided arithmetic power for their devices, their intelligent devices would have the computing performance of a superb right brain. Not only that, Nightmare would also open up the knowledge base for the crowd. Knowledge is power. All kinds of technological weapons, all kinds of technological products, were knowledge realized. The Nightmare and the crowd of Emperor Star were still complementary to each other. When the crowd was using the Nightmare was also continuing to learn and grow, upgrading and iterating. At this rate, the Nightmare might be able to advance to demigod earlier than Heaven Punisher and Gu Yinling. With regard to the Nightmare, after knowing what it could do, none of the people of the Emperor Star resisted it. Qi Jie was in control of the Imperial Star's will, and the crowd had almost no secrets to speak of in front of Qi Jie. As long as Qi Jie wanted to know, he could use the Emperor Star will to probe. The extra nightmare now was clearly a weakened version of the Emperor Star will, and it could only function in places with intelligent devices. Since this was the case, it was fine to have an extra nightmare. Moreover, under Qi Jie's leadership, all the major groups of the Emperor Star, all the forces, had developed by leaps and bounds, whether it was the Emperor Hierophant demigods, or the Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor, as well as the 10 top-tier Great Emperors, and the rest of the Great Emperors and Quasi-Emperors. All of them were willing to make the cake of Emperor Star bigger under Qi Jie's leadership. After speaking to the crowd about the nightmare, Qi Jie let the crowd continue to make preparations for the war. He, on the other hand, began to introduce Ji Inu to the synthetic Great Emperor-level beings. He is my disciple, as well as my righteous son, named Guanling. If you don't mind, I can have him address you as his righteous mother, or mother. Guanling had long since seen that Qi Jie and Ji Inu had an unusual relationship. After Qi Jie spoke, Guanling shouted to Ji Inu without saying a word. Yinling greets Lord Mother. When Ji Inu heard this, she could only blush and give Qi Jie a blank look. Qi Jie naturally didn't care as he directly ordered, "You guys go down. There will be a special task arranged for the three of you later." Hearing this, Heaven Punisher, Nightmare, and Guanling all spoke in unison. "As you wish, Your Excellency the Führer." It was only after the three of them left that Qi Jie took out the technological bracelet. He put the technological bracelet onto Ji Inu's wrist and said, "This bracelet is sent to you." Ji Inu looked at the warm white translucent technology bracelet on her wrist and was very curious as to what it was. She looked at it for half a day and realized that she couldn't understand it at all. At that moment she directly opened her mouth and asked, "What is this thing?" Qi Jie didn't answer, but instead snapped his fingers. Buzz. The warm white translucent technological bracelet instantly released a warm white light mass that completely enveloped Ji Inu. With the snap of a finger, a set of Grand Emperor-level nanomechs appeared on Ji Inu's body. In the nanomech, Ji Inu, after knowing what it was, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, a peak Emperor rank nanomech." Qi Jie smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's a peak Emperor rank nanomachine." Ji Inu took a deep breath and calmed down a bit, then still spoke. "No, this gift is too expensive. I can't have it." She very much wanted the Misty Moon nanomech. With the Misty Moon nanomech, she would have the power to fight in the face of a Great Emperor-level enemy. But this gift, it was really too precious. She couldn't take it. Qi Jie waved her hand unconcernedly and said half-jokingly, "What's yours is mine, what's mine is yours, and your whole person is mine. So what's the point of distinguishing so clearly?" Ji Inu of course knew that Qi Jie was flirting with her, and immediately could only say, "Nasty." The Misty Moon nanomecha was controlled by the mind and the intelligence of the mecha. At this moment, the Misty Moon nanomecha, right between Ji Inu's intention to transform it, retransformed into a silver bracelet. Then she was about to remove the silver bracelet and return it to Qi Jie. How could she dare to take such an expensive thing, not to mention giving it to her? Even if it was given to the Heavenly Moon Empress, it would be considered a great gift. Qi Jie, however, didn't give her a chance to refuse, and directly picked her up by the waist and kissed her fiercely. At the same time, he said, "If you think it's too expensive and you're too embarrassed to take it, won't it be fine to serve me more attentively in the future?" Ji Inu's pretty face reddened at his molestation and snapped, "Screw you, I'll squeeze you dry sooner or later." Qi Jie said in disbelief, "Is that so? Then why did you cry and beg for mercy every time when you were in the ice spirit domain before?" Mentioning this, Ji Inu could only give Qi Jie a big blank stare. "It's all your fault, like you want me dead." Qi Jie didn't continue talking to Ji Inu, and the demonic power boundary instantly unfolded, enveloping the entire office. Ji Inu's fiery red lips were kissed by him again. All over the Imperial Star, the major conglomerates, and the various hegemonic forces didn't know what Head Gu was doing. However, all of them were deploying tightly according to the previous battle strategy. As the time to go out on the battlefield approached, the Imperial Star's approximately 120 billion combat troops began to appear near the various spatial teleportation devices. Don't look at the fact that a top-tier power of Emperor Star like the Infinite Group only had 10 million combat troops. However, the number of top-tier groups, as well as large, medium, and small groups of the Emperor Star, was very large. The situation for all types of forces was basically the same. Under such circumstances, the Imperial Emperor Star's coalition army's combat units added up to a direct scale of 12 billion. Previously, when they attacked the Heavenly Hong domain, there were still only 85 billion combat units. However, after they attacked the Tianhong domain, a large number of cultivators from the Tianhong domain surrendered. The major groups of the Emperor Star, the forces of all parties screened well, and there were still a large number of extra combat troops. The cultivators of the Tianhong domain were already dumbfounded by the Emperor Star's technological weapons. Now, after having a better understanding of the Emperor Star and a better understanding of the Emperor Starführer, they all understood that the Emperor Star was not only not a ship of thieves, but it was also a great ship with great potential. Under such circumstances, of course they had to perform well, striving to quickly integrate into the Emperor Star and become a part of it. After everyone was ready, Qi Jie's image appeared on the screens of all the intelligent devices. Now that there were still the last few minutes before the expedition, this Emperor Starführer obviously had to make his final speech. The 120 billion combat troops of the Emperor Star also looked towards the Emperor Starführer on the screens everywhere, waiting for Qi Jie to give the final combat order. As everyone was concentrating on the various screens, Qi Jie's voice came out. As a matter of fact, because of his control of the Emperor Star's will, even without the Emperor Star's intelligence brain nightmare, Qi Jie was still able to do this. This time, however, it was mainly to test the ability of the nightmare brain in passing 1,200 billion warriors of the major groups, major forces, and various other organizations of the Emperor Star. Today, we will embark on a new journey. This time, our target is the Ice Spirit domain, which is even stronger than the Tianhong domain. This is a trial of life and death, blood and fire. Some will fall, while others will be reborn in the fire and become new nobles. Whether to die, or to rise on the momentum, is everyone's subject. However, as the head of the Emperor Star, I will lead all the demigods, all the great emperors, and all the quasi-emperors of the Emperor Star, create favorable conditions for you all to a great extent, so that you can fight against your enemies. As long as everyone lives towards death, then victory and glory will belong to the Emperor Star, to each and every one of you. When Qi Jie said this, the entire 120 billion combat troops of the Emperor Star were completely excited and boiling over. The conquest of the Heavenly Hong domain had given the crowd a great deal of confidence. The benefits received from the Heavenly Hong domain, on the other hand, had bred even greater ambition in the crowd. Survival, by nature, was cruel. If they didn't continuously climb upwards, they could become stepping stones for other living species. All over the Emperor Star, I don't know who was the first to shout out Wan Shang, and then all over the Emperor Star, there were cries that shook the clouds. Wan Shang, 10,000 victories for the Emperor Star. Sweep away thousands of troops and be invincible. Victory belongs to the Emperor Star. I will return full of glory. At the time when the enthusiasm of the 1,200 billion combat troops of the Emperor Star were all fully mobilized, the head of Emperor Star, Qi Jie, also gave the order to go out. Everywhere in the entire Emperor Star, Qi Jie's resounding voice was lifted at this moment. Depart for battle. After he spoke, the spatial teleportation devices in all parts of the Emperor Star began to operate. The number of these spatial teleportation devices was extremely large, and the total number of spatial teleportation devices in all the regions combined even reached the 10 million level. The 1,200 billion combat troops of the Emperor Star were also continuously transported to the battlefield through these 10 million plus million spatial teleportation devices. As time passed, the crowd arrived at the various combat zones one after another. Qi Jie didn't use a spatial teleportation device. Instead, he lifted his hand and tore through the void, directly crossing the spatial rift with his physical body and teleporting. The place where he appeared was the first combat zone. Shortly after he appeared, the Emperor Hilly Old Ancestor, one of the other two demigod warriors of the Emperor Star, also appeared nearby. As for the Emperor Star will, Qi Jie did not summon it. The four demigods from the Ice Spirit domain, exactly as Qi Jie thought, also appeared not far away, forming a confrontation with them. However, the two sides didn't make a move, and the Ice Spirit domain demigod ancestor, Ice Seal, even walked out at this time. After the Ice Seal demigod saw Qi Jie, his tone was incomparably cold as he spoke. Head Gu, could it be that after conquering the Heavenly Hong domain, you don't know what your last name is? Is it hard to believe that you think that my Ice Spirit domain is just as weak as the Tianhong domain? After the frozen demigod spoke, Qi Jie said three words extremely casually. What else? With his words, his meaning was self-evident. That was that to him. The Ice Spirit domain, even if it was stronger than the Heavenly Hong domain, was still a target that could be conquered in the eyes of the Emperor Star. The icebound demigod snorted coldly and said, Head Gu, you are too presumptuous. At the demigod level, the Ice Spirit domain has one more than the Emperor Star. At the Great Emperor level, the Emperor Star is only 35 Great Emperors with its full complement of reserves, while the Ice Spirit domain has more than 50 Great Emperors, which is 1.5 times as many as the Emperor Star. At the level of quasi-emperors, The number of quasi-emperors in my ice spirit domain is even twice as many as yours. Even in terms of regular combat troops, the total number of cultivator armies in the ice spirit domain is 1.5 times that of your regular combat troops. Führer Gu, if you're a smart person, you should understand that the ice spirit domain is not something you can covet. Of course, if Führer Gu isn't a smart person, then I have reason to believe that there isn't even a single smart person on the Emperor planet. And the ice spirit domain is willing to hold the greatest zeal to cooperate with the smart people of the Emperor planet. The top military would attack the strategy, the second would attack the communication, and the last would attack the city. The meaning of these words was that the most skillful wars, when strategizing, had already won the war with their strategies. It was when both sides didn't even need to go to war, and one of them was able to take what they wanted from the other. The ice spirit domain clearly didn't have such an absolute advantage when facing the Emperor star. Therefore, the demigod leader of the ice spirit domain used the tactic of division and disintegration. Unfortunately, this tactic of his didn't have any effect. The 120 billion combat troops of the Emperor star all had enough ambition and appetite to eat the ice spirit domain right now. They weren't something that the ice spirit domain could dismiss by casually giving them 3 melons or 2 dates. Thus, it was only after the ice demigod finished speaking that Qi Jie laughed and said, after the Emperor star launched its attack on the heavenly Hong domain, it has been destroying everything along the way. Now that the Emperor star's strength is on an even higher level, and since the Emperor star is both determined and coming with the might of a great victory, why should the icebound domain not know what's good for it and must ride on its mantle? The ice seal demigod laughed wildly up to the sky when he heard this. Only after laughing maniacally several times did he speak. Head Gu, you're too conceited. The ice spirit domain facing the Emperor star is by no means a mantis. Quite the contrary. The Imperial star's attack on the ice spirit domain is instead hitting a stone with an egg. There's no use for you and I to talk too much right now. Let's just see what happens on the battlefield. After saying that, the Ice Seal War God's majestic voice swept across the entire Ice Spirit domain. Ice Spirit domain's great clans, all forces, all cultivators listen to this seat's orders. Since the people from the Emperor Star have come hundreds of millions of miles to seek death, let's fulfill them. The voice of the frozen demigod resounded in the ears of every cultivator of the Ice Spirit domain in the 5 war zones. The Ice Spirit domain's cultivator army consisted of the Ice Spirit domain's native cultivator army, as well as the Black Wind domain's cultivators, as well as the Skywolf domain and South Heng domain's cultivators. It was actually fine to say that they were a 4-domain coalition army. It was only that the Skywolf domain and South Heng domain did not contribute much. The number of regular troops in the Ice Spirit domain's coalition army was 180 billion, which was a very terrifying number. The large sects that participated in the battle, as well as the hegemonic forces, and the ancient lineages with a long heritage, added up to even more than 3,000. As the voice of the frozen demigod echoed throughout the entire domain, the army of cultivators, which amounted to about 180 billion, also made a move at this time. The Ice Spirit domain's army of 180 billion cultivators appeared relatively evenly across the 5 major battle zones. In each of the war zones, there were about 36 billion cultivator armies, spread out across the various small battlefields. Opposite the Ice Spirit domain's coalition army was the 120 billion coalition army from the Emperor Star. They were rapidly arriving at the various battlefields according to their previous strategic deployment. Faced with the rich and fertile land of the Ice Spirit domain, the combat troops from Emperor Star could no longer hide their ambition and greed in their eyes. Although Emperor Star was at a numerical disadvantage in the comparison of combat power at all levels, however, the Imperial Emperor Star coalition forces did not feel much about this. The 4th battle zone where the Ice Spirit domain was at war with Emperor Star was mainly a battleground for king level and a very few emperor level combat troops. The elite of the Emperor Academy, namely Lan Shi, Qi Jie, Scarlet Emperor, Meng Bao, and the others, all appeared in this battlefield at this moment. The Emperor Star Alliance Army, in the 4th battlefield, had a total of about 24 billion combat troops. They were in charge of a battlefield in the 4th battlefield with 1 billion combat troops as a section. Lan Shi and his group all followed Silverwing for special training shortly afterward. The result of their special training was very astonishing, and the auras on their bodies at this moment were all at the early Imperial level. In the previous 3 major battlefields, the early Imperial level was nothing. However, in the 4th battlefield, an Imperial level could already be considered a strong person. When the Ice Spirit domain allied forces made a move, Qi Jie and the others did not act rashly. Not only them, but the Imperial Star Alliance's army did not make any moves at this time. They were all waiting for the order to go to war. And after the Emperor Star Alliance, all the major groups, all the major forces, all the small and medium-sized organizations were basically all ready. Imperial Star Führer Qi Jie also gave the order to go to war. Qi Jie's order was very simple. Only 2 words. Go to war. As his words fell, there was an immediate change on the vast and boundless gigantic battlefield. In the heavens and on the ground, a full 1200 billion Emperor Star combat troops, at this moment, instantly launched an attack on the Ice Spirit Domain Coalition. At this moment, the Emperor Star's deputy head, the Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor, the Emperor Star's 10 peak Great Emperors, the Dao Tai Huang, Gu Yangzi, Bei Qingtsong, Yi Changxian, and other great emperors were all the first to, at the very first moment, kill into the battle. About 30 great emperors from the Emperor Star's allied forces quickly began to exchange blows with the 50 great emperors from the Ice Spirit Domain's allied forces. The quasi-emperors, saint ranks, emperor ranks, king ranks, and all the rest of the regular combat troops from both sides were also fighting in one place at this moment. The demigods, as the pins of both sides, whether it was the 4 demigods of the Ice Spirit Domain or the 3 demigods of the Emperor Star, none of them personally came down to the battlefield at this time. The head of the Emperor Star, Qi Jie, stood proudly in the air, his aura dominating the heavens and the earth, undoubtedly injecting a dose of strength into the allied forces of the Emperor Star. It was as if Qi Jie had nothing to worry about, not putting the Ice Spirit Domain allied forces in his eyes at all. With the Führer being so strong and domineering, the Imperial Star's powerhouses and combat troops at all levels were certainly half-hearted. On the 4th battlefield, Qi Jie had already struck. His fighting style today was already that of a pure mechanical martial artist. Mechanical martial artists, also known as armored martial artists, they fought by wearing a mecha exoskeleton and using a laser sword type of weapon. Under the mechanical exoskeleton, wrapped around him, Qi Jie held a lightsaber that released a blue light, and killed in all directions as soon as the big battle began. Boom! Facing the attack of an Ice Spirit Domain Emperor-level powerhouse, the silver-colored mech Qi Jie wore moved with unparalleled agility to dodge the opponent's spirit arts. Boom! 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 His opponent was a cultivator who specialized in using flame spirit arts. One by one, violent fireballs the size of a millstone kept whistling towards Qi Jie. However, without exception, they were all easily avoided by Qi Jie with incomparable dexterity. Swish! After his figure flashed several Z characters in midair, the lightsaber in his hand easily penetrated the body of the opposite cultivator. When Qi Jie appeared behind the other party, the cultivator's body also separated from his waist. In just 10 breaths of time before and after, an Emperor-level cultivator of the Ice Spirit Domain had been easily chopped by Qi Jie. It could be seen how astonishing the results of his cultivation had been during this period of time. This scene, of course, was also seen by quite a few people in the 4th battle region. Tianlei and Wang Hao were also the elites of the Emperor Academy. The performance of the two in the academy, at the very beginning, was even better than Qi Jie and the others. But now, Tianlei and Wang Hao's eyes were filled with envy. Wang Hao spoke with extreme envy and jealousy. Alas, it's just not the same having the infinite group give them a small meal. Other people aside, Qi Jie once fought me 5 times, and his record was 3 losses, 1 win, and 1 draw. He wasn't my opponent at all. Now if I were to fight Qi Jie, with the mech on his body and the lightsaber in his hand, he would be able to kill me in a single glance. Tianlei nodded her head in deep thought. It can't be helped. They were followers of Lord Führer a long time ago. Now they are not only able to receive special training from the Infinite Group's strongest people, as well as use the Infinite Group's advanced training bases. At the same time, they can also obtain the empowerment of the Infinite Group's advanced technology. From the moment Führer Gu rose to power, their tendency to soar to the heavens has been unstoppable. But we don't have to be discouraged. As long as we make enough contributions to the Imperial Star, we can also get the attention of the Führer. Tianlei's mindset was relatively good. Moreover, her relationship with Lan Shi was extremely good, and she was even more aware of it this time. As the Infinite Group's first lady, Lan Shi had brought over quite a few black technologies developed by the Infinite Group this time. As she thought of Lan Shi, Tianlei's gaze, too, began to look for Lan Shi's figure on the battlefield. Within a short time, she saw Lan Shi. As her gaze looked at Lan Shi, Wang Hao also looked over in the same direction. Then Tianlei and Wang Hao saw a scalp-numbing scene, only to see that Lan Shi had taken out a portable laser cannon from his space device. That portable laser cannon, within 3 to 5 breaths, quickly finished charging. Boom! Afterwards, a blue transparent laser that almost annihilated everything was fired in an instant. Boom! 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 All of the Ice Spirit Domain cultivators that appeared in front of the blue laser, whether they were king or emperor level, in front of this cannon, they were surprisingly all destroyed and pulverized on the spot. Hiss! Seeing such a scene, Tianlei and Wang Hao, as well as the others around them, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air in shock one after another. Each and every one of them was jaw-dropped and dumbfounded, with a look of disbelief in their eyes. At this moment, they were truly stunned. Wang Hao spoke in shock. Holy shit? Infinite Group's infinite laser cannon. So fierce? While he was astonished, Meng Bao's voice that laughed softly also came out. In the Infinite Group, is there any technological weapon with infinite as a prefix that is weak? Hearing this, Tianlei and Wang Hao both sighed with laughter and shook their heads. Indeed, in the Infinite Group, but any technological weapon with the word infinite as its title was none other than the finest of the finest. Lan Shi's own strength was already very strong. Coupled with a body of Infinite Group's technological weapons, she could easily be invincible at the same level and fight across levels. Compared to Qi Jie and Lan Shi, the Infinite Group also had two special units that were conducting special operations. The so-called special operations are those that go behind enemy lines and collect resources. Gu Yinling, as well as Heaven's Punisher, were leading the Infinite Group's elite war machines at this very moment, gathering resources in the rear of the Ice Spirit domain, as well as in various parts of the Ice Spirit domain. Wherever there were top-tier resources, there were their figures. This certainly wasn't Qi Jie being unkind, but rather, the Infinite Group had taken on their fair share of obligations in this war. In such a situation, the Infinite Group could of course get two special units out to collect the enemy's resources, and harvesting the enemy's resources was also weakening the enemy's power. Gu Yinling and also the Heaven Execution War Machine were both at peak Great Emperor strength. Without the demigods making a move, the Ice Spirit domain was their paradise. At this moment, Gu Yinling transformed into a silver lightning bolt and pierced through the heart of an Ice Spirit domain Great Emperor in an instant. This Ice Spirit domain Great Emperor was guarding a treasure trove of Divine Spirit crystals. Divine Spirit crystals were one of the top resources in the Ice Spirit domain and even the Divine Desolate Continent. Spirit crystals generally had lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and extreme grade. And on top of the extreme grade spirit crystals, there were also some resources with very pure and high energy. And that was the Divine Spirit crystals. Divine Spirit crystals were hard currency throughout the Divine Desolate Continent. The reserves of Divine Spirit crystals in the Divine Desolate Continent were not very many. There was also a saying that the Divine Spirit crystals were blood god crystals that had been purified by unknown powerhouses. Before the current civilization of the Divine Desolate Continent was born, there should have been an ancient civilization here. That ancient civilization possessed the means to transform blood god crystals into god spirit crystals. Of course, this was just speculation and had not been confirmed. But the matter of Divine Spirit crystals being a good thing was unquestionable. After Gu Yinling finished off the peak Great Emperor guarding the Divine Spirit crystal treasury, he waved his hand casually. Immediately, numerous war machines swarmed up, ready to open the treasure vault. After the many war machines, and a handful of elite mercenaries tried, a mercenary came in front of Gu Yinling and respectfully said, "Young lord, the treasure vault won't open." This mercenary was also a strong person trained by the Infinite Group itself. His name was Thunderbird, and he was of saint rank strength at the moment. Gu Yinling sniffed and laughed. Interesting, is even the defense level of the treasure vault's gate so high? As he spoke, he also arrived in front of the bronze gate of the treasure vault. The Thunderbird and the other mercenaries, as well as the war machine's attacks on the treasure vault didn't play much of a role. The gate of the treasure vault was still tightly closed. Gu Yinling came over and observed for a moment, then fiercely struck out a silver-colored thunderbolt. Boom! A silver-colored thunderblade cut across and pushed flat towards the bronze gate. The bronze gate, which was adamantine and solid as gold just a moment ago, was directly melted by the terrifying heat of the silver-colored thunder this time, and collapsed with a loud bang. After doing all this, Gu Yin Spirit waved her hand very casually. Go in and carry the supplies. The Ice Spirit domain's top resources were stored in 3 places. The first place was in the storage treasures of the demigods, peak great emperors, and quasi-emperors of the Ice Spirit domain. The second place, on the other hand, was the closely guarded secret treasure vaults in each place. The third place, on the other hand, was the warehouses near the resource gathering points. The biggest advantage of doing this was not putting eggs in one basket and spreading the risk. If all of them were placed on a strong person, wouldn't all of the resources on the strong person's body be capitalized once they were taken out? What Gu Yinling was leading the attack on was actually a warehouse, not a secret treasury. The secret treasury was tightly defended, and the location of the secret treasury was also a top secret in the Ice Spirit domain, so it was impossible to find out where it was at a moment's notice. Gu Yinling's side went very smoothly, and of course, Heaven Execution's side didn't encounter any trouble either. The 4 demigods of the Ice Spirit domain were all being held back at the moment, so Gu Yinling and Heaven Punisher basically wouldn't encounter any enemies. At the same time, on the battlefield of the 5 war zones, the exchanges between the 2 sides were also fought very violently. In the first battle zone, Qi Jie and the Imperial Star Will, as well as the Imperial Mountain ancestor didn't put up a fight. However, the several great emperors of Emperor Mountain had led the regular combat forces of Emperor Star and continued to advance. The Ice Spirit domain already knew about the Emperor Star's combat style, as well as the power of their technological weapons, but did not have a very good countermeasure. At least in the case of a movement battle, the Ice Spirit domain's allied forces were completely on the disadvantaged side. This caused the Ice Spirit domain's Iceal demigod to make a decisive adjustment. Ice Spirit domain cultivators allied army listened to the order. Turn offense into defense. Enter the rear of the various positions, and fight them in a positional battle. The Ice Spirit domain cultivators, who were fighting on their home turf, had a very huge advantage. After the Iceal demigod gave the order, the allied forces of about 170 billion Ice Spirit domain cultivators were like a tidal wave, retreating and entering the various positions that they had prepared long ago. These positions, there were towers, as well as a large number of cities. A very strong formation, also at this time, appeared one after another. The Emperor Star Alliance Army, next, would need to engage in a positional attack and defense battle with the Ice Spirit Domain Cultivator Alliance Army. In a positional attack and defense battle, the defending side had a huge advantage. They could easily obtain supplies and a chance to catch their breath, and they could also rely on various types of fortifications to conduct defensive counterattacks. However, what made the frozen demigod miscalculate was that Qi Jie didn't have any thoughts of fighting him in a positional attack and defense battle. Qi Jie's orders simultaneously echoed throughout the battlefield, reverberating in the ears of the more than 11 billion combat troops of the Imperial Star Alliance. Stay put, clean up the battlefield, and dispose of the loot. At the same time, set up all types of large, giant technological weapons and prepare to attack the city. Qi Jie did not prepare, directly allowing the Imperial Star Alliance army to attack the numerous array-covered towers, as well as the city. By doing so, the losses of the Imperial Star Alliance army would be extremely high. They could completely rest and recuperate in place while transporting more technological weapons over from the rear. At that time, with all the various missile positions all set up, they didn't even need to take flesh and blood to attack the city. They could just directly wash the ground with missiles. The missiles, as well as all kinds of laser weapons, first came to a saturation attack. After finishing, all kinds of large mechs, and then a round of charging. Emperor Star more than 11 billion allied forces, on the other hand, can be foot and tank synergy, that is, they follow the large mechs and giant mechs as well as all kinds of carriers to pick up the slack. In short, although the Ice Spirit domain is stronger than the Tianhong domain, it is also a tough piece of bone for the Emperor Star. However, the strength of the Ice Spirit domain still couldn't stop the Emperor Star from conquering. On the endless battlefield, one spatial wormhole after another was opened up. A huge alloy beast was then continuously transported out from the wormholes. These many huge alloy beasts began to rapidly deform and assemble after they appeared, one after another. Even more massive alloy weapons continued to be molded in this process. Such a scene was clearly something that the Ice Spirit domain hadn't anticipated before. According to their thoughts, if the two armies were to face each other in a movement battle, they were no match for the Emperor Star. Then they would quickly withdraw to the various cities and towers, relying on the major cities and towers, as well as their respective mountain gates, to start a positional battle with the outsiders of the Emperor Star. But the real situation was completely different from what the crowd had imagined. The Imperial Star head of state, Qi Jie, didn't even order the pursuit to continue, but instead began to transport a steady stream of large technological weapons from the rear. In the sky, there were a large number of starships that had begun to recharge. On the ground, one missile position after another was quickly set up. In the rear, a giant war mecha with dozens and hundreds of floors of building height was also quickly assembled. The frozen demigods, as well as the 5 war zones of the Ice Spirit domain, an army of about 170 billion cultivators, looked at the changes in every place, and all of them were vaguely uneasy in their hearts. However, they didn't charge out at this time. Although they didn't understand the principles of the Emperor Star's technological weapons, they were still relatively confident in their own formations, as well as various types of magic treasures. Qi Jie stood proudly in the sky above the sky dome, his gaze sweeping over the 5 war zones. Beside him was another demigod-level battle force from Emperor Star, the Emperor Hilly demigod. The Emperor Hilly demigod looked at the large and small, thousands of missile positions below and sighed with a smile. To wash the ground with missiles like this, I don't know how much money we'll have to burn up. Qi Jie nodded. This is something that can't be helped. Otherwise we would have been the inferior party in the previous siege. They are hiding in the formation. Our combat troops can't do anything to them, while they are able to do damage to our combat troops. On the other hand, first, We will use missiles to blast away their various types of mountain protection formations and city protection formations, and after that, we will let the many giant mechs and giant carriers charge, and then finally, we will press on with our army. If nothing changes, a round of attacks like this will completely crush the Ice Spirit domain. After that, the remnants of the Ice Spirit domain will either gather somewhere and continue to resist. Either that or a demigod battle will break out. The three of us, against the other party's 4 demigods. The Imperial Hierophant demigod nodded his head at the words, and with his insight, he certainly understood that what Qi Jie said was right. Still, he thought of a problem. What if the Black Wind domain sends another demigod powerhouse over to support them, creating a 5 against 3 situation? Qi Jie smiled and said, I have 2 powerful cards that I haven't used. When the situation is critical, I have no problem fighting 1 against 3, or even 1 against 5. What he was talking about were the other 2 high-level combat types. Even with the passage of time, he was on the verge of comprehending his 4th high-level combat type. After he finished speaking, Qi Jie added, and the Black Wind domain definitely wouldn't dare to do so. The Black Wind domain has now sent a demigod and a large number of great emperors, as well as a large number of quasi-emperors, and a large number of conventional combat troops over to support the Ice Spirit domain. If they continue to send strong people this way, the Black Wind domain will be a vault with no security and no guards to the other forces around it. At that time, the Black Wind domain itself will be bitten to pieces by the hungry wolves around it. Speaking here, Qi Jie paused. Of course, it's also possible that the Black Wind domain could reach an agreement with the surrounding forces, allowing all parties to exercise restraint and not strike against the Black Wind domain. If we encounter that kind of situation, I will be able to suppress the situation by displaying 1 or even 2 of my cards. With these words from Qi Jie, the Emperor Hill's demigod was of course completely relieved. The first battle zone, all the way to the 5th battle zone, was rapidly setting up missile positions. The Infinite Group's 2 resource exploration teams, Guanling's team, and the Heaven's Punisher team, had already withdrawn by this time. They had already withdrawn at the same time as the Ice Spirit Domain Coalition retreated earlier. Otherwise, they would have been caught by the Ice Spirit Domain allied forces. However, they did not withdraw to the rear, but continued to collect resources outside the engagement zone. As time passed, message after message continued to be summarized into Qi Jie's communicator. Each message indicated that there was a piece of missile position that had been erected. After the vast majority of the missile positions had been set up, Qi Jie did not continue to wait, but decisively ordered, between heaven and earth. His majestic and domineering voice echoed, all combat troops of the Emperor Star, listen to my orders. All missile positions, conduct a continuous saturation attack. Fire. When the word fire fell from Qi Jie's mouth, an extremely spectacular and shocking scene appeared at this time. Boom, 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 boom. The missiles that covered the sky, trailing blue tail flames, continuously bombarded towards the various mountain gates, various towers, and various cities. The Ice Spirit Domain's frozen demigod did not hesitate at this scene either. A majestic voice similarly spread in all directions. Wake up all the formation spirits and offer up all the defense treasures. As the order was given, above each of the top-level protective formations, there was a multicolored light and shadow that intertwined into 1,000 strange formation spirits. Some formation spirits were a giant Xian turtle, while the more powerful ones were directly the legendary Xian Wu. There were also formation spirits that were a huge golden bell. There were also formation spirits that were a godman holding a huge axe. The silhouette of the godman was as tall as dozens of floors, and when the missile whistled past, the silhouette of the godman held the giant axe and split the missile in half. There were also some formation spirits that were bare-handed, but were equally extremely strong. With a slap, they grabbed the missiles and directly pinched them to burst. Not all great formations, however, had formation spirits. Some formations had limited strength, and after carrying more than 10 missiles, they were completely shattered. The cultivators hiding behind the great formations rushed up into the sky. There were also some who reacted more slowly and were directly sent up into the sky by the subsequent missiles. On the spot, they had originally waited with bated breath for the Imperial Star Group's combat troops to attack the city in the most primitive way, with human lives. Unexpectedly, times had changed. Washing the ground with missiles could be much more efficient than attacking a city with human lives. Boom, 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 boom. Thousands and thousands of missile positions were constantly filled with missiles of all types, continuously rising up into the sky, bombarding indiscriminately towards the many protective formations. Although a considerable portion of the missiles would be intercepted by the formation spirits, the Ice Spirit Domain allied forces, once again, were at a disadvantage. At this rate, it was clearly only a matter of time before the protective formations were blown apart. In the rear of the Ice Spirit Domain, above the 9 heavens, The gaze of the icebound demigod was constantly changing. The demigod from the Black Wind domain who had traveled to the Ice Spirit domain for support was named Qi Snap. It was a demigod who wore a silver-colored armored Dharma treasure and carried a square sky painting halberd in his hand. After looking at it for a moment, the Qi Snap demigod spoke helplessly. The Imperial Star's technological weapons are too powerful. Being passive like this isn't a solution. Instead of being passive, we should just break out into a demigod battle. Have the allied forces of the Ice Spirit domain launch a countercharge. If we can snatch some of the Imperial Star's technological weapons, we can also use their technological weapons to teach them a lesson. Even, our refiners might be able to imitate the other side's technological weapons. From now on, when we face the Emperor Star, they won't have the advantage of technological weapons. Demigod Qi Snap was very strong, but his thoughts were naive. It was just like when Zhang Guofan saw a foreigner's naval gun formation. He wanted a blacksmith to knock one out with a hammer. However, technological products could not be knocked out by simply using a hammer. The frozen demigod did not agree to the Qi primordial demigod's proposal. The Ice Seal demigod pondered for a while and said, "The vast majority of our defense formations have extremely strong defensive capabilities. These defensive formations are capable of constantly extracting the spiritual power of heaven and earth from the Ice primordial domain for defense. The Imperial Star's technological weapons are not able to launch attacks endlessly. The best time for us to counterattack will be when they are almost depleted." The Qi primordial demigod sniffed, unimpressed. He still believed that launching a charge now was the best option. Moreover, he didn't understand that with 4 demigods, fighting against 3 demigods, the advantage was entirely mine. So what was there to hesitate about? If there were more demigods in the Emperor planet might have erupted into a demigod battle as soon as it arrived. Of course, the frozen demigod understood that his words just now did not convince the rash Qi Snap demigod. The reason why he didn't break out into a demigod battle was because he didn't have the certainty of victory. After the two sides' regular combat troops fought, if the Ice Primordial Domain won, the Emperor Star might not have retreated. However, once the demigod battle broke out, if the Ice Spirit Domain's demigods lost the fight, then the Ice Spirit Domain would be completely finished. Such a simple truth. But the Qi Snap demigod couldn't understand it. One could only say that this guy's brain was also full of developed muscles and no brain. Emperor Star Union Army. In the sky above, Qi Jie and the Empyrean demigod stood proudly in the sky. The two of them were also standing by, with Qi Jie ready to summon the will of the Emperor Star to descend at any time. The Emperor Star's technological weapons were once again in full force and splendor this time. It was already only a matter of time before they blasted through the many protective formations. Boom, 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 boom. The missiles that covered the sky bombarded continuously for a full 90 minutes. The vast majority of the Ice Spirit Domain's protective formations, after tenaciously holding out for 90 minutes, arrived at their limits and began to continuously shatter. Click 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 click. After the protective array shattered, the army of cultivators inside rushed up to the sky. Qi Jie made an immediate decision and decisively ordered all combat troops of the Imperial Star Alliance Army, listen to the order. All mechs, all chariots, all attack carriers, charge. Qi Jie's order was given, and the Imperial Star Coalition Army's approximately 11 billion combat troops quickly responded. Boom! One after another, giant mechs as tall as dozens or hundreds of skyscrapers began to rapidly advance. Around the giant mechs, there were also various types of floating ship cannons that continued to retreat. Other infantry vehicles, small flying machines, and a large number of patrol bombs were all whistling towards the Ice Spirit Domain's ally forces at this time. Ice Spirit Domain Cultivator Army Eyes. The sky is covered with all kinds of machinery, all kinds of missiles. I do not know when, but also will be cold. Suddenly have a water bucket thick laser pierced through the void came. After being hit by laser weapons, instantly be smashed into pieces. The Imperial Star Coalition forces of the 5 war zones also let out a roar at this time. Charge! 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 Under the crowd's continuous attack, the Ice Spirit Domain's Cultivator Army could only be forced to engage the Emperor Star Union Army once again. But even at this point, the two sides still hadn't broken out into a demigod-level war. In the Empyrean Star Allied Army, top-tier great emperors such as Gu Yanzi, Dao Tai Huang, North Prime Song, and the Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor were all on fire at this time, killing in all directions. However, on one battlefield, Ji Inu still encountered trouble. She hadn't encountered any great emperor-level powerhouses from the Ice Spirit Domain, but there were a large number of quasi-emperors around her, as well as a large number of peak saint rankers, who were besieging her. The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. Not long ago, the number of Ice Spirit Domain's quasi-emperors, as well as saint-rank powerhouses, on this battlefield was not very large. In the blink of an eye, A large number of quasi-emperors had suddenly arrived from somewhere unknown. Qi Jie originally didn't want to easily reveal her cards, and was prepared to use her Misty Moon mecha to sneak up on the enemy great emperors. Now, she couldn't do so without revealing her cards. The number of quasi-emperors around her, as well as saint-ranked enemies, was already very high. Moreover, the cultivators of the ice spirit domain all seemed to treat her as a soft target, wanting to quickly round her up and beat her to death. A quasi-emperor of the ice spirit domain who was closest to Qi Jie even opened his mouth in a very arrogant manner. Beauty, if you don't surrender, your head will fall to the ground. After this quasi-emperor spoke, the rest of the surrounding ice spirit domain quasi-emperors let out a burst of laughter. Beauty, you're so beautiful. Wouldn't it be a pity if you died like this? Quickly tie your hands. Don't force us to destroy the flowers with our hot hands. These few people, although arrogant, still had basic qualities. The mouths of some of the remaining quasi-emperors and even saint-ranked powerhouses were filled with all sorts of obscenities. Qi Jie was certainly not prepared to spoil them. Buzz. On her right wrist, a layer of white light soon followed, flowing through her entire body. With the snap of a finger, a set of Misty Moon nanomecha completely enveloped Qi Jie's entire body. A terrifying aura of a peak great emperor also emanated from the mech. The crowd at the back, who were frantically chasing Qi Jie, had seen a ghost at this moment. Not good. Retreat quickly. How is it possible? While countless waves of shock were rising in the hearts of the crowd, Qi Jie had already thrown a punch in the air. Boom! At this moment, it was as if she had transformed into a dragon and opened the heavens with a single punch. This fist was rigid and uncast, its power terrifying and domineering to the extreme. Wherever the fist attacked, whether it was a saint rank or a quasi-emperor, all of them were blown to pieces in the sky by the punch without any suspense. The crowd at the back who were also involved in the pursuit of Qi Jie, but were farther away. After seeing this scene, without saying a word, they pulled out their legs and ran. However, after a blur before their eyes, Qi Jie, who was wearing the Misty Moon nanomecha, had already appeared in front of them. Qi Jie laughed delicately. Didn't you guys have a great time chasing after them just now? Several saint-ranked cultivators, as well as several quasi-emperors, didn't dare to take Qi Jie's words at all. Seeing Qi Jie instantly, they fled once again. With the huge gap in strength, they obviously couldn't escape. With a slap from Qi Jie, these quasi-emperors and saint-ranked cultivators exploded into blood mist on the spot. After finishing off these cultivators, Qi Jie began to look for the ice spirit domain's top-tier great emperors and began to fight the top-tier great emperors. The battle had come to a head, and the ice spirit domain was basically defeated as well. Compared to the heavenly Hong domain, the ice spirit domain had undoubtedly performed better. They had learned from the experience of the Sky Hong domain's demise, and had completely blockaded the ice spirit domain in the early stages, making it nearly impossible for the Emperor Star's scouts to pry any useful information. If it wasn't for the fact that the head of the Emperor Star, Qi Jie, hadn't acted out of character, and as the head of the Emperor Star, he had even secretly infiltrated the ice spirit domain to spy on the information, then Emperor Star's understanding of the Ice Hong domain would be 10,000% limited. If the war between Tianhong domain and Emperor Star was said to give Tianhong domain a score of 40, then the ice spirit domain's response could score at least 60 points. They had many subtle responses, but they were also ultimately no match for the Emperor Star's allied forces. At this point in time, the battle of the demigods of course inevitably erupted. Roar! A terrifying dragon roar came out, and a huge black dragon that covered the sky joined the battlefield. The incarnation of the ice spirit domain will, likewise at this time, met the Emperor Star will. The two demigod battle powers violently fought in one place at this moment. Immediately afterward, the demigod powerhouse from the Black Wind domain, Qi Snap, also struck at this moment. The Emperor Star demigod powerhouse, Emperor Hilly Old Ancestor, took a step out to meet Qi Snap. At this moment, the two demigods from the Ice Spirit domain, the Ice Seal demigod, and the Ice Lin demigod, also appeared in front of Qi Jie. This time, the Ice Seal demigod didn't continue to say that the Emperor Star had struck the stone with an egg, because facts speak louder than words, and the facts had already proven that the Ice Spirit domain's army of 180 billion cultivators really wasn't a match for the Emperor Star's allied army of 120 billion cultivators. The frozen demigod looked at Qi Jie and spoke through gritted teeth. Alien thief, suffer death. Boom! As the words fell, the terrifying aura of the frozen demigod shaking the heavens and the earth, shaking and cracking space, swept across the heavens and the earth. An astonishingly cold aura seemed as if it was going to freeze this heaven and earth completely. The allied forces of the Ice Spirit domain were no match for the allied forces of the Emperor Star. However, it had to be said that the top demigods of the Ice Spirit domain were still very strong in battle. Roar! the Iceland demigod, let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, then transformed into a huge cold ice unicorn with a murderous gaze as it looked at Qi Jie, facing two demigods at the same time. Qi Jie was half-hearted. Snort, rumble, between heaven and earth, countless blood, chi and thunder, madly converged on him. The armor on his body was no longer purely thunder armor, but rather, it was the blood thunder battle armor that was conjured by both thunder and blood chi. The battle sword in his hand was likewise not a mere thunder battle sword, but a blood thunder chopper. His aura was at least 40% stronger than the last time he fought the heavenly sword demigod. However, the ice seal demigod and the Iceland demigod were not alarmed. Without a second thought, these two launched a fierce attack on Qi Jie was naturally not deficient and held his blood thunder battle blade in his hand, directly opposing it. Suddenly, an earth-shaking demigod battle erupted abruptly. Roar! The cold ice Qilin opened its mouth and spat out, and a steady stream of cold air enveloped towards Qi Jie. Swish, swish, swish. In Qi Jie's hands, the blood thunder battle blade was constantly waved. Boom, boom, boom. A blade aura that contained terrifying power constantly collided with the cold aura. Although the cold air of the ice Qilin was also very powerful, it was still constantly being blasted by Qi Jie's blade awnings as it escaped everywhere, unable to pose the slightest threat to him at all. In the ice demigod's hand, on the other hand, there was an additional giant sword. With the huge sword in hand, he slashed and hacked towards Qi Jie. With this sword, cold aura overflowed in all directions, and space was directly frozen by his extremely cold sword aura. The blood thunder battle blade in Qi Jie's hand instantly met the frozen demigod's sword as it came at him. Clang! After the two of them sparred a hard blow, Qi Jie stood proudly in the air without much of a reaction. The frozen demigod, on the other hand, was shocked by the terrifying force of the recoil, and retreated a few steps in midair. Such a scene was too shocking. It made the gazes of the frozen war god and the ice Qilin both become very grave. A connoisseur would know if there was one or not. From the simple collision just now, the frozen demigod had discovered something very frightening. That is, he was a demigod, but he wasn't even a match for Qi Jie, the fake demigod. That's right, the current Qi Jie was still only at the peak of the emperor stage realm, but he possessed the strength of a demigod. This false demigod was actually stronger than a real demigod, so how could the frozen war god not be shocked? Drink! However, the frozen demigod didn't hesitate and quickly launched another fierce attack on Qi Jie. Clang! As he attacked with another sword, Qi Jie didn't hold back this time, but slashed out violently. The sky was filled with blood, chi and thunder, dancing crazily. This slash was amazingly terrifying in its power. As soon as the blade fell, the huge sword in the frozen demigod's hand was hacked out with an opening. As for the frozen demigod himself, he was blasted by the blade and instantly flew backwards. While Qi Jie and the frozen demigod were exchanging blows, the cold ice Qilin also fiercely clawed and blasted towards Qi Jie's back heart. However, after Qi Jie slashed the frozen demigod and flew away, he backhanded his fist and then fought with the cold ice Qilin once again. His formidable strength was undoubtedly displayed at this moment, and it also stunned the more than 200 billion combat troops on both sides. Boom! A deafening explosion came out, and the space around Qi Jie became distorted, making it impossible to see the battle. However, the crowd could still clearly see the scene of the ice spirit domain demigod, Bing Lin, being blasted backwards and flying out by Qi Jie. A sword slashed away the ice seal war god, and a fist blasted away the Iceland war god. In a 1-against-2 situation, he still had this extremely strong and domineering battle power. If it was one-on-one, he would obviously be able to quickly kill the ice seal demigod with the swiftness of a raging storm. In the other two demigod battlefields, the battle situation was relatively scorching. The Emperor Star Will and the Icebound Domain will fought a neck-and-neck battle. The Empyrean demigod and the Kuei Snap demigod of the Black Wind Domain also fought back and forth. The only one who opened up the situation was Qi Jie here. His terrifying battle power caused the Icebound demigod to feel an unprecedented amount of immense pressure, but there was no way around it. He and the Ice Lin war god still had no choice but to tough it out. The Empyrean Star allied forces, seeing the Empyrean Star Führer being so strong and domineering, were all extremely excited. The already high morale of the crowd directly soared to the peak at this moment. On the side of the Ice Spirit Domain, quite a few of the cultivator armies had already felt the desire to retreat. They were at a disadvantage in both the demigod battlefield and the conventional battlefield. So what was there to fight for? The Ice Spirit Domain's allied forces didn't have much of an advantage before, and now, after suffering a severe blow to their morale, they were even at a severe disadvantage. However, the Ice Spirit Domain demigod powerhouses had not yet lost, and the crowd did not dare to flee. Although the Ice Seal demigods and the Ice Lin demigods were at a disadvantage right now, but who knew if they were hiding some extremely powerful means. In case they won in the end, the Ice Spirit Domain cultivators who fled now would all suffer liquidation. It was just that the Ice Spirit Domain crowd had overthought it. The Ice Spirit Domain was considered to be more important to the Emperor Star Alliance. However, their level of seriousness towards the Emperor Star was clearly not enough. If they were serious enough, they should have asked the Skywolf Domain and the South Hung Domain to also send a large number of combat troops, as well as demigods, over to aid in the battle. In fact, the Skywolf Domain had initially mentioned this proposal. However, the Ice Spirit Domain didn't agree to it for fear that the Skywolf Domain would stab them at a critical moment. Moreover, in the opinion of many Ice Spirit Domain executives, 4 demigods were enough, and there was no need to gather more demigods to fight against the Emperor planet. Now the crowd, however, thought otherwise, especially the Ice Seal demigod, and the Ice Lin demigod. They were able to sense that Qi Jie was very powerful, but the current Qi Jie gave them the feeling that he wasn't invincible. If there was another demigod, they would be able to fight Qi Jie to a standstill. If 4 demigods surrounded Qi Jie, this Imperial Star Führer would definitely not be able to eat or walk around. But now, it was too late to say anything. At this point, they obviously had no way to get the Skywolf Domain and the Southern Hung Domain to send demigods over to support them again. Moreover, without making preparations in advance, the demigods from the Skywolf Domain and the Southern Hung Domain wouldn't just leave. Qi Jie didn't give the Ice Seal demigod and the Ice Lin demigod too much time to think. While these two were still regretting that they hadn't agreed to the Skywolf Domain's proposal in the first place, Qi Jie had already brought his Blood Thunder battle blade with him as he rushed forward. Swish! A blood-colored blade stretching across the heavens and earth, fiercely chopped towards the frozen demigod. The half-moon-shaped blood-colored blade aura contained extremely terrifying blood energy and thunder energy. A fine crack constantly appeared in the surrounding space under this blade. In the face of Qi Jie's blade, the frozen demigod certainly didn't dare to be careless. Only, he had clearly underestimated Qi Jie, because after one slash, Qi Jie unexpectedly swung dozens of slashes in succession. This caused the Ice Seal demigod's countenance to directly freeze to the extreme. For his part, the Ice Lin demigod didn't hesitate and directly appeared beside the Ice Seal demigod to help the Ice Seal demigod resist. If he didn't help now, the Ice Seal demigod might not be cut down by Qi Jie this time. Under the joint efforts of the Ice Seal demigod, as well as the Ice Lin demigod, Qi Jie's countless blade awnings also began to collide crazily with one of the cold auras they blasted out. Qi Jie's strength was extremely strong and terrifying, and that one Blood Thunder blade mantle was wrapped in an extremely large and vast power. Boom! 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 The Ice Lin demigod's body was filled with spiritual energy, which surged crazily, and an ice-sealing, bone-chilling cold ice-spitting breath was continuously spewed out by it. The Ice Seal demigod, on the other hand, pinched out a spell with both hands and continuously blasted out a cold ice palm seal. The ice spit, and the cold ice palm seal were continuously spewing out. The ice-spitting breath, as well as the ice palm imprints, collided crazily with Qi Jie's Blood Thunder blade manifestation in midair. Even though the Ice Seal demigod, as well as the Ice Lin demigod, had already put in their best efforts, however, they were still no match for Qi Jie even when they joined forces. Kaching, kaching, kaching. The Blood Thunder blade manifestations that Qi Jie slashed out continuously shattered. However, there were still a large number of Blood Thunder blade manifestations that shrouded towards the Ice Seal demigod, as well as the Ice Lin demigod. At this moment, the Ice Seal demigod and the Ice Lin demigod could do nothing, and both of them could only take a defensive stance, defending with all their might. The battle on their side caused the Kuei primordial demigods of the Black Wind Domain to be terrified. Amidst the despairing gazes of countless cultivators in the Ice Spirit Domain, the Kuei Snap demigod, who had previously been clamoring very loudly, unexpectedly fled at this time. When the Kuei Snap demigod fled, the Emperor Hierophant Ancestor did not stop it. The Ice Spirit Domain Will and the Emperor Star Will were now battling each other. Without any hesitation, the Emperor Hilly demigod directly joined the battle. With him joining in, the Ice Spirit Domain Will was immediately suppressed. The situation was no better than the Ice Seal demigod and the Ice Lin demigod. It was at this exact moment that, out of the Ice Seal war god's mouth, a roar of unwillingness was also emitted. It turned out that while he was trying his best to resist Qi Jie's Blood Thunder saber mantle, Qi Jie appeared opposite him with his Blood Thunder saber. As Qi Jie chopped out a blade from top to bottom, diagonally, the frozen demigod was no longer able to resist, and was directly chopped diagonally at the waist by Qi Jie. Thud, rumble, then the roiling thunder fell, and the frozen demigod was blasted to death on the spot by Qi Jie. Ha! After killing the frozen demigod, Qi Jie was immediately overjoyed. There was a reason why the frozen demigod was stronger than the heavenly sword demigod. After the frozen demigod was taken out, it unexpectedly left behind a demigod crystal core. The demigod crystal core had the memories and cultivation insights of the frozen demigod. After refining the demigod crystal core, one would be able to obtain the memories and cultivation insights of this demigod, thus grasping most of this demigod's abilities. Qi Jie raised his hand and the ice seal demigod's demigod crystal nucleus appeared in his hand. The Iceland demigod saw that the ice seal demigod was dead, and its liver and guts split in fear. It no longer dared to stay and chose to flee just like the Qi Snap demigod. Unfortunately, the Qi Snap demigod was able to flee because the Emperor Hill's demigod didn't pursue. The Iceland demigod side was different. Qi Jie had already slaughtered the ice seal demigod, and at this point in time, of course he would go after the Iceland demigod. Seeing Qi Jie, who was constantly chasing after it from behind, the Iceland demigod could only desperately flee. Just now, it and the ice seal demigod had teamed up and were still no match for Qi Jie. Now that he was the only one left, it would be even more impossible to be Qi Jie's opponent. Above the 9 heavens, the Iceland war god fled frantically, but it obviously couldn't escape much farther, and it was quickly caught up by Qi Jie. Roar! Seeing that it really couldn't escape, the Iceland demigod simply turned around and began to fight Qi Jie to the death. As it violently opened its mouth and spat, Qi Jie's blood thunder battle blade, also at this time, paved the way and chopped down. Put! With a flash of bloodlight, the Iceland demigod's head was directly chipped away by Qi Jie. Rumble! Qi Jie then called out a terrifying thunderbolt as he did, and began to bombard the Iceland demigod. The Iceland demigod, like the ice seal demigod, also possessed a demigod crystal core. After its demigod crystal core appeared, Qi Jie raised his hand and with a move, he took the Iceland demigod's demigod crystal core and got his hands on it as well. After finishing off the ice seal demigod, as well as the Iceland demigod, Qi Jie looked to the rear. That place was where the Emperor Hierophant demigod and the Emperor Star Will were fighting with the Ice Spirit Domain Will. The Ice Spirit Domain will seemed to know that he would surely die next when faced with a situation where he was 1 against 3, so he made his final madness at this time. Boom! The power of the Ice Spirit Domain will instantly boil to the extreme. With the strength of the Emperor Hierophant demigod and the Emperor Star Will, if the Ice Spirit Domain will wanted to self-destruct, they really wouldn't be able to stop it. After a deafening sound was emitted, the Ice Spirit Domain's will completed its self-destruction. If a demigod were to self-destruct, of course there would be no demigod crystal core left behind. In the case of a demigod blowing itself up, the demigod crystal core was also not the first thing to be considered. This was because a demigod's self-destruction would, for the most part, be a very terrifying disaster. When the will of the heavenly hunger domain had first appeared, it hadn't appeared. It didn't appear. Qi Jie and the others couldn't strangle it apart from destroying the heavenly hung domain. There was no way for the will of the ice vastness domain to escape the ice vastness domain. It couldn't even escape under the siege of the Empyrean demigods, and the Empyrean star will. Therefore, at the point of no return, the ice spirit domain will directly chose to explode itself. Rumble! Boom! 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 The might of its self-detonation was terrifying. It was even more terrifying than any of the 7 demigod-level battle powers that had just clashed here. The Empyrean demigods, as well as the Empyrean star will, were all directly shaken away in the Ice Spirit Domain will's self-detonation. The Emperor Star Alliance Army, as well as the Ice Spirit Domain Cultivator Army, also had about 10% of their people die violently on the spot in the Ice Spirit Domain will self-explosion. Since then, the 4 demigod powerhouses of the Ice Spirit Domain Alliance Army, 3 died and 1 escaped. The great battle at the demigod level, at this time, completely ended. The battle of the demigods was over, and the battle between the Emperor Star Alliance and the Ice Spirit Domain Alliance was almost over as well. A large number of Ice Spirit Domain cultivators began to frantically flee. There were also a large number of Ice Spirit Domain cultivators that were constantly being annihilated. As long as they didn't put down their weapons and give up their resistance, they were enemies. There were only a very small number of Ice Spirit Domain cultivators who chose to put down their weapons and give up their resistance. For these captives, the Emperor Star Combat Force would immediately take control and take them into custody. Regardless of what the future fate of these people would be, this portion of the defeated side's cultivators, at least, would not have to die here. It was just a pity that not everyone was as sensible as them. More Ice Spirit Domain cultivators were very mad. They were still resisting, or they were just directly blowing themselves up. Their stubbornness and self-destruction also bought time for the fleeing Ice Spirit Domain cultivators. However, as time passed, the battle began to gradually end in various large and small battlefields. This battle was not an easy one for the Emperor Star, but their gains were immense. During the battle, the Imperial Star's allied forces, attrition was about 30 billion. The original 120 billion combat troops were now only 90 billion, counting the wounded. On the side of the Ice Spirit Domain, it was undoubtedly even worse. The 180 billion Ice Spirit Domain allied forces, on the battlefield, had killed at least 60 billion. The remaining 120 billion Ice Spirit Domain allied forces had fled about half of them. The last remaining 60 billion cultivator army, unable to escape, could only give up resistance and lay down their weapons to surrender. As the battles on the various battlefields ended one after another, Emperor Star, Patriarch Qi Jie's voice also spread throughout the entire Ice Spirit Domain. I am the Emperor Star Führer, Qi Jie. The 4 demigods of the Ice Pillar Domain's allied forces, 3 died and 1 escaped. In this battle between the Emperor Star and the Ice Spirit Domain, the Emperor Star has won a complete victory. The beings of the Ice Spirit Domain have only 2 choices, either complete submission or complete death. Whether it's the previous Heavenly Hong Domain or the current Ice Spirit Domain, it's just an ordinary battlefield on the Emperor Star's road to conquest. The goal of the Emperor Star is to completely conquer the Divine Wasteland continent and establish a Divine Wasteland empire dominated by the Emperor Star. When Qi Jie said this, the fighting on the battlefield came to a complete halt. Everyone, including the Emperor Star combat troops, were shocked by his thoughts. The crowd had never even thought about what the ultimate goal of the Imperial Star Coalition army was before, but now everyone knew what their ultimate goal was. Their ultimate goal wasn't anything else but to conquer the entire Divine Desolate continent and establish a Divine Desolate empire dominated by the Emperor Star. As the crowd was deeply shocked by this goal, Qi Jie continued to speak. On the Divine Desolate continent, there are an unknown number of forces spread out right now. There's no telling how many battles have erupted between the various forces in the past. If we continue to allow the various forces to fight and conquer endlessly, only more people will die. Only more resources will be consumed. Under such circumstances, the establishment of a Divine Desolate super empire dominated by the Emperor Star will completely solve these problems. After the establishment of the Divine Desolate super empire, on the Divine Desolate continent, there will no longer be wars between forces. All living beings will be able to survive and grow peacefully under the rule of the Emperor Star. All resources will be utilized for development and construction, rather than for endless consumption on the battlefield. If Qi Jie had said this at the beginning, then he was definitely painting a big picture. However, the Imperial Star Allied Army, when they attacked the Tianhong Domain, they destroyed it and took it down with a force. Nowadays, the Tianhong Domain was under the rule of the Emperor Star. While Emperor Star attacked the Tianhong Domain, it had also completed its own internal unification and integration, and its strength had risen to a higher level. After taking the Tianhong Domain, Emperor Star formed a trend of using war to feed war. The Emperor Star's allied army of 120 billion combat troops and the Ice Spirit Domain's allied army of 180 billion cultivators soon started a great war. This time, the Emperor Star still didn't consume too much time before successfully achieving victory. Emperor Star's current comprehensive strength was not the strongest in the Divine Desolate continent. However, Emperor Star's growth rate was definitely the strongest in the Divine Desolate continent. The crowd of Imperial Emperor Star's allied forces, after listening to Qi Jie's generous speech, all spoke with fervor. Emperor Star, 10,000 victories. Emperor Star, 10,000 victories. Emperor Star, 10,000 victories. The Ice Spirit Domain cultivators who had originally stored a lot of thoughts chose to wait and see at this time. They were now prisoners and could not do anything at all. There were only a very few cultivators who were still thinking about escaping, but in case what Qi Jie said became a reality, then in the future, the entire Divine Desolate continent would be under the rule of the Emperor Star. Since this was the case, there was certainly no need for them to leave the Ice Spirit Domain right now. The battle between the Heavenly Hong Domain and the Ice Spirit Domain had already ended. Next, other places, instead, would be caught in the middle of the battle. Staying in the Ice Spirit Domain, or staying in the Heavenly Hong Domain, would instead be the safest. The Qi primordial demigod had already returned to the Black Wind Domain by this time. The first thing he did when he returned to the Black Wind Domain was to tell everyone about the horrors of Qi Jie and the Imperial Star Alliance. The Skywolf Domain and the Southern Hang Domain instantly realized the gravity of the matter. Even if the Imperial Star Alliance army, it was impossible for them to turn around and attack the Black Wind Domain without stopping. However, the 2 demigods from the Black Wind Domain, the 2 demigods from the Skywolf Domain, and the 2 demigods from the South Hong Domain, still, they met in the shortest possible time. Facing the ambitious Emperor Star, the Black Wind Domain, the Skywolf Domain, and the South Hung Domain chose to unite without reservation. Next, the Skywolf Domain and the Southern Hung Domain, would support the Black Wind domain to the greatest extent possible. The Black Wind domain was the closest to the Ice Spirit domain, and a large number of cultivators from the Ice Spirit domain, as well as a large number of cultivators from the early Heavenly Hunger domain, all converged on the Black Wind domain at this time. If Emperor Star didn't attack the Black Wind domain, the Black Wind domain would obviously be able to stab behind Emperor Star, attacking the Ice Spirit domain, which was under the control of Emperor Star, as well as the Tianhong domain. However, the three parties of the Black Wind domain also knew that in a short period of time, Emperor Star would not quickly start a war. They still had some time to make the fullest preparations for the war that was coming soon. Ice Spirit domain. Above the 9 heavens, Qi Jie stood proudly in midair, and beside him were the Emperor Hierophant demigod, as well as the will of the Emperor Star that had taken human form. After transforming into human form, the Emperor Star was a black-clothed youth who was cold to the extreme. Overlooking the battlefield below, the Emperor Hilly demigod spoke faintly. The natives of the Divine Desolate Continent already have a relatively deep understanding of our technological weapons. Qi Jie sniffed and nodded slightly. That's right. Although they didn't follow the technological route and don't understand the principles of our technological weapons, but they have effectively defended themselves against our technological weapons through various types of magic treasures, and various types of formations. Our technological weapons, if we don't continue to develop breakthroughs and continue to update and iterate, in a few more battles, or even in the next battle, it's possible to be effectively targeted. The Empyrean demigod nodded solemnly while also saying, the R&D breakthroughs and updating iterations of technological weapons are the Infinite Group's strengths, as well as the Empyrean planet's strengths. After the material and energy issues are resolved to a great extent, the vast majority of Imperial Star's technology will complete an upgrade iteration. As long as Emperor Star's technology always maintains momentum and is continuously updated, the natives of the Divine Desolate Continent, without understanding technology, we will be able to maintain an advantage all the time. However, isn't it easy for the Führer to make enemies for the Emperor planet if he puts forth a call to conquer the Divine Wasteland continent right now? Qi Jie shook his head. This concern is unnecessary. The top powers of the Divine Wasteland continent all wanted to conquer the entire Divine Wasteland continent, but no one has been able to do so. Upon hearing this news, other than the regions that have already been occupied by us, others would only think that we are telling jokes. The Emperor Hill's demigod heard this and pondered for a moment or two, realizing that this was indeed the case. Just like right now, if a peak great emperor of the Ice Spirit domain were to jump out, it screamed at the three of them that in the near future, it would take out the three demigods. Then Qi Jie and him, as well as the Emperor Star would only think that the other party was telling jokes, rather than believing that the other party was truly capable of doing so. The Emperor Hierophant demigod thought for a moment, then continued to speak. I suggest taking at least a 2-week, if not 3-week hiatus next, for 3 reasons. 1. To allow the combat troops of the Emperor planet to rest and recover. 2. To continue collecting resources from the Ice Spirit domain and the Tianhong domain to enhance the overall strength of the Emperor Star. 3rd. Strengthen the Imperial Star's occupation as well as rule over the Tianhong domain and the Ice Spirit domain. Let the Heavenly Hong domain as well as the Ice Spirit domain thoroughly recognize the Emperor Star, so that they feel that it becomes possible for the Emperor Star to establish a divine desolate empire. The Empyrean demigod was the first demigod powerhouse native to the Empyrean Star, as well as the founder of the Empyrean Mountain. Both his strength and his control of the situation were extraordinary. His proposal was also convincing with his words and reasoning. In Qi Jie's heart, he was extremely happy about this, as the Emperor Hill demigod had finally begun to play the role of second-in-command of the Emperor Star. He had appointed the Emperor Hilly demigod, as well as the Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor, as the second-in-command of the Emperor planet in the hope that these two would be able to assist him in managing the Emperor planet well. The Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor's performance had always been very good, but the Emperor Hilly demigod had been relatively silent before. After taking down the Ice Spirit domain and knowing Qi Jie's goal, the confidence and fighting spirit of the Emperor Hilly demigod was sort of ignited. After he proposed, Qi Jie nodded and said, "Next, let the Emperor Star combat troops rest and reorganize for 3 weeks. Quickly digest and absorb the gains from the last 2 great battles and prepare for the next battle. Have the Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor, as well as Gu Yangzi and the others, attempt to impact the demigods." With Qi Jie's arrangements, there was absolutely no problem with the Emperor's demigods. Still, he couldn't help it and asked, "Your Excellency the Führer, aren't you going to impact the demigods?" Qi Jie shook his head and said a reply that left the Desher demigod dumbfounded. "The resources I need to consume to impact a demigod are very high. It's not an exaggeration to say that the resources I consume in the process could be 30 or even 50 times the amount of resources consumed by an ordinary downlord ascending to demigod. He wasn't talking nonsense, but rather, his foundation was too solid, causing him to cultivate and ascend, and the resources he needed to consume were also terrifying. Exhausting all of the high-level resources that the Emperor Star was stockpiling at the moment might not even be enough to allow him to become a demigod. His current plan was to take down the Black Wind domain, the Skywolf domain, and the Southern Hang domain before he impacted the demigods. At that time, the Emperor Star already had enough strong people to guard the 4 directions and gather resources. There were bound to be enough resources for him to impact the demigods as well. After the end of this great war, Emperor Gu Yangzi, unsurprisingly, chose to once again go into seclusion to impact the demigods. During this great war, the Taiku group under his name had obtained a large amount of resources. These resources were all deserved by great Emperor Gu Yangzi, as well as the Swire group. No matter what he did with these resources, Qi Jie couldn't say anything about him. However, Qi Jie still wanted to say that it would be best for Gu Yangzi not to waste his resources. His foundation was not solid enough to be condensed. Just like building a 10,000-foot high building, there must be a very solid foundation for it to work. With the degree of compaction of his foundation today, he would not be able to carry a 10,000-foot tall building at the demigod level. Therefore, there was a 99% chance that he would fail in his demigod impact this time. But after all, there was still a 1% chance of succeeding in becoming a relatively weak demigod. So at this time, Qi Jie didn't directly stop Gu Yangzi. Compared to Gu Yangzi, Dao Tai Huang was much wiser. Instead of directly announcing a closed-door impact on the demigods, he came to the Emperor Hierophant demigod, a person who had come before him, for counseling. The end of the war between the Ice Spirit domain and the Emperor Star was beneficial to both sides. A large number of injured people were treated at the first opportunity. The inherent pattern was also completely broken, and everyone possessed the possibility of a fresh start. But a war is bound to be a war, one that is accompanied by countless bloodshed and death. There was only one way to completely end all wars. That was to make the Divine Desolate Continent and the Emperor Star 1. It could be the Imperial Emperor Star conquering the entire Divine Wasteland Continent, or it could be a certain force from the Divine Wasteland Continent that had risen out of nowhere and conquered the Imperial Emperor Star as well as the other forces of the Divine Wasteland Continent. After that, the Divine Wasteland Super Empire that Qi Jie was talking about would be born. Of course, it was still too early to talk about that. In the midair of the Ice Spirit domain, Qi Jie and the Empyrean demigod, as well as the cold youth that had taken the form of the Empyrean Star's will, all stood proudly in midair. Emperor Dao Tai's figure soon appeared not far from them. This time, the Dao Tai Emperor had come over for an extremely important matter. Arriving not far from Qi Jie's trio, the Dao Tai Huang bowed slightly and saluted before speaking. My Führer, Your Excellency the Deputy Führer, I would like to inquire about one thing. Qi Jie said indifferently. What matter do you wish to inquire about? Emperor Dao Tai said seriously. I want to know if I can impact a demigod at that moment. This matter was very important to the Dao Tai Emperor and to the Emperor Star. The Emperor Star was now at war with the forces on the edge of the Divine Desolate Continent, and these forces were not very strong in the Emperor Star. However, if Emperor Star wanted to conquer the entire Divine Desolate Continent, it would need to continue to feed off of war and continue to give birth to strong people, especially demigod strong people. After Dao Tai Huang inquired, the Emperor Hierophant demigod shook his head. Everyone's situation for impacting a demigod is different. I can't provide you with much experience. All I can say is that if you feel confident on your own and can afford the loss of a failed impact, you can give it a try. After the Emperor Hierophant demigod finished speaking, Qi Jie shook his head slightly and said, Under my perception, your current situation is on par with Gu Yangzi. Both of you have an extremely low probability of impacting a demigod, but it's best not to rush. After settling down and consolidating for a while longer, your chances of impacting a demigod will be even greater. Emperor Dao Tai was actually somewhat tempted to try as he listened to the Emperor Hierophant demigod. Failing to impact couldn't just be a loss of a large amount of cultivation resources. However, after Qi Jie opened his mouth, he still decided that he would listen to Qi Jie's advice. Since Qi Jie believed that his success rate wasn't very high if he impacted a demigod at the moment, then he could simply settle down for a while longer before attempting to impact a demigod. Thinking of this, the Dao Tai emperors then saluted Qi Jie's trio once again, before excusing himself. After the Dao Tai emperor left, the Emperor Hilly demigod asked with a straight face, Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor, isn't there a possibility of impacting a demigod? Qi Jie nodded. Not bad, but if she tries to impact a demigod right now, there's at most a 30% chance. The Empyrean demigod sighed slightly as he heard this. As someone who had been there before, he was aware of how difficult it was to impact a demigod. As the war continued, it was clear that it wouldn't work for the Emperor star to have only 3 demigods in battle. If not, the Empyrean demigod would not have been so attached to the matter of demigods. After exchanging a few more words with the Emperor Hilly demigod to exchange a few more words, Qi Jie headed to the Infinite Group's floating base. This was one of the Infinite Group's most advanced technological products at the moment, and he had come to this place to rest and adjust. After returning to the top floor of the Infinite Group's floating base, Qi Jie called Ji Inu over. A quarter of an hour later, Ji Inu, who had received the message, arrived at the Infinite Group's floating base. Upon seeing her, Qi Jie laughed. Soon you'll be able to become an Emperor rank powerhouse. Ji Inu spread her face and smiled. Thanks to your help. Otherwise it's impossible for me to grow so fast. For a long time, my ultimate goal was to become a demon emperor like old man Tianyu. I never thought that my ultimate goal would be accomplished so quickly. It seems like I'm also very hopeful to make an impact on a demigod. Qi Jie nodded. With your current bloodline purity, you have the potential to impact a demigod. It's just that the process will be a bit slower. Ji Inu froze, then smiled and spoke. So, Your Excellency the Führer is prepared to help me raise my bloodline purity? Qi Jie didn't open his mouth, but instead, with his actual actions, he answered. He walked over to Ji Inu and picked up the incredibly beautiful Ji Inu across the waist. Then, he walked towards the lounge inside. While walking, Qi Jie opened his mouth and said, Actually, this time, I found you here to talk to you about business. But since you want to purify your bloodline, then it's fine to do the right thing before saying the right thing. Ji Inu heard Qi Jie's intention of poking fun at her, and immediately said defiantly, If you have the ability, then you can do the right thing and talk about the right thing at the same time, without delaying the two. Qi Jie smiled and said, I don't have a problem with that. I'm just afraid you can't. Cut. Ji Inu cut. Then said, Maybe who can't. Qi Jie picked Ji Inu up, kissed her on her pretty face, and said, Who was it that cried and begged for forgiveness from me on the floating treasure ship? Ji Inu's cheeks flushed with color at his words, recalling the beautiful memories from before. At that time, she couldn't even believe that the Emperor Star was able to take down the ice spirit domain so quickly. However, Qi Jie kept teasing her about those things. Ji Inu lightly hummed and said, A good man doesn't mention his courage back then. Don't you dare straighten up after a while. At the same time, Great Emperor Guyanzi was full of confidence and began to impact the demigods. Around him, there were all sorts of energy crystals with extremely high energy purity, as well as tons of other treasures. 30% of the Taiku group's harvest from occupying the ice spirit domain was basically here. The harvests of the other groups, the other hegemonic level forces, were similar to that of the Swire group. If their leaders, too, had the idea of impacting a demigod, then by depleting around 30% of their treasures and resources, they would be able to attempt to impact a demigod. The Daotai Emperor had received guidance from Qi Jie and didn't do so. However, including the Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor, all the other powerhouses were prepared to impact a demigod to try it out. In the past, it was fine if they didn't know what the concept of a demigod actually was. Now that they knew the terror of a demigod powerhouse, all of them certainly couldn't sit still. Peak Great Emperors and demigods were clearly only half a step away from each other in the last half step. However, the strength of a Peak Great Emperor was vastly different compared to a demigod. Even weak demigods could be easily and mercilessly suppressed when facing a Peak Great Emperor. Under such circumstances, Peak Great Emperors such as Guyanzi, the Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor, and the others, of course, had to try and impact the demigods. For a time, the top powerhouses of the Emperor Star directly disappeared in general. These pinned-down powerhouses, on the other hand, without exception, were all going all out towards demigods. Merely, their path to impacting the demigods was destined to be bumpy. Among the top powerhouses of the Emperor Star, Guyanzi was the first to start impacting demigods. It wasn't the first time he had impacted a demigod. The fellow had attempted it before when he was in the Emperor Star, but the ancient head was undeterred. He firmly believed that he too had the qualifications of a demigod. Furthermore, failure was success its grandma. He had learned the lessons from the last time this time, so there was no reason why he wouldn't succeed. Then, he failed. Yes, Great Emperor Guyanzi failed in his second assault on the demigods. In the Taiku group, in the cultivation room of the floating base, Archemperor Guyanzi's entire body was dumbfounded. Outrageous. Impacting a demigod. How is it so difficult to impact a demigod? Simply put, there was only one thing to do. That was to find a way to condense a demigod crystal core. As long as the demigod crystal nucleus was condensed, one could become a demigod. When peak great emperors encountered demigods, they were basically hitting a stone with an egg. The reason why it was said that it was basically a case of hitting a stone with an egg was because there were exceptions to the rule. Like the Emperor Starfuhrer Qi Jie was one of the exceptions. He had traveled all the way, and his foundation at every stage had been compacted to the extreme. When others built a 100-story building, they used reinforced concrete. When he built a 100-story building, all he used was titanium alloy, the same as a 100-story building. The height is the same, but the strength is very different. Under such a thick layer of strength, ordinary demigods simply didn't have the qualifications to fight with Qi Jie, like the two ice seal demigods and ice-lin demigods. Although they had two brushes, they still couldn't force Qi Jie to use the second type state, or even the third type state, especially the third type state, and the fourth type state that was about to be comprehended. I'm afraid that it could only be used when slaughtering a god. Great Emperor Gu Yanzi was now unconcerned about how awesome Qi Jie, the head of the Emperor's Star, was. The ancient head was only concerned about one thing right now, and that was how to make himself awesome as well. Nay, his path to demigod was very uneventful. The first time, his demigod crystal nucleus completely shattered before it could show its outline. This time, it was better. The outline of the demigod crystal nucleus was there, but without waiting for him to continue condensing the demigod crystal nucleus, the demigod crystal nucleus in his body actually shattered once again. Not only did Gu Yanzi not succeed, but Beijing Tsong and the rest of the peak great emperors also failed one after another at this time. The only one who was still holding on now was the Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor. The Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor's strength and heritage were both stronger than the others. Her probability of becoming a demigod was also higher than the others. However, it was still hard to say if she could become a demigod. At this moment, Qi Tianyue was in the cultivation room of the Heavenly Moon Group in seclusion to impact the demigods. She had consumed more resources than Gu Yanzi. Her progress in impacting a demigod was also faster than Gu Yanzi's. Kaching. Only, the Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor was unable to complete her metamorphosis after all. Her demigod crystal nucleus, after condensing halfway, was unsustainable and quickly shattered. Although the Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor failed to become a demigod. However, after Qi Inyue's bloodline was purified once again, she successfully completed her metamorphosis and became an emperor rank powerhouse. At this moment, Qi Inyue's entire body was dumbfounded, because she impacted a great emperor in a way that could not be said to be unprecedented. But it was certainly unprecedented. The way she impacted a great emperor was passive. She was impacted into a great emperor. Although Qi Inyu had already sat down to meditate and started to consolidate her strength at the emperor rank. However, at this moment, she was still dripping with fragrant sweat, and her little heart was even still thumping furiously. She hadn't had any preparation at all, and she had become an emperor rank in a watery manner. As time passed, her strength of the emperor rank was gradually consolidated. Qi Jie had already gone to the bathroom to finish his shower and took a magazine to read. After being fully released, the energy in his body seemed to have become more and more pure and condensed. Right now, while sitting on the sofa and reading a magazine, Qi Jie looked at the flushed Qi Inyu. Qi Inyu's skin was so soft that it could not be broken, and her face was so red that it was even more attractive. While Qi Jie was looking at the impurities, an impulse inevitably rose in his heart to go over and kiss her heart a few times. However, Qi Inyu is now consolidating her strength. He can't disturb Qi Inyu. This point of control, he certainly has. After casually picking up the magazine and flipping through it, Qi Jie focused his attention on the meteorite ore. Meteorite ore was said to have come from beyond the heavens, hence the name meteorite ore. It was no secret that using meteorite ore, one could refine meteorite alloy. However, using meteorite ore to refine meteorite alloy, there were huge technical barriers. At the moment, there were only two ways that could even be done. The first method was to consume a large amount of energy stones to continuously energize the meteorite ore. After absorbing a large amount of energy, the impurities of the meteorite ore would gradually turn into fragments, and what was left at the end was the meteorite alloy. The cost of this method was very high, and the meteorite alloy obtained by this method was used to build a great Empress-level war machine. The cost in this process was already enough to train 20 great emperor powerhouses. Thus this kind of effortless thing was generally something that no one did. The meteoric star alloys that the major conglomerates, the major hegemonic level powers, were now refining were basically used to forge weapons. Even, it was only used to forge the key parts of the weapon. Let's say, the blade of a knife, the blade of a sword, and so on. The second way was to have demigods and also top-tier great emperors as humanoid refining furnaces. The stronger the strength, the more efficient it was to refine meteorite alloy from meteorite ore. This method, however, was also very laborious. A demigod could only refine a single piece of meteorite star alloy if he did nothing for a day. As for the refining speed of peak great emperors, of course, it was more and more sensational. Qi Jie now held a piece of meteor star alloy and began to feel it carefully. He wanted to find a more efficient method to do so. The meteorite star alloy was a very useful material, but if the refining efficiency didn't go up, it would be an empty treasure mountain held in contempt. While Qi Jie was thinking about what he could do to increase the efficiency of refining the meteorite star alloy, his communicator received a communication request from Nightmare. Nightmare was the Empyrean Star's thinking brain, controlling all of Empyrean Star's knowledge. After the Ice Spirit domain was occupied, all types of knowledge from the Ice Spirit domain were also being rapidly recorded into the Nightmare think brain. After receiving Nightmare's communication request, Qi Jie casually connected. "What's up, Nightmare?" Nightmare, still in Gu Yinling's transparent type, appeared in front of Qi Jie and saluted Qi Jie with extreme respect. Only then did he speak. "Your Excellency the Führer, I may have made some discoveries that interest you." Qi Jie came to be interested. "Tell me about it." A transparent light and shadow began to appear in front of Qi Jie's eyes. Nightmare was also at the side, opening his mouth to explain what the information was all about. There was once a refiner in the Ice Spirit domain who discovered that meteorite ores, infinite crystals, and demigod crystal cores if put together for refining. Then by consuming one demigod crystal core, one can refine about 10,000 pieces of meteorite star alloy out. Only, the demigod crystal nucleus that this refiner obtained was only a small amount of powder. So his experiment didn't continue. Nightmare was right this time. Qi definitely was really very interested in this discovery of his, because right now, he was in great need of meteorite alloy, and in his hands, he had a large amount of infinite crystals. Of course, infinite crystal stone was what he called it, and this kind of energy stone had all sorts of strange and weird names in the Ice Spirit domain, in the Tianhong domain, and in other places. Nightmare was just like him, directly calling this energy stone infinite crystals now. After carefully reading the information provided by Nightmare, Qi Jie said, "Switch your image to that of a middle-aged gentleman butler." "Obey, Your Excellency the Führer." Nightmare sniffed and immediately did as he was told. Within a short time, his appearance changed into that of a middle-aged gentleman. Qi Jie nodded in satisfaction before saying, "What is the success rate of refining meteorite alloy with a mixture of meteorite ore, demigod crystal cores, and infinite crystals? Is this cost-effective? Is there any other better method?" Nightmare shook his head after hearing this. "Your Excellency the Führer, I can't find the relevant content in my database. As for whether this is cost-effective, I can give some data. Demigod crystal cores can be used to help peak great emperors, promote demigods. The better the fit between a great emperor and a demigod crystal core, the higher the likelihood that the great emperor will succeed in promoting to demigod. If a great emperor, who has successfully promoted to demigod, refines a piece of meteorite alloy every day, then it would take him 10,000 days to refine 10,000 pieces of meteor star alloy. The advantage is that after refining 10,000 pieces of meteor star alloy, he can continue refining a second 10,000 pieces of meteor star alloy. It depends on Your Excellency the Führer, whether he's pursuing short-term gains or huge long-term rewards." Qi Jie heard this and immediately made a decision. For now, it's better to turn the demigod crystal cores into meteorite star alloys first. With enough meteorite star alloy, it might be possible to create demigod-level mechanical beings. At that time, then refine the meteorite star alloy with the demigod-class mechanical life. When you need to fight, let them participate in battles. And when you don't need to fight, just let them continue to refine meteorite star alloy. After having a plan in mind, Qi Jie got up and headed to the floating base's laboratory. He was going to try to refine the meteorite alloy in the floating base's laboratory. This matter could be done with the Infinity Engine. However, he hoped that the Infinite Group's production workshop could also do this. The Infinite Engine was still used for things that were technical, challenging and pioneering. These kinds of mechanical repetitive, non-technical things could just be taken care of with the production workshop. Arriving at the Infinite Group's floating base's laboratory, he went directly to a huge silver-colored refining furnace. A large amount of meteorite ores, as well as infinite crystals, continuously fell into the huge refining furnace from his spatial device. This refining furnace, too, was provided with arithmetic power by Nightmare and intelligence. Soon Nightmare's voice rang out, "Your Excellency the Führer, you can now put in the demigod crystal cores." Qi Jie nodded slightly, then put the demigod crystal core into the refining furnace. The silver-colored refining furnace, which quickly completed its closure, began refining. The refining method proved to work, although he didn't know, for the time being, what principle it was. It did work. Qi Jie saw that the silver refining furnace was refining one piece of meteorite alloy after another at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. Only, as good as this method was, it was a bit of a waste of demigods. One demigod crystal core for 10,000 pieces of meteorite star alloy. Qi Jie was willing. If the same question was asked to demigods, the demigods would definitely be unwilling, because under normal circumstances, there was only one demigod crystal core in their body. Qi Jie was extremely happy as he looked at the large amount of meteorite alloys that continued to appear. His thoughts directly communicated with the infinite engine, asking the infinite engine what he could forge with so many meteorite star alloys, along with his existing materials. Buzz. The infinite engine quickly calculated and operated, and after about 3 seconds, it gave a large number of scenarios that were presented in his mind. The scenarios given by the infinite engine were mainly in the 4 categories of cold weapons, technological weapons, mechanical life, and synthetic life. Like Ji used Misty Moon Mecha, it was included in technological weapons. Qi Jie glanced at it, and the first thing he chose was still synthetic life. With just a glance, he was slightly surprised by a few things in his heart. The resources he had now were actually still enough to create a demigod out of it. After consuming one demigod crystal core, about 3,000 infinity crystals, and about 5,000 meteorite alloys, and a large number of other high-level materials, it was possible to create a demigod out. Even for him now, creating a demigod was something that excited him. Unfortunately, he only had one demigod crystal core in his hand and could only create one demigod, and the cost of creating a demigod. He also knew, currently, to create a demigod, 5 demigods needed to be consumed. If calculated like this, manufacturing demigods was clearly a losing proposition, but it wasn't actually a loss, because the demigod crystal cores were left behind after the enemy demigods fell. The demigod beings created by the Infinity Engine, on the other hand, were demigod servants that were completely loyal to themselves. Thinking about this, what was there to hesitate about? Of course it was to create gods. To be precise, it was to create demigods. After Qi Jie decided to make demigods, a large number of designs for demigod beings appeared in his mind. The Infinity Engine, obviously, was a very bullish technological product. Its technological content was even so high that it was beyond the comprehension of the existing technology of the Emperor planet. With the technology level of the Emperor star, it was hard enough to manufacture a great Emperor-level life, let alone manufacture demigod lives. When he started to choose a manufacturing program, Qi Jie had a bold idea. That was to follow his own aesthetic and create a demigod-level beautiful life out of it to fill the harem. Doing so was certainly feasible. As the Imperial Star Head of State, the future Emperor of the Divine Wasteland Super Empire, it was perfectly normal for him to have a 3,000 beauties in his harem. And with the top-notch materials he possessed now, he could indeed create a beautiful demigod out of it. After thinking about it for a while, Qi Jie finally chose the option of creating a beautiful demigod named Victoria. The demigod crystal cores he had obtained not long ago were completely consumed at this moment. The infinite crystals in his control device were also instantly reduced by 3,000. Not only that, the meteor alloys that were still being continuously refined were also continuously ingested by the Infinity Engine. In his spatial device, many trophies that he couldn't even name were also ingested by the Infinity Engine. It looked like the cost of creating beautiful demigods was higher than he had imagined. While the other groups of the Emperor's Star, the heads of the other hegemonic forces, were still impacting the demigods, Qi Jie wasn't playing the same game as them anymore. At the moment, he was utilizing the infinite engine and massive resources to create demigods. Judging from the current consumption, the amount of resources needed to create one demigod was already equal to the value of 2 demigods. However, the demigods that one made could come according to one's needs and were 100% loyal to oneself. Thus there was no need to show mercy to the enemy demigod. To show mercy, after finishing off the other party, acquiring the other party's demigod crystal core could be used to create the demigods one needed. Buzz. The Infinity Engine continued to roar. A demigod crystal core, 3,000 infinity crystals, and 5,000 meteorite iron alloys, as well as a large number of other resources that Qi Jie knew the names of, or didn't know the names of. At this point in time, they were all rapidly disappearing, melting into a warm white mass of light. After about an hour of time had passed, this warm white mass of light, only then did something change. Ka-ching! A crisp and clear crunching sound came out, and then the warm white light mass completely disappeared. In the next moment, an extremely exquisite and delicate figure, also wrapped in white light, appeared in front of Qi Jie. It was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty with snow-white skin and an extremely tall figure. After the other party appeared, she bowed to Qi Jie. Your Excellency the Führer, Victoria is at your disposal. Qi Jie casually said. Be excused. After he finished speaking, Victoria straightened up. At this time, Qi Jie could also take a good look at Victoria. Victoria was a very beautiful big beauty. And she was not only beautiful, but also powerful. Although she had a demigod crystal core, it was only a demigod one, but the purity of her abilities was very high, her life form was perfect, and she was based on a very solid foundation. Against a demigod like the Emperor's High Demigod, whose demigod crystal core strength was the third level of demigods, there was no problem whatsoever. This was the power of the Infinity Engine. As long as there were enough materials and enough energy, even demigods could be created with ease. Qi Jie, at this moment, also began to check Victoria's panel through the Infinity Engine. Victoria was a demigod that specialized in the power of ice, the same as the Ice Seal demigod, and the Ice Lin demigod. However, her life form was higher than the Ice Seal demigod, and the Ice Lin demigod. If it came down to it, the Ice Seal demigod and the Ice Lin demigod would never be her match. Qi Jie thought for a moment and spoke. Victoria, go outside with me to spar. Yes, Your Excellency the Führer. Victoria didn't know why Qi Jie wanted to spar with her, but since this was Qi Jie's order, she naturally obeyed it unconditionally. Soon, two powerful figures appeared above the ice spirit domain, as Qi Jie's terrifying power that was comparable to that of a demigod, and the true demigod power in Victoria's body were released. On all sides of the ice spirit domain, there was movement at the first moment. The first to appear was, of course, the Emperor Hilly demigod. After the Emperor Hilly demigod appeared, he couldn't help but be a bit dumbfounded. He was completely confused as to what was going on right now. In midair, there was an additional unfamiliar demigod standing in Gucci's absolute face. But that unfamiliar demigod didn't seem to be an enemy. He could only feel a strong battle intent on the other party, not hostility or killing intent. It couldn't be a demigod from a certain power who was bored and came to fight with Qi Jie, could it? The great Emperor Gu Yangzi, who had failed to impact the demigods in seclusion not long ago, as well as the crowd of heavenly moon demon emperors, also appeared at this moment. After the crowd appeared, they all looked at Victoria in midair with quite a bit of nervousness. Demigods possessed an extremely terrifying deterrent power over beings below demigods. Qi Jie had thought before that the commotion over here would attract the attention of the crowd. Therefore, he didn't make a direct move with Victoria, just because he was worried about making the crowd misunderstand and think that a demigod powerhouse had come to attack. After the crowd appeared one after another, he also opened his mouth and said, "Everyone doesn't need to be nervous. Victoria is a member of the Infinite Group, not our enemy. I'll be sparring with her for a moment or two, so everyone doesn't need to be concerned." Qi Jie's words caused the leaders of the major groups of Emperor Star, the major hegemony-level forces, to be extremely surprised. The Infinite Group originally already had the Imperial Star Will, as well as Qi Jie, the two demigod-level warriors. Who would have thought that right now? Qi Jie didn't know what method he had used to make the Infinite Group have a third demigod. The Infinite Group. It seemed like it hid endless secrets, and the crowd never seemed to be able to finish unearthing them. At a time when they felt that they already had a better understanding of the Infinite Group, Qi Jie and his Infinite Group would then come up with something new that would blow the crowd's minds. Just like at this moment, Emperor Gu Yangzi couldn't even wrap his head around the fact that the Infinite Group's demigod powerhouse had come out of nowhere. Qi Jie had three purposes in mind when he sparred with Victoria under the watchful eyes of the crowd. 1. He wanted to know Victoria's combat power, and how it really was. 2. To make the Imperial Star Alliance, all the major groups, and all the major forces increase their confidence. The Imperial Star Alliance, nowadays, also possessed 4 demigod-level combatants. Thirdly, it added more mystery to the Infinite Group, making everyone feel that the Infinite Group really had infinite possibilities. In a way, this was also giving the crowd a boost of confidence. The journey of the Imperial Star Alliance would still be very far. Without enough confidence, the Imperial Star Alliance, obviously, would not be able to make it to the end. Under the gaze of a single eye, Qi Jie also gave a slight nod to Victoria. "Victoria, you may make your move. Obey, Your Excellency the Führer." Victoria raised her hand and waved it, and a cold stream transformed into a long sword in her slender jade hand. Qi Jie didn't slow down either, and directly raised his hand, calling out his Thunder Battle Blade. With a trace of blood chi pouring in, the Thunder Battle Blade also went a step further and became the Blood Thunder Battle Blade. Swish! Victoria raised her hand and waved it, and a brilliant ice-blue sword blade came crashing towards him. It was not a half-moon-shaped sword but rather a flat and straight line. The long sword in Victoria's hand was also not an Eastern sword, but a Western thin sword. Swish! Facing Victoria's sword, Qi Jie casually slashed her sword blade. However, by this time, Victoria was already holding her sword in her hand as she charged. Clang! Victoria's sword quickly clashed with Qi Jie's Blood Thunder Battleblade. This time, Qi Jie didn't move at all, while Victoria's arm was numb from the shock. Ding ding dang dang. Next, the two demigod-level warriors began to rapidly exchange blows above the 9 heavens. Qi Jie was on cloud 9 the entire time, his pace almost completely immobile. Opposite Qi Jie, Victoria attacked in various ways and from various angles in an attempt to get him to move, but Victoria clearly failed. After slicing and dicing for a quarter of an hour, Victoria took the initiative to stop. She bowed respectfully and said, "Your Excellency the Führer, I was not your opponent at the moment." Qi Jie nodded slightly. If he wanted to split the difference between victory and defeat with Victoria, then Victoria would have died a long time ago. Fighting Victoria for so long was just to see Victoria's actual combat ability, how it really was. Panel data and strength had a relationship, but panel data was definitely not equal to strength. Just like right now, he was completely certain that the demigod 1 Victoria was stronger than the demigod 3 Emperor Hilly demigod. This was something that the Emperor Hilly demigod obviously realized as well. Qi Jie and Victoria, just above the ice spirit domain, simply exchanged hands. However, the impact of this exchange of blows between them was enormous, and it was still ongoing. At this moment, everywhere in the ice spirit domain, whether it was the people from the Emperor Star Alliance, or the cultivators who had returned to the ice spirit domain, they were basically all hotly discussing this matter. Great Emperor Gu Yanzi and Dao Tai Huang were even gathered together. Archemperor Gu Yanzi couldn't help but speak. Brother Tai Huang, the demigod that fought with the Führer, where did he come from? The Dao Tai Emperor smiled helplessly. I don't know either. He truly didn't know, and I'm afraid that other than Qi Jie, there was simply no one who could explain this question. Still, Emperor Dao Tai said, no matter where that Victoria demigod came from, she's just a demigod warrior of our Emperor Star. To this point of view, Gu Yanzi certainly agreed. Elsewhere, similar conversations kept popping up. Compared to the other powerhouses, the Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor wasn't as preachy. At this time, the Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor had already appeared at the Infinite Group's floating base. To be more accurate, it was the Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor that had appeared in Qi Jie's office in the Infinite Group's floating base, and was on Qi Jie's lap, facing Qi Jie with his 4 eyes. For powerhouses of the Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor's level, time no longer had any meaning to them. Their life levels were so high that the years could no longer leave any traces for them. She was too close to Qi Jie, and the fact that she was sitting on Qi Jie's lap in this position made it even more so that Qi Jie couldn't help but want to help her purify the purity of her bloodline. After the Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor sat on his lap like this, Qi Jie also casually asked, "What's wrong?" The Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor's beautiful eyes, whose pupils cut through the water, looked at Qi Jie very seriously and asked, "That demigod powerhouse from the Infinite Group, how did he get here?" She wasn't worried that the other party would compete with her for favor, but she was really curious about how the Infinite Group could still have more demigod powerhouses. In the past, although the Infinite Group was also outrageous, it only produced some very effective potions or some weapons with very high technological content. To be even more outrageous, it produced saint-ranked war machines. This time, a demigod had suddenly appeared from the Infinite Group, which was naturally outrageous to the extreme. After the Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor inquired, Qi Jie let out a light laugh and said, "Couldn't there be a demigod powerhouse that came to join the Infinite Group in admiration?" The Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor hesitated for a second, and said, "With the Infinite Group's development trend, recruiting a demigod powerhouse isn't something unbelievable, but when you dueled with that demigod, I saw it clearly, and she was very respectful to you. The other party doesn't seem like your ally or your staff. Her attitude towards you, to put it in an inappropriate way, was more like a slave-master relationship." The Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor wasn't denigrating Victoria, but rather, Victoria was already 100% loyal to Qi Jie. There didn't seem to be any problem in saying that this beautiful, bubbly demigod was Qi Jie's slave. Qi Jie pondered for a moment and spoke once more. The Infinite Group is secretly carrying out some projects with a very high degree of secrecy. These projects will help the Infinite Group and the Imperial Star Alliance grow together. Silver Moon's Misty Moon Mecha, Emperor Star's Nightmare Brain, My Disciple Guinling, and Infinity Group's Sky Execution War Machine, as well as the Victoria demigod you saw not too long ago, all of them are the results of the Infinite Group's secret projects. Qi Jie used a rather vague and unfalsifiable statement to explain this matter. He wasn't in a good position to publicize the matter of the Infinity Engine right now, and the deeper he understood the Infinity Engine, the more he felt that it was very counterintuitive. Such a high-end technological product. It was unknown what level of intelligent life created it. It was also unknown, for what reason, It had strayed to the Emperor's star and was obtained by him. The Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor certainly believed Qi Jie's claim. She had long felt that the Infinite Group had been doing something where the people couldn't see it. It was the only way that the Infinite Group could come up with a very bright thing every once in a while. After inquiring about the things she was wondering about in her mind, the Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor couldn't help but smile delicately. Your Excellency the Führer is just going to keep chatting with me? Qi Jie shook his head. Of course not. In fact, I wanted to make you cry and beg for mercy a long time ago. If he had said this to Qi Tianyu a long time ago, Qi Tianyu would definitely have to clean him up. After all, the Qi Tianyu of that time was a top-tier demon emperor, and there was a huge disparity in strength between him and Qi Tianyu. Now it was different. Even if he said it outright, Qi Tianyu would only be able to be cleaned up by him. Hearing Qi Jie's words, the Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor didn't get angry, and even continued to laugh petulantly. Then we'll have to see if Your Excellency, the head of state, has the ability to make me cry and beg for forgiveness? Qi Jie smiled and spoke. As you wish. As the words fell, a surging energy boundary enveloped the entire office. A moment later, everyone in the Infinite Group's floating base wore a strange expression. Just now, it was unknown what had happened, and the Infinite Group's floating base had shaken abnormally. In fact, even now, the Infinite Group's floating base was immobilized by Qi Jie's powerful energy force field. Without this extremely powerful energy force field fixing it, the Infinite Group's floating base would continue to be in a state of vibration. At the same time, in a valley in the Ice Spirit domain, Qi Jie, Lan Shi, Scarlet Emperor, Meng Bao and the rest of the Emperor Academy's approximately 5,000 elites were all concentrated here. After Silverwing, these Emperor Academy elites welcomed a new mentor. It was just that the appearance of this new mentor was uncharacteristically young, looking to be only 14 or 15 years old. As the gazes of the crowd looked over, Guilin also opened his mouth to introduce himself. His appearance here was of course Qi Jie's intention. When he wasn't on a special mission, he would all be at the Imperial Academy, for the Imperial Star Alliance, training the most outstanding heavenly pride. Under the gaze of the crowd, Guilin said indifferently, "My name is Guilin. I am the righteous son as well as disciple of the Emperor Star Führer Qi Jie." As soon as he opened his mouth, quite a few people were extremely surprised, and many were even very envious of his status. After the crowd was surprised, Guilin spoke again. "I am now at the peak of the 9th peak of the Imperial stage at the Great Circle of Strength, and I am only the last ethereal inch away from being a demigod. In the future, I will be responsible for teaching the elites of the Emperor Academy. The 5,000 people here are the most outstanding sons and daughters of the major groups of the Emperor Star, the hegemonic forces from all sides, as well as other large, medium, and small forces. Although you guys are excellent, what I need is not elites, but the elites of elites, the aces of aces. My time is limited, and I have no way to spend my precious time on mediocre people. So before I formally teach you, I'm going to let some mediocre people out." Hearing Guilin's words, many elites of the Imperial Academy, many of them became nervous. Of course, more were extremely confident. They were certain that no matter what, it was impossible for them to be eliminated, because they were the elites among the elites that Guilin needed. After hearing Guilin's words, the Mengbao few couldn't help but look at Lan Shi and ask, "Sister Lan Shi, do you know what kind of test this new tutor has in store for us?" Lan Shi shook her head. "I don't know, eh? What? You want to engage in underhanded maneuvers, ah?" The Scarlet Emperor revealed a mouthful of large white teeth and smiled. "That's not true. If you don't meet the requirements and follow the new tutor, you're also looking for abuse yourself. It's just that I'm a bit curious as to what kind of method he'll use to select the elites." Soon after the Scarlet Emperor's words fell, it stopped being curious, because at this time, Guilin had already spoken once again. "Now, all of you, against my pressure, come behind me. Only those who possess incredible perseverance, as well as terrifying battle prowess that far exceeds that of their peers, will be able to do this. Such a person, I would call him an elite ace among his peers. Those who have confidence in themselves can begin. If you can't withstand my pressure, just lie down on the ground by yourself, and there will be other instructors to take you away." Hearing Guilin's words, Qi Jie did not hesitate and took a step into Guilin's pressure. He had always been courageous since he had followed Qi Jie, and at this time, he certainly had no reason to back down. Boom! After Qi Jie stepped into the area enveloped by Guilin's mighty pressure, he only felt that there was an immediate heaviness on his shoulders. At this time, it was as if a mountain peak was enveloped on his shoulders. However, Qi Jie did not say anything, but continued to move forward. Guilin's pressure was obviously dynamically adjusted for each individual. Otherwise, if it was truly the extreme pressure of a peak great emperor, A single thought pressed down would be able to cause everyone here to go up in smoke. After Qi Jie, Lan Shi also stepped into Gu Yinling's pressure without a care in the world. And then she was dumbfounded. Because on her, she couldn't feel the pressure at all. Lan Shi immediately spoke in a very puzzled manner. Why is there no pressure on me? Gu Yinling said helplessly. Little ant, how dare I test you? If you want to receive special training as well, then just come over directly. When Lan Shi heard this, she waved her hands. How can that be? I want to pass the test with my own real skills. After she said that, Gu Yinling also nodded and said, alright then. As the words fell, a strong pressure also enveloped Lan Shi. Although Lan Shi had been piled up with resources by Qi Jie all the way and opened up small stoves, but those resources, which had been given small foci time and time again, were obviously transformed into Lan Shi's strength. This time when she accepted Gu Yinling's test, although Lan Shi also felt some pressure, her performance was better than even a top genius like Qi Jie. Her qualifications weren't bad in the first place, and she had top-tier resources that were infinitely supplied. Qi Jie was just as heaven-defying as she was, but of course, she couldn't compare to this infinite group's great miss. After Lan Shi and Qi Jie, Emperor Scarlet and Meng Bao, they, too, entered the area enveloped by Gu Yinling's pressure. The other Imperial Academy elites, too. After the crowd entered, the hierarchy was instantly reflected. Lan Shi led the way at the front, and the others, even if they had good qualifications and resources, they still couldn't compare to her. The Celestial Pride from Imperial Mountain, and the Taiku group, were all in the second echelon, along with Qi Jie and the others. The rest of them were in the third echelon, under immense pressure and struggling hard. Some of the Celestial Pride, pressed by Gu Yinling's terrifying pressure, even deformed their shoulders. From this, it could be seen how much pressure and pain they needed to endure before they could pass the test. The pressure and pain endured by the many heavenly prides was immense, and the pressure and pain endured by the heavenly Moon Demon Emperor wasn't small either. This time, the heavenly Moon Demon Emperor was truly crying for mercy. Qi Jie's demigod-level combat power was clearly no joke. While the heavenly Moon Demon Emperor's bloodline was purified and began to consolidate its strength, Qi Jie had already begun to smoke afterthought cigarettes. It was interesting to say that not long ago, Qi Jie was also in this place purifying her bloodline and consolidating her strength. Now the heavenly Moon Demon Emperor, too, was getting the same treatment. Qi Jie began to ponder when he would have Victoria come to upgrade as well. Victoria didn't have such a thing as bloodline power, as well as the fact that Victoria herself was a demigod physique. However, he was beginning to be able to help Victoria purify the energy within her body, allowing Victoria's strength to progress. This seemed to be one of the ultimate uses of the 9 Dragon Balls, but only beautiful women had this, and others couldn't get a boost like this. The heavenly Moon Demon Emperor consolidated her strength faster than Qi Jie. However, her luck wasn't as good as Qi Jie's. After Qi Jie's bloodline was purified, she directly went 100 feet further and became an emperor-rank powerhouse. The heavenly Moon Demon Emperor still failed to become a demigod after her bloodline was purified once again. After her strength was consolidated, the heavenly Moon Demon Emperor left from Qi Jie's lounge while also preparing to leave his office. But before she could leave, she was called out by Qi Jie. Although my judgment, it may not be completely accurate, but if nothing unexpected happens, your bloodline will be purified 10 or 8 more times, and you'll almost be able to ascend to demigod. Hearing this, the heavenly Moon Demon Emperor was immediately ecstatic. So, I can become a demigod today? Qi Jie hurriedly shook his head. You have to combine work and rest. Have you ever heard of anyone purifying their bloodline a dozen times a day? If you fool around like this, even if the fields aren't plowed badly, you'll tire the cows to death. The heavenly Moon Demon Emperor was on the verge of becoming demonic when it came to the matter of becoming a demigod. When Qi Jie finished speaking, she came to Qi Jie's side once again and said, please, quickly help me break through to demigod. She had clearly forgotten the pain before her scars were even healed, and was clearly crying and begging for mercy not too long ago. Qi Jie pondered for a while and finally didn't refuse. It didn't really matter to him, and when he helped the heavenly Moon Demon Emperor and helped Qi Jie, he would also have a special realization about his 4th type state. It was as if that brief moment of celestial unity was perfect for enlightenment. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his 4th type state came out. His 1st type state was the current normality. The 2nd type state, on the other hand, was a semi-dragonization with twin dragons appearing behind his shoulders and a dragon tail appearing behind him. His 3rd type state was a further complete dragonization. With each battle type switch, his battle power could increase by several or even 10 times. I just don't know. What was his 4th battle type state like? Qi Jie wasn't able to continue thinking about it because the heavenly Moon Demon Emperor, a stunningly beautiful woman, couldn't wait to pull him along and enter the lounge. Qi Jie could only say helplessly, "Are you sure you don't want to purify your bloodline in a gradual manner? I'm worried that you won't be able to withstand the overbearing power that continues to grow." The Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor shook her head. "It doesn't matter. As long as this emperor can break through the great emperor's shackles and become a demigod, I'm capable of suffering anything." As her words fell, Qi Jie also had no choice but to use his energy force field again, enveloping the entire office and lounge while immobilizing the entire Infinite Group floating base. At the same time, Black Wind Domain, the Council Hall, the Giants of the Black Wind Domain, the Skywolf Domain, and the Southern Hang Domain were all gathered together. Although the Emperor Star Alliance had yet to fight their way over, they obviously couldn't let their guard down. The fact that the Emperor Star Alliance hadn't hit over yet wasn't because the other party had stopped their conquests. Rather, it was because the other party was grasping at straws, digesting the harvest after conquering the Heavenly Hong Domain and the Ice Spirit Domain. Once the Emperor Star Alliance had finished resting, the Black Wind Domain would be the next target of the Emperor Star. After the Black Wind Domain was finished, the Skywolf Domain and the South Hung Domain would have to follow suit. In such a situation, the Skywolf Domain and South Hung Domain would naturally fully support the Black Wind Domain. In the Council Hall, there were a full 6 demigods that appeared here at the moment. If there was a need, the Black Wind Domain could also appear in disguise. That would be having 7 demigods. Even the Skywolf Domain as well as the South Hung Domain could come in disguise. After everyone took their seats, the Lord of Southern Hang, the Chu Nanhung demigod, was the first to speak. "While the Emperor Star hasn't fought over yet, we can, perhaps, go talk to the Emperor Star." The Kuei Snap demigod immediately shook his head when he heard this. "The Emperor Star is too brutal and barbaric. We don't have anything to talk to them about." Unsurprisingly, the Emperor Star won't negotiate with us either. The only thing we should do is for the 9 demigods to move out together when the Emperor Star strikes, to go besiege the Emperor Star's 3 demigod-level warriors. Imperial Emperor Star's head of state Qi Jie is very powerful, but under the siege of 3 demigods, no matter how much skill he has, he'll still have to drink his heart out. When Kuei Snap finished speaking, the Chu Nanhung demigod spoke. "The Nanhung Domain will not leave the Nanhung Domain." The greedy wolf demigod of the Skywolf Domain similarly took a stance at this time. "The Skywolf Domain will not leave the Skywolf Domain either." The best case scenario would be 7 demigods against the 3 demigods of the Imperial Star Alliance. Could it be that 7 demigods against 3 demigods can't be crushed? The greedy wolf demigod also knew that Qi Jie was very powerful, but it seemed like he hadn't heard that the Emperor Hierophant demigods of the Emperor Star, as well as the Emperor Star were also very powerful. The Kuei Primordial demigod sniffed and said, "The Emperor Hilly demigod and the Emperor Star are not very powerful, but the Emperor Star Führer, Qi Jie, is very powerful. If there are only 7 demigods, it would be best if one could have 5 demigods to besiege the Emperor Star Führer." The greed demigod frowned. "Is that necessary? Moreover, what demigod Nanhung said makes sense. Are we sure we don't want to go and negotiate with the Emperor Star Alliance for a bit?" The Black Wind Domain bore the brunt of the conquest of the Emperor Star. The Skywolf Domain, and also the Nanhung Domain, had the Black Wind Domain as a strategic buffer, and they still wanted to negotiate with each other. This time, without waiting for the Kuei Primordial demigod to open his mouth, the Black Wind demigod of the Black Wind Domain faintly said, "The current Emperor Star Alliance is very powerful though, but the current Emperor Star Alliance, in the end, is not so powerful that it is completely invincible. Regardless of whether the Emperor Star Alliance agrees to peace talks or not, we can't afford to keep a tiger. What do a few of you think?" When the Black Wind demigod said this, the Chu Nanhung demigod, as well as the greedy wolf demigod, all fell into silence. The words of the Black Wind demigod were very reasonable. Attacking the Emperor Star before the Emperor Star Alliance had completely developed, they still had hope for victory. After the Emperor Star Alliance had completely established itself, it would obviously be too late for them to make a move against the Imperial Star Alliance. In other words, the current Imperial Star Alliance was probably at its weakest. Continuing to allow them to develop, the Emperor Star Alliance would only grow stronger as time went on. Thus now, not only could they not take the initiative to negotiate, even if the Emperor Star Alliance took the initiative to find them to negotiate, they could not agree. The leader of every domain was often not simple. His strength and vision were often meant to surpass all the rest of the powerhouses in this domain. The Black Wind demigod. That was the case. Not only was he not prepared to negotiate with the Imperial Star Alliance, but he was also a very hardline hawk. While the powerhouses of the Skywolf Domain, as well as the powerhouses of the Southern Hang Domain, were still hesitant, he made a very bold proposal. when the Empyrean Star Alliance and the Tianhong Domain, as well as the Ice Spirit Domain fought. The Tianhong Domain and the Ice Spirit Domain both met the battle passively. A prolonged defense is bound to be lost. I think all of you understand this reasoning. Therefore, instead of defending in the Black Wind Domain, we should also take the initiative to attack the Ice Spirit Domain controlled by the Emperor Star, as well as the Heavenly Hong Domain. When the Black Wind demigod finished speaking, the Qi primordial demigod immediately agreed. That's right. With the number of combat troops of the Emperor Star Alliance, as well as the number of powerful people, there's no way to start a war on two battlefields. At the same time, on one battlefield, our demigods can go one-on-one with the demigods of the Imperial Star Alliance, while on the other battlefield, we can fully utilize our advantage. If the Emperor Star Alliance, on a certain battlefield, doesn't assign a demigod battle force, all we need to do is send a war god over, and we'll be able to slaughter the Emperor Star's combat troops cleanly. On that battlefield, the Black Wind Domain was considered a stronger opponent to the Emperor Star Alliance. The most intuitive manifestation of this was that the leader of the Black Wind Domain was extremely tough and bold. The powerhouses of the Skywolf Domain and the Southern Hang Domain had been spoken to by the Black Wind Domain at this moment. Instead of being passive and defensive, they should take the initiative to attack. Thus at this time, the powerhouses of the three domains had also begun to discuss their battle plans against the Imperial Star Alliance. Crystal Core, as the Black Wind Domain, the Skywolf Domain, and the South Hang Domain began to discuss their battle plans against the Emperor Star Alliance. There was also a major event that was happening in the Ice Spirit Domain. 1 day might have passed, or 2 days might have passed. Then within the Infinite Group's floating base, there was suddenly a powerful fluctuation that swept through heaven and earth. Boom! A terrifying aura that was strong and domineering to the extreme was abruptly emitted. In the sky above the Infinite Group's floating base, there was also a very strong figure at this time. After receiving the help of Qi Jie's consecutive multiple bloodline purifications, the Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor had finally taken a step further with a 100-foot pole, becoming a Heavenly Moon demigod. After feeling his own abundantly strong, vertical and horizontal power, the Heavenly Moon Demon Emperor only felt that the tears shed over the past 2 or 3 days were worth it. Although she couldn't help but cry and beg for forgiveness several times, barely able to withstand the pain of bloodline purification, it was good to know that all of this had already passed. Nowadays, she was the 5th demigod powerhouse of the Imperial Star Alliance after Qi Jie, the Imperial Star Will, and the Imperial Hierophant demigod, as well as the Victoria demigod. It was only at this moment that the Heavenly Moon demigod truly understood just how great the gap was between demigod powerhouses and emperor ranks. It was no wonder that all those emperor rank powerhouses were all just dirt and dogs in front of Qi Jie, and were all blown to pieces by Qi Jie's devastating destruction. The many powerhouses of the Black Wind Domain Alliance clearly wouldn't have thought of it either. The Imperial Star Alliance, instead of having 3 demigods, now had 5 demigods. If they came rashly, they would obviously be out of luck. For the time being, Qi Jie had no thoughts of attacking the Black Wind Domain. According to his previous deployment, the Imperial Star Union Army would still be able to rest for a few more days. After Qi Tianyue's breakthrough, his form also appeared beside Qi Tianyue. This period of continuous battle had not caused Qi Jie to wither away. Every time the Heavenly Moon demigod cried for mercy, it was as if he was replenishing his fuel. When Qi Tianyue saw Qi Jie, she smiled delicately and said, "Your Excellency the Führer, would you like to spar?" Qi Jie laughed. "Haven't we been sparring for the past 2 or 3 days on?" Qi Tianyue sniffed and let out a light hum with some anger. She was talking to Qi Jie about a proper sparring session, not about purifying her bloodline. Qi Jie didn't continue to joke with her either, but said, "A sparring session isn't necessary. You seize the time to consolidate your demigod strength." While he was talking to Qi Tianyue, the Emperor Hilly demigod hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing Qi Jie, the Emperor Hilly demigod immediately spoke. "Head Gu, something's wrong," Qi Jie said with a straight face. "What happened?" The Emperor Hilly demigod said with an unusually grave expression. "The gathering forces of the Heavenly Hong Domain have been sneak attacked by the Black Wind Domain's allied forces. Over in the Tianhong Domain, 3 demigods from the Black Wind Domain coalition have appeared. How are we going to deal with this?" Without any hesitation this time, Qi Jie said, "You, the Heavenly Moon demigod, and the Victoria demigod will all go over to deal with it." He really didn't expect that the Black Wind Domain would be so bold. And even if they didn't defend themselves tightly, they even dared to take the initiative to attack. Nowadays, 80% of the Imperial Star Alliance's combat troops were concentrated in the Ice Spirit Domain, and on the side of the Tianhong Domain, only 20%. But that place, since 3 Black Wind Domain coalition forces had appeared, of demigods, then he still had to send 3 demigods over. As for here in the ice spirit domain, he and the Emperor Star would just sit tight. The Emperor Hierophant demigod nodded as he heard this. The Victoria demigod who received Qi Jie's order also came over at this time, though under the leadership of demigod Empyrean, Qi and demigod Skymoon, who had broken through to demigod only a short while ago, then headed to the Sky-hung domain together. Not long after the three demigods left, on the side of the ice spirit domain, surprisingly, there were also changes. When the people of the ice spirit domain were very nervous, for very strong and terrifying auras appeared violently. These four auras came from four demigods. The Black Wind demigod of the Black Wind domain, the Kuei Snap demigod. There were two remaining demigods, one each from the Sky Wolf domain and the Southern Hung domain, but they weren't the Greedy Wolf demigod or the Southern Hung demigod. When these four appeared, Ji Inui, Gu Yangzi, Dao Tai Huang, Bei Kengkeng, Gu Yinling, Heaven Execution, and the other great emperors and quasi-emperors all became nervous. After all, on the ice spirit domain side, right now, there were only Qi Jie, and the two demigod-level warriors from the Emperor Star Will. The other side, on the other hand, this time, had come with four demigods. After the Black Wind demigod came over, he directly waved his hand, and immediately, he and the other two demigods appeared opposite Qi Jie. The Kuei Snap demigod, on the other hand, stopped the Emperor Star Will that had just revealed itself. Before the frozen demigod died, what he longed for the most was to be able to have three demigods surrounding Qi Jie. In the frozen demigod's thoughts, if he could have three demigods surrounding Qi Jie would definitely be dead. His idea? The Black Wind demigod had already realized it for him. At this moment, the Black Wind demigod looked at Qi Jie with a slight bit of complacency and said, "Head of Gu, did you ever think that I would take the initiative?" Qi Jie sighed lightly and said, "Listening to your excellency's tone, your excellency seems to be gloating over this foolish decision?" The Black Wind demigod originally thought that Qi Jie would panic after being surrounded by three demigods. However, he had completely thought wrong, and after being surrounded by three demigods, Qi Jie was surprisingly cloudy and didn't react much. However, the Black Wind demigod felt that Qi Jie must be calm on the surface right now, while deep down he was terrified. It was also very easy to find out whether Qi Jie was really calm or just pretending, and that was to make a move. "Both of you, strike with me. Today, the three of us will behead this Imperial Star Alliance's Gu Führer." After the Black Wind demigod finished speaking, he raised his hand and struck out with an astral wind tornado. The two demigods behind him were also not slow. They were originally a demigod surprise attack decapitation operation this time, and their only pursuit was a quick battle. Suddenly, the battle of the demigods violently erupted. At the time when all the people of the Imperial Star Alliance were worried about Qi Jie, Qi Jie made a bold decision that no one had expected. His majestic and cold voice spread throughout all parts of the ice spirit domain. "Attention all groups of the Imperial Star Alliance, all large, medium, and small forces, at my command, attack the Black Wind domain." This battle was rushed, but it was favorable for the Emperor Star Alliance. This was because all of the demigods from the Black Wind domain alliance had run to the ice spirit domain and the Heavenly Hung domain. According to the information they had poked around earlier, the Black Wind domain alliance army, without adding the Black Wind domain will, had 6 demigods. Adding the Black Wind domain will, it had 7 demigods. Nowadays, all 7 demigods of the Black Wind domain coalition army were not in the Black Wind domain. Then Gu Yinling, as well as top-tier great emperors such as Heaven Punisher, Dao Tai Huang, Gu Yangzi, and Bei Qingsong, as well as Ji Inui, who possessed the Misty Moon Mecha. After they entered the Black Wind domain, they directly killed indiscriminately. Demigods didn't come out, and ordinary great emperors were no match for Gu Yinling. This war was very sudden and bizarre. The high-end combat forces of both sides, along with the conventional combat forces of both sides, ended up in 3 battlefields. Completing the battle, the Black Wind demigod hadn't expected Qi Jie to be so arrogant. At a time like this, he would even let the Imperial Star Alliance army directly wage war against the Black Wind domain. But it was useless to say anything now. The only thing they needed to do was to quickly finish off Qi Jie. The Imperial Star Alliance's combat troops, which had previously been 120 billion, had now grown to 150 billion. This number, of course, could have been more originally. However, after the Emperor Star occupied the Ice Spirit domain, it had upgraded and optimized its combat troops. Many of the combatants that were not strong enough were transferred to the reserves, or logistics. The current 150 billion combat troops were all elites. In the past, when the Empyrean Star Alliance had gone on campaigns, it was Qi Jie who personally led the troops. This time, it was different. This time, The one responsible for leading the team was Qi Jie's disciple and righteous son, Gu Yinling. Gu Yinling's current strength was already very close to that of a demigod, and he might even manage to ascend to demigod status during the battle. Dao Emperor Tai, Gu Yangzi, North Prime Song, and Ji Yin, as well as the other major groups, the great emperors of the various hegemonic level forces, all of them were very envious. Looking at Gu Yinling, beside Dao Tai Huang, Gu Yangzi lamented, "Young Master Yinling looks like he's going to be promoted to demigod soon. I don't know what kind of little food the Führer has given him." Emperor Dao Tai laughed. "It's useless to envy the opportunity to advance to demigod. Even His Excellency the Führer wouldn't just bestow it." Gu Yangzi sniffed and nodded before continuing. "The most infuriating thing is that the Führer was dragged by the demigods of the Black Wind domain to the Ice Spirit domain battlefield, and the Infinite Group's harvest is still probably the greatest." There was a basis for his words. On the Infinite Group's side, they possessed Gu Yinling and Heaven Punisher, the two peak great emperors. Gu Yinling, in particular, had almost no opponents without the demigods coming out. Although Heaven Punisher wasn't as strong as Gu Yinling, he was still the topmost great emperor, only a hair weaker than Gu Yinling. This time, both sides fought a surprise attack battle, the demigods of the Black Wind domain, against the demigods of the Imperial Star Alliance, carried out a surprise beheading. The Imperial Star Alliance's 150 billion combat troops, on the other hand, launched a surprise attack on the Black Wind domain's approximately 200 billion combat troops. The Black Wind domain had received full support from the Skywolf domain, as well as the South Hung domain. The combat troops of the Black Wind domain were now very large. As the Imperial Star Alliance's combat troops emerged from the thousands of wormholes, the Black Wind domain's numerous combat troops also entered a state of battle readiness at this time. Buzz. A large number of battle formations of the Black Wind domain's allied forces soon appeared in the sky and underground of the Black Wind domain. Cultivator battle formations were one of the unique means of the Divine Desolate Continent. The highlight was the sum of the whole, which played a greater role than the sum of the individual totals. Let's say that 10,000 Black Wind domain combat troops, and 10,000 Emperor Star combat troops fought. If they didn't form a battle formation and fought directly in a chaotic battle, then the Black Wind domain's combat troops would 100% be beaten by all kinds of technological weapons. However, if they formed a battle formation and fought with the Imperial Star Coalition forces, then the two sides would have to fight each other. Both sides would have to fight back and forth. The 200 billion combat troops of the Black Wind Domain Alliance had fully absorbed the lessons learned from the cultivators of the Ice Spirit Domain and the Heavenly Hong Domain. Their combat units were all trying to form battle formations to compete with the Imperial Star Alliance's combat units. Those who really couldn't form formations were also harnessing various types of magic treasures to engage the Emperor Star Alliance's combat forces. With the painful lessons from the Ice Spirit Domain cultivators and the Heavenly Hong Domain cultivators, they now no longer had a penchant for using their faces to fight hard against laser cannons, or hard against missiles. Even those cultivators who really couldn't form formations and didn't have suitable magical treasures didn't arbitrarily expose themselves on the battlefield, but instead hid in various types of towers and various types of cities. This battle, at first glance, didn't seem very easy, but this battle was destined to be the stage for Ji Yin, the Heaven Execution War Machine, and Gu Yinling, Ji Yin's Misty Moon Nano Mecha, as well as the Heavenly Punisher, were only second in strength to Gu Yinling. As for Gu Yinling, without the demigods, he was almost invincible. At this moment, under Gu Yinling's leadership, Heaven's Punisher and Ji Yin, who was wearing the Misty Moon Mecha, killed the Black Wind Domain combat troops. The Black Wind Domain's proud battle formation was easily destroyed by Gu Yinling's devastating release of a silver-colored thunderbolt. The Black Wind demigod of the Black Wind Domain was a very capable, bosomy powerhouse. The only thing he hadn't considered was that Qi Jie was just as very bold as he was, or even more so than him, and dared to go to war on all three battlefields at the same time. For the matter of war, even if there was only one aspect that hadn't been taken into consideration, it would be extremely fatal. At this moment, the Black Wind Domain's allied forces had been hit hard by Gu Yinling, Ji Yin, and the Heaven Executioner. Of the peak great emperors that remained in the Black Wind Domain, no one was even a match for Gu Yinling. He charged all the way, and no matter what kind of opponents he encountered, they were all destroyed and easily taken out. In the demigod battle on the Heavenly Hong Domain battlefield, the Black Wind Domain had a slight advantage. This little bit of advantage stemmed from Ji Tianyu being involved in the demigod battle after just breaking through to demigod. The one who fought Ji Tianyu was the Black Wind Domain will. From the beginning of the battle between the two sides until now, Ji Tianyu was extremely passive. She had only achieved demigod not too long ago with the help of Qi Jie, while her opponent was a world will incarnate with a very strong battle power. On the side of the Emperor's high demigod, she was fighting a very tough battle against the greedy wolf demigod, and was even being suppressed by the greedy wolf demigod as well. Victoria was the only one with very terrifying strength. The non-Hong demigod Chu Non-Hong, who was fighting her, was actually no match for her. Just for a moment, Victoria was also unable to finish off the non-Hong demigod. In the Ice Spirit Domain battlefield, the fight was equally lively. The Emperor's Star Will and the Kuei Snap demigod fought on equal footing. However, the battle on the side of the three Black Wind demigods was very uneventful. Even though the three of them demigods joined forces, they surprisingly only fought the Peak Great Emperor, Qi Jie, to a draw and a tie. If Qi Jie was also a demigod, wouldn't he have blown their heads off? It was even if Qi Jie easily went against the upper realm, but he hadn't even put out his full strength yet. Boom! A wave of pure dragon power abruptly erupted from Qi Jie's body at this moment. After using the demigod crystal core and creating Victoria, he became very interested in rare resources like demigod crystal cores. The demigod crystal cores of all three of the Black Wind demigods were something he was eager to obtain. Roar! Two terrifying dragon roars came from behind Qi Jie. Immediately, Qi Jie's appearance also changed drastically. He became a mop of long grayish-white hair like a waterfall. His figure became even more upright. A dragon tail grew behind him, and two more hideous and terrifying black dragons appeared above his shoulders. At this moment, he directly entered his second battle type, ready to finish off the three demigods in front of him and obtain their demigods. Emperor Starhead Qi Jie's battle power was extremely terrifying. This was the consensus of the Black Wind Domain crowd. If not for that, when the Black Wind Domain Coalition Army and the Emperor Star Coalition Army fought, the Black Wind Domain allied forces wouldn't have deployed three demigods to execute a decapitation operation against Qi Jie. Under normal circumstances, a demigod powerhouse would easily be at a disadvantage in a 1-against-2 situation. At the demigod stage, the gap between minor realms was often not very huge. Qi Jie, on the other hand, was a very rare demon, as he wasn't even a demigod yet, and possessed a powerful battle power at the demigod level. After entering the second combat state at this moment, the incomparably terrifying aura of power from his body even made the three Black Wind demigods, cataloged deeply fearful. The demigod powerhouses from the Skywolf domain and the South Hung domain couldn't help but feel a sense of withdrawal in their hearts at this time. Although the Black Wind demigod was also extremely scornful of Qi Jie, he understood that right now, they weren't completely without a chance. No matter what, Qi Jie was ultimately just a great emperor, not a demigod. Even if he was able to buck the demigods, there was a limit to how powerful he could be. With 3 against 1, they might not be unable to make Qi Jie drink his heart out. The Black Wind demigod immediately spoke hastily. Two of you, there's no need to panic. You'll join me in striking out with all your might. Don't hold anything back. If it's not possible, I'll break the back and fight for a chance for the two of you to leave. After the Black Wind demigod spoke his words here, the Skywolf domain and the South Hung domain's demigods, of course, were not in a good position to run away. Moreover, the Black Wind demigod's words were actually quite reasonable. Under normal circumstances, how could the three of them demigods not be able to defeat Qi Jie? Under the Black Wind demigod's pacification, the two demigods once again became serious. The Black Wind demigod was even the first to take the initiative to charge towards Qi Jie. He fiercely blasted out several punches, each one striking a very terrifying black hurricane tornado. Boom, 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 boom. In the face of that terrifying black hurricane tornado, the half-dragonized Qi Jie only gave a contemptuous glance. Immediately, he approached the Black Wind demigod and the other three demigods in an instant amidst the horrified gazes of the three demigods. Kaching, kaching, kaching. That one hurricane tornado was easily smashed into smithereens by Qi Jie. An ear-piercing sonic boom sounded out, and Qi Jie then pierced through the sonic boom and blasted his fist onto the Black Wind demigod. Boom! This punch was powerful and strong, rigid and castless, containing an incomparably terrifying might. As this fist fell, a deafening explosion immediately erupted from the Black Wind demigod's body. Put in the Black Wind demigod's mouth, a mouthful of blood arrows were violently sprayed out. His figure, at this time, was also directly blasted by Qi Jie's powerful punch, flying backwards like a kite with broken strings. What? How is that possible? The Silver Wolf demigod and the Southern Yao demigod were directly stunned when they saw this scene. The two of them couldn't even dream of believing that a powerful demigod like the Black Wind demigod had been hit by Qi Jie in a single glance and spat out blood and flew out backwards. The Black Wind demigod was not like Unholy, who had just stepped into the demigod realm. The Black Wind demigod was a demigod powerhouse at the 5th level of demigod perfection. Among the many demigods, his strength was considered to be relatively strong. However, It was such a demigod who, in front of Qi Jie, didn't even have the ability to dodge before being blown away with a single punch. At this moment, the Silver Wolf demigod and the Southern Yao demigod's fear of Qi Jie was directly raised to the extreme. Buzz. The demigod crystal nuclei within the two of them both released the maximum amount of power. The Silver Wolf demigod, as well as the Southern Yao demigod, had a divine light lingering on their bodies at this moment. This was one of the bottom cards of demigod powerhouses, the false god phantasm. In this state, their power would be maximized. Normally, it would take a demigod at the 4th level of demigod, or even higher, to have such a means. Thus, Emperor Hilly Old Ancestor, a demigod of the 3rd level, would not be able to conjure up his own false god Dharma phase. After possessing a false god Dharma phase, the situation did appear to change a bit. Boom! This time, Qi Jie's claw slapped out, only to knock the Silver Wolf demigod back and forth. Just now, when he attacked the Black Wind demigod, which was stronger than the Silver Wolf demigod, he was able to blast the Black Wind demigod away with ease. Now that such a situation had occurred, it showed that the false god Dharma phase, there were still some doors. Boom! Boom! Qi Jie continued to exchange blows with the Silver Wolf demigod and the non-Hong demigod. These two men's faces were also directly frozen as if they were able to drip water. Qi Jie was too strong, simply incredibly strong. After they had used such powerful cards as the false god Dharma phase, Qi Jie had managed to continuously suppress the two of them even though he was fighting 1 against 2. Qi Jie's terrifying fighting strength was thus evident. Fortunately, at this time, the Black Wind demigod, who had just been blasted backwards by Qi Jie, also used his demigod Dharma phase and returned again. This time, the Black Wind demigod no longer dared to speak half nonsense. After he came over, he joined forces with the Silver Wolf demigod and the Southern Yao demigod to strike at Qi Jie with all their might. Boom! 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 Rumble! The battle above the 9 heavens was extremely violent. In the Imperial Star Alliance, about 150 billion combat troops had already entered the Black Wind domain and fought the Black Wind domain coalition. However, in the Ice Spirit domain, there were still a large number of reserves and logistical forces remaining. At this time, all of them were in a state of utter shock as they looked up at the battle above the 9 heavens. One by one, they were all inevitably a little excited and thrilled. This was because Qi Jie, who was the Führer of the Emperor's Star, was really scalp-numbingly strong. He was still able to easily suppress the 3 demigods when they used such a powerful card as the demigod Dharma phase. Buzz! A trace of blood chi continuously condensed in Qi Jie's hands. Within moments, a blood spear was already in his grip. He had just killed the Black Wind demigod, the Silver Wolf demigod, and the Southern Yao demigod with his bare hands. With the blood spear in his hand, these 3 demigods would be even less of a match for him. Above the 9 heavens, Qi Jie continued to charge forward at a leisurely pace. The Black Wind demigod, the Silver Wolf demigod, and the Southern Yao demigod, on the other hand, were only able to retreat again and again at this time. Swish! As the Southern Yao demigod hastily retreated and responded in fear, Qi Jie also saw the battle opportunity. Shortly after he saw the opportunity, the blood spear in his hand violently stabbed towards the Southern Yao demigod. This spear was fast, accurate, and vicious, and it was also wrapped in an incomparably astonishing and terrifying power. Facing Qi Jie's strike, the Southern Yao demigod didn't dare to hesitate at all. A pagoda was instantly sacrificed by him. Above the pagoda, a ray of light enveloped it, and in the snap of a finger, it completely enveloped the Southern Yao demigod. Bathed in the protective treasure light of the pagoda, the Southern Yao demigod was slightly relieved. Clang! The blood spear in Qi Jie's hand slammed into the pagoda. The pagoda, which had a great bloom of golden light, then shook violently, which caused the Nan Yao demigod's eyes to show a look of fear. Qi Jie's casual spear could even make his pagoda shake like this. How terrifying was the power contained in this strike. Clang! Qi Jie quickly withdrew his spear and stabbed again. This time, the blood spear in his hand was even more terrifying, directly striking the light curtain of the pagoda, making a crack. Kaching kaching kaching. The Southern Yao demigod, who was only surprised just a moment ago, was directly horrified this time. Since becoming a demigod, every time he encountered a life and death crisis, he would always sacrifice this demigod-level defensive treasure. Under normal circumstances, unless the hostile demigod also had a very powerful demigod-level attack treasure, he would not be able to do anything about it. This time, however, something strange had happened. Qi Jie's blood spear was not a magic treasure, but rather, it was condensed with the power of his own chi and blood. How could such a blade have such a terrifying effect? Boom! Something even more terrifying also appeared at this time. The blood spear in Qi Jie's hand stabbed out for the 3rd time. Kaching kaching kaching. Boom dash. This time, the pagoda treasure with its golden light blossoming greatly was directly blown up on the spot by Qi Jie's powerful and incomparable blast. In the south demigod's horrified gaze, that blood spear also trended unabated, stabbing fiercely towards him. Block for me. Although the southern demigod was terrified to the extreme in his heart, he didn't wait to die with his hands tied. In his hand, he had another ancient bronze shield magic treasure. It was just that although he had quite a few magic treasures, he still couldn't block Qi Jie's terrifying attack. Kaching. The ancient shield that the southern demigod had sacrificed wasn't as powerful as the golden light pagoda. The ancient shield, which seemed to have an extremely impressive defense, was only barely able to withstand Qi Jie's blood spear for an instant. After that, the blood spear in Qi Jie's hands destroyed that ancient shield and blasted it to slag. Without waiting for the southern demigod to make any reaction, the blood spear blew his head right off. A terrified divine soul vanished, trying to escape. Qi Jie directly didn't even look at it and casually struck a thunderbolt. Rumble. Between the heavens and the earth, there was a steep explosion of thunder, and immediately, the divine soul of the southern demigod was also blasted to dregs. The demigod crystal core that was wrapped in his divine soul also appeared in front of Qi Jie's eyes at this moment. Come! Qi Jie was in a good mood, and with a lift of his hand, he took this demigod crystal core in his hand. At that moment, about 2 demigod crystal cores would allow him to create a demigod life of his choice out of it. Thus he was very interested in such good things as demigod crystal cores. The Black Wind demigod, as well as the Silver Wolf demigod, couldn't have imagined, even if they thought about it, that the southern demigod had still been easily killed by Qi Jie under the premise of utilizing his demigod dharma phase. Both the Black Wind demigod and the Silver Wolf demigod didn't dare to stay at this point in time and directly fled. As they fled, the Kuei Snap demigod was equally decisive in running away. They had, this time, misjudged Qi Jie's strength again. Continuing to stay here would only lead to a dead end. If they wanted to deal with Qi Jie, they either had to have enough of demigods, or to send out very strong peak demigods. However, the number of demigods in the Black Wind Domain Alliance was also limited. Being able to send 3 demigods to deal with Qi Jie was already the limit of the Black Wind region's allied forces. As for peak demigods, that was already the strongest existence under a deity. Even the Black Wind Domain didn't have any powerhouses at that level. As the Black Wind demigod, Silver Wolf demigod, and Kuei Snap demigod frantically fled for their lives, Qi Jie directly tore through the void and went forward to intercept them. While chasing and intercepting, he sneered, "Since you're here, there's no need to leave. Your demigod crystal cores are very useful to this head of state." Qi Jie's words were a great insult and provocation to demigod powerhouses. But no matter what Qi Jie said now, the Black Wind demigod, the Silver Wolf demigod, and the Kuei primordial demigod would absolutely not stop. This time, they had undoubtedly blundered. Qi Jie had struck out in the past and hadn't shown his full strength at all. The first one to be caught up by Qi Jie was no one else, but the Kuei Snap demigod who had been to the Ice Spirit domain last time. Seeing Qi Jie's figure getting closer and closer, Kuei Snap said in horror, "Save me." He was very certain that he was in no way a match for Qi Jie. His strength was slightly inferior to that of a southern demigod. If he and Qi Jie were to fight, he would also end up being swiftly blasted to death. After he opened his mouth to ask for help, the Black Wind demigod and the Silver Wolf demigod, instead of stopping to help, both of them ran even faster. Especially the Black Wind demigod, who had initially sworn that he would stay behind to break the back and give the others a chance to escape. After realizing that Qi Jie was too powerful to defeat, he was directly the fastest runner out of everyone. There were 4 main factors for a demigod powerhouse to survive a battle. The first factor was luck. Like the greedy wolf demigod that appeared in the Tianhong domain, he didn't have to face Qi Jie head-on, and was still able to deal with the Sky Moon demigod as a soft target. The second factor, of course, was running fast. The Black Wind demigod, who was able to survive one life and death struggle after another, relied on this. When he really started to run away, he actually ran faster and faster. In terms of speed, Qi Jie was surprisingly only slightly faster than the Black Wind demigod, showing just how fast he was. The third factor was that, like Qi Jie, he possessed a terrifying battle power that shook the heavens and moved the earth. As long as one's battle power was strong enough, one was certainly able to sweep through thousands of armies and be invincible. In a life and death struggle, one could finish off the enemy and save oneself. There was also the last situation, which was having any 2 or all of the above 3 factors. Qi Jie, in fact, occupied all 3 factors. His luck had always been good, and as for his strength and speed, the Black Wind demigod had already learned about it. Swish! After he caught up with the Kuei Snap demigod, the the blood spear in his hand violently stabbed out. Clang! The Qi Snap demigod didn't sit back and wait for death either, throwing out a huge copper tripod to fend it off. A crash like a yellow bell came out abruptly, and this large tripod was directly smashed by Qi Jie's spear. The Qi Snapdragon demigod hiding behind the cauldron was similarly finished off by Qi Jie's spear. Within a very short period of time, 2 demigod powerhouses from the Black Wind Domain Alliance had died at the hands of Qi Jie. He killed demigod powerhouses nowadays, though it wasn't as easy as killing chickens. But these demigods were basically no match for him. After the Qi Snap demigod was killed, Qi Jie took his demigod crystal core as well. With 2 demigod crystal cores in hand, he could obviously utilize them again to create a demigod life. Even though the harvest was huge this time, Qi Jie didn't have any thoughts of letting the 2 Black Wind demigods go. Swish! Qi Jie raised his hand and ripped it violently, directly tearing out a huge spatial rift for spatial shuttling. Several spatial shuttles later, the Silver Wolf demigod was stopped by him. The Silver Wolf demigod was very clear about Qi Jie's terror. He instantly didn't dare to resist, but instead immediately begged for mercy. "I'm willing to surrender, and spare my life." After the Silver Wolf demigod opened his mouth, he heard a sentence that made him extremely annoyed. He only heard Qi Jie faintly say, "This head of state does not accept your surrender." His meaning was very clear: surrender was not allowed. The Silver Wolf demigod was a demigod powerhouse, yet he didn't even have a chance to surrender. In fact, if he directly blew himself up right now, Qi Jie might not be able to finish him off and take his demigod crystal core before he blew himself up, just as no one would be able to take over Paris before France surrendered. The Silver Wolf demigod's eyes went cold, and his body's divine power instantly burned crazily. Instead of choosing to blow himself up, he chose to fight Qi Jie to the death. Roar dash! With just a roar, the Silver Wolf demigod transformed into a silver wolf demonic beast as huge as a mountain. Although it was possible to leave him behind as a mount for the Daywalker. However, Qi Jie could use the infinite engine to create a god and be able to customize the demigod he needed. So of course, he had to finish off the Silver Wolf demigod and collect his demigod crystal core. Roar! The twin dragons behind Qi Jie's shoulders gulped wind, thunder, and flames at this moment. A moment later, the sky and the ground were completely enveloped by the flames of the burning sky. A huge fireball completely enveloped the Silver Wolf demigod. The blazing flames caused space to constantly distort, as if the entire space was going to be burned and completely melted. The Silver Wolf demigod that was located in the center of the huge fireball was subjected to a more concentrated, more blazingly terrifying high temperature. A path of bursting flames continuously exploded on its body. Within a moment, the Silver Wolf demigod let out an angry roar before collapsing to the ground. They had thought not long ago that this raid on the Ice Spirit domain would in all likelihood be able to execute a decapitation operation on Qi Jie. Now that Qi Jie's head was still on his neck, they were instead taken out by Qi Jie one after another. However, it had to be said that the Black Wind demigod had run very fast. Now that Qi Jie had completely failed to capture the Black Wind demigod's figure, the Black Wind demigod hadn't routed towards the Heavenly Hong domain battlefield, or the Black Wind domain battlefield. The direction he fled in was a bit strange. There didn't seem to be any realms in that place, and it wasn't known if the Black Wind demigod had run in the wrong direction in a panic. Qi Jie didn't continue to care about the Black Wind demigod. He couldn't run away from the temple if he ran away from the monk. Although the Black Wind demigod had escaped, the Black Wind domain crowd couldn't escape, and the resources of the Black Wind domain, even more so, wouldn't be able to escape with long legs. However, Qi Jie didn't head to the Black Wind domain battlefield either, but instead headed to the Heavenly Hong domain battlefield. In that place, the Greedy Wolf demigod, the Southern Han demigod, and the Black Wind domain will incarnate were battling the trio of Emperor Hill's demigods. Although the Black Wind demigod was not righteous, leaving Qi Snap and the Silver Wolf demigod behind to die. However, when he fled, he clearly informed the Non-Han demigod and the Greedy Wolf demigod. At this time, the Non-Han demigod and the Greedy Wolf demigod, as well as the Black Wind domain were all rapidly withdrawing. The Non-Han demigod and the Greedy demigod were both fleeing to the Skywolf domain. The Black Wind domain was clearly finished, and continuing to the Black Wind domain wouldn't help. The Black Wind domain originally wanted to return to the Black Wind domain. However, after seeing that both Greedy Wolf demigods were heading to the Skywolf domain, he could only head to the Skywolf domain as well. There was no need to worry about the Green Mountains, as long as he didn't die in battle. It was possible to counterattack back to the Black Wind domain at any time. Soon after Qi Jie approached the battlefield of the Sky Hung domain, he saw the Emperor Hill's demigod Victoria, and the Sky Moon demigod. Victoria was in good shape, and her enemies were no match for her. the Emperor and demigod in GT, on the other hand, were both injured. One of the Emperor Hilly demigod's arms, which had disappeared, was currently being slowly remodeled with vast divine power. He could quickly remake it if he needed to. However, a rapidly remodeled arm could not reach the strength of the original arm. Slowly remodeling like this was able to continuously adjust during the remodeling process and continuously nourish the newborn arm, allowing the newly born arm to approach the strength of the original arm. Qi Jie looked at the Emperor and demigod and asked, "Is everything alright?" The D-sure demigod shook his head. "Minor injury. No damage to the origin." Qi Jie immediately looked at Tianyu again. "What about you?" Tianyu shook her head. "My injuries aren't too serious. I can recover in half a day." "How is the situation in the Ice Spirit domain, the Black Wind domain battlefield? What's the current battle situation?" Qi Jie casually said. "The battlefield in the Black Wind domain battlefield is going very well. For demigods appeared in the Ice Spirit domain before, and now, other than the Black Wind demigod escaping, the remaining 3 demigods have all been taken out by me." At first, Tianyu didn't react. A moment later, both she and the Emperor and demigod were jaw-droppingly dumbfounded as they stared at Qi Jie. The Heavenly Moon demigod spoke uncertainly. "Your Excellency, the Führer, killed 3 demigods in the Ice Spirit domain battlefield?" Qi Jie nodded. "Yes. Now that I'm going to the Black Wind domain battlefield, do you guys want to go there together or return to the Ice Spirit domain to heal your wounds?" The Emperor and demigod said. "Old me is going to the Black Wind domain battlefield to take a look." Tianyu similarly nodded. "I'm also going over." Victoria obviously wouldn't need to take a stand. She would act in 100% compliance with Qi Jie's will at all times. No matter what Qi Jie needed this beautiful demigod to do, Victoria was willing to serve. Since the Infinity Engine was able to create such a submissive beauty demigod, of course it wouldn't allow hostile demigods to surrender. After all, a hostile demigod that surrendered was not as valuable as a demigod crystal core. Qi Jie used his own strong power at the moment, reeling in everyone, and then lifting his hand to tear through the void. He brought a few people through the void and appeared in the Black Wind domain battlefield. At the Black Wind domain battlefield, the Black Wind domain coalition army had, at first, performed well. However, after learning about the 2 demigod battlefields, they hadn't achieved any results, and in one of the demigod battlefields, they had even suffered a crushing defeat. The morale of the Black Wind domain's allied forces had completely dwindled to the extreme. When Qi Jie brought Tianyu and the others over, they saw that the Black Wind domain's allied forces had fallen into unprecedented chaos. People were constantly falling, and people were constantly fleeing. There were also cultivators who were so disoriented under panic that they didn't know, at all, what they should do at this time. Soon after Qi Jie came over, Jianyu piloted the Misty Moon Mecha and appeared not far from him. If Qi Jie was alone, Jianyu would have come directly to Qi Jie's side. Now, there were other demigods beside Qi Jie. Jianyu could only salute immediately. "Greetings, Your Excellency the Führer." Qi Jie nodded and spoke. "Have you found any special high-level resources in the Black Wind domain battlefield?" The Black Wind domain was a complete blank slate for the Imperial Star Alliance. The overall strength of the Black Wind domain coalition was stronger than the Ice Spirit domain. However, the performance of the Black Wind domain's allied forces was far worse than the Ice Spirit domain. The Ice Spirit domain, because it knew how powerful the Empyrean Star Union army was, used a steady tactic when they fought the Empyrean Star Union army. The Black Wind domain was different, as the several demigods of the Black Wind domain were all extremely warlike hawks. When they faced the Imperial Star allied forces, they had actually come up with the strategy of taking the initiative and carrying out a decapitation operation against the Imperial Star Führer Qi Jie. If they could really do this thing, of course it was fine. But the problem with the Black Wind domain was that they had overestimated themselves and underestimated Qi Jie. When Qi Jie arrived at the Black Wind domain, he had learned a great deal of useful information from Jianyu. After Jianyu gave Qi Jie a well-detailed report, she summarized, "Your Excellency the Führer, the Black Wind domain doesn't have any special resources, but the Black Wind domain's resource reserves are even richer than the Ice Spirit domain." After saying that, Jianyu continued to speak. After occupying the Tianhong domain, the Ice Spirit domain, and the Black Wind domain, the southeastern continent of the Divine Desolate Continent already has a quarter of its territory in the hands of the Imperial Star Union Army. In the near future, we may need to face one, or several great battles before we can completely control the Divine Desolate Continent's southeastern continent. If Jianyu had said this a long time ago, the crowd might have thought that she was being whimsical. But now, Qi Jie and the Imperial Star Alliance had proven their power and determination time and time again. The southeastern continent of the Divine Desolate Continent had a total of 12 domains. The remaining 9 domains, however, did not share the same enemy today. It wasn't that they hadn't noticed the Emperor Star Alliance, but they were sitting back and watching the tigers fight. If the Emperor Star Alliance was a terrifying bloodthirsty predator that could fight against all 9 of their domains at the same time, then the remaining 9 domains on the southeastern continent of the Divine Wilderness continent would of course have to make common cause. In the current situation, the Emperor Star Alliance could only fight 1 domain at a time. The 3 great wars that the Emperor Star Alliance launched only attacked 1 domain each time, rather than attacking 2 or 3 domains at the same time. It could be seen that although the Emperor Star Alliance was strong, it was limited in how strong it was. Nowadays, on the southeastern continent of the Divine Desolate Continent, a 5-domain alliance was formed, as well as a 4-domain alliance. The 4-domain alliances were the Skywolf domain, the South Hung domain, the Soaring Eagle domain, and the Quicksand domain. Among them, the Skywolf domain and South Hung domain had already suffered losses at the hands of the Emperor Star Alliance, while the Flying Eagle domain and Quicksand domain treated the Emperor Star Alliance as a potential enemy that had to be eliminated. The remaining 5-domain alliances, however, did not think this way. They hoped that the 4-domain alliances would fight the Emperor Star Alliance to the death. In the end, whether the Emperor Star Alliance won or the 4 Realms Alliance won, they could quickly kill off the side that had won but was greatly injured. In this way, the 5-domain alliance would be the final winner, owning the vast lands and resources that the original 12 domains shared. Even the 5-domain alliance had provided some support for the 4-domain alliance. The purpose of course was still for the 4 domains alliance and the Emperor Star Alliance to maximize their mutual consumption. The 4 domains alliance. There was also the matter of the 5-domain alliance, which Qi Jie didn't know about for the time being. At this time, he was touring the Black Wind domain. He had, nowadays, occupied a quarter of the southeastern continent out of the 9 continents of the Divine Desolate Continent. As Qi Jie had said, with a few more battles to come, he would be able to completely control the southeastern continent of the Divine Desolate Continent. After that, he would continue to sweep through the eastern continent, the southern continent, and then occupy the central and northern continents. If all of this could be accomplished successfully, then his situation in the Divine Desolate Continent would be 2 out of 3. With his alliance with the Emperor Star, he would end up completely controlling the Divine Wilderness Continent and establishing the Divine Wilderness Empire, which was just around the corner. However, at the moment, there was no need to consider anything too far away. The thing to consider at the moment was still how to occupy the entirety of the Southeast Continent, one of the 9 continents. Qi Jie patrolled the Black Wind domain on one side, while giving orders to Heaven Punisher on the other. Heaven Punisher, next, closely watched the movements of the Skywolf domain, South Hung domain, and the other 9 domains. Hearing this, Heaven Punisher immediately led the order. As you command, Your Excellency the Führer, the Emperor's High Demigod said from the side, slightly worried. We've captured 3 domains in a very short period of time. Next, will the remaining 9 domains make common cause and form a coalition army of the 9 domains to deal with us? Hearing this question, Qi Tianyu also turned her gaze towards Qi Jie. In fact, this was also something she was worried about. The Emperor Star Alliance. Nowadays, it was very easy to deal with a domain. The Tianhong domain, the Ice Spirit domain, and the Black Wind domain were examples. But if the Emperor Star Alliance were to be asked to deal with a coalition of 9 domains together, it would be tough enough. After the Empyrean demigod inquired, Qi Jie shook his head and said, common sense says that it wouldn't be like this. If the other side really does, we can also discuss the best strategy to deal with it. But at the moment, we have not shown the strength to be able to go to war with the 9 regions' allied forces. In the Divine Desolate Continent, of the 9 remaining domains in the Southeast Continent, there are definitely people who want to sit back and watch the tigers fight. Wait for us to fight the other few domains and then come out to pick up the advantage. This is indeed a better option for them as well. The Imperial Hierophant demigod nodded this time as he agreed with Qi Jie's judgment. The world was all about profit, and the world was all about profit. Between forces and forces, the only thing that was eternal was profit. Next, without any surprises, the remaining 9 domains in the Southeast Continent would definitely have to be split into 2. The domains like the Skywolf domain were going to fight to the death with the Imperial Star Alliance, while the remaining part of the people were going to reap the benefits. Only, it was obviously not an easy thing for them to reap the benefits. All the major groups of the Emperor Star Alliance, all the major forces, soon entered the Black Wind domain one after another, and began to collect all types of resources. After taking control of the Tianhong domain, the Ice Spirit domain, and the Black Wind domain, the major groups of the Imperial Star Alliance all possessed massive reserves of resources. For a time, all types of manufacturing departments were fired up. a large number of technological weapons, as well as a large number of war machines, were constantly being produced. The number of Imperial Star combat troops was also rapidly increased. The total number of Imperial Star combat troops had reached 200 billion, including 100 billion war machines and 100 billion biological troops. The various forces of the Emperor Star Alliance, while working on production in a tight schedule, a large amount of intelligence, also at this time, came in a steady stream of summaries regarding the attitudes of the forces of the other 9 domains on the southeastern continent, one of the 9 continents of the Divine Wasteland continent. The higher-ups of the Imperial Star Alliance also gradually understood Qi Jie's previous judgment was completely correct. Although the Emperor Star Alliance, nowadays, had control of the Tianhong domain, the Ice Spirit domain, and the Black Wind domain, however, the war headquarters of the Emperor Star Alliance was still in the Ice Spirit domain. Ice Spirit domain, Emperor Star Alliance headquarters, the highest meeting hall. While all the forces were still digesting the spoils of war, the Emperor Star head Qi Jie organized another major meeting here. In this meeting, the things to be said were also very important. The vice head of the Emperor Star Alliance, demigod Emperor Hilly, and the other vice head, demigod Qi Tianyue, were all present. Originally, there were only 10 seats of elders in the Emperor Star, and after several consecutive battles, the number of elders in the Emperor Star had opened up to 24 seats. Qi Jie's goal was to have 108 seats of elders, and all of them were above divine spirit strength. Of course, this goal was a bit big, and right now, it still needed to be taken one step at a time. After the 2 deputy heads of state, the 24-seat elders, as well as the major conglomerates, the heads of the major hegemonic level forces, and the many great emperors had all arrived. This meeting also began. The last time the meeting was held, the quasi-emperor powerhouses were able to participate, but this time, as the strength of the crowd increased, the quasi-emperors from last time had become great emperors. As for the newly promoted quasi-emperor powerhouses, they were unable to participate in this meeting. At a glance, the number of great emperors in the Imperial Star Alliance now exceeded 100, heading towards 150, after all of them had arrived. Qi Jie's voice, too, spread through the conference hall. Everyone knows more or less about the intelligence from the outside world during this period of time. It doesn't matter whether everyone knows or not. As the leader of the Emperor Star, I will lead all of you as well as all of the people of the Emperor Star and all other intelligent beings to continue to soar high. This time, I asked everyone to come here to tell you all about my next strategic plan. When Qi Jie said this, everyone became serious. Everyone's gazes were focused on Qi Jie. Qi Jie raised his hand and waved it, and a huge light screen appeared in front of him. On this virtual light screen, there was a complete map of the Divine Desolate Continent. As the crowd began to view the complete map of the Divine Desolate Continent, Qi Jie continued to speak. The Divine Desolate Continent is geographically divided into a total of 9 continental plates in the east, south, west, north, and center, as well as the southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest. The region we are currently attacking is the southeastern continental plate, and on the southeastern continental plate, there are 12 domains including the Tianhong domain. Of these 12 domains, a quarter of them are now in our hands. According to the latest intelligence, the remaining 9 domains, split into 2. The 4-domain alliance where the Skywolf domain and the South Hung domain are located is going to fight us to the death. The remaining 5-domain alliance, on the other hand, clearly has the attitude of sitting back and watching the tigers fight. Under such circumstances, if we go to war with the 5-domain alliance, the 4-domain alliance will also join the war. On the contrary, if we attack the 4-domain alliance, the 5-domain alliance will stand by and watch. As long as we defeat the 4-domain alliance, Emperor Star will be able to occupy more than half of the southeast continent section. Qi Jie said on one side, while the crowd carefully checked and, looking at the map, there was obviously no problem with what he said. After taking down the 4-domain alliance, the next target would be the 5-domain alliance. Once the 5-domain alliance was taken, the Emperor Star would be able to occupy 1/9 of the Divine Desolate Continent. After that, after a few more great battles, the Divine Desolate Empire that Qi Jie had initially talked about would become a reality. After looking at the map, Gu Yanzi prepared to ask questions. Great Emperor Gu Yanzi, today, still hadn't become a demigod. However, he had enough substance, and with 1 or 2 more attempts, he was clearly able to become a demigod as well. After phrasing his question, he opened his mouth and asked, Your Excellency the Führer, how are we going to attack the 4 Realms Alliance now? This was a question that not only Gu Yanzi wanted to know, but the others did as well. After Gu Yanzi asked the question, Qi Jie replied, When attacking the 4-domain alliance, The main battlefield should be placed in the Tianlang domain. The Southern Hang domain and the Soaring Eagle domain, as well as the Quicksand domain, will obviously send a large number of reinforcements to support the Skywolf domain, but it doesn't matter. The 200 billion combat troops of the Emperor Star will just focus all of them on fighting in the Skywolf domain. Of course, this is also something that we need to deliberate in this meeting. If anyone has a better proposal, they can bring it up. Hearing this, the crowd fell into thought, concentrating their troops to attack one domain, or spreading them out to attack 4 domains, or attacking 2 domains at the same time. All of these were clearly something that needed to be thought through. According to previous experience, it seemed better for the Imperial Star Alliance to focus on attacking one domain. However, the Battle of the Black Wind domain had again made everyone realize, even if 3 battlefields were opened at the same time, the Imperial Star Alliance army still had a fighting chance. In the case of opening 3 battlefields at the same time, the Imperial Star Alliance army even achieved one of the easiest battles. After the crowd pondered for a while, Emperor Dao asked a question. What's the difference between concentrating our forces to attack one domain, and spreading our forces to attack 4 domains at once? This question, originally, was something he needed to think about on his own, but since he couldn't figure it out, he had no choice but to ask directly. Not only did the Dao Emperor not think about it, the other powerhouses actually didn't understand it very well either. After he inquired, Qi Jie also opened his mouth to answer. There are 2 reasons. One reason is that we have a relatively small number of demigods. If we fight on a battlefield, I can rescue the demigods of the Imperial Star Alliance when they encounter a crisis. The other reason is that the Imperial Star Alliance's technological weapons have a stacking effect of fire gathering. The greater the number of technological weapons, the better the effect of the set fire stacking. Therefore, we have to try to start the battle in one battlefield, rather than in multiple battlefields, to initiate the battle. Emperor Dao Tai nodded after hearing this. I have no more questions. Qi Jie immediately continued to inquire. Who else has questions? The crowd thought for a moment, and no one spoke up. Obviously, they also recognized Qi Jie's statement. The real situation after the battle broke out should be in line with Qi Jie's vision. Seeing that the crowd didn't open their mouths, Qi Jie once again gave the order. From today onwards, all major groups, all major forces, as well as other large and small organizations and forces, prepare for 10 days. After the final 10 days of pre-battle preparations, we will launch an attack on the 4 Domains Alliance. After this battle, more than half of the southeastern continental section of the Divine Desolate Continent will be in our hands. But the alliance of 4 domains is not that easy to dispatch. According to recent intelligence, the 4 Domains Alliance has already gathered about 300 billion elite cultivators, preparing to participate in this great battle. The intelligence that Qi Jie said, the major groups of the Imperial Star Alliance, as well as the major forces, were all aware of a rough idea. Regarding Qi Jie's strategic deployment, the crowd didn't think there was a problem. Just wait quietly for the real battle to arrive. In the previous attacks on the Tianhong domain, the Ice Spirit domain, and the Black Wind domain, Qi Jie had fully proved his ability. After he had made his strategic deployment, the major groups of the Imperial Star Alliance, as well as the various forces, had also gone down to make intensive preparations. If they won this battle, they would be able to occupy more than half of the Divine Desolate Continent, the southeastern continental plate. The crowd had reaped a great deal of benefits during the process of occupying the Tianhong domain, the Ice Spirit domain, and the Black Wind domain. Everyone also had very high expectations for the great battle that was to occur next. Not only that, there were 5 great emperors such as Dao Tai Huang, Gu Yangzi, and Beijing Song. After they returned to their respective forces, they received gifts from the Emperor Starhead. What Qi Jie gave them was also not something else, but 10,000 infinity crystals per person. At this stage, infinity crystals were of very high value, even incredibly high, the hard currency of hard currencies. Qi Jie gifting them 10,000 infinity crystals each was definitely a top-tier splurge. The 5 Dao Tai Huangs, of course, knew why Qi Jie had gifted them these 10,000 infinity crystals. There was no other reason. Qi Jie wanted to help them and impact the demigods. The Gu Yangzi few, too, didn't hesitate. At the first moment they received the infinity crystal stones, they announced that they would close their doors and start impacting the demigods. Once they succeeded, the Imperial Star Alliance would directly have 5 more demigods. At the same time, Qi Jie also began his second god-making. Of course, the ones he created with the Infinity Engine were still demigods. After all, what he possessed in his hands was still a demigod crystal core. After he possessed a deity crystal core, he would be able to use the Infinity Engine and create a deity. It was said that the southeastern sector of the divine desolate continent was the one that possessed a true god spirit level powerhouse. However, Qi Jie didn't know where that god spirit level powerhouse was. While Qi Jie was pondering about the deity spirit level powerhouse in his mind, he saw a prompt pop up from the Infinity Engine. Creating divine spirit, the required material can be divine spirit crystal core *1, or demigod crystal core *100. When he saw this prompt, Qi Jie's gaze couldn't help but flicker slightly. He also began to think, is it better to create a demigod out now, or to keep the demigod crystal cores on hand and directly save up 100 demigod crystal cores to create a real deity out? From the total amount of demigod crystal cores needed to create a god, it was all evident how big of a gap there was between a true deity and a demigod. In that case, as long as there were 3 or 5 deities under his command, he might be able to sweep across the entire Divine Wasteland continent and establish the Divine Wasteland Empire. This time, Qi Jie pondered for about half a minute before making his decision. The decision he made was to create demigods first. 100 demigod crystal cores were obviously not easy to accumulate, and creating more demigods out now would obviously be very useful. At the same time, he was also going to acquire demigod crystal cores from the cultivator forces that had surrendered to the Imperial Star Alliance. It was impossible for the Heavenly Hong domain and the Ice Spirit domain, as well as the Black Wind domain, to not have a single demigod crystal core. The reason why he hadn't obtained any demigod crystal cores after occupying these 3 places was definitely because the demigod crystal cores had been hidden away. After all, this thing is only the size of an egg. Casually put it into the storage magic treasure. It is very easy to carry. After all, this thing is only the size of an egg and can be casually placed in a storage magic treasure, making it very easy to carry. Unsurprisingly, the cultivation forces that had already surrendered to the Emperor Star Alliance had demigod crystal cores in their hands. Only that the number wouldn't be very large. Even the groups of the Imperial Star Alliance and the major forces might have obtained demigod crystal nuclei. It was just that without enough benefits, these people were unwilling to take them out. Qi Jie pondered for a moment before coming up with an offer that everyone could not refuse. His voice quickly echoed throughout the Ice Spirit domain. I'm Imperial Star Head Qi Jie, and now I'm going to announce a very important matter. Members of the Emperor Star Alliance, including the cultivation forces that have surrendered to the Emperor Star Alliance. Anyone, no matter what means they use, as long as they can provide the Infinite Group with 2 demigod crystal cores, then the Infinite Group, to the greatest extent possible, will help him become a demigod. For example, an unlimited supply of infinite crystals to help him make a smooth breakthrough from the peak of the Imperial stage to demigod. The crowd really couldn't refuse this condition of Qi Jie's. Having 2 demigod crystalline nuclei on hand wouldn't necessarily help one achieve demigod, but if one had an unlimited supply of infinite crystals on hand, then any peak great emperor would in all probability be able to become a demigod. The first person to approach the Infinity Group was no one else either, but Archemperor Gu Yangzi, who had a very deep obsession with impacting demigods. However, he didn't have 2 demigod crystal cores, but rather, he had accidentally obtained 1 demigod crystal core while sweeping the Black Wind domain. Qi Jie personally received Gu Yangzi, and Archon Gu Yangzi handed over a demigod crystal core the moment he saw Qi Jie. Your Excellency the Führer, this is something I obtained from the other party's storage treasure when I beheaded a Black Wind domain great emperor. Qi Jie took the piece of demigod crystal core, nodded, and said, you can retreat at the Infinite Group's floating base. As long as it doesn't exceed 100,000 infinity crystals, the Infinity Group can provide it for you. Gu Yangzi was overjoyed at his words. Many thanks, Your Excellency the Führer. After that, Qi Jie let someone take Gu Yangzi to the retreat. As a matter of fact, if Gu Yangzi consumed a 20,000 infinity crystals, he would almost be able to break through to demigod. Of course, if he had really bad luck, just pretend Qi Jie didn't say anything. After obtaining a piece of demigod crystal core from Gu Yangzi's hand, it made Qi Jie couldn't help but hesitate once again. Since Gu Yangzi was able to obtain a demigod crystal core from a great emperor's storage treasure, there seemed to be no reason why others couldn't. The Tianhong domain, the Ice Spirit domain, and the Black Wind domain were different from the Emperor Star, which only had so many resources and no top-tier resources. Under countless years, there was only one demigod, the Emperor's High Ancestor. The Black Wind domain and the other 3 domains, however, possessed a great deal of resources, and they were the ones with top-tier resources. Under countless years, it wouldn't be so bad that only a few demigods were born, right? Not only that, as long as the price was fair, those powerhouses who had surrendered to the Infinite Group might not be without channels to get their hands on demigod crystal cores. Thinking of this, Qi Jie decided that, for the time being, he wouldn't create demigods, and he was going to get a big job. This time, He was going to create a god, create a true deity out of it. In addition to acquiring demigod crystal cores from all over the place, he also had a new idea, which was to see if he could use the Infinity Engine to synthesize demigod crystal cores. The Infinity Engine could even create demigods, so synthesizing demigod crystal cores was certainly no big deal. After Qi Jie checked it out, he realized that the Infinity Engine could synthesize demigod crystal nuclei, only that it required very high-end materials. On his hands, he couldn't even put together a single one. But there was no delay. He now ruled the Emperor Star plus the Tianhong domain, the Ice Spirit domain, and the Black Wind domain. With these 4 places combined, is he still afraid of not being able to gather enough materials? Request for some recommendation votes. Monthly tickets. Thanks. Once the Emperor Star Alliance possessed Divine Spirit level battle power, then Emperor Star's battle in the Divine Desolate Continent, the Southeast Continent plate, would basically be completely over, just like how even more great emperors were just dirt in front of demigods. Even more demigods were ants in front of true deities. Creating a god was an incredible thing to ordinary people. To Qi Jie, however, creating a god was completely possible. As long as there were enough materials and enough energy, he could create a god. His previous judgment was also completely correct. Soon after he released the news, there were great emperors one after another, and even some very lucky quasi-emperors, who came to the Infinite Group with demigod crystal cores to exchange for infinite crystals. In the Emperor Star, as well as the Divine Desolate Continent, infinity crystals belonged to high-level energy sources at the moment, and were very favored by the crowd. It was just a pity that demigod crystal cores were really too rare. The southeastern continental plate of the Divine Desolate Continent had developed for an unknown number of years. As a result, in such a situation, he had only obtained 8 demigod crystal cores through trading, together with the 3 demigod crystal cores he had originally possessed. At this moment, Qi Jie had 11 demigod crystal cores in his hands. If he wanted to create a god, he was still missing 89 pieces. Not only that, creating a god also required some other top-tier materials. Luckily, he was now in control of 4 territories, namely the Emperor Star, Tianhong Domain, Ice Spirit Domain, and Black Wind Domain. No matter how many high-end materials were needed to create a god, he could try to collect them. Qi Jie also did so. Soon after, the Infinite Group sent out another announcement. The Infinite Group will acquire the following materials from the Imperial Star Alliance, as well as the various cultivation forces that have submitted to the Imperial Star. Below this announcement was a long list. On the list, there were first-level materials and second-level materials needed to create a god. The so-called level 1 materials were those that were directly used to create gods like demigod crystal cores. The so-called secondary materials were those used to synthesize demigod crystal nuclei. If, like this, there wasn't enough of a god-making material, then Qi Jie would have to consider whether to continue subdividing the materials, or give up on god-making for the time being. Not long after Qi Jie published the list, Tian Yu Group's president, Ji Yu, came to Infinite Group to look for Qi Jie. In the Infinite Group's floating base, Qi Jie's office. This entire floor of the base was Qi Jie's office area. When Ji Yu came over, she opened her mouth with great curiosity and inquired, "Your Excellency the Führer, what are you doing acquiring so many high-level materials?" Ji Yu and some other people had already guessed that Qi Jie was going to make a big move. However, the crowd couldn't guess what kind of big move Qi Jie was going to make. Qi Jie didn't answer Ji Yu directly, but asked with a smile, "Why are you asking this?" Ji Yu found a place to sit down while casually saying, "Curious. Everyone is guessing about His Excellency the Führer's true intentions in acquiring these high-level materials. Some say that His Excellency the Führer is preparing to create very powerful technological weapons. Others say that His Excellency the Führer might want to create demigod-level war machines." Qi Jie laughed. "So what do you think? What exactly am I going to do?" Ji Yu shook her head. "Where would I guess?" But Qi Jie slightly had a few moments of doubt. Confused, he opened his mouth. "But what?" Ji Yu raised her hand and pointed. A virtual screen appeared in front of her. Qi Jie saw that on this virtual screen, there were some materials. These materials were the various materials that the Infinite Group was currently acquiring from the outside world. He was immediately a little curious as to what Ji Yu was showing him this for. As he pondered in his mind, Ji Yu pointed out 2 materials to come. These 2 materials, one material was star sand, and the other material was called the 6th fiber. In different parts of the Divine Desolate Continent, these 2 materials had different names, but there was no delay. Just know what they were. After Ji Yu named the 2 materials, she said, "The 4 places such as the Ice Spirit Domain possess very little star sand. As for the 6th fiber, neither the Emperor Star, nor the Ice Spirit domain, the Heavenly Hong domain, nor the Black Wind domain have it. As far as I know, only the South Hong Sea and the South Hong domain has this material nearby. The other side calls it South Hong Silk, but from the publicly available information, the so-called South Hong Silk is the sixth fiber. Qi Jie originally thought that the Emperor Star plus the 3 places in the Ice Spirit domain. No matter what, it would be possible to put together enough materials for god-making. Now, it seemed that the 2 key materials for god-making might be in trouble. Qi Jie immediately said, in that case, the Infinite Group's new project can only be temporarily shelved? Or do you have some way to obtain non-Hong silk and enough star sand? After saying that, his gaze looked towards Ji Inu. The other party couldn't be the one who came over specifically to tell him that it would be difficult for Infinite Group to acquire these 2 materials. It was true that Ji Inu did not just come to tell him this news either, but also helped him think of a solution. His Excellency the Führer can follow the example of the original operation of secretly sneaking into the Ice Spirit domain, and enter the South Hong Sea of the South Hong domain to acquire the South Hong Silk, which is the 6th fiber. Furthermore, in the South Hong Sea, there are many star sands. His Excellency the Führer was able to collect the star sand while collecting the 6th fiber. But I'm curious, what kind of technological weapon is His Excellency the Führer going to collect so many top-notch materials to make? I've roughly estimated the value of these materials, and it's frighteningly high. It's hard to believe that His Excellency the Führer really wants to create demigods? Qi Jie laughed and didn't answer the question, but instead said to Ji Inu, I'm going to take a trip to the Southern Hong domain, so why don't you come with me? Ji Inu was a bit happy when she heard this, but she still said, aren't you afraid that I'll become your drag? Qi Jie laughed out loud. We're going over there this time. We're going in secret. It's not like we're going over there to fight for our lives against the powerhouses of the Southern Hong domain. Unless something very unexpected happens, we'll be able to return safely after we've gone to fetch the star sand and the 6th fiber. Qi Jie was experienced with this sort of thing. Before the war with the Ice Spirit domain, he had taken Ji Inu and secretly traveled to the Ice Spirit domain like this to spy on information. Next, Qi Jie and Ji Inu each made some arrangements. After the 2 of them had arranged things for the Infinite Group and the Heavenly Moon Group, they traveled to the Southern Hong domain. Although Qi Jie didn't admit it, Ji Inu felt that in all likelihood, Qi Jie wanted to create demigod-level war machines, or even create demigod beings. Whether it was to create demigod-level war machines or to create demigod lives, it was obviously something in the realm of ultra-high technology. If the Infinite Group was able to casually manufacture demigod lives, then the Infinite Group and the other groups were clearly not at the same height, but at a much higher place. Qi Jie didn't know that Ji Inu had already passed judgment on Infinite Group's new project, but the judgment Ji Inu had placed on the Infinite Group's new project was clearly wrong, because the Infinite Group wasn't trying to create demigods. Creating demigods was already old hat to the Infinite Group, and Qi Jie, the Victorian demigod, was what Qi Jie had previously created using the Infinity Engine. This time, he was going to bring a small shock to the Imperial Star Alliance, as well as the southeastern continental plate of the Divine Wilderness continent, and he was going to make gods. For Qi Jie, secretly sneaking into the Southern Hong domain was considered a handful. His incomparably strong demonic power caused both his and Ji Inu's appearance and aura to change drastically. At this point, when the powerhouses of the Southern Hang domain saw them, they would only think that they were 2 ordinary demon emperors and wouldn't think much of it. Qi Jie's goal for traveling to the Southern Hang domain was very clear. That was 50,000 units of star sand, and 10,000 units of 6th fiber. The so-called 50,000 units could be understood as 50,000 copies, and 50,000 units was a material unit unique to the Infinity Engine. Qi Jie brought Ji Inu all the way to the South Hong domain, and realized that the 4-domain alliance, too, had given him a big job. As the 2 of them gradually approached the South Hong domain, Ji Inu said with a slight bit of nervousness, the 4-domains alliance has come up with an open and shut ruse. On the surface, they are mobilizing their armies in the Skywolf domain, but in reality, all of their elites and powerhouses have secretly come to the South Hang domain. Ji Inu made this judgment because there were simply too many strong people in this place. It was no exaggeration to say that in today's Southern Hong domain, there were great emperors everywhere, quasi-emperors as numerous as dogs, and even more sacred ranks, as many as they wanted. This made Qi Jie and Ji Inu not the least bit conspicuous when they appeared in the Southern Hong domain. The Southern Hang domain's inspection of outsiders was extremely strict. Qi Jie and Ji Inu had gone through at least over 10 demigods inspections during their entry into the Southern Hong domain. If the 4-domain alliance wanted to make a big deal out of the South Hong domain, they would of course block the news to the greatest extent possible from the Imperial Star Alliance's scouts. In the Skywolf domain, The 4-domain alliance's blockade was similarly extremely strict. Therefore, before Qi Jie and Ji Inu entered the southern Han domain, they didn't know that the 4-domain alliance's elites and top-tier powerhouses had already entered the southern Han domain. Arriving at the South Han domain, Qi Jie didn't hesitate and chose to take a familiar floating treasure ship and head to the South Han Sea. When he arrived on a floating treasure ship, Qi Jie used his demonic power and enveloped the entire room. Ji Inu relaxed a little at this point and said, "What is the 4-domain alliance going to do? This place has actually gathered so many strong and elite troops without realizing it." Qi Jie showed a thoughtful look on his face and pondered seriously for a moment before replying. "There are two possibilities. One possibility is that the 4-domain alliance is preparing to go to war with us on two fronts. They have a large number of powerful people in both the Skywolf domain and the southern Han domain, as well as a large number of elite combat troops. Once the war starts, the Emperor Star might not be able to take care of its head and tail. The Emperor Star's laser floating cannon positions, as well as missile positions, have a very strong frontal combat capability, but once they are circled back, their power will be greatly reduced. This should be the 4-domain alliance, one of the effective responses to the Imperial Star's technological weapons." Ji Inu sniffed and nodded slightly. Qi Jie's analysis was reasonable. Their laser floating cannons, as well as various missile positions, the denser they were, the more powerful they were. In such a situation, a two-front war would be favorable to the 4-domains alliance and unfavorable to the Imperial Star. Ji Inu immediately asked, "In that case, what adjustments and responses do we have to make?" Qi Jie smiled. "I have two deployments. One deployment needs to go back and discuss with the major blocks of the Imperial Star Alliance, the hegemonic forces of all parties, together. The other deployment is to be able to resolve the battle with the 4-domains alliance in a way that no one would expect. By then, more than half of the southeastern continental plate of the divine desolate continent would be under the rule of me and the Emperor Star. As long as the remaining 5-domain alliance can be eliminated again, the many powerhouses of the Emperor Star and I will become the supreme rulers of the southeastern continental plate of the divine desolate continent." To Qi Jie's first deployment, Ji Inu understood. That was a group effort, with all of them discussing together to come up with an ideal countermeasure. However, she didn't understand Qi Jie's second scheme. She really couldn't think of what kind of undercard Qi Jie would come up with, and that undercard even had the effect of a hammer blow. Although Ji Inu was very curious in his heart, he didn't ask. It was also at this time that the floating treasure ship they were traveling on was subjected to a terrifying attack and began to crash towards the South Han Sea. Qi Jie grabbed Ji Inu and with a single movement of his body, he arrived outside the floating treasure ship. Then he saw that the South Han domain crowd, it seemed like they were starting to fight amongst themselves. Qi Jie looked around and casually raised his hand to grab a waiter on the floating treasure ship, grabbing him in front of him and asking, "What's going on here?" This person was actually not an ordinary attendant, but the steward of the floating treasure ship that Qi Jie was traveling on. Sensing the terrifying strength in Qi Jie and Ji Inu, this Chiu steward also spoke cautiously, reporting back to the Great Emperor. The demon races in the South Han Sea, for some unknown reason, have begun to fight internally. All living beings that pass through the South Han Sea during this period of time will be attacked by them. Before they wouldn't attack the floating treasure ships, but now, I don't know what's going on, but even the floating treasure ships have become the target of their attacks. Qi Jie and Ji Inu glanced at each other, and both of them saw doubt in each other's eyes. They were newcomers to the South Han domain, and their understanding of it was very limited. This was considered bad and not bad news for Qi Jie. If the southern Han Sea hadn't fallen into chaos, it would have been less difficult for him to search for the star sand and the sixth fiber. The only bad thing was that he might be discovered by the living beings in the South Han Sea, and a conflict would break out. Now that the South Han Sea was in complete chaos, it was much more difficult for him to search for high-grade materials. However, the South Han Sea was already in chaos, and it was obvious that he wouldn't be noticed when he entered the South Han Sea in search of high-grade materials. After knowing the situation in the South Han Sea, Qi Jie continued to ask, "Is there any news at all from the outside world about the cause of the South Han Sea demon race's civil unrest?" This, Steward Chiu didn't say it directly, but instead showed a difficult look. Qi Jie understood that this old boy knew something, but the other party's information was not prepared to give him something for nothing, but to give benefits. He immediately took out an infinity crystal stone and handed it to Steward Chiu. Infinite crystal stone was the name Qi Jie took. In the places he ruled, such treasures were called infinite crystal stones. However, there were also infinity crystal stones in the southern Han domain, and this thing was called the Southern Han crystal stone in the southern Han domain. After Steward Chiu obtained an infinity crystal stone, the look of difficulty on his face instantly disappeared cleanly. He looked around before whispering, "In this matter, The Southern Hung demigods don't allow us to chew the cud. However, it's actually not a secret to the cultivation forces that often operate in the Southern Hung Sea. Hearing him say that, Qi Jie couldn't help but come to be a bit more interested. Ji Inu did the same, and both of them were listening to Steward Xiu continue. Steward Xiu had taken the benefits, so of course he didn't dare to conceal the information. Otherwise, if the two great emperors in front of him were unhappy, they might not be able to backhand him to death. It is rumored that in the South Hung Sea, a true deity has fallen. The blood of that deity polluted the South Hung Sea. Demon races that are contaminated by the blood of a deity will become extremely murderous and berserk. Those demon races that weren't contaminated by the deity's blood, on the other hand, wanted to finish off this group of lunatics. But those demon races that are contaminated by divine spirit blood, all year round, may only appear once or twice. Other times, they seem to head to the vicinity of the deity's remains. But, Steward Xiu spoke at an extremely crucial point, and then didn't continue on. Qi Jie also didn't ask him but what, because directly asking Steward Xiu but what, was impossible to ask. Qi Jie raised his hand and threw out another infinity crystal, allowing Steward Xiu to continue speaking. After taking another infinity crystal, Steward Xiu's speech once again became sharp. However, the Southern Hung demigod and some other powerful people have entered the Southern Hung Sea in search of it. They didn't feel the aura of a deity in the South Hung Sea, and they didn't find any deity relics. This matter became very confusing, and no one knows if there are divine spirit remains in the South Hung Sea or not. Steward Xiu's words were pretty much as good as nothing. He had talked to Qi Jie about a bunch of things, and in the end, he had come to the conclusion that it was an unproven conjecture. Since it hadn't been proven, the demon race in the South Hung Sea might have been contaminated by the blood of the gods, or it might have gone wrong for some other reason. Regardless of what reason the demon race in the South Hung Sea had gone wrong, Qi Jie was prepared to enter the South Hung Sea to take a look. He immediately asked one last question. Is there anything I need to pay attention to when I enter the South Hung Sea now? Steward Xiu heard this and asked in surprise. The great emperor is entering the South Hung Sea? Qi Jie nodded. Not bad. Upon hearing this news, Steward Xiu however said, the South Hung Sea is very chaotic right now. If the great emperor needs some resources in the South Hung Sea, our Chamber of Commerce might have them. He was clearly hoping that Qi Jie would go to their Chamber of Commerce and purchase resources. This fellow was a businessman through and through, and couldn't get away from money in 3 sentences. Qi Jie didn't talk nonsense with this guy, and directly took Ji Inu and disappeared into the South Hung Sea. The moment he entered the South Hung Sea, Qi Jie was sure that this place definitely had the remains of a deity. It wasn't that he had sensed something, but the Infinity Engine had detected the Divine Spirit breath. Divine Spirit aura detected. Approximate location has been located. A very rough map was added to Qi Jie's mind. He immediately referred to this map and led Ji Inu forward. Divine Spirit Remnant itself was a valuable material, and there might be other top-tier supreme treasures in a deity storage ring. In order to create a god, Qi Jie's family fortune had been emptied. However, if he was able to obtain the remains of a deity and get the storage treasures of a deity powerhouse, he would obviously be able to get a large mouthful of blood back. Qi Jie brought Ji Inu, and as he traveled through the South Hung Sea, he saw a large number of corpses of the demon race that had died in battle. The killing of these demon races was very tragic. The seawater in many places was straight-up blood. Qi Jie brought Ji Inu with him as he swiftly traveled through the sea, and the closer he was to the Divine Spirit's remnant metamorphosis, the more effective the Infinite Engine's probing would be. After the two of them went deeper for some time, the pressure of the seawater around them became greater and greater. A deep, bottomless trench also appeared in front of the two at this moment. Go down and take a look. Qi Jie probably understood why the demigods of the Southern Hung domain were unable to discover the god spirit's relic molt. This trench was somewhat special. If the Infinity Engine hadn't detected that the Divine Spirit relic shed was down here, he wouldn't have sensed anything. This trench shielded his senses, and the deeper he went under the trench, the more terrifying the pressure he had to endure. The demigods of the Southern Hang domain should have explored the trench as well. However, they weren't sure if the god spirit remnant molt was down here or not, so they didn't explore all the way down. There was another reason why the Southern Hung demigods and the others, with their limited strength, hadn't been able to get close to the Divine Spirit relic metamorphosis. Qi Jie took Ji Inu and kept diving into the trench, his strong and domineering demonic power holding up a barrier between the two of them, isolating the outside pressure. As he brought Ji Inu closer to the location detected by the Infinity Engine, the two of them saw an extremely shocking scene. Ji Inu spoke in surprise. Is this a deity? She saw a blood dragon with a body of unknown magnitude. There was also a very suffocating and terrifying pressure felt from the other party. when the Emperor's star will appeared before, it would transform into a black dragon that covered the sky. This blood dragon's body was even more massive than the black dragon that the Emperor's star will had transformed into. Not only that, when Qi Jie appeared here, a large amount of divine spirit level blood-colored energies were attracted to him and kept surging towards him. On Qi Jie's face, a look of ecstasy quickly appeared. This was an old dead blood dragon, and the other party's level, higher than even the 9 ancestors of the blood dragons, was unexpectedly a divine spirit level old dragon. Although it had died of old age, it had left behind an inheritance. It was just that its inheritance had not been obtained by the dragon race for too long, causing its power to have begun to escape. Many weak demon races, nourished by the dragon's blood, had grown at incredible speeds. What was rather embarrassing was that Jie was not a demon race native to this place, and was actually unable to obtain the benefits. The huge and pure power of the dragon's blood continued to wash over Qi Jie's body, constantly and crazily integrating into him. It allowed his realm to break through to demigod with ease. His strength was already extremely strong, and after achieving demigod, other demigods no longer have the qualifications to compete with him. The massive power of the blood dragon also allowed his strength at the demigod stage to continuously rise. His demigod crystal core, in the instant of breathing, became very condensed and tough. His strength, too, was visible to the naked eye as it rapidly rose from demigod 1 to demigod 2, 3, 4, and skyrocketed all the way to demigod 5 before stopping. The blood dragon's originally gigantic dragon body, during this process, also gradually transformed into a dragon egg. In that dragon egg, there was the same heaven-shaking, terrifying power that was brewing. Qi Jie felt it for a moment before he once again revealed a look of ecstasy. In the dragon egg, there was a demigod life, and it was also a demigod whose strength was infinitely close to that of a deity. He had come to the right place on this trip to the southern Han domain. This particular space where the blood dragon had fallen was clearly more than just an entrance. The place didn't seem to be a trench to begin with either, but rather an abyss. It was unknown if it followed the blood dragon god and fell into the South Hung Sea together. Other than the direction Qi Jie and Jie came from, there were other directions where some beings would appear. This was because this place had an extremely powerful special domain that resisted the outside world's pressure. Thus these ordinary living beings who appeared here wouldn't die violently on the spot. Soon after the many ordinary living beings appeared, they would be nourished by the blood dragon god's divine blood, quickly transforming into demon races and rapidly gaining growth. Qi Jie realized after observing for a while that it probably wasn't how murderous these demon races were before a horrifying war broke out with the demon races of the South Hung Sea. Rather, it was the fact that these demons had absorbed the dragon's blood, and in the eyes of the other demon races, it was simply a great tonic. So whether it was the South Hung Sea's demon race or the other cultivators in the South Hung domain, they would hunt these demon races. After Qi Jie gradually stopped cultivating, Jie opened her mouth uncertainly. You have become a god? Qi Jie laughed inside. It's not that fast? Jie breathed a sigh of relief and said, so you're a demigod now? It wasn't that she didn't want Qi Jie to become a god, but it would be too shocking for her if Qi Jie were to take a single step to the heavens and go directly from the emperor rank to the god rank. Qi Jie nodded slightly. Yes, I'm currently at the 5th level of demigod. After Qi Jie's affirmative reply, Jie was still quite surprised when she spoke. But it feels like you're much stronger than the other demigods. Qi Jie nodded this time. That's true. I was able to buck the demigods before when I was still at the emperor rank. This time, after breaking through the demigod 5th level, I've swept through the demigod stage without any enemies. And, Jie's curiosity was piqued by him and she hurriedly asked, and what? Qi Jie laughed. Come here and I'll whisper to you. Jie rolled her eyes, but she still moved closer to Qi Jie. After she got close, Qi Jie didn't tell her in what, but instead kissed her fiercely. Qi Jie wasn't beastly, but was just too happy. It was only by ruthlessly kissing the Jie great beauty that he could release the ecstasy in his heart for a moment or two. He had obtained the complete inheritance of the blood dragon god, and in the blood dragon god's inheritance, there were a large number of very strong and heaven-defying means, and this was the first benefit he had obtained. His strength, which had also jumped from the peak of the emperor rank to the 5th level of demigod, was the second benefit he had obtained. In addition, he had also obtained a peak demigod dragon egg, which possessed the potential to grow into a deity. The last was that his 4th type state, just a moment ago, had completely metamorphosed into shape. His first type state was his current appearance. In his second form, he had a dragon tail growing behind him, and twin dragons sprouting from his back. In his third form, he was completely dragonized, transforming into a black dragon. His 4th type state was to transform into an even more terrifying and powerful blood dragon god. The blood dragon god was not an ordinary deity, but rather the topmost deity amongst the deities. In the blood dragon god state, he could even tear down ordinary deities with his hands and obtain their divine crystal cores. He had originally come to the southern Hung domain, was to obtain the star sand and the sixth fiber, to accumulate the materials for god-making. Unexpectedly, he had been blessed and found the blood dragon god directly in this place, giving him the strength to fight with the gods. Qi was held by Qi Jie and kissed hard for a while, her tongue going numb from the kiss before Qi Jie released her. When Qi Jie looked at Qi again, he saw her with a delicate expression of being bullied by him on the verge of crying out. At that moment, he could only take one of his wives, Qi Big Beauty, in his arms and coax her properly. Only then did he answer that question Qi had just asked. Previously, when I was in the ice spirit domain, I told you that I have a triple combat type and was in the process of comprehending the fourth combat type. Now that I have comprehended it, my fourth combat type state is the blood dragon god type state. Now that I have obtained the complete inheritance and memories of the blood dragon god, I know some very remarkable things. The blood dragon god isn't a deity that was born on the divine desolate continent, but a deity that was born somewhere else. Even though Qi was on the verge of being bullied to tears by Qi Jie just now, she was still very shocked to hear this news at this moment. Before they had stepped out of the Emperor Star, they thought that in the entire universe, there was only one place in the Emperor Star that had intelligent life. It was only after discovering the divine desolate continent that they realized. It turned out that in a place not too far away from the Emperor Star, there was also such a huge world as the divine desolate continent. Now Qi knew very shocking news. That is, outside of the divine desolate continent, there were other places that also existed intelligent life. And in that place, a powerful deity like the blood dragon god had been born. Qi opened her mouth uncertainly and asked, "There are many other places that have intelligent life?" Qi Jie nodded. "Yes, but those intelligent beings are very far away from us. Whether it's the divine desolate continent or the Emperor Star, they're all in barren places with a lack of resources in this universe. In such a place, it's hard to give birth to intelligent life. So in a large area around, only two places, the Emperor Star and the divine desolate continent, have given birth to many intelligent beings. However, because of the lack of resources, the intelligent life born here can't be compared to the intelligent life born in other places." Hearing him say that, Qi couldn't help but worry. She pondered for a moment, then said, "Then will there be other high-level civilizations that will attack the Emperor Star and the divine wasteland continent?" Qi Jie pondered for a moment before replying, "Generally not. Neither the divine desolate continent nor the Emperor Star have resources that would be of interest to advanced civilizations. Under such circumstances, it doesn't make much sense for them to attack us, and we're just weak as a whole. Our individual strength isn't weak, like demigod-level powerhouses. When placed elsewhere, they are still strong as well." After saying that, Qi Jie stopped Qi and hugged her horizontally. Gently, he said, "That's why I'm going to seize the time to help you purify your bloodline, so that you can step into the demigod level as soon as possible. Otherwise, if any advanced civilization has a brain fart and prefers to attack the divine desolate continent and the Emperor Star, you won't have the slightest ability to defend yourself." After Qi was picked up by him, she hurriedly said, "Then you can't purify your bloodline here, right?" Qi Jie said unconcernedly, "Does it matter? No one will come to this place and disturb you and me anyway." Having said that, Qi's cheeks flushed, her pretty face reddening to the roots behind her ears. She could only shake her head, signaling Qi Jie not to mess around, but Qi Jie didn't listen to advice at all. All over the South Hung Sea, the killing continued. Qi Jie's previous judgment was completely correct. The argument that some of the demons were contaminated by divine blood was simply untenable. Those demon races that had been nourished by the divine blood had not been contaminated, but had instead received great benefits. They possessed a trace of dragon Qi in their bodies and had been working hard to cultivate and grow. And one day, there was a sliver of a possibility that they could transform into dragons. However, these demon races that possessed a trace of dragon Qi in their bodies, their cultivation growth was destined to be difficult. In the eyes of the other demon races in the South Hung Sea, as well as other cultivators in the South Hung domain, they were all great tonics. These demon races that were nourished by dragon blood, generation after generation of demon races were still in a difficult situation even if they were united. Among these demon races, there were three powerful groups that were the leaders of the many dragon blood demon races. These three powerful tribes were the Mermaid tribe, the Black Jiao tribe, and the Water Spirit tribe. Among the mermaids, basically all of them were beautiful women, and there were only a very few male mermaids. They also had two types, the mermaid type in the water and the human type on land. The Black Jiao clan, on the other hand, were all half human and half Jiao, with Jiao horns on top of their heads and human-shaped heads and bodies. Their hands were the sharp claws of a Jiao dragon, and they had no legs, only a long Jiao tail. The Water Spirit clan, on the other hand, was a bit special. Their appearance was somewhat transparent and illusory, although most of the time they were humanoid, but when fighting, they would turn into a mass of water currents. Among the dragon blood demon race, the three major groups all possessed demigods. It was also because of the demigods that they, the dragon blood demon race, hadn't been slaughtered cleanly. However, their three demigods were false demigods. Only in the South Hong Sea did they possess demigod strength, and after leaving the South Hong domain, their strength would have to be greatly reduced. In the past, the South Hong domain only had three demigods, including the South Hong demigod, who couldn't do anything to them. But this time, a large number of demigods had appeared in the South Hong domain. The Mermaid Empress, the Black Jiao Emperor, and the Water Spirit Emperor had all received news. In a while, there would be a large number of demigods entering the South Hong Sea to surround them. At this time, the Mermaid Empress, the three false demigods, and the many dragon blood demons were all very worried. The Mermaid Empress was a peerless beauty with blonde hair and blue pupils, and even though she was deeply locked in her eyebrows at the moment, she was still incredibly beautiful. She sighed lightly and said, "It would be great if we could go to that special space where the dragon god is to take refuge. Unfortunately, the dragon god's pressure is simply too strong, and there's no way for us to enter that space." Both the Black Jiao Emperor and the Water Spirit Emperor nodded their heads when they heard this, and the Black Jiao Emperor even said, "Yeah, we've already tried a lot of ways, but there's no way to get over there." The Water Spirit Emperor said helplessly, "So what now? None of the three of us are true demigods, and we can only have demigod battle power with the help of the power escaping from the dragon god in the South Hong Sea. Once more than three demigods enter the South Hong Sea to hunt us, the end of our dragon blood demon clan will be here." The Water Spirit Emperor's question could not be answered by the Mermaid Empress, or the Black Jiao Emperor. If they had a solution, the three of them wouldn't have gathered here. The Mermaid Empress, however, still came up with a solution that wasn't a solution. "We can actually go defect to the Emperor Star." The Emperor Star swept through the Tianhong domain, the Ice Spirit domain, and the Black Wind domain. Nowadays, the races of the Southern Hong domain, the Skywolf domain, the Soaring Eagle domain, the Quicksand domain, and other domain realms already knew about it. They also knew that there were cultivation forces in the Tianhong domain, the Ice Spirit domain, and the Black Wind domain that had defected to the Emperor Star. Some of the cultivation forces had developed quite well after defecting to the Emperor Star. Since that was the case, defecting to the Emperor Star seemed to be a good way out. After the Mermaid Empress finished speaking, the Water Spirit Emperor spoke with a difficult expression on her face. "Sister Aisha, but the Dragon Blood Demon clan has a very large number of clansmen. How are we going to transfer so many of our clansmen?" Compared to the benevolent Water Spirit Emperor, the Black Jiao Emperor was obviously much colder. "There's no way out. We can only leave as much as we can. If we continue to stay here, all the clansmen will die." The Mermaid Empress didn't open her mouth because she had nothing good to do, but she also didn't want to abandon her many clansmen. Under the deep sea, Qi Jie was once again purified by Qi Jie's bloodline. After Qi Jie became a demigod, the power of his bloodline was refined and elevated once again. After he obtained the inheritance of the Blood Dragon God, his bloodline power even underwent several consecutive transformations. He was now helping Qi Jie purify her bloodline, and the results were simply too good to be true. Following the last time Qi Jie helped Qi Jie advance to Great Emperor by purifying her bloodline. This time, it was again during the purification of her bloodline that Qi Jie broke through from the first level of Great Emperor to the second level of Great Emperor. At this time, Qi Jie finally somewhat understood why the Heavenly Moon Clan chief still wanted to find Qi Jie to purify her bloodline even after being bullied by Qi Jie to tears. Looking at the other Heavenly Moon Clan chief, even though she had been severely bullied by Qi Jie a few times, she was already a demigod now. In order for the power of the bloodline to continue to rise, this bitterness must be suffered, and Qi Jie's savagery and ferocity must be endured in silence. Qi Jie didn't know what Qi Jie was thinking. After his body was fully released, his entire body was refreshed. At this moment, he had begun to study the powerful abilities he had acquired from the Blood Dragon God's inheritance. Qi Jie raised his hand and a beautiful little golden fish appeared in front of him. Then a trace of demonic energy from his fingertips poured into the small golden fish, and the small golden fish rapidly changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. As he poured in more demonic energy, the golden little fish grew faster. Within a few moments, the little golden fish successfully transformed into a little mermaid Loli. At this time, the little mermaid Loli already possessed king-level strength. Qi Jie just wanted to test the new abilities he had obtained from the Blood Dragon God. So after letting the little mermaid Loli grow to the king level, he didn't continue. Unbeknownst to him, at this time, the mermaid little Loli's eyes, however, turned from the light green color at the beginning to a beautiful blue crystal. Of course, it wasn't the double pupils that completely turned into blue crystals, but the eye pupils turned into blue crystals. Not only that, the seawater in this space all became cheerful between her breaths, as if greeting their king. Qi Jie's gaze moved, and he immediately used the infinity engine to probe the qualifications of this little mermaid Loli. Little mermaid, under the nourishment of the blood dragon god's blood, possessing a trace of divinity, completing a divine metamorphosis with an infinitesimal probability, currently at divine grade qualification. Qi Jie directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air after reading it. This place, the southern Hung domain, was truly a blessed land for him. He had casually allowed a small fish to grow and evolve, and he had even managed to create a little mermaid that possessed divine level qualifications. It was just that this little mermaid had obviously not completely evolved and metamorphosed, and was still in the process of metamorphosis at the moment. Qi Jie was curious and grabbed another little fish over. This time, he didn't have the same heavenly luck, and even under the nourishment of the dragon's blood, this little fish grew slightly for a moment before reaching its limit. This should also be the norm for most creatures. The ceiling was so low that even with a resource like dragon's blood that turned decay into magic, it couldn't help them break their shackles continuously. Immediately after the little mermaid's metamorphosis was over, she swung her pretty fishtail in excitement and came to Qi Jie's side. Father! Father! The little mermaid was incomparably happy as she hugged and rubbed against Qi Jie's arm, her big, watery eyes filled with joy. Qi Jie thought for a moment and corrected, "Call me righteous father from now on." After hearing this, the little mermaid nodded her little head very obediently, then said, "Okay father." Qi Jie, for a moment, was somewhat in tears. This little female goose didn't look as if she was too smart. Also at this time, the little mermaid again very happily swung her beautiful fishtail and came to Ji Inu's side, hugging Ji Inu's long legs and rubbing her little head continuously. In her mouth, she spoke in a very clear and soft voice, "Mother, mother." Ji Inu waved her hand repeatedly. "I am not your mother." She was a heavenly moon python, not a mermaid. But the little mermaid didn't care at all, just hugging her long legs, "Mother, mother," calling endlessly. Ji Inu had no choice but to follow her call. Moreover, she also discovered that this little mermaid actually did have a bit of Qi Jie's breath on her. To be precise, it was the aura of the blood dragon god. This was naturally the special divinity possessed after the awakening of the divine metamorphosis. The current little mermaid, even if she grew up step by step, could become a deity. Also at this time, that dragon egg also reacted. The shell of the dragon egg quickly shattered, and then an ugly little baby crawled out of the dragon egg. This little baby had a pair of blood dragon horns on his head, and his appearance looked naive. After coming out from the dragon egg, he clicked and ate the dragon egg cleanly. Although this little guy looked naive, the aura on his body was more powerful than even Qi Jie, who was at the 5th level of demigod. Qi Jie was still only at the 5th level of demigod, but this little guy was at the peak of demigod. After sweeping away the eggshell, this naive dragon prince came to Qi Jie's side, pulling at the corner of his coat. It was unknown if this dragon egg was conceived by the blood dragon god, or if the blood dragon god had gotten it from somewhere. Qi Jie felt it and realized that the dragon prince's aura wasn't quite the same as the blood dragon god's. However, he didn't find any relevant memory fragments in the blood dragon god's inherited memories. Although the dragon prince looked naive, he patted his little stomach at this moment, and then babbled to Qi Jie, "Father, the child is hungry." Qi Jie could only cry and laugh again, correcting, "You're also called righteous father." The dragon prince sniffed and nodded his little head obediently. Righteous father, child obeys. Compared to the little mermaid, he was obviously a bit smarter despite his stupidity. Qi Jie was really crying and laughing at this moment, inexplicably having another righteous son and a righteous daughter. No, however, he still took out a piece of infinity crystal stone from the spatial device and handed it to the dragon prince. In his heart, he was pondering what name to give these two little ones. After pondering for a moment, he came up with one. He already had a righteous son now, Gu Inling. The little mermaid he met this time was considered Gu Inling's sister. But the little mermaid obviously couldn't be called Gu Inhua. It didn't sound too good. So the name he gave the little mermaid was Gu Xiaoyu. As for the ugly dragon prince, of course it wasn't called something like Gu Xiaolong or Gu Xiaomeng, because this little guy possessed a pair of blood pupils. The name Qi Jie gave him was Gu Qi Xie. Qi Jie beckoned, calling this pair of little ones to his body. After the little mermaid swung her beautiful fish tail over, she opened her mouth and said, "Father, give me a hug." The dragon prince sniffed and shook his head, while speaking in a milky voice, "Shy, Qi Jie saw this scene and guffawed. However, he wasn't going to stay in this place any longer, and he immediately said to the little mermaid, "Above you, I have another righteous son called Gu Yingling, who is your elder brother. In the future, your name will be Gu Little Fish." After saying that, Qi Jie added to the Dragon Prince, "Your name, on the other hand, will be Qi Xie. Both of you, do you remember?" Qi Xie sniffed and nodded. Remembered. Gu Xiaoyu, on the other hand, had a bitter little face. "I didn't remember what my brother's name was." Qi Jie immediately could only rub his temples with a headache. Gu Xiaoyu's potential was very amazing, and with step-by-step growth, she would be able to become a deity. The only flaw on the other hand was that this female goose was an idiot. Even Qi Xie herself had memorized it, but she actually couldn't remember it. Of course, it could also be because Qi Yu is still young now, and when she grows up a bit, she might become smarter. While Qi Jie was so comforting himself in his heart, Gu Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up nervously. "Father, I forgot what my name is." Qi Jie this time, his entire being was dumbfounded. Was this the memory of a fish? But fortunately, after Gu Xiaoyu cocked her little head and thought for a while, she remembered her name again. "Father, I remembered. My name is Gu Xiaoyu." Seeing this, Qi Xie tugged on the corner of Qi Jie's coat and pointed at Gu Xiaoyu. "Righteous father, sister is too stupid." When Gu Xiaoyu heard this, she swung her fishtail to come in front of Qi, picked up the ugly Qi, and said, "Please reorganize your language." Looking at her sister with a fierce look, Qi Hitomi, who possessed peak demigod strength, cried with a wow. Qi Jie also understood at this time that Gu Xiaoyu and Qi were both very strong, but they were both childlike. Unlike Gu Yingling, who was a teenager and able to stand alone, Qi Jie didn't let these two little ones continue to fool around, but instead grabbed Gu Xiaoyu's hand and continued to imbue her with demonic power. Gu Xiaoyu was still only at the king level, and her strength was so weak that she would easily hang up. Under the continuous nourishment of his powerful demonic energy that contained the power of the blood dragon god, Gu Xiaoyu grew all the way up to the emperor rank at an extremely fast pace. This scene had since dazzled Ji Inu on the side. However, Ji Inu also understood that if her own power was not highly compatible with Qi Jie, and at the same time, her own qualifications were not high enough, there was only one consequence of pulling up seedlings like this, and that was to be directly burst by Qi Jie's terrifying pressure. Qi Jie originally thought that Gu Xiaoyu should be able to grow to the peak of the emperor rank. It hadn't occurred to him that she wouldn't be able to continue to advance by leaps and bounds after growing to the emperor rank. It was clear that she needed to settle down and absorb for a period of time before she could continue to grow at a high rate. Request some monthly votes. Recommendation votes. Thanks to. After carefully scouring the space where the blood dragon god was, once again, Qi Jie took Ji Inu, and a pair of righteous sons and daughters, and left the place. This place, in fact, there was nothing else. The treasures here had all been obtained by him. When Qi Jie brought Ji Inu and the girls to leave, the Mermaid Emperor, the Black Jiao Emperor, and the Water Spirit Emperor also came to the Dragon Abyss entrance. The so-called Dragon Abyss entrance was the ocean trench abyss where the Blood Dragon God was located. The Mermaid Emperor, Black Jiao Emperor, and Water Spirit Emperor thought, with the might of the Blood Dragon God, if they knew that its bloodline descendants were about to be exterminated, the Blood Dragon God shouldn't sit back and do nothing. With their last hope, they came here to pray. The three Mermaid Emperors spoke with incomparable devotion. "Lord Blood Dragon God, we are a demon race that has grown due to the nourishment of your bloodline power. Although we have made numerous offerings to you, we have not received a response from you. But nowadays, the Dragon Blood demon race has truly reached a moment of life and death. Pray, Lord Blood Dragon God, save your people." After the Mermaid Emperor finished speaking, a large number of sacrifices that they had prepared earlier were thrown into the Dragon Abyss. These offerings were various types of treasures and various energy stones. But unfortunately, the Blood Dragon God's pressure under the Dragon Abyss was too strong. In the past, the sacrifices that they had thrown into the Dragon Abyss had all been crushed to smithereens by the Blood Dragon God's pressure. This time was different. Now that Qi Jie had obtained the complete inheritance of the Blood Dragon God, the entire power of the Blood Dragon God had been sealed within him. A large number of treasures, a large number of energy stones, cast down by the Mermaid Emperor and the other demon races, were also falling towards the bottom at this time. These falling energy stones were cheap for the ugly Qi Jie. He transformed into a blood dragon and started devouring all kinds of materials along the way. After Qi Jie saw that amongst these many treasures, there were the star sand and the sixth fiber that he needed, he raised his hand and made a move. These materials, then, were swept up by his demonic power and all sent into the spatial device. In the next period of time, demigods and deities were, without a doubt, very useful. Thus he couldn't look down on these materials for creating demigods just because he himself had become a demigod. His strength was certainly very powerful, but he also had to cultivate and improve, develop his power, and enjoy his life in addition to fighting. Without a sufficient number of demigods and deities to share these tasks for him, he would need to be in a constant state of combat, which of course would never work. As Qi Jie brought Ji Yu and a few others, he arrived outside of the Dragon Abyss. The Mermaid Emperor, Black Jiao Emperor, and Water Spirit Emperor who were still praying reverently in this place were stunned, especially the Mermaid Emperor, who stared at Qi Jie and then casually bowed down with incomparable respect. Greetings, Lord Blood Dragon God. The Black Jiao Emperor and the Water Spirit Emperor sniffed and bowed as well. They also felt that Qi Jie's aura was very similar to that of the Blood Dragon God. However, they weren't sure if this one in front of them was the Blood Dragon God. Moreover, in the past, when they had prayed and worshipped the Blood Dragon God, the Blood Dragon God hadn't reacted in any way. So why had the Blood Dragon God appeared this time? Qi Jie's gaze swept over the Mermaid Emperor trio, and then said, "You guys are the ones who are the so-called Dragon Blood Demon race, right?" The Mermaid Emperor didn't know what Qi Jie was doing asking this, but still nodded. Reporting back to Lord Blood Dragon God, "We are precisely the Dragon Blood Demon race." Qi Jie nodded at his words, then said, "I'm not the Blood Dragon God, but I've obtained the complete legacy of the Blood Dragon God. I can give you all a chance to be my subjects." These demon clans had been nourished by the Blood Dragon God's divine blood after all, and were considered to be in the same lineage as him, and their potential was also very good. If they were willing to become his subjects, it wasn't like Qi Jie couldn't give these dragon blood demons a way out. The Mermaid Emperor and Black Jiao Emperor, as well as the Water Spirit Emperor, had originally come to ask for help. They certainly wouldn't refuse Qi Jie's offer. However, there was still the question of whether or not Qi Jie was capable of sheltering them. The Mermaid Emperor once again bowed to Qi Jie before respectfully saying, "My lord, we are willing to become your subjects, but nowadays, the Dragon Blood Demon race has encountered a crisis." Qi Jie casually asked, "What crisis?" Of course, the Mermaid Emperor wouldn't hide it, and told them the matter that was a huge headache for them at the moment. "My lord, originally, there were only 3 demigods in the southern Hung domain, and the 3 of us, in the South Hung Sea, could use the power of Lord Blood Dragon God to have demigod battle power. But nowadays, a large number of demigod powerhouses have appeared in the South Hung domain. According to our intelligence, it won't be long before these demigod powerhouses descend into the South Hung Sea. We possess a portion of the Blood Dragon God Lord's bloodline power in our bodies, which is considered a great tonic to other living beings. When a large number of demigods descend upon the southern Hung Sea, we, the Dragon Blood Demon Clan, will also inevitably have to have our extinction." When the Mermaid Emperor finished speaking, he carefully looked towards Qi Jie. The gazes of the Black Jiao Emperor and the Water Spirit Emperor also looked toward Qi Jie. Although Qi Jie had obtained the complete inheritance of the Blood Dragon God, the 3 Mermaid Emperors weren't sure just how strong he was. Not only that, the 3 Mermaid Emperors, at this moment, didn't even know Qi Jie's true identity. It wasn't that they hadn't seen the images of Qi Jie, the head of the Emperor's star, but right now, Qi Jie had used demonic power to change the appearance of himself and Ji Yu. Even if the Black Jiao Emperor's trio were more powerful, they wouldn't have thought that the one in front of them was the famous Emperor Starfuhrer Qi Jie. While the Mermaid Emperor and the others were very nervous, Qi Jie smiled without a care in the world. "Since you are already my subjects, the demigods of the southern Hung domain and beyond will die as many as come." Qi Jie's words were arrogant and cocky to the extreme, but he wasn't bullshitting. The current him could already crush all demigods. Even if he faced a true deity, he still had the power to fight. In the heart of the Mermaid Emperor, however, he was still very apprehensive. There were 2 possibilities for Qi Jie now. One possibility was that he was really very powerful. The other possibility was that he had expanded when he received the Blood Dragon God's inheritance, thinking that after obtaining the Blood Dragon God's inheritance, he would be able to sweep away invincibility. However, the Mermaid Emperor didn't dare to say anything against the ear. She could only say in a relatively subtle manner, "My lord, we don't know your identity yet. In addition, being careful is a good thing. Your lordship is certainly incomparably powerful, but there are still more than a few demigods in the southern Hung domain today." The Water Spirit Emperor understood what the Mermaid Emperor meant and joined the admonishment team. However, she was also clearly able to speak. "Yes, my lord, it's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists, and a fierce tiger can't stand up to a pack of wolves. Your excellency is certainly incomparably powerful. But the number of those dastardly villains is just a little too much. One has to be on guard." With Qi Jie's wisdom, how could he not know what exactly these guys were worried about? They were nothing more than fearing that he had just talked big, and that he wouldn't be able to solve it if 2 random demigods came from the southern Hung domain afterward. However, it could also be seen that these leaders of the dragon blood demon race were still relatively intelligent. Even if he had obtained the inheritance of the blood dragon god, these leaders of the dragon blood demon race were still able to maintain a cautious attitude. It wasn't without reason that they were able to develop to their current size in the South Hung Sea. Of course, Qi Jie still decided that he would teach them a lesson. He casually said to Qi Hitomi, show them your power. Qi Hitomi had already changed back to his ugly dragon prince appearance at this moment, and when he heard Qi Jie's words, he didn't hesitate. Soon, under the shocked gazes of the 3 mermaid emperors, Qi Hitomi transformed into a miniature version of a blood dragon god. Although it was a miniature version of the blood dragon god, the aura it released still caused the 3 mermaid emperors to be unable to help but prostrate themselves on the ground in worship. The mermaid emperor spoke with disbelief. Peak demigod. The Black Jiao emperor swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his entire being completely muggle. This ugly little dragon was so terrifying. Still at a young age, it was already infinitely close to the level of a deity. The water spirit emperor was also stupefied, staring daggers at Qi Jie, as well as Qi Xie. At this moment, she was shocked and delighted. Qi Jie really wasn't bullshitting. As long as there was Qi Hitomi, the demigods of the southern Hung domain really did come and die as many times as they could. Although the southern Hung domain also had powerful demigods, Qi Xie was at the peak of the 9th level of demigods, and was only one final ethereal inch away from becoming a true deity. In such a situation, what else did they need to worry about? It was also at this time that Qi Jie temporarily withdrew the demonic power from her body. The 3 mermaid emperors, too, saw his true face. After knowing his true identity, the 3 mermaid emperors, once again, knelt down and saluted. Greetings, Your Excellency. Head Qi Jie was quite satisfied in his heart when he saw them react like this. The dragon blood demon race was considered a natural ally of the Emperor's star, although the dragon blood demon race was also a living being of the southern Hung domain. However, because of being burdened with dragon blood, the living beings of the southern Hang domain treated them as high-level materials. However, Qi Jie still asked the trio a delivery question. Are you willing to submit to the Emperor's star? The 3 mermaid emperors certainly knew that this wasn't a send-off question, but a life-saving question. One bad answer and their little lives would be gone. The mermaid emperor didn't have any hesitation. Since Head Qi has obtained the inheritance of Lord Blood Dragon God, we are willing to submit to the Emperor's star. If she hadn't said that previous sentence, it would have appeared as if they were going to be traitors to the divine desolate continent. In reality, they had to defect to Qi Jie as well. After all, the beings of the southern Hung domain had never treated them as their own. After the mermaid emperor, the Black Jiao emperor and the water spirit opened their mouths successively. These two, of course, were also willing to submit to the Emperor's star. Qi Jie was very satisfied with the attitude of the 3 of them, and after he redisguised himself with demonic power, his gaze changed slightly. The mermaid emperor nervously said, Your Excellency the Führer, did something happen? Qi Jie nodded. Your judgment was correct. The demigods of the southern Hung domain really can't wait. There are 5 demigods that have entered the southern Hung domain and are heading in this direction, rapidly. If it was before, knowing that 5 demigods had joined forces, the 3 mermaid emperors would already be terrified. It was very difficult for them to cope with 3 demigods. With 5 demigods coming all at once, the only thing they could do was to kill themselves so that they could still have some decency. Now it was different. The Emperor's star head Qi Jie was here, and he even had the peak demigod Qi Xie by his side. Collecting 5 demigods was absolutely no big deal. Qi Jie's thoughts were different from the mermaid emperor trio. Their thoughts were that he could deal with 5 demigods. His thoughts, on the other hand, were that there were 5 precious demigod crystal cores that were rapidly approaching towards him. Demigod crystal cores could be used to create demigods or directly used to create gods. And this time, Qi Jie was preparing to use demigod crystal cores to create gods. These 5 demigods that had entered the South Hung Sea were not demigods from the South Hung domain, but from other places. After knowing that there were benefits in the South Hung Sea, the 5 of them didn't hesitate and were prepared to come over together to make a profit. The southeastern continental plate of the divine desolate continent was now divided into a 4-domain alliance, and a 5-domain alliance. However, the purpose of the 5-domain alliance was to allow the 4-domain alliance to maximize the consumption of the Emperor Star's power, rather than allowing the Emperor Star to continue to feed off of war. The result after the great battle between the Emperor Star and the 4-domain alliance should be bruised and battered, or even moribund. Only then would the 5-domain alliance be able to reap the benefits and have the last laugh. In such a situation, The 5 Domains Alliance was of course going to give the 4 Domains Alliance enough support. Not only did they support a large amount of resources, a large amount of conventional combat troops, they also gave the 4 Domain Alliance support for some demigods. Of the 5 demigods that entered the South Hung Sea this time, 2 of them were supported by the 5 Domains Alliance, and their names were Qian Yuan and Qian Yi. Qian Yuan and Qian Yi both originated from the Heavenly Qian domain of the 5 Domain Alliance. The Heavenly Qian domain had a huge ocean and a large number of floating islands. This made Qian Yuan and Qian Yi very good at fighting in waters. Since they were very good at fighting in waters, this time, after knowing the benefits of the South Hung Sea, they certainly wanted to utilize their specialties. This time, it was the 2 of them, Qian Yuan and Qian Yi, who led the action of entering the South Hung Sea. In a piece of water, Qian Yuan watched the many demon tribes around him fleeing in panic, and couldn't help but reveal a cruel sardonic smile on his face. He even said under his breath, "I hope that the so-called Mermaid Emperor, Black Jiao Emperor, and Water Spirit Emperor, upon seeing us coming over, don't be so frightened that they look to flee. After all, this South Hung Sea is not small, and we don't have that much time to play cat and mouse with them." The Qian Yi demigod sniffed and raised his hand to point at the dragonblood demon race that was desperately fleeing in the South Hung Sea. "Don't worry, these molecules will lead us to more other molecules." The pressure of the 5 Qian Yuan demigods continued to emanate, causing the many dragonblood demon races to panic and flee in great fear towards where their respective clan leaders were. There weren't many types of dragonblood demon race, but no matter which race of dragonblood demon race they were from, all of them could only desperately flee at this time. A look of despair was even written all over the faces of the numerous demon races, as well as their eyes. This was because the 3 strongest powerhouses among the dragonblood demon race, with the help of the power escaping from Lord Blood Dragon God in the South Hung Sea, were only able to deal with 3 demigods. At this moment, only 4 words remained in the hearts of the numerous beings of the dragonblood demon race: extinction. Despair spread wildly amongst the many dragonblood demon race. They felt their own insignificance at this moment, as well as an unprecedented helplessness. They clearly hadn't done anything wrong. They just wanted to live a normal life in the South Hung Sea. But a piker was not guilty of a crime, because they were not strong enough. Being hunted seemed to be the final destination for all of them. Nowadays, although Qian Yuan and the other 5 demigods hadn't raised their butcher knives yet, however, it was clear in everyone's hearts that in the near future, there would be countless clansmen who would fall under the butcher's knife of Qian Yuan's 5. The vast dragon blood demon race was like cattle and sheep being driven by wolves, rapidly approaching the place where the 3 leaders of the Mermaid Emperor were located. In the past, these 3 leaders would have been able to bring a great sense of security to the crowd. This time, however, it was not possible. This time, 5 demigods had come, and the 3 leaders were no match at all. As the 5 Qian Yuan demigods chased and killed their way over, the many dragon blood demons, too, saw their 3 leaders. To the surprise of the crowd, compared to them, their 3 leaders were actually very calm at this time. Qian Yuan's group of 5 people soon appeared at this place as well. When they saw the 3 Mermaid Emperor people, they were also a little puzzled. They thought that the entire Dragon Blood Demon clan should be trembling with fear and treading on thin ice as if they were facing an abyss. Unexpectedly, the 3 Mermaid Emperors were very calm. Not only were they calm, but their attitude was also very strong. Only to hear the Mermaid Emperor open her mouth in a very icy manner. This is the home of the Dragon Blood Demon race. Outsiders are not welcome. When the Mermaid Emperor said this, it wasn't to be polite first. Rather, it was to wait and see if there were any other demigods coming over to join in the fun. There were certainly demigods who wanted to come over to join in the fun. However, they could only think about it and had no way to come over. After all, the Imperial Star Alliance was like the sword of Damocles, suspended above everyone's heads. Before resolving the huge trouble that was the Imperial Star Alliance, many people were still unwilling to cause trouble. Of course, these people did not include the Qian Yuan demigod. After the Mermaid Emperor opened her mouth, the Qian Yuan demigod didn't bother to talk nonsense with her and directly opened the door. Bring out all of your resources, all of your treasures. In addition, 4/5 of the clansmen kill themselves. For the remaining 1/5 of the clan, I will be merciful and let you live. The Qian Yuan demigod's words were arrogant to the extreme. With 5 of their demigods joining forces, he did seem to have the qualifications to dictate. Only, after he finished speaking, a voice came out faintly. Unfortunately, I won't have the same mercy as you. The 5 of you, I'm not just going to kill 4, but all 5 of you are going to die. As these words came out, on the side of the Dragon Blood Demon race, other than the 3 Mermaid Emperors, everyone else had shocked expressions on their faces. As for the 5 Qian Yuan demigods, they turned their incomparably cold gazes in one direction. That very arrogant voice just now had come from that place. The 5 Qianyuan demigods had already seen that there was a figure that was also a demigod in that place, slowly walking towards this side. The dragon-blood demon race of the southern Hung domain originally had 3 false demigods. Now, it seemed that the dragon-blood demon race had gotten lucky and now had a real demigod. But so what? In terms of the number of demigods, they still had a huge advantage over the 4 demigods. The Qianyuan demigod didn't take the words of the imperial starhead, Qi Jie, to heart. He only felt that Qi Jie was a true demigod that had been born out of the dragon-blood demon race by a fluke. However, after becoming a demigod, his power had skyrocketed, making Qi Jie somewhat unable to recognize reality. The Qianyuan demigod didn't want to continue delaying. The vast majority of the dragon-blood demon race had now gathered at this place and could make their move. He immediately said to the 4 Qian demigods, "You guys keep an eye on the other mole crickets. I'll go finish this one off." As he finished speaking, a terrifying cold aura was released around him. The seawater around the Qianyuan demigod first rapidly froze, and as the cold chi continued to escape, the ice directly turned into powder. An axe with a terrifying cold aura also appeared in the Qianyuan demigod's hands at this time. Without any hesitation, as soon as he moved his body, he slashed his axe towards Qi Jie with great speed. Clatter! This axe easily split the water waves completely. The terrifying might caused all the rest of the dragon-blood demon race, except for the 3 mermaid emperors, to break a sweat for Qi Jie. Although they didn't know who Qi Jie was, Qi Jie possessed a similar blood dragon god aura to theirs. By the looks of it, it was obvious that he was also one of the dragon-blood demon race. It was certainly a heavenly good thing for the dragon-blood demon clan to be able to give birth to a demigod. But this time, it was undoubtedly going to be a bad dish. Qi Jie was most likely a newly born demigod, while Qianyuan was an old demigod powerhouse. Without enough time to grow and settle down, Qi Jie was definitely no match for the Qianyuan demigod. However, the scene that happened next made the crowd of the dragon-blood demon race, as well as the Qian demigods, all completely muggle. As the Qianyuan demigod's powerful axe chopped towards Qi Jie, only Qi Jie's gaze chilled, and his mouth even said coldly, "Griffins in general, die." At the same time as the word die fell, a claw wrapped in endless terrifying blood Qi had already grabbed out with his hand. This claw easily shattered the attack of the Qianyuan demigod, and then it was even more devastating, and grabbed out the heart of the Qianyuan demigod like a bamboozle. Boom! An explosive sound came out, and the Qianyuan demigod's heart completely exploded. His body, at the same time, was also torn into countless pieces by the incomparably powerful force. Killed in seconds. In just a single glance, a demigod powerhouse like the Qianyuan demigod was killed in seconds by Qi Jie. Hiss! This scene came as too much of a shock, including the 3 mermaid emperors. All of the surrounding beings were so shocked that they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air one after another. Of course, there were also some weak dragon-blood demons that didn't have the means to isolate the seawater with a force field. When they opened their mouths in shock, they were viciously filled with several mouthfuls of seawater. But even so, they were still jaw-dropped and dumbfounded, their eyes filled with shocked looks as they looked at Qi Jie. The 4 Qian demigods were also extremely shocked at first, but after the shock passed, they immediately reacted. The demigod in front of them was definitely not something they could fight against. In this moment of life and death, the Qian demigods also displayed enough calmness and rationality. Split up and run. Otherwise no one will be able to escape. Qi Jie was able to take out the Qianyuan demigod in a single shot. It also meant that Qi Jie only needed 4 or 5 breaths to finish them off. It was just a pity that it was useless for them to run even if they split up. Qi Jie's slightly playful voice entered the minds of several people. If you split up, can you run away? The 5 Qian demigods had come here to hunt the strongest members of the dragon-blood demon race, and now, they had become someone else's hunting target instead. To the Qian demigod 5, Qi Jie was not prepared to leave them alive. Demigod crystal cores were the key material for creating gods, and all demigods of hostile forces. Qi Jie was prepared to finish off each other. Qian Yi's few people, at this moment, were all trembling in fear, with unprecedented fear in their hearts. How arrogant and domineering they had been when they entered the South Hung Sea. How wretched they were at this moment. Qian Yi didn't know if he would be able to escape with his life. If he had known that there was a terrifying existence like Qi Jie in the South Hung Sea, he wouldn't have dared to enter the South Hung Sea no matter what. It was useless to say anything now. After Qianyuan, 2 more demigods had been killed. Now only he and the Mao Gang demigod were still escaping. Qi Jie's efficiency was very high, and with his figure, he quickly appeared not far from the Mao Gang demigod. When the Mao Gang demigod saw Qi Jie, he couldn't care less about his face and prostrated himself on the ground without saying a word, constantly kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Your Excellency, spare my life. Your Excellency, spare my life. I am willing to surrender. Mao Gang had never dreamed that after becoming a demigod, he would ever have such a wretched day. What he hadn't expected even more was the content of Qi Jie's next sentence. Enemies of this Führer, especially those in the demigod realm, are not allowed to surrender. Surrender was not allowed, which meant that Mao Gang could only die. But he couldn't understand even if he thought about it. How could a living demigod be more useful than a dead one? What Mao Gang didn't know was that he was unlucky to meet Qi Jie. Qi Jie's infinity engine could create gods. To Qi Jie, a dead demigod was more useful than a living demigod. Once demigod Mugong died, 4 of the demigods who had come this time had directly died. There was only one Qianyi demigod that was still escaping. Qi Jie tore through the void and quickly chased after him. Although the Qianyi demigod was also tearing through the void to escape, his strength was no match for Qi Jie's. Your Excellency, I am willing to submit. Seeing Qi Jie appear ahead, the Qianyi demigod didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly chose to submit. In Qian Yi's thoughts, even a powerhouse like Qi Jie wouldn't refuse a demigod's submission. Not to mention that Qi Jie was also a demigod. Even if Qi Jie was a true god, he still needed demigod subordinates. However, demigod Qian Yi, like Mao Gang, had encountered something they could never understand in their entire lives. Boom! The blood spear in Qi Jie's hand fell violently. In the next moment, the Qianyi demigod was easily destroyed by his strong and terrifying strike. After obtaining the inheritance of the blood dragon god, Qi Jie's strength had been given an unprecedented and terrifying boost. Against a demigod of Qian Yi's level, it was basically a devastatingly easy kill. After finishing off Qian Yi, Qi Jie raised his hand and with a wave, a demigod crystal core, as well as Qian Yi's storage magic treasure, all fell into his hands. This trip to the southern Han domain had been far too rewarding. First, he had obtained the blood dragon god inheritance, as well as a series of related benefits. Now, he had obtained 5 demigod crystal cores, and had also obtained the allegiance of the dragon blood demon race, an ethnic group with great potential. Afterwards, having the dragon blood demon race help him search for the star sand and 6th fiber, he would soon be able to save up enough materials to create a god. After finishing off Qian Yi's 5, Qi Jie returned to the vicinity of the Mermaid Emperor, the Black Jiao Emperor, the Water Spirit Emperor, and the rest of the large number of dragon blood demon race. The gazes of the Mermaid Emperor and the others were certainly all excited and worshipful as they looked at Qi Jie at this time. Qi Jie, who had obtained the complete inheritance of the blood dragon god and was incomparably powerful. To the current dragon blood demon clan, he was their true god. Under the gaze of countless gazes, Qi Jie's majestic voice resounded in the ears of every dragon blood demon race. I am Imperial Star Head Qi Jie, and now I have obtained the complete blood dragon god inheritance. From now on, all of the dragon blood demon race will serve me as their lord and follow my orders. Those who are willing to submit to me, open your hearts and minds and do not resist. Qi Jie's words fell, and the 3 mermaid emperors pondered a little, but still did as they were told. Most of the rest of the dragon blood demon race did the same. However, there were still a very small number of demon races that were unwilling to submit. In their minds, Qi Jie told the crowd to open their hearts and minds and not to resist, with only one purpose in mind, and that was to try to control the crowd. So the first thing they did, they scattered and fled. This portion of the dragon blood demon race numbered around several hundred. Boom, 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 boom. But they obviously couldn't run away as a thunderbolt roared through the seawater. Without exception, all of these dragon blood demons who chose to flee were blasted to dregs. Qi Jie had left the crowd open, and it wasn't to control all the dragon blood demon race. Although these dragon blood demon race had potential, in Qi Jie's eyes, the current dragon blood demon race were just ants. Even if they grew up in the future, they were nothing. If Qi Jie wanted to control other living beings with mental imprints now, he should at least start as a true god, because under a true god, even if it was a demigod, he would finish off the other party to take the materials. In the minds of the Mermaid Emperor, the Black Jiao Emperor, the Water Spirit Emperor, and a large number of dragon blood demon race powerhouses, they pondered. From now on, they were about to completely lose their freedom. When they were controlled by Qi Jie, inside Qi Jie's body, the terrifying power originating from the blood dragon god enveloped about 2 million dragon blood demon race. In the next moment, all of the dragon blood demon race were elevated. Those that were at the first level of the king grade were elevated to the peak of the king grade. Those at the peak of the king rank were elevated to the emperor rank. Those at the peak of the emperor rank, like the 3 mermaid emperors, took a crucial step and became demigods. The power of the blood dragon god was simply too majestic and vast. After allowing so many dragon blood demons to be uplifted, the blood dragon god's power sealed within Qi Jie's body had only been consumed by 5%. Of course, consuming 5% was also causing a slight heartache, but the good thing was that it was only elevated this once, and in the future, there wouldn't be such a huge consumption. After receiving a huge boost, all of the dragon blood demons were completely convinced of Qi Jie at this time. In all directions, countless dragon blood demon races were all completely submissive to Qi Jie with their 5 bodies, especially the 3 mermaid emperors. If it wasn't for Qi Jie's help, they didn't know how long it would take for them to become demigods. Qi Jie elevated the crowd, but of course, he had a purpose. A copy of the star sand, and a copy of the 6th fiber, were quickly taken out by him. One very bad thing about the divine desolate continent was that it was simply too huge. Many of the top resources had different names in different places. Without delay though, Qi Jie directly took out these 2 resources he needed and said to all the dragon blood demon race, "Now go to all parts of the southern Han Sea and fetch all of these 2 materials. For me." After Qi Jie gave the order, countless dragon blood demon races in all directions, all spoke at this time. "As you command, Your Excellency the Führer." Without waiting for them to leave, Qi Jie continued, "Finish off all the other races that have invaded the South Han Sea. In the future, the South Han Sea will only belong to the dragon blood demon race, as well as the races that submit to the dragon blood demon race." Hearing this order, the hearts of the many dragon blood demon races were ecstatic. The South Han Sea was originally the place where they were born, their home. However, the various types of treasures in the South Han Sea had attracted a large number of outsiders. Now it was good. After they had taken Qi Jie as their master, they could finally reoccupy the South Han Sea. In the past, the dragon blood demons in the South Han Sea were hunted by cultivators from all sides of the South Han domain as precious materials. This time, the attackers and defenders had changed shape. The 10,000 races cultivators who were still in various parts of the South Han Sea, preparing to hunt the dragon blood demon race, would soon have to pay the heaviest price for their past behavior. As time passed, a large number of dragon blood demon race spread out to various places. After their strength was boosted by Qi Jie, wherever they passed, the 10,000 races cultivators were killed by them. They also had not only the 3 demigods of the human fish emperor pressing the front, but also Qi Jie, who also followed in the rear to press the front. Although Qi Jie hadn't put up a fight before, his terrifying power at the peak of demigods didn't need to put up a fight at all to have a terrifying deterrent effect. In the palace in the depths of the South Han Sea, Qi Jie and Ji Yinyu, as well as Gu Xiaoyu, were waiting for the mermaid emperor and the others. Ji Yinyu had previously thought that Qi Jie had collected a large amount of top-tier materials in order to create demigods, but now that Qi Jie had been able to easily kill the vast majority of demigods in seconds, he was still keen on collecting materials. This caused Ji Yinyu to have a very bold, very unbelievable thought in her heart. She looked at Qi Jie with some horror and spoke uncertainly. You shouldn't be trying to create a god, right?" Qi Jie smiled when she heard this, then held Ji Yinyu in her arms. In this crystal palace, isolated from the seawater of the outside world, the two were very comfortable and cozy here. However, Qi Jie only kissed Ji Yinyu and didn't do anything further. It wasn't that she was worried about the mermaid emperor and the girls coming back, but Gu Xiaoyu was staring at her righteous father and mother without blinking at the moment. She seemed to be very curious about Qi Jie and Ji Yinyu's current behavior. Of course, Qi Jie couldn't teach a child to be bad, so after he gave Ji Yinyu a kiss, he said, "Correct answer." After he himself had a more powerful base card, he could tell Ji Yinyu about the fact that he could create gods. Of course, it could only be told to a very small number of people such as Ji Yinyu. Even though he had already admitted it himself, Ji Yinyu still couldn't figure out what kind of means he had to use to create a god. However, Ji Yinyu did not inquire about this. It was not something she should ask. Ji Yinyu was undoubtedly a very measured and intelligent woman. And such a beautiful and pretty yet intelligent woman was also Qi Jie's favorite. Qi Jie pondered for a while. Then he said to Gu Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, go watch over your younger brother a little bit. Don't let him do any damage." Gu Xiaoyu heard this, and since she didn't understand that this was Qi Jie's way of intentionally putting her sidetracked, she bowed slightly to Qi Jie and said, "As you command, daughter will go now." After saying this, she came outside the crystal palace and entered the seawater. Her beautiful fish tail swung for a moment, and she soon left the crystal palace. Right after Gu Xiaoyu left, Qi Jie's powerful demonic power instantly enveloped the entire crystal palace completely. Ji Yinyu didn't think to understand what Qi Jie was up to at first. Seeing this scene, how could she not know? She could only speak in a hurry right away. "Don't mess around. This is in the territory of the southern Han domain," Qi Jie said in disbelief. "How can it be messing around when the head of this yuan is helping you cultivate and grow rapidly?" Ji Yinyu's eyebrows knitted slightly as she pleaded. Let me settle down my strength for a while, and your excellency the Führer will help me grow again. Being able to purify one's bloodline and constantly get growth and enhancement was of course an excellent thing, but Qi Jie was just too raw, coming back to back. Who could stand it? But Ji Inu couldn't stand it but also had to bear it silently. The next big battle was around the corner. Not strong enough, very dangerous on the battlefield. Therefore, Qi Jie decided that in the recent days, he would continuously help Ji Inu purify her bloodline. When the entire South Hong Sea was plunged into battle, the battle between Qi Jie and Ji Inu also began. Only, the other living beings in the South Hong Sea and the dragon blood demon race were fighting to the death. Both sides would, in the end with you dying and me living. The battle between Qi Jie and Ji Inu. On the other hand, both sides would end with the great beauty Ji Inu crying for mercy. In the South Hong Sea, there were quite a few powerful races. However, after Qi Jie stepped in, all of these powerful races were nothing more than ants. A large amount of precious materials were continuously obtained by Qi Jie, together with the materials acquired by the Ice Spirit Domain Infinite Group. The high-level resources he had accumulated in his hands were already enough to create a deity out of it. However, Qi Jie still had a very important issue to think about right now, and that was what to do with the Dragon Blood Demon clan in the South Hong Sea. Keep them in the South Hong Sea all the time, or return to the Ice Spirit Domain with them? Returning to the Ice Blood Demon race with 2 million Dragon Blood Demons was a rather dangerous thing to do. The demigods of the Four Domain Alliance couldn't do anything to him, but they could take it out on these Dragon Blood Demon clans. Once he was entangled by other powerhouses, these Dragon Blood Demon clans would be in bad luck. The best way, obviously, was to keep these Dragon Blood Demon race in the South Hong Sea. However, they couldn't simply be left in the South Hong Sea, but also Qi Jie, who would stay behind and provide them with shelter. As long as the demigods of the Four Domains Alliance didn't have a brain fart, they wouldn't rashly make enemies when the situation was unclear, and make a move against a peak demigod, as well as 3 demigods, in the South Hong Sea. That being said, Qi Jie was still worried that something unexpected might happen. Right now, however, there was no other better way for him to do so. Time passed for an unknown amount of time before Ji Inu was once again detached from Qi Jie's clutches. Her strength, once again, had been boosted. Her bloodline, too, had once again been purified, but her entire body seemed to be tossed about to fall apart. This made Ji Inu not even want to follow Qi Jie back to the Ice Spirit Domain. Otherwise she would still be bullied on the way back. Seeing Ji Inu's pitiful appearance, Qi Jie said in a good-natured manner, "It's not all for you to grow and progress quickly. Look at the heavenly moon demigod. After she became a demigod, did I still purify her bloodline every now and then?" Hearing this, Ji Inu was of course unable to argue, because the true situation was, indeed, like this. After the Celestial Moon Clan chief became a demigod, Qi Jie did not often look for the Celestial Moon Clan chief. In Ji Inu's heart, she immediately resolved to seize the time to become a demigod. In the past, she was a little worried that other women would compete with her for favor. Now she was hoping, on the other hand, that a few great beauties would come soon to help her share the unbearable love originating from Qi Jie. Half a day later, Qi Jie and the crowd of mermaid emperors returned one after another. The many Dragon Blood Demon clans had already wiped out or enslaved all the other 10,000 clans in the South Hong Sea. Of course, only a few had been enslaved, and most of them had still been destroyed and finished off. This made the Dragon Blood Demon race each and every one of them earn a lot of money, and they had brought back a lot of the materials that Qi Jie needed. After the Mermaid Emperor handed over the high-level materials Qi Jie wanted to Qi Jie, Qi Jie also spoke, "For the next period of time, I'll have Red Hitomi stay here to sit in on the town. All of you, don't leave the Southern Hong Sea easily. Soon, the Imperial Star Alliance Army will occupy the 4 domains of the Skywolf Domain, South Hong Domain, Flying Eagle Domain, and Quicksand Domain. You guys will raise your energy in the South Hong Sea and wait for my order." The crowd of mermaid emperors listened to Qi Jie and bowed to receive their orders. Qi Jie similarly bowed to receive his orders, but he still made a small request. "Righteous Father, can you let my sister stay in the South Hong Sea to play with me?" Qi Jie's heart was about the same as a 4 or 5-year-old's, and in certain aspects, it was slightly inferior. This time, Qi Jie and Ji Inu were both leaving, and if Gu Xiaoyu left as well, he wouldn't have anyone he was particularly familiar with. After Qi Jie pondered for a bit, he nodded. "Yes, but you have to protect your sister." Qi Jie immediately bowed and saluted. Child obeys. At this point, Qi Jie's matter of coming to the Southern Han Domain was completely finished. Next, he was going to bring Ji Inu back to the Ice Spirit Domain to begin godmaking. It was easier for the two to return to the ice spirit domain than it was to come to the southern Hung domain. On the way back, both of them traveled lightly. Qi Jie held Ji Inu in his arms as he continuously traveled through the void, returning towards the ice spirit domain. Because his big hand was really dishonest, it made Ji Inu have to slap his hand every few moments to get him to tighten up a bit. In the past, Qi Jie would only behave intimately with her when he was in a safe environment. Now it was awesome. Anytime, anywhere. Qi Jie was actually just flirting with Ji Inu, not really wanting to do anything to her. Moreover, Ji Inu was originally one of his wives. So what was wrong with behaving intimately? All the way to break the void and rush, Qi Jie instructed Ji Inu things on one side. After you return, you tell the other major groups, the major forces, about the information we learned in the southern Hung domain. I'm going to return to the infinite group and complete the God creation program. The matter of the God creation program, do not reveal it to anyone for the time being. Is that clear? Ji Inu's beautiful eyes turned and deliberately said, I don't understand. She was of course joking with Qi Jie, so Qi Jie hugged her blown up pretty face and kissed her fiercely a few times to keep her honest. The two of them soon returned to the ice spirit domain, and Ji Inu followed Qi Jie's orders and organized yet another pre-war meeting. Qi Jie, on the other hand, returned to the infinite group's floating base headquarters and began to build a god. When it finally came to this moment, Qi Jie still had a few moments of dawning realization. One had to know that only a short while ago, he had managed to complete a plan to create a demigod in this place. How long had passed, and he was already able to make a god with the help of the infinity engine. Qi Jie's heart was filled with great anticipation and emotion. Much like he had expected, the materials that the infinite group had acquired from various parties, as well as the large amount of materials that he had accumulated on him, adding to the high-level materials he had acquired in the South Hung Sea, as well as all of the demigod crystal cores he had on hand. With all of these materials all added together, it was already barely enough to create a deity out of it. Normally, the matter of creating a deity should prioritize battle power over practicality. However, after obtaining the Blood Dragon God's inheritance and possessing the fourth battle type, Qi Jie wasn't prepared to prioritize battle power and practicality, but instead decided to prioritize beauty and figure. What he wanted to create was not a deity purely for battle, but a true goddess that could be used as a wife. Buzz. Qi Jie's mind moved, and the list of deities that could be created from the many materials he had on hand appeared at this very moment. All of the high-level materials he had on hand only satisfied a total of 7 god-making scenarios. What was most painful was that 6 of those 7 god-making scenarios were male deities, and only 1 was a female deity. What was even more painful was that the female deity looked like a male deity. At this moment, Qi Jie simply wanted to curse. He had traveled so hard just to create goddess wives with the infinity engine. As a result, now, it was fun to pull a stunt like this on him. If it were anything else, it would be preachy, but this kind of thing, it was obvious that it couldn't be preachy. Qi Jie immediately began to check out what materials were still missing to create a beauty goddess. After looking around, Qi Jie chose a target, and that was to create the goddess of the moon, also known as the moon god. On the one hand, of course, it was because the moon goddess was very beautiful and pretty, and it was as if there was endless tenderness in those pupil-shearing eyes. On the other hand, it was because he wanted to create the moon god, although there were still quite a few materials missing. However, the vast majority of the materials could be acquired by the infinite group. Even if they couldn't be acquired, they could still acquire lower-level materials and synthesize higher-level materials with the infinity engine. The only rare material that was not easy to obtain was a rare material called moon prana. The moon spirit was a special treasure left behind after the planetary will of a planet like the moon fell silent. It was something that even Qi Jie had never obtained. However, he was after all ruling 4 territories nowadays: the Emperor Star, the Heavenly Hong Domain, the Ice Spirit Domain, and the Black Wind Domain. With so many living beings in the 4 territories, it wouldn't be so bad that he couldn't get a piece of moon spirit, right? The meeting had just been adjourned on Ji Inu's side of the crowd when they received the news that the Emperor Star's head of state, Qi Jie, had purchased the moon spirit. It was just a pity that this kind of treasure was too rare. A planet like the moon was too small in size to easily give birth to a planetary will. After the planetary will was silenced, it was often completely annihilated as well, leaving nothing behind. The cases where a moon spirit could be left behind could be said to be few and far between. However, a fellow who was almost about to be forgotten by Qi Jie was still excited and came over with the moon spirit. Qi Jie could never have imagined that this guy would even have a moon spirit no matter what. This person was no other than the old pill emperor of the Heavenly Hong Domain. This old fellow, now stuck at the Great Emperor stage, was unable to progress. And the price Qi Jie offered for acquiring the moon spirit was to help the other person become a demigod. So much so that the old pill emperor was controlled by his mental brand. Otherwise he really didn't want to give this opportunity to achieve demigod to the old pill emperor. At the same time that he took the moon spirit from the old pill emperor, Qi Jie also handed a spatial device to the other party and said, "The infinite crystals and other high-level resources in here. You take them and cultivate them, and if all of them are used up and you still can't break through to demigod, I'll give them to you afterward." The moon spirit being in his hands meant that all the materials Qi Jie needed to create a god were completely ready. At that moment, he didn't hesitate any longer and began to build a god. The Imperial Star Alliance's major groups, major organizations. Also at this time, an urgent meeting was held to discuss countermeasures. The next war might be different from the past few times. The Imperial Star Alliance. Although they wanted to concentrate their forces and engage in a duel with the other side, but the four domain alliances of the Skywolf domain, the Southern Hung domain, the Soaring Eagle domain, and the Quicksand domain were not acting according to common sense. Instead of concentrating their forces and fighting on a single front, they were prepared to strike on two fronts. A part of the four-domain allied army would launch an attack on the Imperial Star Alliance from the Skywolf domain. The other part of the four-domain allied army was going to launch an attack on the Emperor Star Alliance from the South Hung domain. The Imperial Star Alliance had only two choices, either a two-line attack or a full defense, although it was still possible to choose offense for one route and defense for the other. However, this would not bring out the strengths of the Emperor Star and basically would not adopt such a strategic deployment. While the various powerhouses of the Emperor Star were having quite the headache, Qi Jie didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure. His righteous son, Qi Jie, possessed the powerful strength of a peak demigod. He himself was at the demigod stage, and although he was still only at the 5th level of demigod, he could already easily sweep within the same realm. Not only that, he had successfully comprehended his 4th battle form. In the 4th combat form, he could use the power of the blood dragon god sealed within his body to a great extent. An ordinary true god was not even a match for him. To the presidents of the major conglomerates of the Emperor Star, as well as the leaders of the various forces, the next battle was very difficult. To Qi Jie, the next battle, on the other hand, was just to practice unless the other side had a deity in the battle. The allied forces of the four domains had gathered a large number of demigods, as well as a large number of conventional combat troops, but there were no deities participating in the battle. The divine desolate continent, the southeastern continental plate, did possess deities, and not just one. However, these deities were all seeking to concentrate on cultivation and pursue higher realms. Even if the southeastern continental plate fought a heavenly battle, as long as it didn't affect the cultivation of these deities, they wouldn't even bother. At this moment, Qi Jie didn't look deeply into the southeastern continental plate, whether there were any deities or not. He had already appeared at the Infinite Group's floating base, in his own office, to carry out a very important matter, the creation of gods. Not much time had actually passed since the creation of the demigod Victoria. However, his progress was very astonishing. At that time, he could still only create demigods, but now he was able to create true deities. After everything was ready, in Qi Jie's mind, he gave a command to the Infinity Engine. Start creating gods. Buzz. As soon as his words fell, the Infinity Engine quickly revved up. This matter of creating a god was very high-end, and it was not something that ordinary people could afford to play with. The large amount of accumulation from before had all been consumed for the sake of this god-making, but it was definitely worth it. Those materials were used if they were used elsewhere. If it was used to create a god, on one hand, one could have one more goddess wife, and on the other hand, one could have one more powerful helper. To have one more powerful helper. What Qi Jie created this time was the goddess of the moon. This was a woman wearing a snow-white gown, with frosty skin and an extremely tall and beautiful figure. Her features were extremely delicate, without a single flaw. She had a mop of long, light golden-colored, big wavy hair that was casually draped behind her. She wore a beautiful crystal goddess crown on her head, while in her hand, she held a crystal staff. The name of the moon goddess was Elizabeth. Her initial strength, a divine rank 1, was in the upper echelons of the gods at her level. At this moment, Qi Jie was patiently waiting for the Infinity Engine to help him create this beautiful goddess wife. It was only after about 2 hours that the Infinity Engine's god-making ended. Buzz. A ball of glistening white light appeared in front of Qi Jie. In this glistening white light, a beautiful goddess wearing crystal shoes walked out in style. She was graceful and beautiful. Once the moon goddess appeared, she spoke in a gentle and pleasant voice. The moon goddess pays her respects to His Excellency the Führer. Qi Jie casually said, "Be excused." As he spoke, he was also carefully sizing up the moon god in front of him, who was as perfect as a work of art. Ji Tianyu and Ji Inyu, as well as the Victoria demigods, were all extremely beautiful, but the moon god was like the embodiment of beauty, and her beauty was one of a kind. After Qi Jie very casually took a seat on the sofa, he beckoned to the moon god, signaling for her to sit on his lap. However, the moon god spoke with slight hesitation. Your Excellency, as my creator, I will obey your orders 100%. However, I possess normal emotions and thoughts, so if you want to socialize with me, I want us to be emotionally equal, not a master-servant relationship. Otherwise what you get will just be a pretty puppet, not a beautiful and virtuous wife. Hearing her words, Qi Jie was surprised in his heart. He only knew that the other party would obey his orders 100%, but he didn't expect it to be like this. It seemed that god-level beings, and intelligent beings below god level, were indeed different. Despite this, Qi definitely seemed to like the moon god with subjective emotions and thoughts like this even more. As the moon god had said, he wanted a beautiful and virtuous wife, not a pretty puppet. Qi Jie thought for a moment and said, then how can I make the moon god my beautiful and virtuous wife? The moon god had long thought that Qi Jie would, most likely, inquire about this question. Thus after Qi Jie inquired, she said, it's very simple. Your Excellency the Führer will either surpass me in rank or in strength. If neither rank, nor strength, Your Excellency the Führer is unable to surpass me, then I hope that Your Excellency the Führer will not interact with me in any emotional way. Hearing the moon god finish, Qi Jie couldn't help but laugh in his heart. The moon god only knew that he had created the moon god with the infinity engine. In the moon god's view, he was probably just a demigod 5th grade ant who wasn't qualified to get the moon god's body and soul. Since this was the case, he had to teach the moon god a lesson. It was just as well that he wanted to see just how strong he was now. As the moon god's beautiful eyes with pupils of sheer water stared at Qi Jie smiled and nodded his head. With that, he said, come with me, let's find a place to spar. Qi Jie didn't decide to make a move on his own turf, and he wasn't even prepared to play the bottom card of the moon god until the other party had produced a deity. In the moon god's heart, there was a slight sigh. Although Qi Jie was a demigod-level being, he was still affected by the primal longing of life and couldn't wait to get his hands on her that much. For this cut, the moon god wasn't prepared to let go of water. Not only was she not prepared to let go of the water, but she was prepared to teach Qi Jie a hard lesson so that Qi Jie wouldn't crave her body. Qi Jie didn't know that his previous behavior was so obvious that the moon god wanted to teach him a good lesson. But alas, he possessed a quadruple combat type, and the moon god could only be taught a hard lesson by him from body to soul. The two of them tore through space and traveled all the way to a vast and sprawling no man's land. This place was desolate. Birds flew away from 1,000 mountains, and people were lost along 10,000 paths. The battle between the two god-level beings here wouldn't be known by anyone. Above the 9 heavens, the moon god in Qi Jie stood proudly in the sky. The moon god was holding a crystal staff, her long, wavy hair fluttering in the wind. Qi Jie's complexion was very relaxed. His demigod realm was very confusing, but he wasn't really only a demigod in strength. The moon god's sandalwood mouth opened slightly, and her voice was still extremely gentle as she said, Your Excellency the Führer, I can't harm your life, but I can cause a certain degree of damage to you. You're going to have to worry about this cut. When the infinite engine created the moon god, it placed some primitive restrictions on the moon god. For example, she needed to obey Guqiwei's orders 100% and could never harm Guqiwei's life. She couldn't even make a move against Guqiwei except in the case of chaperoning. However, in the cutting accompaniment state, she was able to inflict a certain degree of injury on Qi Jie. Hearing the moon god's words, Qi Jie secretly laughed in his heart. The moon god now looked like she was eating him up. I wondered what kind of expression the moon god would have after he revealed his true strength in a moment. Qi Jie smiled and said to the moon god, Let's begin. As soon as his words fell, the moon god was the first to do so, rushing from the distance with a crystal staff in hand. Swish! With a wave of the crystal staff in her hand, a moon-shaped blade of light slashed violently towards Qi Jie. This was a strike from a true deity, and its power was terrifying. If it was an ordinary demigod, it was even possible to be seriously injured or even killed in seconds. In Qi Jie's hands, however, he condensed his thunder battle blade. Boom! As the moon-shaped light blade came barreling in, he also slashed out with a dry slash. Ka-ching! The moon-shaped light blade was easily cleaved by Qi Jie, but his figure, too, retreated 5 consecutive steps in mid-air before stabilizing himself. Even powerful beings at the peak of demigods were still at odds with deities. However, Qi Jie didn't care, and after shaking off his somewhat numb arm, he chose to take the initiative. The moon god's strike just now was a test to see just how strong Qi Jie was. After realizing that Qi Jie was even more powerful than she had imagined, she decided to give Qi Jie a difficult time. Swish, swish, swish. This time, there were 3 moon-shaped light blades that directly sliced towards Qi Jie at a much faster speed and carrying a much stronger force. These 3 moonlight blades did not come together, but rather came in succession. Even if Qi Jie was able to forcibly slice through the first and barely slice through the second, Qi Jie would still be at a disadvantage when the third moon-shaped light blade came. However, right at this moment, Qi Jie's appearance changed in an instant. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying dragon's might rose up on his body, and it swept and spread in all directions. His appearance changed in an instant. A long dragon tail appeared behind him, while 2 black dragons grew out behind him. He had a mane of long, grayish-white hair that looked like a waterfall draped behind him, and a blood spear also appeared in his hand. His strength, at this moment, had unexpectedly reached the divine rank as well, and it was still at the 4th level up or down of the divine rank. Swish! The blood spear in his hand gently pointed out, and in a whirlwind, it destroyed the 3 moon-shaped light blades and crumbled them into slag in an instant. In the next moment, the moon god saw an even more terrifying scene. Fully dragonized, Qi Jie intended to teach the moon god a lesson, preparing to completely conquer this beautiful goddess in both body and soul. Thus, after the second battle type, he then cast the third battle type of complete dragonization. A black dragon instantly slapped down a claw towards the moon god. Around the moon god, a moon wheel immediately rose up, trying to ward off Qi Jie's strike. However, in the third combat stance, Qi Jie's strength had skyrocketed from the 4th level of the divine rank to the peak of the divine rank. Even a casual claw from him was simply not something the moon god could resist. That bright moon wheel was destroyed and shattered into nothingness by Qi Jie's casual claw. The huge dragon claw easily grabbed the moon god in its hands. However, this wasn't the end of it, because in the very next moment, an ancient, pale, huge and vast power suddenly awakened within Qi Jie's body. The super divine rank power that made the moon god become dumbfounded also appeared in Qi Jie's body at this moment. The black dragon from earlier turned into a blood dragon god sitting on a throne. His powerful strength surpassed the divine extreme and entered the realm of the super god rank. The moon god was shocked and depressed. Qi Jie was too much. Even if he was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, there was no need to hide so deeply. If she had known that Qi Jie was a terrifying existence of the super god stage, how could she have said those words before? As a deity, she had obviously been ruthlessly teased by Qi Jie, the bad guy. Buzz. A wave of power fluctuated and slowly converged. The blood dragon god's massive shadow slowly disappeared. The moon god, who was unbelievably beautiful, was held in Qi Jie's arms. At this moment, the moon god's stunningly beautiful face had a look of hopelessness. Qi Jie had clearly only hugged her, but looking at her expression, it was as if Qi Jie had done something unforgivable to her. This time, Qi Jie didn't talk nonsense, hugged the new goddess wife in his harem, kissed her fiercely, and then brought the moon god back to the infinite group's floating base. On the way back, he also said to the moon god, "Normally, you just show your demigod strength, don't show your god-level power at will." Although the moon god had a lifeless look on her face, she nodded her head seriously when Qi Jie spoke to her. Immediately, the power in her body also changed from a divine rank 1 to the same demigod 5 as Qi Jie. After returning to the infinite group's floating base with the moon god, Qi Jie's voice, too, resounded throughout the ice spirit domain. All demigods, great emperors, and quasi-emperors, early tomorrow morning, in the Supreme Conference Hall, conduct a pre-war meeting. The last time Qi Jie conducted a battle meeting, he didn't let the quasi-emperors participate. This time, the pre-battle meeting, on the other hand, allowed the quasi-emperors to attend as well. In the next battle, the battles of the quasi-emperors, great emperors, and demigods were considered to be battles of high-end combatants. The battles below the Paragon Emperors were the regular battlefield battles. In order to boost the confidence of the Imperial Star Alliance crowd, he was prepared to let them meet the moon god in his harem. With a deity on his side, the crowd would basically be fearless. The Empyrean Star Alliance, the major conglomerates, the leaders of the various hegemonic forces, as well as the rest of the great emperors and quasi-emperors, all came to the Supreme Meeting Hall at the stipulated time. All of them knew that the Imperial Star Head of State, Qi Jie, definitely had something very important to deliver today. But all of them would never have imagined what kind of powerful existence Qi Jie would let the crowd see today. Ice Spirit Domain, Emperor Star Alliance, Supreme Conference Hall, the Emperor Star Head of State, Qi Jie, sat at the top. Below them were the Emperor Star Vice Premier, the Emperor Hilly Demigod, and the Emperor Star Vice Premier, the Qi Tianhua Demigod. Further down, there was the black-clothed youth manifested by the will of the Emperor Star, which was of course also a demigod. Beside him was the Infinite Group's Victoria demigod. Other than their 4 demigods, there was also the Dao Tai Huang demigod, the Gu Yanzi demigod, the North Prime Sun demigod, and the Old Pill Emperor. That's right, Old Pill Emperor had also become a demigod with the help of massive resources. Not only that, Gu Yinling, Gu Qi Jie's righteous son, had also become a demigod. In addition to the 9 mentioned above, there was another demigod that was considered to have achieved success by relying on his own hard work and powerful talent, the Battle Wuxuan demigod. This person didn't belong to any group, nor did he belong to any overlord power, and was a strong person who was a loner. He was still just a quasi-emperor at the time of the Emperor Star's conquest against the heavenly Hong domain. However, during the long conquest, he had clearly obtained a lot of chances. Now, he had grown from a quasi-emperor to a great emperor, and from a great emperor to a demigod. This made it so that the Emperor Star Alliance, excluding Gu Qi Jie's righteous son Gu Qi Jie, possessed a full 11 demigods. Of course, Gu Qi Jie could also be gotten rid of. In his second battle type, he already possessed god-rank power, and could be completely counted as a deity. Today's Imperial Star Alliance was considered to be truly full of talent. There were 2 god-ranked combatants, and if needed, they could even have 1 super god-ranked combatant. Counting Gu Qi Jie, he possessed 11 demigods. As for the great emperors, there were more than 100, and the number of quasi-emperors, even more than 500. Even so, the crowd of the Emperor Star Alliance was still not optimistic enough. The deputy head of the Emperor Star, Ji Tianyue, was the first to speak. According to the information provided by the Ji Inue Demon Emperor, as well as the information that all the major groups, and all the major forces have inquired about, it's a comprehensive view. This time, the alliance of 4 domains has gathered about 20 or so demigods, as well as an army of about 300 billion elite cultivators to fight us on 2 fronts. Unsurprisingly, there are more than a dozen demigods, as well as 150 billion elite cultivators, fighting against us in the Skywolf domain battlefield, and in the South Hung domain battlefield, as well. I don't know, Your Excellency the Führer, what is the battle deployment? After Ji Tianyue inquired, the gazes of everyone in the Supreme Conference Hall, all of them, at this time, looked at Gu Qie. They all wanted to know what kind of strategic adjustments His Excellency, the Führer Gu, would make in the face of the 4 domain alliance's strategic deployment. As the gazes of the crowd looked over, Gu Qi Jie smiled and then said, "Before I talk about my strategic deployment, first of all, I would like to introduce to you all, the new member of the Infinite Group, the Moon God." As his words fell, the crowd was at a loss. This was because the crowd really couldn't figure out that at this critical juncture Gu Qi Jie introduced the new member of the Infinite Group for what. However, the crowd soon understood why Gu Qi Jie was doing this. A door behind Gu Qi Jie slowly opened. A cold, noble, and beautiful woman then appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Gu Qi Jie certainly wasn't wanting the crowd to see the moon god's beauty, but rather, she wanted the crowd to see the moon god's strength. Thus just in the next moment, a divine level pressure enveloped the entire Supreme Conference Hall. As this divine level pressure swept across the entire field, the entire Supreme Conference Hall, in an instant, fell completely dead silent. At this moment, everyone was completely stunned. Whether it was the Empyrean demigod, the Ji Tianyue demigod, or Gu Yanzi, the Dao Tai Huang, Battle Wu Shuang, and Beijing Song, all of them were jaw-dropped and dumbfounded, their eyes filled with shock as they looked at Gu Qi Jie, as well as the moon god beside him. It was unknown how long it took before the crowd came back from their shock. Hiss. For a moment, countless people in all directions were shocked as they sucked in a mouthful of cool air. They couldn't have imagined, even if they thought about it, that the Infinite Group would have an undercard of this level. Deities. They had seen a true deity. The moment they saw a deity, the Imperial Star Alliance crowd understood that they didn't need any strategic deployment. Possessing a deity, they would be a descending blow to the 4 Realms Alliance. After the crowd gradually recovered from their shock, Gu Qi Jie also spoke. This time, we are assured of victory in the conquest against the 4 Domains Alliance. However, I am not prepared to send out god-level combat units until the other side emerges as deities. For this battle, we're also attacking on 2 fronts. 10 demigods, heading to the battlefield of the Skywolf domain. This Führer and the 3 demigods of the Dragonblood demon race, who returned to the Imperial Star Alliance not long ago, as well as another of this Führer's righteous sons, are in charge of the South Hung domain demigods. The moon god is in charge of sitting on the Ice Spirit domain Emperor Star headquarters, lest any other forces raid the Ice Spirit domain. The crowd didn't have any opinions on Gu Qi Jie's strategic arrangement. With god-level battle power, they were already assured of victory and could win no matter how they fought. Unless the 4 Domains Alliance, 2, could invite a god-level battle power? The Four Domains Alliance simply had no qualifications to compete with them. The crowd of the Four Domain Alliance, of course, didn't know what kind of great gift the Imperial Star Alliance had prepared for them. They were still prepared to rely on their so-called quantity and quality advantage to deal a heavy blow to the Imperial Star Alliance. After the strategic deployment meeting in the Supreme Conference Hall, the presidents of the major conglomerates, as well as the leaders of the various forces, all began to make preparations for this battle. A day later, the voice of the Emperor Starfuhrer, Qi Jie, echoed throughout the entire Ice Spirit domain. I am Emperor Starfuhrer Qi Jie, and this battle will be the penultimate battle of the Emperor Star Alliance for the conquest of the southeastern sector of the Divine Desolate Continent. For this battle, the Emperor Star Alliance has a total of 200 billion combat troops participating, and our enemies, on the other hand, are known to be 300 billion cultivator elites. They will be your whetstone, and will be the flame that will bring you to Nirvana. As with any previous battle, victory belongs to us, to the Imperial Star Alliance. We will return full of glory. Emperor Star, 10,000 victories. As Qi Jie's words fell, the Emperor Star Alliance's approximately 200 billion combat troops all erupted in a strong shout at this moment. Emperor Star, 10,000 victories. Emperor Star, 10,000 victories. Emperor Star, Wan Shang. After the crowd finished speaking, a spatial teleportation device immediately went into operation. The 200 billion combat troops of the Emperor Star also entered the spatial teleportation device one after another. Within a short time, a large number of Emperor Star combat troops appeared in the Skywolf Domain battlefield, as well as the South Hung Domain battlefield, all over the sky. In the battle between the Emperor Star Alliance and the Four Domains Alliance, the Emperor Star Alliance was bursting with self-confidence and felt that they were sure to win. Interestingly enough, the Four Domains Alliance's cultivator army felt the same way. The self-confidence of the 200 billion combat troops of the Emperor Star originated from the god-level powerhouse Moon God, as well as the Emperor Star Führer Qi Jie, whose strength was unknown. That's right, in the eyes of the presidents of the major conglomerates of the Empyrean Star today, as well as the heads of the major hegemonic forces, Qi Jie belonged to a strong person of unknown strength, and apart from the Moon God, no one knew at all how strong Qi Jie really was. In the eyes of the Ji Tianyu demigod, the Dao Tai Huan demigod, and the others, Qi Jie should have already become a god. If he hadn't become a god, why would the Moon God bow down to him? This question, of course, wasn't difficult to answer. The Moon God was subdued by Qi Jie. First he was beaten into submission. Then he conquered. All-around conquest from body to soul. The Four Realms Alliance's strong confidence, on the other hand, was the result of multiple reasons. First, their true strength was nearly 400 billion combat troops. This was an incomparably terrifying number. But the Imperial Star Alliance only thought that they had 300 billion combat troops. The second thing was that they had obtained a large number of demigods that had been supported by the Five Realms Alliance, as well as some other places, and all of this was done in secret. They had only one purpose, and that was to make the Imperial Star Alliance, in this battle, pay an unprecedentedly painful price. Unfortunately, let them do 1,000 things, the Emperor Star could break it with a deity. Therefore, the Four Domains Alliance's confidence could only be considered halftime champagne popping, or even pre-game champagne popping. Qi Jie didn't know how the battle in the Skywolf domain was going. He had now led 100 billion combat troops to the South Hung Domain battlefield in great numbers. On the South Hung Domain battlefield, the preparations of the allied forces of the Four Domains were extremely thorough. The Imperial Star Alliance had already taken over the Tianhong Domain, Ice Spirit Domain, and Black Wind Domain in a blaze of glory. In such a situation, it would be self-deceiving to still think that the Emperor Star was easy to deal with. However, the Four Domains Alliance, this time, used the strategy of using an open road and a secret position, and it was a plan within a plan. They first amassed a large army in the Skywolf domain and released a false message, letting the Imperial Star Alliance mistakenly think that they were going to fight to the death with the Imperial Star Alliance in the Tianlang domain. But in reality, they were going to go to war on two fronts with the Imperial Star Alliance. Not only that, while they were going to war on two fronts with the Imperial Star Alliance, they also sought assistance from external forces to the greatest extent possible, whether it was the Five Realms Alliance, or some other forces further away. All of them had come to their aid during this period of time. Today, the Four Domain Alliance was twice as powerful as the Imperial Star Alliance, both at the level of high-end battle power and at the level of conventional battle power. Both sides were elite, and they still had twice the numerical advantage. On any battlefield, in any battle, they were in a 2-to-1 advantageous situation, no matter what. In this battle, there was no chance of them losing. Qi Jie's figure stood proudly in the air above the 9 heavens of the southern Hung domain. Below, 100 billion combat troops originating from the major conglomerates of the Emperor planet, the major top-tier forces, were continuously appearing. 100 billion combat troops, spread out across the sky, in the heavens and on the ground, everywhere. The 4-domain allied forces opposite them were even more numerous, directly doubling their number. In all directions, in the sky and on the ground, all of the space was covered with combat troops from both sides. On the side of the alliance of 4 domains, the person in charge in the southern Hun domain was the heavenly eagle demigod. This was an old man with incomparably shadowy eyes and a face that was as gloomy as if it was capable of dripping water, while on his body, he wore an ink-black cloak. With his icy gaze, he looked at Qi Jie and asked, "Head Gu, why have you come here to seek death?" The heavenly eagle demigod was very confident and arrogant, making a big statement right from the start. Qi Jie naturally couldn't bring down the prestige of the Imperial Star Alliance, and with a movement of his body, he appeared in front of the heavenly eagle demigod in an instant. The many participants on both sides obviously hadn't expected that Qi Jie would suddenly lash out. Not only them, the heavenly eagle demigod hadn't expected it either, and it was already an old tradition to say a few harsh words before both sides went to war. Qi Jie wouldn't be able to listen to a few words from him and then directly strike. Boom! Although Qi Jie was only in his first combat stance, he blasted out a punch. However, his terrifying power of the 5th level of demigod still sent the 7th level of demigod, the heavenly eagle demigod, flying backwards spitting blood. This scene was considered to be very much a slap in the face. Not long ago, the heavenly eagle demigod was still clamoring, saying that Qi Jie was asking for death by coming here. As a result, as soon as he turned around, Qi Jie had beaten him into spitting blood. This scene was both absurd and comical at the same time. After the heavenly eagle demigod was blown away by Qi Jie's punch, another demigod flew out from the 4 domains alliance. This person was the quicksand demigod, a peak demigod powerhouse who was extremely strong. After he showed up, he said to the participants of the 4 domains alliance, the cultivator army of the 4 domains alliance, "Listen to the order. Kill the incoming enemies of the Imperial Star Alliance and leave no one behind. Kill for me." As his words fell, the 200 billion combat troops of the 4 domain alliance made their moves. These 200 billion combat troops were basically elites, and there were very few abusers. On the side of the Imperial Star Alliance, about 100 billion combat troops didn't act immediately, but waited for someone. They didn't have to wait too long before they waited for the Dragonblood demon race in the South Hung Sea. Gu Qixi and Gu Xiaoyu, as well as the crowd of mermaid emperors, flew at the very front. It didn't take long for them to arrive behind Qi Jie. After they came over, Qi Jie also looked at the ever-approaching army of cultivators from the 4 domain alliance and said, "Emperor Star Alliance, attention all participants in the battle. Listen to my order. Kill." The word kill fell from Qi Jie's mouth, and the 100 billion combat troops of the Emperor Star Alliance also boiled over at this time. 100 billion combat troops was a very astonishing amount. Even though the total number of enemies they were facing was twice that of their own side, the crowd still wasn't afraid. Under the orders of the Imperial Star Führer, the combat troops of all the major groups, all the major hegemonic level forces, were thrown into battle. Qi Jie had spoken to the crowd back in the Ice Spirit domain. This would be the penultimate battle in the Emperor Star's conquest of the southeastern sector of the Divine Desolate Continent. Facts proved that Qi Jie's judgment was not problematic. Once the two sides actually began to engage, the Imperial Star's combat troops realized the 4 domains alliance army was really just a very large number, and the quality wasn't very good at all. The 200 billion cultivator army that the 4 domains alliance had prepared this time was really all the elite that had been selected several times. They really didn't expect that the combatants of the Imperial Star Alliance would be so incredibly strong. In the case of elites against elites, the cultivator elites of the 4 domains alliance actually had little advantage. This time, in the Imperial Star Alliance's war against the 4 domains alliance, Qi Jie wasn't prepared to take it lightly. He was still curious as to whether or not there were any god-level powerhouses present in the southeastern sector of the Divine Desolate Continent. If the other side had god-level powerhouses down there, he wouldn't mind taking on the other side's god-level powerhouses. If the other party did not have any god-level powerhouses coming down, then this battle would end quickly without any suspense. Things matched Qi Jie's judgment perfectly. Boom, boom, boom. Above the various battlefields where the Imperial Star Alliance forces were located, the Imperial Star Alliance's technological weapons were all shining brightly. In particular, the Infinite Group's technological weapons had caused the 4 Realms Alliance's cultivator army to suffer. The Imperial Star Academy's elites had followed Qi Jie into the South Hung Domain battlefield this time. At this moment, Lan Shi was covered in the Infinity Group's top-notch equipment, And when he killed on the battlefield, it was as easy as chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Swish, the lightsaber in her hand, with a flick of the wrist, cut the magic treasures in the hands of the hostile cultivators into pieces. There were three main factors that limited the progress of technology. One was theory accumulation, the second was materials, and the third was energy. The Imperial Star Alliance, after conquering the Tianhong domain, the Ice Spirit domain, and the South Hong domain, the last two factors, were resolved almost perfectly. The perfect solution of the last two factors also pushed the birth of new scientific theories. This resulted in Emperor Star's scientific research level today being in a spiraling upward trend. As the Infinite Group, which was the leader of scientific research in Emperor Star, there were of course a large number of extra black technology products. The lightsaber in Lan Shi's hand that was releasing blue light was one of the black technologies of the Emperor Star. That lightsaber wasn't a real lightsaber, but a material with terrifyingly high strength and toughness. It was also capable of releasing a large amount of energy, destroying the material structure of the objects it collided into. This resulted in the magic treasures of the cultivators of the Four Realms Coalition becoming as fragile as plastic when faced with the laser sword in the hands of Big Miss Blue Shi. Lan Shi quickly took out a second lightsaber under the horrified gazes of the Four Domains Coalition cultivators. Swish, 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 swish. As soon as the dual swords came out, Lan Shi continued to slash and dice, killing in all directions. Although the magic treasures in the hands of the many cultivators also had all sorts of mysterious and unbelievable powers, however, they were clearly unable to comprehend this means of destroying the magic treasures from the microscopic structure of matter. Many cultivators whose magic treasures were chopped into pieces by Blue Hay could only look on with wide eyes, completely unable to understand what was going on. Blue Shi was not the only one who possessed a lightsaber. In Qi Jie's hands, he also possessed a lightsaber produced by the Infinite Group. His lightsaber, however, was not a one-handed sword, but a two-handed giant sword. Boom, boom, boom. When Qi Jie was fighting the Four Domains Alliance's cultivator army, his attack was wide open, charging left and right, constantly sweeping and leveling. Compared to Lan Shi and Qi Jie, the Scarlet Emperor had also received a brand new equipment that was customized for it. Its brand new equipment might be very bulky to other powerhouses, but to the Scarlet Emperor, it was just right. This was because its brand new equipment was a heavy artillery exoskeleton. In front of Emperor Scarlet, there were a total of 4 machine cannons with incomparably powerful firepower at the top, bottom, left and right. In its hands, it was controlling 2 even more powerful laser cannons. Behind its back, it was carrying a heavy-duty focusing laser cannon with terrifying power. While Lan Shi and Qi Jie were killing in the front, it could provide powerful fire support and fire suppression for Lan Shi and Qi Jie. Manga and the others basically had their own exclusive equipment. On this battlefield, everyone was shining, but the most dazzling of all was, of course, Qi Jie's terrifying punch at the beginning that was like destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. The hostile demigods who had been clamoring before had now become shrunken turtles, not daring to show their heads on the battlefield at all. In addition to Qi Jie, his righteous son, Qi Jie, was also performing very brightly. Qi Jie was currently holding a blood spear, and was constantly killing the other party's demigods on the battlefield. On the side of the Four Realms Alliance, a large number of demigods had been mobilized to attack him, but they were still no match for him. Qi Jie's righteous daughter, Gu Xiaoyu, was acting cute beside Qi Jie. The little mermaid was swinging her beautiful fish tail in midair, looking east and west, as if she was looking for something interesting in general. After looking around for a while, she came to Qi Jie in front of him again and hugged his long legs. Qi Jie smiled heartily and reached out to touch his righteous daughter's small head. The Four Realms Alliance's fantasy of relying on numbers to win had undoubtedly been completely shattered into smithereens. Not only that, the Four Realms Alliance really hadn't prepared any god-level battle power this time. This meant that their defeat was assured. The main reason why this battle was so easy was because with the help of Qi Jie and the Infinite Group, the Emperor Star Alliance had given birth to a large number of demigods, emperor ranks, and quasi-emperors. The technology of the Emperor Star had also improved by leaps and bounds. In addition, the most important point was that the heads of the various forces in the Emperor Star Alliance knew that their side had a god and was a sure win. Therefore the major groups, the major forces, also became fearless. These three advantages added together, and the concrete manifestation on the battlefield was a sweeping and flat push. The elite armies of the 4 domains of the Skywolf domain, South Hong domain, Flying Eagle domain, and Quicksand domain were swept away and pushed flat by the combat forces of the Imperial Star Alliance from the start of the engagement. Seeing that the defeat was finalized, even without the need for the Quicksand demigods and other powerhouses to open their mouths, a large number of cultivators began to retreat in a chaotic manner. The Emperor Star Alliance, Being able to easily sweep through the ice spirit domain and the other 3 domains was clearly not without reason. These people, were simply no match for the Emperor Star Alliance. As soon as the defeat appeared, it was immediately a situation of military defeat. The large number of cultivators who had been arrogant before were directly struck dumb at this moment. The crowd didn't dare to make any stops and fled frantically. The quicksand demigod and other powerhouses, on the other hand, continuously let out a roar, hoping that the crowd would stabilize their positions. Even if they had to retreat, they couldn't do so in such a chaotic manner, or else something was bound to go wrong. Qi Jie, however, wouldn't give them any chance, even though it was unlikely that the allied forces of the 4 domains would have any chance of turning the tide. Floating cannons, starships, move out, chase down the dead, kill them all. After his order was given, a large number of starships, a large number of floating cannons, and an overwhelming number of patrol missiles were like flying locusts crossing the border, rapidly approaching the 4 Realms Alliance army. Boom, 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 countless lasers, countless missiles, countless explosions that produced loud noises, and countless huge fireballs continued to fall on the 4 domains' allied forces. These cultivators, once again, suffered the sanction of the Iron Fist of technology. After arriving at a certain realm, cultivators would possess incredibly powerful strength. But this thing called technological weapons, once the first prototype was researched, it could be manufactured in bulk. The advantage was too great. As countless missiles frantically washed the ground, a large number of cultivators from the 4 Domains Alliance could only surrender unconditionally, although they still had some backhanders that they hadn't had time to execute. However, looking at the relaxed and comfortable, chest-beating appearance of the Emperor Star Coalition army, they understood. Like them, the Imperial Star Alliance army also had very impressive and powerful backhand that they hadn't used. There were even rumors that had already begun to circulate among the 4 domain allied forces. That was, the Emperor Star Alliance had a god-level powerhouse sitting in their midst. It was precisely because of the fact that they had god-level powerhouses sitting in their midst that were capable of deciding the battlefield with a single blow, easily swaying the battlefield, that they were so relaxed. These remarks were not caused by leaks from the top echelons of the Emperor Star. Rather, they were fabricated by a large number of pigeonholes in the 4 domains allied forces who had already surrendered. Although they had surrendered, they always had to find a little justification for their surrender. If, say, outsiders were allowed to know that the Emperor Star Alliance possessed divine-level battle power, then even if they surrendered, onlookers couldn't say anything. After all, they were only a few pounds, so they dared to say that they were calling the shots with the gods? It was just that these pigeon factions wouldn't have thought that the Emperor Star really did have god-level powerhouses no matter what, and it still possessed 2 of them. The battle between the allied forces of Emperor Star and the allied forces of the 4 domains in the South Hung Domain battlefield caused the 5 Domain Alliance to panic like never before. The 5 demigods of the 5 Domain Alliance were all in a corner of the battlefield at this time, secretly observing. After the Golden Yao demigod saw the terrifying strength of the Emperor Star Alliance army, he spoke with an unusually solemn expression. As things stand, we must head to the ancient Divine Hall. The southeastern continental plate of the Divine Desolate Continent was home to true deities. These deities, normally, cultivated and grew in the special space of the ancient Divine Hall. If there wasn't something very significant, they usually wouldn't appear. Even if the forces of the southeastern continent plate, all of them, were to be destroyed, it actually wouldn't be much of a big deal for them. This was because during the time that the ancient Divine Hall had existed, countless rulers had been replaced on this great land. There were powerful forces that had risen rapidly in the twilight of time, but had gone from flourishing to dying in the long years. These deities in the ancient Divine Halls had seen too many ups and downs. They were even more ancient than the world wills of each domain, and certainly more powerful. Asking the deities in the ancient Divine Halls for help was not an easy task. If you wanted the ancient gods to help, you had to offer sacrifices. There were only 2 sacrifices that the ancient gods needed, and those were living demigods, or demigod crystal cores. Here was the reason why Qi Jie hadn't acquired too many demigod crystal cores in the ice spirit domain. Over the long years, many of the demigod crystal cores had been consumed by the ancient gods in the ancient Divine Hall. The Golden Yao demigods and other powerhouses also had to prepare a large number of demigod crystal cores to go to the ancient Divine Hall to ask for help from the gods at critical moments. Not only did they even have a large number of demigod crystal cores, they also held half-dead demigods. A half-dead demigod could be worth 10 demigod crystal cores. Thus many of the demigods that had disappeared were most likely imprisoned by the Golden Yao demigods and the others before they completely disappeared. Qi Jie didn't know that these old boys had a large number of demigod crystal cores on them. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the 5 Golden Yao demigods to come to the edge of the battlefield for a sightseeing tour and then quickly retreat in one piece. under the leadership of the Golden Yao demigod, under Jin Yao demigod. The other 4 top-tier demigods also followed him and quickly headed to the ancient divine hall. This time, the matter was a big deal. If there were no deities to take action, after the 4 domains alliance was destroyed, they would also have to go up in smoke. The ancient divine hall was located in the forbidden zone of life on the southeastern continental plate of the divine desolate continent. Under normal circumstances, no creature would be active in this area. Below a top-tier demigod, any other stage of life that appeared in this place would have their lives rapidly drain away. The Golden Yu demigod and the others, after bringing many of the demigods imprisoned in various places with them, quickly arrived at the ancient divine hall. The ancient divine hall was spacious and majestic, and very ancient. Here, there were only a total of 4 gigantic deity sculptures. Other than these 4 huge deity sculptures, there were also some broken stones and empty spaces present. Those broken stones, as well as empty spaces, represented deities that had left, or had died. Things at the level of deities were beyond the comprehension of the Golden Glory demigods and the others. The good thing was that they didn't need to understand either. They only needed the deities to be able to strike. When they arrived in the ancient divine hall, the Golden Yu demigod took 10 half-dead demigods and threw them onto the altar. The 5 demigods, including the Golden Yu demigod, then began to pour power into the altar. Ah! A loud and repeated scream immediately came out from the altar. The 10 demigods that were sacrificed seemed to have suffered unimaginably cruel torture. Their flesh and blood disappeared little by little, and soon the hearts that were still thumping slowly appeared. Not long after, the hearts and bones, too, completely decayed. After the 10 demigods on the altar completely disappeared, the 4 gigantic sculptures, right at this moment, moved. A majestic, rough, and incomparably chilling voice echoed out in the ancient divine hall. What happened? The one who opened his mouth to speak was the god-level powerhouse, Earth Shang. After the Earth Shang divine spirit spoke, the Golden Yao demigod was busy saying, Lord Earth Shang, something big has happened. A very powerful outsider has come to the southeastern continental plate. Of the 12 domains, 7 have now been occupied by the other party. The number of quasi-emperors, great emperors, and demigod powerhouses that have died at the hands of the other party is even more numerous. It's only a matter of time before our remaining 5 domains are overthrown. When the Earthshang deity heard the Golden Yu demigod finish, he couldn't help but ask suspiciously, They have deities? In the tone of the Earthshang deity's voice, it was with a few moments of anticipation. Refining the demigods was very limited in their enhancement. However, if they refined the deity of a hostile force, they would receive a huge boost. After the Earthshang demigod inquired, the Golden Yao demigod used a little bit of crooked thinking and said, Lord Earthshang, we haven't seen any deities from the other side. However, from the intelligence circulating everywhere, the other party should have a deity. Upon hearing this news, the Earthshang deity was first a little excited, but quickly became extremely cold again. His majestic voice also caused the Golden Yao demigod to tremble. If the other party has a true deity, then forget it. If the other party doesn't have a deity, you will have to pay with your life for today's lies. The Golden Yao demigod had never even thought that the Earthshang deity would say this. At this moment, he directly repented even in his gut. Whether or not the Imperial Star Alliance had a deity was an inconclusive matter. The other party might or might not have one, but in case the other party didn't have a deity, wouldn't he be dead? Without giving the Golden Yu demigod any chance to backtrack, the Earthshang deity then spoke. I will strike as they approach your frontier. Stand down. As his words fell, the 5 Golden Yu demigods, 2, appeared outside the forbidden region of life. Ask for some recommendation votes. At the beginning of the Imperial Star Alliance's attack on the Divine Desolate Continent, perhaps no one could have imagined the Emperor Star would be able to achieve such brilliant results in such a short period of time. The current Emperor Star, compared to the initial Emperor Star, could be said to have changed drastically. The major groups and forces of the Emperor Star had all obtained massive amounts of resources that they had never dared to imagine in the past. Not only that, all the forces had given birth to a large number of quasi-emperors, as well as great emperors. In the past, this was something that the crowd wouldn't even dare to think about. At the end of this great war, the Emperor Star had even occupied half of the southeastern continental plate of the Divine Desolate Continent. It wasn't even half of the continent. As long as they knocked down one more domain, it would be a situation where 2 out of the 3 worlds were in the same place. By this time, the entire Imperial Star Alliance, including the cultivation forces that had surrendered to the Imperial Star, no longer doubted the brilliance of the Imperial Star's head of state, Qi Jie. Under Qi Jie's leadership, the remaining 5 domain alliances were bound to be no match for them either. The southeastern sector of the Divine Desolate Continent would soon usher in an unprecedented unification. Whether it was the crowd of the Emperor Star or the cultivation forces that had surrendered to the Emperor Star, they were all waiting for that great moment to arrive. At this moment, after the Emperor Star occupied the entire southeast continent section, it would also have the qualifications to ask for the entire divine desolate continent. One day, the divine wasteland empire that the Emperor Star's head of state Qi Jie said would no longer be a castle in the air, but would become a reality. If this world, there were only the 9 continental plates of the Emperor Star and the divine desolate continent, then, after owning half of the southeastern continental plate of the divine desolate continent, Qi Jie would be excited. But after possessing the blood dragon god's inheritance, he already knew that the universe was more vast than anyone could imagine, and that it didn't only possess one universe. Thus, completely conquering the divine desolate continent was something to be happy about, but not the end of the journey of conquest. Even because the universe possessed the existence of more advanced intelligent beings, the Emperor Star had to be careful about falling behind in technology, leading to being taken out by the other side. While the entire Imperial Star Alliance was in a state of joy, Qi Jie had already begun to consider longer-term issues. If the other 8 continental plates of the divine desolate continent were each ironclad, he might consider cooperating and establishing the divine desolate alliance. Nay, the other 8 continental plates were basically a scattered sand situation as well. This would require that he quickly conquer the divine desolate continent and complete the great unification. The only way to complete the great unification and establish the divine wilderness super empire was to complete the great unification and establish the divine wilderness super empire. Only then could he gather all the resources to cultivate high-end talents and push for continuous technological innovation and progress. Unlike the cheering Imperial Star Alliance, the remaining people of the 4-domain alliance were filled with worry at this moment. All of them didn't know where their destiny would lead them. And at this time, the Imperial Star Alliance's combat troops had set up large screens in all parts of the Skywolf domain, the Quicksand domain, the Southern Hung domain, and the Soaring Eagle domain. On the large screens, the captives of the 4-domain alliance, as well as other ordinary people who hadn't participated in the battle, all saw the Imperial Starführer, Qi Jie. On the large screens, Qi Jie's voice quickly came out from one of the large screens. Gentlemen, I am the Emperor's Starführer, Qi Jie. From this moment on, I will be your supreme ruler. You can choose to carry your hatred towards destruction, or you can choose to be reborn once and for all. In the southeastern sector of the divine desolate continent, there are a total of 12 domains. And now the Emperor Star Alliance has occupied 7 of them. Next, the Emperor Star Alliance will continue to attack the 5-domain alliance, so that the southeastern continental plate will completely realize the situation of great unification. No matter how many wars have been fought on this land in the past, under the rule of the Emperor Star, there will never be a day when the living beings on this land will fight in the same room. The technology of the Emperor Star Alliance will empower everyone. From now on, the resources of this land will be utilized in the best possible way. All beings who recognize the Emperor Star's philosophy will be given the best life. All of you only need to take a look at the current living conditions of the people in the Tianhong domain, the Ice Spirit domain, and the Black Wind domain to understand that this head of state's words are by no means false. Qi Jie didn't continue after saying this. The many cultivators who were prepared to make some small moves also chose to remain silent at this moment. The conquest journey of the Emperor Star had resulted in the deaths of a very large number of people and the consumption of a large amount of resources. But the countless large and small wars that the major cultivation forces had fought in the past had undoubtedly killed even more people and consumed even more resources. If the Emperor planet was incapable of realizing a great unification, then what Qi Jie said was of course all falsehood. But the problem now was that the Emperor Star was capable of realizing great unification, and they were already doing it. Many cultivators, therefore, chose to remain silent. They could certainly cause some trouble for the Imperial Star Alliance. Certainly. But they couldn't stop such a great momentum no matter what. Not only them, but in the future, the entire divine desolate continent might not be able to stop Qi Jie and the Emperor Star. This time, these cultivators' judgment was correct. After conquering the 7 domains, the war headquarters of the Emperor Star Alliance was relocated from the Ice Spirit domain to the South Hung domain. This was done because the South Hung domain was the center of the entire southeast continent plate. By relocating the Imperial Star Alliance's war headquarters to this place, it was able to better command the battle. After the great battle with the 4-domain alliance ended, the Imperial Star Alliance's combat troops, as usual, rested. However, at the moment, all the major groups and all the forces were enthusiastic. All up and down the Imperial Star Alliance were very eager to be able to break out into a duel with the 5 Domains Alliance. The Dao Tai Huang demigods, Gu Yangzi demigods, and even the Emperor Hill's demigods had all come to Qi Jie to ask for a battle. Not only them, even Ji Tianyue had come. South Hong Domain. Infinite Group floating base headquarters. Top floor. On this floor, it was all the office area for the president of the Infinite Group, as well as the head of the Empyrean Star, Qi Jie. Normally, only Qi Jie was here. This time, Ji Tianyue, a demigod, came directly to this place. After Ji Tianyu saw Qi Jie, she spoke, "Your Excellency the Führer, now that morale is available, prepare to launch the next big battle." Like everyone else, she wanted to completely take the southeast continent plate with a single blow. After the Imperial Star Alliance occupied the complete southeastern continental plate, it would be on the Divine Wilderness continent, completely standing firm, and it would leap to become one of the most powerful forces on the Divine Desolate continent. In Ji Tianyu's opinion, the present moment was a very good opportunity for war. Qi Jie's thoughts, however, were different from Ji Tianyu's. He smiled and said, "There's no rush." From the intelligence gathered at the moment, the southeastern continental plate, there are also deities. Unsurprisingly, the next battle is going to erupt into a true divine war, and the Emperor's Star must make sufficient preparations. Ji Tianyu didn't expect that Qi Jie would be so sure that a divine war would break out next. From the information they had learned, it was true that there was a high probability that a deity existed in this place, but it was not certain that a divine war would erupt. Moreover, it was very likely that a deity existed. Not that a deity existed 100% of the time. There might not be any deities in this place at all, and if they delayed attacking, then they would definitely miss the opportunity to fight. So the problem now was that they needed a solid piece of information to prove that there were really deities here. Ji Tianyu thought for a moment and said to Qi Jie, "Your Excellency the Führer, what if there are no deities here?" Qi Jie smiled. "There is indeed such a possibility, but it's still important to be prepared for all eventualities. The Infinite Group will probably have a second god-level powerhouse after a while." He told Ji Tianyue this news as a way to appease the great beauty Tianyue's belligerent heart. Ji Tianyue was indeed very shocked when she heard this news. The beautiful eyes of her pupils that were cut with water were all filled with an unbelievable look. Ji Tianyue's first reaction was even that she had heard it wrong. Right now, they were still doubting whether or not there were any god-level powerhouses in the Divine Desolate Continent's southeastern continental plate. As a result, the Infinite Group was already going to have a second god-level powerhouse of their own. Ji Tianyue immediately asked, "Your Excellency the Führer, may I take the liberty of asking how the Infinite Group's god-level powerhouse came to be?" Qi Jie shook his head. No. Ji Tianyue didn't care about this answer, as she had already opened her mouth again to ask a more important question. "Your Excellency the Führer, can I become a god?" Qi Jie cried a little this time. "You still have a long way to go before you become a god." The current Ji Tianyue was only a demigod second level. If she wanted to become a god, she needed to raise her strength to the 9th level of demigod, and then she also needed to have the right opportunity to become a god before she could become a god. Ji Tianyu certainly understood that Qi Jie was right. One had to eat one bite at a time, and one had to take the path one step at a time. Not much time had passed since she became a demigod, and it was indeed a bit early to consider the matter of becoming a god. In Ji Tianyue's mind, she was also curious about another matter. "Your Excellency the Führer, are you a deity now?" Qi Jie shook his head. "My realm is only that of a demigod, but I have the means to fight and kill deities." He was obviously very modest when he said that. This was because in the blood dragon god state, his power was able to reach the threshold of the super god level. Even if he couldn't exert his power at the super god level to the fullest, he could easily crush many deities. Ji Tianyu was extremely envious of Qi Jie's powerful battle strength. However, she also understood that it was something that envy couldn't come from. However, it wasn't as if she couldn't continue to improve. Ji Tianyue quickly said to Qi Jie with a smile on her face, "Your Excellency the Führer, can you help me purify my bloodline?" Qi Jie said half-jokingly, "I want to help you purify your bloodline along with Ji Inu." Ji Tianyue was joked about by him like this, but she wasn't annoyed, but said, "Silvermoon and I are fine, but I'm afraid that Your Excellency the Führer won't be able to straighten his back for a long time, affecting the subsequent strategic deployment of the Imperial Star Alliance." Qi Jie was dumbfounded and lost. Laughing, "Don't say it's just you and Ji Inu. Even if it's just a few more, you'll be the ones crying and begging for forgiveness." Ji Tianyue blinked her beautiful eyes and walked towards Qi Jie, while her sandalwood mouth opened slightly as she said, "Really? Then I'd like to see if His Excellency the Führer is really so powerful." Ji Tianyue was obviously forgetting the pain after the scar, and she sort of didn't remember a thing about crying and begging for forgiveness in front of Qi Jie before. However, although purifying her bloodline made Ji Tianyu a little overwhelmed, the benefits that purifying her bloodline brought were also something she couldn't refuse. Every time after purifying her bloodline, her cultivation speed, as well as her cultivation progress, could be increased a bit. While Qi Jie was helping them purify their bloodline, his own power could also be refined. Not only that, but he would also be able to reap great pleasure from it. In a nutshell, this matter of purifying bloodlines was never a win-win situation. Qi Jie's powerful demonic power quickly enveloped his office area and shielded it completely. After doing all this, he also lifted Ji Tianyu up in a cross-armed embrace. Then to her fiery red lips, he kissed her with a single mouthful. On the other side, Ji Inyu finished the matter at hand and came to find Qi Jie. Then she encountered something very breathless. She was actually preceded by someone. It wasn't known if it was the Heavenly Moon Clan chief, or Victoria, or the Moon God, but no matter who it was, it made her angry. The Moon God was already a deity, and Victoria and the Celestial Moon Matriarch, on the other hand, were demigods. She, on the other hand, was still just a pathetic little person at the 4th level of a great emperor today. Obviously, she was the one who needed to grow and progress the most quickly with Qi Jie's help. Ji Inyu knew Qi Jie better. Without tossing and turning, he definitely wouldn't end it easily. Thus she didn't wait at the Infinite Group's floating base either, but returned to the Sky Moon Group. Little Mermaid, however, didn't know about this and realized that Qi Jie was behind closed doors, concentrating on his office. The Little Mermaid was downstairs in the lobby, waiting patiently. There wasn't much for her to do when she looked for Qi Jie. It was just that she could actually be considered Qi Jie's half-daughter, so she was a bit clingy. The vast majority of her bloodline, as well as the power she was filled with, originated from Qi Jie. When the Imperial Star Alliance was fighting with the outside world, of course she wouldn't stick to Qi Jie, but now that the war had ended, she could of course go find her father. Originally, Gu Xiaoyu didn't know how much longer she would have to wait, but soon Gu Qishi, who had a pair of small dragon horns, came through the air. After Qi Hitomi came over, he said very happily to Gu Xiaoyu, "Sister, let's go play together." After saying that, he didn't care if Gu Xiaoyu agreed or not, and took Gu Xiaoyu away by pulling her little hand. These two little ones were sort of mixed up nowadays, and when Gu Xiaoyu had nothing to do, she also liked to bring Gu Qishi along to play wildly. It was certainly right for them to go play now, so it was only after a long time that Qi Jie reappeared. Qi Jie left the lounge and went to the topmost manufacturing hall. The Tianyue demigod, on the other hand, was still resting. This time, Ji Tianyue was considered to have been picked up hard by Qi Jie. In the past, she had left in high spirits, but this time, she needed to rest a bit in the lounge before she could move freely. On Ji Tianyu's beautiful face, there were even faint traces of tears. It wasn't that Qi Jie had beaten her up, but that she was in pain and happy. Qi Jie didn't know what Ji Tianyu was doing. He had already arrived at the manufacturing hall and was preparing to manufacture the second deity. The Infinite Group's acquisition of all kinds of high-level materials from all parties had not stopped. Moreover, after striking down the 4 domains, the Infinite Group had also obtained a large amount of loot. It was just unknown if the existing materials were enough to continue creating gods. When Qi Jie came to the manufacturing hall, the Victoria demigods were sending the high-level materials to the warehouse in the manufacturing hall. Cleaning up the battlefield and distributing the spoils of war were things that the Emperor's vice head of state and the many elders could handle. Qi Jie, as the Emperor's star head of state, only needed to grasp the big picture and let go of the small ones, and didn't need to take care of everything. It just so happened that Victoria sent the loot over, and Qi Jie casually asked, "Victoria, how's the Infinite Group's harvest this time?" Victoria was a beautiful demigod that Qi Jie had created, as well as one of his harem. Victoria was aware of the things he had done to create gods. After Qi Jie inquired, Victoria said, "The harvest of the Infinite Group this time, it's very amazing, but it's rather unfortunate that this harvest didn't have too many materials suitable for creating deities and demigods." As she spoke, Victoria took out a small book and handed it to Qi Jie. In this small book, the Infinite Group's loot this time was recorded. Using his spiritual power, Qi Jie quickly skimmed through the small book. After reading it, he was also a bit dumbfounded. The Infinite Group's haul this time was even more bountiful than any other time in the past. However, amongst the Infinite Group's many spoils of war, there were very few materials that could be able to create deities as well as create demigods. Qi Jie could only continue to inquire, "Are there any suitable materials in the other group's haul?" Victoria shook her head at that. "They're all very few, and it seems that the demigod crystal cores of the 4 Domains Alliance have already been scavenged once." After saying that, Victoria thought of something very important. "Your Excellency the Führer, we've discovered something strange." Qi Jie casually asked, "What strange thing?" Victoria spoke with a straight face. All 7 domains we currently control once had demigods disappear. In Qi Jie's eyes, he revealed a few puzzled looks. Demigods disappeared? In the absence of deities, demigods were the top tier of existence. The disappearance of a demigod powerhouse could be said to be an extremely bizarre thing. Victoria nodded. Yes, and it's not just 2 or 3 demigods that have gone missing, but a large number of demigods. The disappearances of these demigods are all in similar circumstances. All of them have somehow completely vanished. Qi Jie asked after hearing this. Is there any conclusion to this matter? Victoria thought for a moment and simply transmitted a piece of information to Qi Jie. Your Excellency the Führer. There are no conclusions on the matter of the missing demigods, but there are many unconfirmed conjectures that are in the information I sent you. This was a matter that Qi Jie certainly needed to draw attention to. No matter what the reason was, one definite fact was certain. That was that in this place, a large number of demigods had disappeared. This meant that in a place unseen by all, there was a force that could easily make demigods disappear. The strongest of the bunch of wives in his harem were demigods. The other demigods disappearing had little to do with him. If that wife of his disappeared, it would be very disturbing. Qi Jie immediately began to carefully check out the information that Victoria had transmitted to him as well. There were many different opinions on this information, and none of it was conclusive. After Qi Jie finished reading it, Qi Jie was just confused, because most of the various claims on the information were all conjectures. Although these guesses had some basis, they didn't seem too reliable. The only thing that Qi Jie cared about was a conjecture about the legends of evil gods. These evil god legends said that in the forbidden zone of life, there was an ancient god temple, and in the ancient god temple, an evil god was enshrined. The forbidden zone of life was considered a very dangerous forbidden land in the southeast continent plate. Even if a demigod entered it, they wouldn't necessarily be able to retreat in one piece. As for the ancient divine hall deep within the life forbidden zone, there were tons of rumors that were unknown to be true or false. Qi Jie gave up the idea of exploring the ancient divine hall after some thought. At the moment, he still wanted to make as many deities as possible. To him, the imperial star head, a beautiful goddess like the moon goddess, was extremely useful. On the one hand, it would allow the harem to blossom, while on the other hand, it would be able to strengthen the combat capabilities of the Imperial Star Alliance. However, creating a god was an extremely energy-consuming and resource-intensive matter. The Imperial Star Alliance, now that it had already fought 7 domains, had surprisingly only created one god out of it. Qi Jie thought for a moment and gave an order to Victoria. The Infinite Group continues to acquire materials from all parties to make demigods, as well as to make gods. Victoria bowed after hearing this. Yes, Your Excellency the Führer. Qi Jie did not order the acquisition of deity crystal cores. If there were deity crystal cores, creating gods would become much simpler. A single god spirit crystal core, plus other rare materials, and a large amount of energy stones, would be able to create a demigod out of the Infinity Engine. But demigod crystal cores were all incredibly rare, and something like a god spirit crystal core wouldn't even exist. Qi Jie felt that the southeastern continent plate would not have divine spirit crystal cores. Under normal circumstances, his judgment should be correct. But in this place, the southern Hung domain, there were even blood dragon gods of the transcendent divine rank, so possessing divine spirit crystal cores didn't seem to be something unbelievable. At this moment, 2 of Qi Jie's righteous sons and 1 of his righteous daughters were in the South Hung Sea, sending out another underwater abyss. Gu Yinling was now already a demigod, while Gu Qishi was still at the peak of demigod and had not become a deity. Gu Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was a complete punching bag behind these 2. In the matter of treasure prospecting and mining, Gu Yinling was a professional. He had always been Qi Jie's rare resource gathering squad leader, often setting out with his team to explore and gather all sorts of rare resources. At this moment, after Gu Yinling took a closer look around the underwater abyss, he said to his younger siblings behind him, "Let's go back and tell righteous father. There's an aura of danger down here. In all likelihood there's a powerful demigod present." Qi Jie sniffed and said in disbelief, "What are you afraid of? I'll go down and hammer him to death." As he said that, he was about to dive down towards the underwater abyss. However, the small dragon horn on top of his head was grabbed by Gu Xiaoyu. "Can you listen to a little command? In case there's a deity above a demigod down there, you're going to be killed by the other side. Let's just listen to Brother Yinling and tell righteous father what's going on here." Qi Jie was of course still a bit unconvinced, as he had the power to fight even when he encountered a deity. But he was helplessly choked by the little dragon horns of fate, and was taken back to the Infinite Group headquarters by Gu Xiaoyu and Gu Yinling. Infinite Group's floating base. In Qi Jie's office, he quickly saw his 2 righteous sons, and a righteous daughter. Gu Yinling bowed to Qi Jie when he arrived not far away. "Righteous father, The previous intense battle caused an undersea abyss that didn't exist before to appear at the bottom of the South Hung Sea. We sensed a demigod-level aura in the undersea abyss and have come here to report to Righteous Father. At the beginning of the month, kneeling for guaranteed monthly votes. Thanks to Qi definitely was very interested in the South Hung Sea, and it was in an undersea abyss in the South Hung Sea that he obtained the Blood Dragon God inheritance. Although he didn't know why the Blood Dragon God had chosen that place as a place to bury his bones. But since the aftermath of the previous battle had caused a new undersea abyss to appear in the South Hung Sea, then of course he had to go and take a look. This time, Qi Jie brought his 2 righteous sons, and a righteous daughter, along with him to the South Hung Sea. It didn't take long before they arrived by an undersea abyss. The Mermaid Emperor, the Black Jiao Emperor, and the Water Spirit Emperor, the 3 South Hung Sea overlords, and also the only 3 demigods of the Dragon Blood Demon race in the South Hung Sea, had also arrived here. Seeing Qi Jie's group of 4 people coming over, the 3 mermaid emperors all bowed and saluted. Greetings, Your Excellency the Führer, and greetings to the 3 highnesses. Qi Jie heard this and waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for the 3 to be polite. He then said to the 3 mermaid emperors, "Have you found anything here?" The 3 mermaid emperors all shook their heads. "Your Excellency the Führer, we only found this underwater abyss, which is very deep. We've been diving for a long time and still haven't found anything. Still, we can only sense that rather special demigod aura. Other than that, there's nothing else to discover." After the Mermaid Emperor finished speaking, both the Black Jiao Emperor and the Water Spirit nodded their heads. They were just like the Mermaid Emperor. In this place, there was nothing special to discover. Moreover, they were still vaguely uneasy in their hearts after they had dived for a certain distance. Seeing that the 3 of them hadn't found anything special, Qi Jie immediately spoke. "Since that's the case, you guys stay on guard up there, and this head of the Yuan dynasty will go down and take a look." The 3 mermaid emperors bowed in unison and led the way. "As you wish, Your Excellency the Führer." Qi Jie then didn't waste any time, and directly brought along the 3 little ones, Gu Yinling, Gu Xiaoyu, and Qi Jie, to dive downwards together. This undersea abyss should also have always existed. It was just that it had been covered up before for some unknown reason. But this time, it was completely revealed. After Qi Jie had dived down for a few moments, he was certain that this place didn't have a demigod aura, but rather, there were real deities. "There's a deity presence down there. I wonder what the situation is. You 3 go up to the top and wait for me. I'll go down and take a look." The 3 Gu Yinling bowed in unison. "As you command." After saying that, Qi Jie added, "Righteous Father, I want to go with you." His situation was considered rather special. He was ostensibly a peak demigod, and when he exploded at full strength, he was able to battle a deity. There was no problem treating it as a divine combat unit. Thus, after Qi Hitomi spoke, Qi Jie nodded. "Alright, then you and I will go down together." Qi Jie was very happy to hear this and directly transformed into the form of a blood dragon. In the blood dragon state, his strength was already only a little weaker than the moon gods, and if he exploded at full strength, he would have no problem splitting the difference with the moon god. Gu Yinling and Gu Xiaoyu, whose strength was still somewhat weak, could only honestly return to the top of the underwater abyss. Their strength, in fact, wasn't that weak. At least they were also a demigod and a great emperor. It was just that compared to Qi Jie and Qi Jie, their strength, it was a bit wonky. It was just that compared to Qi Jie and Qi Jie, their strength was a bit weak. Qi Jie brought along Qi Shi, who had transformed into a blood dragon, and continued to dive downwards. After getting closer, they sensed the aura of 2 deities. Down here, there were actually 2 deities present. However, after diving some distance down, Qi Jie's sight and perception were completely obscured. In front of him, a pitch-black, gigantic light shield appeared. This shroud of light emitted a bizarre, ethereal light. Qi Jie's figure transformed into his second combat type in an instant, and a blood spear appeared in his hand. This place, obviously, was not simple, and with 2 deities below, he couldn't afford to be careless. After making preparations, Qi Jie and Qi Jie entered the light shield. The moment they entered the light shield, Qi Jie realized that something was wrong. This place, it seemed to be a trap. He tried to go back the way he came, and then he realized that he really couldn't get out. It was unknown what kind of person had set this place up, and it was a surprisingly dangerous place to enter and not be able to leave. Although the shroud of light was pitch black, the space within this was bright. Qi Jie was below and saw 2 deities. One of the deities, a goddess, had her hands and feet pierced by a kind of golden cone that nailed her to the ground in death. Not only her hands and feet, but other places on her body. There were also golden cones that nailed through her body, causing her entire being to be completely imprisoned. These golden cones added up to a total of 9. Opposite this goddess was another deity. This deity, the upper half of his body was humanoid, while the lower half of his body was a giant spider. Originally, he was supposed to be locked up by a large number of chains, but when Qi Jie and Qi Jie appeared here, only one of the 6 chains that were locking him up remained. It just so happened that this last chain, too, had been bitten off by him. After the evil executioner deity got out of his trap, he looked at Qi Jie, Qi Jie, and the goddess on the ground, who was unable to move. With an extremely cruel gaze, the heavenly Qin goddess was originally extremely desperate, as she was imprisoned by the 9 dragons' golden cone and was unable to escape at all. During the tens of thousands of years of being confined here, the evil executioner on the other hand had been telling her what to do with her once the other party got out of the trap. In order not to be humiliated by the evil executioner, she even had the idea of blowing herself up. However, she was lucky, and at this extremely critical time, things actually took a turn for the worse. Although only 2 peak demigod powerhouses had come, as long as these 2 were able to take the golden cone from her, all 3 of them would be able to survive. Goddess Tianqin immediately spoke in a hurry. This evil punisher is a madman. You guys help me remove the golden cones from my body, and the 3 of us will deal with him together. Otherwise all 3 of us, we will all die in this place. When the heavenly Qin goddess finished speaking, Qi Jie shook his head. This made the Tianqin goddess anxious, and she hurriedly continued to speak. What I said is true. The evil executioner is indeed a madman. He will definitely kill us. Qi Jie nodded his head this time. I believe your words. I believe that he is a madman, but there's no need to be so troublesome. When the word trouble fell from his mouth, evil executioner had already leapt forward, holding a bone spear and killing towards him. In the face of evil punisher's all-out strike, the blood spear in Qi Jie's hand was sent out with the same ferocity. In this state, his aura was only at the peak of demigod, but after he struck, evil punisher and Tianqin were both dumbfounded. His spear was even stronger than evil punisher's strike. Clang! The blood and bone spears violently clashed. The terrifying power that shook the heavens and the earth shook evil punisher out in an instant. This caused evil punisher to be very decisive, and directly began to burn divine power, exploding all of his battle power. Although evil punisher couldn't understand what was going on, but there was one thing that he was very sure of, and that was that the Qi Jie in front of him possessed the formidable battle power of a reverse deity. Goddess Tianqin, on the other hand, was still dumbfounded at the moment. She had just thought that Qi Jie was just too reckless. Unexpectedly, Qi Jie exchanged blows with the evil punisher and directly shook the evil punisher back. The evil punisher quickly continued to charge, and Qi Jie was also prepared to continue to fight him. However, at this time, Qi Jie said, "Righteous Father, I'll play with him." After saying that, a dragon whistle came out. Then Qi Hitomi's figure became a circle larger, and the power of the divine spirit level began to flow within its body. With a vicious slap of its dragon claw, it slapped back the evil punisher, who had leapt up. On the spot, the 2 deities, evil punisher and Tianqin, could only gape once again. Qi Jie being able to use the demigod realm to reverse a divine spirit was already very incredible. As it turned out, Qi Jie was actually able to use the demigod realm to reverse a deity as well. Could it be that the world had become so crazy during their 10,000 years of imprisonment? Qi Jie was relieved after watching Qi Hitomi and the evil executioner battle it out for a moment. Qi Hitomi was after all related to the blood dragon god in some way, and its battle prowess was very formidable. The evil punisher was simply no match for it, and in this fight, it was only a matter of time before the evil punisher died. Qi Jie immediately came to the side of the heavenly Qin goddess, a beautiful goddess who was in a very sorry state at the moment. She was still extremely nervous when she saw Qi Jie. Qi Jie was also hesitant, whether to turn the Tianqin goddess into a divine spirit crystal core, or to directly take her under his wing or into his harem. It wasn't that he loved one when he saw one, but rather, the emotion of being moved by the heart was natural. It wasn't that he wanted to, but his heart was naturally moved at the sight of this beautiful and sexy goddess. Qi Jie pondered for a while, but in the end, he didn't hotwire the Tianqin goddess and directly karma her. Instead, she said, "Open your mind, don't resist, or else, die." The Tianqin goddess was very hesitant when she heard Qi Jie's words, but she now, too, really had no choice. She should also be thankful that she was a deity and not a demigod. If not, she might have turned into material by now. After the heavenly harp goddess opened her mind, Qi Jie used a mental brand to keep the other party under control. As it was, the life and death of the heavenly harp goddess was all at his whim. After completely controlling the other party, Qi Jie put away the 9 dragons golden cone, This 9 Dragons Golden Cone, a divine artifact, could be used after refining it with demonic power. Qi Jie didn't have any interest in unusual magic treasures, and he was still more interested in this type of divine weapon. As Qi Jie and the evil executioner broke out into battle, Qi Jie asked curiously, "Who are you people? Why are you trapped in this place?" Immediately after being rescued, Goddess Tianqin sat down on the ground and began to heal her wounds. She was also truthful to Qi Jie's question. "We are deities of the divine desolate continent from 10,000 years ago. My name is Tianqin, and the name of that deity on the opposite side is Heaven Punisher. About 10,000 years ago, a person who called himself the Golden Dragon Emissary came and forced us to ask about the whereabouts of the Blood Dragon God, but we didn't know that the Blood Dragon God was in any place, nor did we know who the Blood Dragon God was. Then this Golden Dragon Messenger began to beat and torture us. In the end, he even nailed me to the ground, preparing to use even more cruel torture. But it was also at this time that the Golden Dragon Messenger, not knowing what had happened to him, suddenly left. After that, it never came back. 10,000 years passed, and the evil executioner, who was bound by chains, gradually broke free. And then you came." Goddess Tianqin was relatively honest and told Qi Jie the whole thing. When she finished, Qi Jie continued to ask another question. "Are there other beings in the ancient divine hall in the forbidden zone of life?" Goddess Tianqin nodded. "In the forbidden zone of life, there is an evil god temple. There are 6 evil gods enshrined in the evil god temple, but there are 2 evil gods that were also captured by the Golden Dragon Emissary and then killed by the Golden Dragon Emissary. Unsurprisingly, there are still 4 evil gods in the evil god temple today." The information provided by Goddess Tianqin was useful to Qi Jie and the Imperial Star Alliance. Now that Qi Jie knew, the southeastern continental plate of the divine desolate continent did indeed have deities, and as long as there weren't any very big changes, the evil god temple even possessed 4 evil gods. It was also fortunate that he had maintained enough sense to not start the next war immediately after defeating the 4 Domains Alliance. Otherwise, the war between the Emperor Star Alliance and the 5 Domain Alliance, the Emperor Star Alliance, might not be able to continue to take advantage. The reason the Emperor Star Alliance was able to destroy their opponents in the previous war was because they had a huge advantage. The Emperor Star Alliance already possessed very advanced technological weapons. These technological weapons, there was no way for the cultivators' magic treasures to perfectly counter them. After all, what they had in their hands were only magic treasures, not heaven-destroying artifacts. Furthermore, in the previous battles, god-level combat units like Qi Hitomi were also used as demigods. When Qi Hitomi was on the battlefield, against other demigods, it was of course a descending blow. This time, it was different. The Forbidden Zone of Life, on the bottom of the 5 Realms Coalition's card, as they continued to attack, it was possible that they wouldn't encounter an evil god, or that they would encounter 4 evil gods. In such a situation, it was of course important to prepare for the worst. It would be fine if they didn't encounter an evil god, but if they encountered 4 evil gods but they couldn't come up with a countermeasure, then they would be in trouble. As Qi Jie learned quite a bit of information from the heavenly Qin goddess, the evil executioner deities that had been imprisoned for tens of thousands of years were really no match for Qi Jie either. Boom! As an unwilling roar, as well as a terrifying explosion came out one after the other. The evil executioner deity spirit was completely finished off by Qi Hitomi. A divine spirit crystal core also appeared on top of Qi Hitomi's dragon claw. As Qi Hitomi prepared to feast, Qi Jie hurriedly spoke. "Don't eat it for now. Count this head of state as borrowing it from you, and return it to you later." Qi Jie needed demigod crystal cores, as well as deity crystal cores to create deities. Qi Jie's growth required a process. It wouldn't be of much use for it to continue eating divine spirit crystal cores now. The power of these divine spirit crystal cores could only be stored in its body, and it would take a long time before it could be absorbed and digested. And after Qi Jie got the divine spirit crystal nuclei, along with some other rare materials, it could create a god now. After the Tianqin goddess joined the Infinite Group, the Infinite Group now had 4 god-level warriors. The current ones could already compete with the ancient god temple, or the evil gods in the evil god temple. However, if Qi Jie created another deity out of it, then they would be able to gain a numerical advantage at the deity level. After Qi Jie opened his mouth, Qi Jie thought for a moment, then still handed him the deity crystal core. Handing it to him, the little guy was obviously eager to eat this little snack, but for the most part, Qi Hitomi was still relatively well behaved. On this trip to the undersea abyss, Qi Jie's harvest was also very large. He had obtained a divine spirit crystal core, as well as a divine level battle force, and also knew the information about the divine hall and the golden dragon emissary. It looked like the Golden Dragon Emissary and the Blood Dragon God came from two different forces, and both were still hostile. The Golden Dragon Emissary, on the other hand, was the force from beyond the heavens that Qi Jie was worried about. In the divine desolate continent, he had swept unrivaled at the moment. However, if there was an extra heavenly force that came looking for him, whether he could fight or not, it was not easy to say for the time being. However, the extra heavenly forces hadn't come back for 10,000 years, so they might never come back, or they might have already been destroyed. In any case, there was no need to worry excessively for the time being. At the moment, the primary task of the Infinite Group and the Imperial Star Alliance was still to finish off the Five Domains Alliance. Qi Jie searched through this space and didn't find anything else. He immediately brought Qi Jie and Goddess Tianqin with him, preparing to find a way to leave this place. Boom! Qi Jie first clutched his blood spear in his second type state and executed an all-out strike to attack this barrier. As a result, under his full force strike, this boundary barrier remained intact. Qi Jie hesitated for a moment and directly entered the fourth battle type state. Roar! A skyrocketing dragon roar came out, and in the next moment, Qi Jie directly transformed into the blood dragon god type that dominated the heavens and the earth. On his body, there was also the terrifying power of the super god rank that spread wildly. Super god rank. Seeing such a scene, Goddess Tianqin could only stare at Qi Jie with her jaws agape, dumbstruck, and her eyes filled with disbelief. She finally understood at this moment why Qi Jie didn't give a damn when he faced the evil Punisher deity. It wasn't that he didn't know the power of a deity, but rather, the even more powerful him simply didn't place a mole cricket of the level of the evil execution deity spirit in his eyes. Boom! Kaching. As he became more familiar with the power of the Blood Dragon God, his utilization of the Blood Dragon God's power went to a higher level. In the Blood Dragon God state, Qi Jie could take on the three appearances of a blood-colored Eastern Divine Dragon, a blood-colored Western Dragon, and the Dragon Emperor anthropomorphic state. He casually threw a punch at the moment, and the black boundary barrier that was capable of trapping a deity was shattered into nothingness by inches as he destroyed it. He then gradually returned to his normal appearance from his Dragon Emperor anthropomorphic state as well. His Blood Dragon God state was very energy-consuming. Part of this energy came from the power retained by the Blood Dragon God, while the other part stemmed from his daily accumulation. In the Blood Dragon God state, for every breath that lasted, a large amount of infinity crystals were burning madly. Thus, if there was nothing going on, it was still not possible to maintain the Blood Dragon God state and burn funds all the time. Of course, if he crossed over to the Super God stage sometime, this problem wouldn't exist. When Qi Jie brought the Tianqin goddess back into the light of day, the Tianqin goddess was of course very elated. While elated, she couldn't help but be deeply shocked. She couldn't imagine in any way that Qi Jie, who was usually only at the demigod realm, was actually a super god ranked, of powerful existence. With such power, even the Golden Dragon Emissary was no match for Qi Jie. What Qi Jie was afraid of course, was not the Golden Dragon Emissary, but rather the huge power behind the Golden Dragon Emissary, as well as the rest of the high-grade civilizations. But there was no need to worry now. After all, there was no existence at that level in this acre of the Divine Desolate Continent. The pace of his conquest would soon cover the entire Divine Desolate Continent. Even after he demonstrated enough power, many places would not even need to be conquered to spread the word. When Qi Jie appeared in the southern Han domain with the heavenly Qin goddess, a storm instantly swept through the southern Han domain. Qi Jie had faced the heavenly moon demigod every day, as well as the Qi silver moon empress, as well as the Victoria demigod, and top-tier beauties like the moon goddess. His immunity to beautiful women was already very high. This was not the case for the rest of the Imperial Star Alliance. In particular, the Tianqin goddess was not only bubbly beautiful, but she also possessed god-level power and was a true deity. The Infinite Group's moon goddess was only known to the top brass of the Imperial Star Alliance, but the Tianqin goddess, there were already a few uncertain legends about her in the southern Han domain. Coupled with Qi Jie's high-profile appearance in the southern Han domain with her, it naturally caused a huge stir. The Imperial Star combat forces that didn't know of the moon goddess's existence, as well as the cultivation forces that had surrendered to the Imperial Star, were all shocked that the Infinite Group possessed god-level combat power. Those Imperial Star bigwigs who knew of the moon god's existence were shocked that the Infinite Group possessed a second god-level combatant so quickly. What they didn't know was that Qi Jie and Qi Jie were also god-level battle power. Moreover, this time, Qi Jie had obtained a piece of Divine Spirit Crystal Core in the Undersea Abyss, so he could go back and create the Infinite Group's 5th god-level combat unit. Even more, the Infinite Group had acquired quite a few high-level materials over this period of time. After saving up for a while longer, With the high-level materials acquired from various parties, another deity could be manufactured. The Infinite Group's 6th God-level combat unit. Of course, if Qi Jie did this, the Infinite Group's hoarded resources would be completely depleted. Whether or not to continue frantically creating gods, or to take care of other aspects of development at the same time, was a matter that required serious thought. Qi Jie's decision to let the Tianqin goddess show her face publicly was intended to have the effect of knocking down a mountain and shaking a tiger. He wanted to see if the 4 evil gods would make a move, and if the 5 Realms Alliance could only invite the 4 evil gods. At the time when the heavenly Qin goddess appeared in the southern Heng domain, the place called the Ancient Divine Hall, which was actually the Evil Gods Hall, had indeed made a move. In the Evil God Hall, the 4 evil gods were extremely surprised by the appearance of the heavenly Qin goddess. The Shuizhe evil god spoke icily. Why has Tianqin appeared again? Didn't a few of them already die? The Sundown Wind evil god shook his head. I don't know. If Tianqin isn't dead, then the other guys might still be alive as well. Where did they go during these 10,000 years of age? No one could answer Sundown Evil God's question. However, the Earthshang Evil God, who was once the head of the 6 evil gods, still gave a response. Regardless of whether the others are dead or not, first find a way to contact Tianqin and inquire about the information. If the Imperial Star Alliance only has one deity, Tianqin, then the original plan remains unchanged. And while eliminating these mole crickets, take out Tianqin. If they have 4 god-level warriors, then we have to think long and hard. The Divine Desolate Continent is vast and boundless. We can migrate to other places. There's no need to fight to the death with the Emperor Star. The Earthshang Evil God's decision was very simple. If they had an advantage, then they would stay and fight. If they did not have an advantage, then they would decisively run away. Ask for some monthly votes. Member readers, there is a free monthly vote every month. Can you vote for Naiha? Thanks. South Hong Domain. Imperial Star Alliance. Supreme Conference Hall. A group of unexpected visitors to the Imperial Star had to be received. This group of visitors, from the Eastern Continent sector of the Divine Desolate Continent, were senior counselors of the Eastern Continent Alliance. There were 5 people in the group, all of whom were deities. Their purpose for coming to the Emperor Star Alliance was to hope that the Emperor Star Alliance and the 5 Realms Alliance would come to a truce. This was because a great unified southeastern continent was not in the interests of the Eastern Continent Alliance. As the group of visitors arrived, Qi Jie also brought the 2 deities, Moon God and Tianqin, as well as the Imperial Hierarch, and the deputy head of Ji Tianyu, to receive the group. Among the 5 high-ranking counselors of the Eastern Continent Alliance, the first person was Counselor Qi Haifeng, who was a strong divine spirit 2nd level. A few people behind Qi Haifeng, one was a divine spirit 2nd level, while the remaining 3 were divine spirit 1st level. If the Imperial Star Alliance didn't have any divine spirits, after these 5 came over, the Imperial Star would only be able to do whatever they asked it to do. Now, it was different, not to mention Qi Jie's Blood Dragon God state, which was a super god rank battle power. Emperor Star also had the Moon God, Tianqin, and Qi Jie, all of whom were divine ranked battle power. If it weren't for the visit of Qi Haifeng and the others, Qi Jie would have gone off to create a god by now. In this way, the Infinite Group would be able to have a 3rd deity on the books. Once Qi Haifeng and his group of 5 were seated, they opened the door. Introducing ourselves, we are the senior counselors of the Eastern Continent Alliance. My name is Qi Haifeng. This time, we came over to the Southeast Continent mainly for 2 things. The first thing, we wish to acquire the Infinite Group's patent for making infinite crystals. The second thing, we wish for the war between the Imperial Star Alliance and the 5 Realms Alliance to stop there. After Qi Haifeng finished speaking, Ji Tianyu said with extreme displeasure, the war between the Emperor Star Alliance and the 5 Domain Alliance is a matter for the Southeast Continent. What does it have to do with the East Continent? Shouldn't things on the Southeast Continent be resolved by the people of the Southeast Continent themselves? After Ji Tianyu finished speaking, Qi Jie nodded and said, Vice-Führer Ji Tianyu's meaning is my meaning. As for the Infinite Group's patent for manufacturing infinite crystals, the Infinite Group has no thoughts of selling it either. As Qi Jie's words fell, Qi Haifeng's face became somewhat ugly. It was because the person from the Imperial Star Alliance had made his words too blunt, leaving him with absolutely no room for mediation. 5 of their deities had descended, and the other party didn't give them any face at all. Qi Haifeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he said indifferently, these 2 matters, there's no room for negotiation at all? Qi Jie nodded. Right. Qi Haifeng looked at Qi Jie, and ultimately didn't snap. Instead, he said, solving problems sometimes doesn't need to be done through war. The Imperial Star Alliance and the 5 Realms Alliance. Perhaps they can sit down and talk. Qi Jie certainly didn't agree with Qi Haifeng's point of view. For the sake of eternal peace, some war is necessary. Qi Haifeng certainly knew that what Qi Jie said was right, but the Eastern Continent Alliance just didn't want to see the Southeast Continent turn into an ironclad block. After some deep thought, Qi Haifeng said, "The Eastern Continent Alliance reserves its opinion and hopes that both of you will be able to make peace." Qi Jie was not prepared to continue with Qi Haifeng and made a final decision saying, "In the future, the Imperial Star Alliance will be the sole ruler of the Southeast Continent. This is something that will never change." Wine was not enough, and words were not enough. Qi Jie and Qi Haifeng obviously had nothing to say. Qi Haifeng had thought about whether or not to make a move to knock the other party down a peg if Qi Jie's attitude was too tough at first. But now, he still gave up. The Moon God and the Heavenly Qi were both true god-level warriors. For these two deities to be able to listen to Qi Jie's orders, Qi Jie was surely a god-level battle power as well, adding to the fact that this place was the lair of the Imperial Star Alliance. Making a move in this place would be very unfavorable for them. Thinking of this, Qi Haifeng could only get up and said with a look of regret on his face, "Führer Gu, we are very sorry that we didn't convince you to stop your aggression. Since both of us were unable to communicate at the negotiation table, the Eastern Continent Alliance, next, might take some other, more useful measures." After he said that, Qi Jie said with a light laugh, "Meals can be eaten indiscriminately, words cannot be spoken indiscriminately, and things cannot be done indiscriminately. Don't say that words don't mean anything. See you off." Qi Jie's words. Qi Haifeng could of course understand them, which caused his face to change. However, Qi Haifeng's group of 5 people ultimately didn't lash out. After leaving the Imperial Star Alliance's highest conference hall, Qi Haifeng shook his head and said, "Originally, I thought that the Imperial Star Führer, Qi Jie, was a lord. Now it seems that he's just a maniac with no one in sight." After Qi Haifeng finished speaking, the remaining 4 people nodded. One of them quickly said, "Why didn't you make a move to test Qi Jie just now? Even if he flipped out, the 5 of us would still have no problem trying to retreat." Hearing this, Qi Haifeng did nod. "Still," he said, "that's true in reason, but there's no need for us to share the firepower for those guys from the Evil God Temple. Even if we want to make a move against Qi Jie and the Imperial Star Alliance, we have to wait until both of them have fought and lost. It's better to go back and make a decision on this matter after conferring with the speaker." Qi Haifeng didn't know that for a moment just now. Qi Jie was also eager to leave the 5 of them behind. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Qi Jie finally refrained from doing so. If he had really made a move, with the help of the Moon God, the Heavenly Qin Goddess, and Qi Jie, he could definitely finish off these 5 demigods. However, the strength of the Eastern Continent was clearly not comparable to the Southeastern Continent. The other party casually could send out 5 deities, and in the Eastern Continent, there were bound to be more deities. The main enemy of the Imperial Star Alliance at the moment was the 5 Domains Alliance, not the Eastern Continent Alliance. Before resolving the 5 Domains Alliance, it still shouldn't casually make enemies. If not, the 5 Qi Haifengs would only have no return this time. The appearance of the Eastern Continent Alliance gave Qi Jie a sense of urgency. He wanted to get rid of the 5 Domains Alliance before the Eastern Continent Alliance. And the 5 Domains Alliance were in cahoots. The 5 Domains Alliance now had 4 evil gods, and things would undoubtedly become complicated if they got help from the Eastern Continent Alliance. The Imperial Star Alliance's combat meeting was soon held once again. The presidents of the major conglomerates of the Emperor Star Alliance, the heads of the major hegemonic level forces, and the many remaining demigods, great emperors, and quasi-emperors. At the very first moment after Qi Jie gave the order, all of them gathered together. The Imperial Star Alliance, the highest conference hall, was quickly filled with people. The gazes of the crowd were all focused on Qi Jie. The many bigwigs were curious as to what the Führer was doing by suddenly summoning them. After the crowd arrived one after another, Qi Jie's voice resounded throughout the Supreme Conference Hall. "Gentlemen, this Führer has decided to launch the final battle early." Hearing these words, countless people in all directions were extremely stunned. Although they had previously wanted to continue attacking the 5 Realms Alliance with a bang, the information they had investigated during this time told the crowd. It was fortunate that Qi Jie had stopped them from continuing to go and attack the 5 Realms Alliance in the first place. If not, by this time next year, the grass on many people's graves would have grown very tall. However, now Qi Jie wanted to advance the date of the duel, which made the crowd, inevitably, a little confused. Demigod Gu Yangzi opened his mouth and inquired, "Your Excellency the Führer, according to the information we've recently investigated, the 5 Realms Alliance isn't that simple. The 5 Domains Alliance. It is suspected that it is connected to the evil god, and if we attack the Five Domains Alliance, we will easily encounter the evil god. Before we attack the Five Domains Alliance, we have to make sufficient preparations before we do so. The Dao Tai Huang, the Northern Prime Song crowd, also nodded their heads in agreement. If the Five Realms Alliance didn't have a god-level battle force, of course everything would be negotiable. At the moment, this was not the case, and the facts proved that the Five Realms Alliance possessed god-level battle power. After several demigods spoke one after another, Qi Jie raised his hand, signaling the crowd to quiet down. After he raised his hand, the noisy conference hall that was just a moment ago quickly became as quiet as a pin drop. Qi Jie's voice also came out once again. In the current Imperial Star Alliance, this Führer's righteous son Qi Jie, the Moon Goddess, and the Heavenly Qin Goddess, are all god-level warriors. Unsurprisingly, on the side of the Five Domain Alliance, there are only 4 god-level battle power. In a short period of time, the Five Domains Alliance and the Eastern Continent Alliance will not be able to reach an alliance. What the Imperial Star Alliance is going to do is to eliminate the Five Domains Alliance before both of them reach an alliance, completely completing the great unification of the Southeastern Continental Plate. As Qi Jie's words fell, the crowd in the hall of the Supreme Council was a bit worried. In the face of god-level battle power, the major conglomerates of the Emperor Star, as well as the various hegemonic level forces, were obviously very fearful. In some people's minds, they even had the idea of conquering up to this point. After all, right now, the Emperor Star already possessed half of the Southeastern Continental Plate. It seemed that the crowd of the Emperor Star Alliance should be satisfied. There were also some people who were worried about what if they lost the fight. They were so keen to take down the Five Domains Alliance with a drumbeat of momentum like a tiger before because they felt that the Five Domains Alliance didn't have a deity. Now that they knew that the Five Realms Alliance possessed divine spirits, they really didn't dare to easily wage war against the Five Realms Alliance. Qi Jie did not open his mouth when the crowd below was talking. Barefooted people weren't afraid to wear shoes. At first, the Imperial Star Alliance hadn't occupied that much territory, so of course the crowd was willing to put up a fight. Now that the Imperial Star Alliance was in control of many territories, the crowd would have to weigh their options if they were allowed to fight for their lives again. Of course, there were a very few people who, like Qi Jie, had higher aspirations. Emperor Hilly's vice head, Qi Tianyu vice head, were all such people. None of them had the idea of favoring a darker region, and half of the Southeastern Continent Plate didn't satisfy them. In such a situation, vice head of Emperor Hill spoke up. Gentlemen, quiet. Although Emperor Hilly was not a deity, he still had an extremely high voice as the deputy head of the Emperor Star Alliance. As the first demigod born in the Empyrean Star native lands back then, to this day, there were still quite a few demigods, as well as great emperors, who sold him face. The Emperor's high demigod waited for the crowd to quiet down, then spoke. It's absolutely not possible to remain isolated. We have the power to fight now, and we will choose to be partial. But if our enemies, standing in our position, will give us a chance to breathe, the Imperial Star Alliance, after completely sweeping the Southeastern Continental Plate, will only be able to truly stand firm. At that time, we will have more resources and a larger population. Then we'll be able to better cultivate strong people, train combat troops, and develop technology. By owning the entire Southeastern Continental Plate, we will have more initiative and more options. At this time, no one should ever waver. I've finished speaking. Please add to my words. Your Excellency the Führer. Qi Jie nodded slightly, then looked at everyone in the hall and said, I only have a small amount of content to add. 1. The Southeastern Continental section is also only the first step on the road to conquest for the Imperial Star Alliance. Our journey is still the entire Divine Wasteland continent. 2. As with any time in the past, victory belongs to us, and glory belongs to the Emperor Star Alliance. Those who dare to fight, rise. After Qi Jie finished speaking, he took the lead and rose. After he rose, the Imperial Hierarch, as well as the deputy head of Qi Tianyue, all stood up. Gu Yangzi, on the other hand, roared. Glory belongs to the Emperor Star. Infected by him, more and more great emperors and quasi-emperors all rose at this moment. Victory belongs to us. Honor belongs to the Emperor Star. Within a few moments, about 3/4 of the powerhouses all rose one after another. After these 3/4 of the powerhouses rose, the remaining 1/4 of the powerhouses, of course, also faltered. At the end of the day, everyone in the entire Supreme Conference Hall stood up. In the empty hall, it was even more so as the last 2 words spoken by Qi Jie kept echoing. Victory belongs to us, and glory belongs to the Emperor Star. At this moment, there was no more hesitation in the hearts of most of the powerhouses, and the fear in the hearts of the few powerhouses was dispelled to a great extent. Under the leadership of Emperor Starhead Qi Jie, they were invincible and invincible. It was so before, it was so now, and it would be so in the future. After everyone had made up their minds that they were going to engage in a great battle, the crowd began to conduct an intelligence summary and strategic deployment. For this intelligence summarization and strategic deployment, Qi Jie handed it over to Vice-Führer Qi Tianyu to complete. He only needed to take ideas on the general direction. All other things could be left to Vice-Führer Qi Tianyu and Vice-Führer Imperial Hills to accomplish. There was clearly no problem with letting Qi Tianyu and the crowd work together as a group on this matter. While the crowd was still deliberating, Qi Jie had already returned to the Infinite Group Floating Base headquarters to do more important things. Infinite Group Floating Base, Top Floor Manufacturing Hall. This was where Qi Jie manufactured all types of black technology, as well as creating deities. He had given Qi Tianyu the task of strategic deployment just to come back and make gods. With the experience he had gained from creating the moon god last time, he was much more relaxed about creating deities this time around. The large amount of high-level materials acquired by the Infinite Group had also long been stored in this place. The large amount of high-level materials were quickly inventoried one by Qi Jie. After counting all the high-level materials that the Infinite Group currently possessed, as well as the high-level materials that he had on him, Qi Jie realized that he was now able to create gods. And he could create 2 deities. But after creating 2 deities, the Infinite Group's energy reserves and material reserves would basically be depleted. After thinking about it for a while, Qi Jie finally decided that he would only make one god. The meal had to be eaten one bite at a time, and the path had to be taken one step at a time. And the other combat units of the Infinite Group also needed to be upgraded. That way they could increase their chances of survival in the brutal war to come. The final arrangement made by Qi Jie was to take 2/4 of the materials and use them to build a god. Of the remaining materials, a quarter was taken out and used to strengthen all the combat troops up and down the Infinite Group. This decision of his was very wise. It was because every war was very cruel to the conventional combat troops. In this big battle, both sides were bound to fight for their lives. Under such circumstances, this battle would be even more brutal. After obtaining a large amount of black technology to arm themselves, the Infinite Group's conventional combat troops would be able to survive as long as possible. After making a decision in his mind, Qi Jie began to choose the deity he was going to create. This time, there were more than enough materials, and he didn't encounter the predicament he had last time. There was a lack of important materials at the critical moment of god-making. There were a total of 3 deities he could make this time: the wind and snow demoness, the snow gelding goddess, and the 2-winged centaur. These 3 guys, they were all god-level creatures. The wind and snow banshee, an ice sculpture-like being, had the appearance of a woman carved out of crystal. Lu Shaoqian was ecstatic when she looked at it, while Qi Jie was not prepared to do anything to the crystal doll. The 3rd biplane centaur was actually quite pretty to look at. Just looking at the human part, it was definitely a big beauty. It was a pity that the other party wasn't really a big beauty, but a beauty centaur. Qi Jie wasn't going to do anything to the beauty centaurs, so his choice was the snow gelding goddess. This was a great beauty with flowing clothes and a stunning face. Qi Jie's mind moved. Then he used the Infinity Engine and began to create it. Buzz, a divine spirit crystal core, as well as a large amount of rare materials, and a large amount of high-level energy stones. At this time, they were all devoured by the Infinity Engine. After these massive amounts of resources were devoured by the Infinity Engine, a light cluster also gradually appeared in the manufacturing hall. In this light mass that emitted a holy light, a deity was gradually taking shape. After a while, the holy light mass that emitted a glistening white light became more and more radiant. This process lasted for about an hour before the holy light gradually disappeared. Then a goddess who looked like a divine consort fairy appeared in front of Qi Jie. Qi Tianyu was the first wife. Qi Inyu was the second wife. Victoria was the third wife. Moon goddess was the fourth wife. And Tianqin was the fifth wife. So this snow congealing goddess was his sixth wife. If he pleasured one a day, he could just rest on Sundays. But with his blood dragon god physique, he clearly didn't need to rest. And another goddess wife would be no problem. Lady Xuanning, goddess bowed to Qi Jie once she appeared. Greetings, Your Excellency the Führer. Be excused, Qi Jie casually said. After speaking, he continued to speak. Let's find a place to spar. Xuanning sniffed and shook her head. I'm no match for His Excellency the Führer. Of course, Qi Jie knew that Xuanning was not his opponent. He just wanted to flirt with his new wife during the battle. But if Xuanning didn't want to cut a deal, he didn't have any thoughts of forcing himself. Moreover, the Imperial Star Alliance was about to have a big showdown with the Five Domains Alliance. He couldn't be half dead in front of the warrior army, and still sing and dance under the beauty's tent. Of course, there was still no problem with hugging his new wife. Amidst the stunned gaze of the Xuanning goddess, she was then picked up by Qi Jie in an easy cross-armed embrace. Your Excellency the Führer. The snow-congealing goddess was very easily shy, and Qi Jie had merely picked her up, and she unexpectedly became flushed with color. Her absolutely beautiful face was filled with a blush, her pretty face directly reddening to the roots behind her ears. Ji Tianyue and Ji Inyue, as well as Victoria, the heavenly Qin goddess, and the moon goddess were all very beautiful and pretty. But the snow condensation goddess had an advantage that none of them possessed. While the Ji Tianyu girls were soft, the snow condensation goddess was truly to the point of being soft as if she was boneless. When Qi Jie held her in his arms, it was as if he was holding a ball of soft cotton. Her body was still light, and even though she was a deity, she seemed too slim and slender. However, the snow condensation goddess had meat where it should be. It could be said that the nutrition all went where it should. While goddess Xuanning was nervous, Qi Jie also decided to make her nervous to the end. Buzz. His massive demonic power quickly immobilized the infinite group's floating base, then shielded the highest layer of the infinite group. Next, it was time to do business since it was not enough for outsiders. The reason why Qi Jie was like this was because he was craving for the body of goddess Xuanning on one hand, and on the other hand, he wanted to have his own heir. He now had 2 righteous sons and a righteous daughter, but he didn't have an heir of his own yet. Logically, Ji Tianyue and Ji Inyue had been favored by him the most and were the most deserving of carrying the dragon seed. Nay, both of them were heavenly moon pythons in disguise, and although one had become a demigod and the other a great emperor, it was still difficult for them to conceive. The rest of Victoria, as well as the moon god in Tianqin, some hadn't had the chance to be favored yet, while others had not been favored many times. Thus they, like Ji Tianyue and Ji Inyue, showed no signs of leaving an heir for him. This time, the snow condensation goddess was different, and Qi Jie didn't know why. The first time he saw the snow condensation goddess, he felt that he should be able to easily work with the other party to create a dragon prince, or a dragon princess out of it. At this moment, all the people of the Imperial Star Alliance were still discussing great matters as a group, so naturally, no one would come to disturb Qi Jie's good deed. At the same time, Victoria, who had gone to the quicksand domain, had encountered something incredible. Victoria was originally at the Infinite Group's floating base, working as a big housekeeper for Qi Jie. After all, the matter of creating a god, Qi Jie had at most involved a few of his wives. However, the exploration team from the quicksand domain, after discovering an ancient ruin, Victoria went over to check it out. Upon her arrival, she realized that this ancient ruin was a palace from an unknown era, and the incredible thing she encountered was a broken mirror that automatically recovered after she appeared, and her entire body, too, was sucked into this magic mirror artifact. On her body, there was an additional set of platinum-colored Valkyrie soft armor, and in her hand, there was also an additional artifact fine sword. Her body, even more uncontrollably, began to cultivate. She seemed to have been blessed with great fortune and encountered an extremely special chance. After Qi Jie and the Xuanning goddess finished their in-depth exchanges, both of them gained a better understanding of each other. Qi Jie knew more about the charms of the Xuanning goddess, while the Xuanning goddess knew about Qi Jie's power and dominance. When Qi Jie left the president's office area, he received a piece of bad news. This bad news came from the quicksand domain. The two places, the soaring eagle domain and the quicksand domain, were places that Qi Jie hadn't even gone over to check out since the Imperial Star Alliance had occupied them. He hadn't expected that his first trip to the quicksand domain would be to save his wife. One of his harem, the Victoria demigod, was trapped in a magic mirror artifact in the quicksand domain. At first, Qi Jie had numbered all of his wives, starting with matriarch Ji Tianyu. However, after enjoying the charms of his many wives, Qi Jie realized that he couldn't favor one over the other, and that there shouldn't be such a thing as numbering. In the future, whether it was Ji Tianyue, or Ji Inyue, or the moon goddess, as well as the snow condensation goddess and so on, they were all just uniformly called wives. There had to be a leveling of the water in one bowl. Instead of having wives and concubines, Qi Jie had traveled to the quicksand domain the first time he heard that Victoria was trapped. Even in today's ever-growing harem, he wouldn't forget his old love when he had a new one. Ka-ching! He raised his hand and casually tore it, and a spatial channel was opened up by him. It didn't take long before Qi Jie saw the magic mirror artifact that had trapped Victoria. In this place, there were also quite a few employees of the Infinity Group, as well as people from other forces of the Emperor Star. When Qi Jie appeared, his subordinate, Riftwing Wu, whom he hadn't seen in a while, immediately stepped forward. "Greetings, Your Excellency the Führer." The rest of the crowd also stepped forward at this time. "Greetings, Your Excellency the Führer. Qi Jie said. Be excused. The crowd heard this and stood up straight. Qi Jie then proceeded to look at Rift Hollow and asked, Victoria is trapped in this magic mirror? He stared at the magic mirror for a long time, but he saw nothing in this magic mirror. Riftwood squared his shoulders and said, Yes, Your Excellency the Führer. After the Victoria demigod entered the magic mirror, it completely lost contact with the outside world. We have been unable to contact demigod Victoria until now. Qi Jie frowned. Can others enter this magic mirror? Split Knot Wu nodded. They can enter, but those who entered the magic mirror have all lost contact as well. Qi Jie hesitated for a moment and said, This patriarch will go in and take a look. Rift Sky Wu was startled. Your Excellency the Führer. Since you're here, it's better for my subordinates to go in and see what's going on. Qi Jie shook his head. Since Victoria is all trapped, it's useless for you to go in. After saying that, he no longer hesitated and approached the mirror. The next moment, his entire body was sucked into the magic mirror. After a moment of heavenly rotation, Qi Jie appeared in the world within the mirror. Then he realized why the other people who had entered the world in the mirror couldn't get out. It was because these people were already dead. And if Rift Skyrite had come in just now as well, then Rift Skyrite would be dead as well. Rift Sky Marshal's current strength was only a quasi-emperor. And in this place, a bunch of quasi-emperors had already died. Seeing that so many people had died in there, Qi Jie couldn't help but worry for Victoria. Although he had quite a few beauties in his harem, he wasn't mentally prepared for a harem -1. After searching the area, Qi Jie let out a sigh of relief. Although quite a few people had died here, nothing had happened to Victoria. As for the rest of the staff, their relatives would receive the highest level of pension. After all, this time, these staff members had died looking for Victoria. Qi Jie finally found Victoria after traveling through this area for a long time. When he saw Victoria, he was somewhat stunned. His blonde wife, how did she turn into a white-haired girl? Although this was something the second spiny ape was ecstatic about. He didn't want Victoria to have any missteps. Victoria also noticed Qi Jie's arrival, and she immediately said in confusion, Your Excellency the Führer, why are you here? Qi Jie completely put his heart down after seeing that Victoria was lucid and didn't look injured. He then said, Rift Marshal said that you were trapped in the magic mirror, so I rushed here to save you. How did you become like this? Victoria started off with long blonde big wavy hair, while her appearance was that of a 25 or 26-year-old imperial lady. Now it was different, living as a 17 or 18-year-old white-haired girl. After Qi Jie inquired, Victoria immediately said, Your Excellency the Führer, I have received the inheritance of a deity. Victoria had been a demigod before, but now she was a deity. It was only then that Qi Jie realized that the aura on Victoria's body had just reached the divine level. After saying that she had gotten the matter of getting the inheritance of a deity, Victoria continued to speak. However, if I want to go out from the magic mirror world, I need to kill all the way to the shrine in the core area before I can do so. Saying that, Victoria raised her hand and pointed to the distance. In that place, a building could be vaguely seen. Qi Jie nodded. I didn't see any monster corpses around here. What kind of monsters are here? He had only seen those subordinates who had died in battle before, but he hadn't seen any monsters in this place. Victoria quickly said a kind of monster that Qi Jie didn't expect. The monster here is an evil spirit energy body. After killing these evil spirit energy bodies, you can obtain some pure energy. The evil spirit energy bodies in this area have already been cleared by me. The closer we get to the divine hall, the stronger the power of the evil spirit energy bodies will be. I was originally going to clean up the evil spirit energy bodies in the surrounding area before moving on. When she finished speaking, Qi Jie said, I'll escort you. You kill your way through, and I'll step in to help when you encounter danger. Victoria nodded before joining Qi Jie, approaching the direction where the Sword God Temple was located. The two of them didn't walk for long before Qi Jie saw the evil spirit energy body. The so-called evil spirit energy bodies were blood-red transparent monsters. These blood-colored transparent monsters were very strong, and all of them were at the peak of demigod. Swish dash. With a flash of sword light in Victoria's hand, an evil spirit energy body was directly killed. After killing this evil spirit energy body, there was indeed a stream of light that flew into Victoria's body. Qi Jie couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. There's actually only this little bit of energy? The energy contained in that stream of light just now wasn't much different from an infinity crystal. The harvest from hunting these monsters was obviously very small. Victoria nodded. Yes, but the energy is very pure, and it's all for free. When she said that, Qi Jie could only nod, because there was nothing wrong with what Victoria said. It gave him the idea to clean up the monsters around him as well, gathering sand into towers, gathering armpits into fur. Although an evil spirit energy body provided very little energy, the purity of that energy was very high. As long as one hunted as many evil spirit energy bodies as possible, one could obtain a large amount of high purity energy. With a casual stroke of her sword, Victoria was able to cleave one, or even two or three, evil spirit energy bodies to death. The energy she harvested was far more than the energy she consumed. After Qi Jie casually crushed an evil spirit energy body to death, she even realized the stream of light left behind by the evil spirit energy body after it died. Its true function was not to replenish energy, but rather a weak evolutionary effect. This evolutionary effect was very weak. With the strength of his perception, he could only vaguely feel it, so it was no wonder that Victoria hadn't discovered it. Qi Jie immediately said to Victoria, "The energy stream of light produced by the evil spirit energy body after its death contains a very weak evolutionary force. We need to kill as many of these evil spirit energy bodies as possible in a moment." Victoria was very surprised after hearing this. However, she quickly nodded her head. "Yes, Your Excellency the Führer. The power of evolution was an extremely precious, extremely rare power. The evolutionary journey of life was endless and without end. There were quite a few things that could allow ordinary beings to evolve, but not many things that could allow demigods and even gods to evolve. That was why the most precious part of those energy streams of light was the evolutionary energy they contained." Next, Qi Jie began to clean up the evil spirit energy bodies around Victoria. If Victoria ran into trouble, he would be able to come in an instant. If Victoria didn't encounter any unforeseen circumstances, he would be able to progress together with Victoria. The two of them cleared the evil spirit energy bodies on one side and moved forward on the other. After a while, Victoria also encountered a god-level evil spirit energy body that she couldn't defeat. Qi Ji's figure, after entering the second combat type, arrived beside her in an instant. Victoria seriously reminded, "Your Excellency the Führer, this evil spirit energy body is very powerful." Qi Jie nodded. "It's fine. I'll deal with him." Although he had been at a distance just now, his perception was enveloping this space at all times. He had already seen the battle between Victoria and this blood-colored transparent evil spirit. Roar! The evil spirit energy body roared, and a bloody claw that tore through the heavens and earth came slapping towards Qi Jie. God-level evil spirits and demigod-level evil spirits just possessed a huge difference. Boom! Facing the claw of the god-level evil spirit, Qi Jie didn't dodge or retreat, but instead, he directly opposed it and blasted out with his fist. Rumble! This fist pierced through the clouds and cracked the rocks, shaking the heavens and the earth. A fist and a claw violently clashed in one place. Qi Jie's second combat type could only allow his power to skyrocket to the quasi-god level at first, as the power of the blood dragon god in his body was fused and refined by him in large quantities. Now, his second combat styles had also entered the god level, and was even able to crush ordinary god levels. With his current earth-shaking punch, he blew up the opposite god level evil thought body. On the spot, a stream of light also flew into him instantly. The next god-level evil spirits that Victoria fought were extremely tough, and basically, Qi Jie made a move to resolve them. After beating a god-level evil spirit to its last breath, Qi Jie said to Victoria, "Come over and kill it." Victoria sniffed and immediately stepped forward, stabbing out with her sword. However, a scene that neither Qi Jie nor Victoria had expected appeared at this very moment. Qi Jie had asked Victoria to come over and make up for it, in order for Victoria to obtain the divine-level evolutionary flowing light. As a result, the evolutionary flowing light didn't fly towards Victoria, but instead flew towards Qi Jie. Qi Jie immediately smiled helplessly. "It seems that you can't do that. You can only rely on your own strength to hunt down evil spirit energy bodies." Victoria nodded. "Well, I'll go kill the surrounding evil spirits in a moment." Qi Jie shook his head. "I'll bring it over there now, and first kill all the evil spirits that you can clear." Hearing this, Victoria hurriedly thanked him. "Many thanks, Your Excellency the Führer." Qi Jie tore through the void each time, taking Victoria with him as he quickly traveled through the void. It didn't take long before the evil spirit energy bodies that Victoria had fought were killed by the wind. The remaining evil spirit energy bodies, there was nothing left for Victoria. These evil spirit energy bodies, all of them were at the divine level, and she simply couldn't beat them. If it wasn't for Qi Jie entering the magic mirror world, she would obviously be trapped in the magic mirror world this time. Qi Jie started off, still half dragonized, and then went on a killing spree. After gradually approaching the Sword God Hall, he instead encountered a god-level evil spirit of around the 5th level of the divine rank. This caused Qi Jie to directly enter the blood dragon god state and start clearing the field. A massive blood dragon continued to sweep and tear through the heavens and earth, killing in all directions. The surrounding evil spirit energized spirit bodies were certainly no match for the super divine ranked blood dragon god. It didn't take long for the many evil spirit energy bodies to be killed by Qi Jie. After finishing off all of these evil spirit energy bodies, Qi Jie brought Victoria and arrived in the Sword God Hall. Although this place was called the Hall of the Sword God, there were no swords here, only a broken sculpture, and a large amount of black stones. Victoria looked at the black stones around her and asked curiously, "Your Excellency the Führer, what are these black stones?" Qi Jie certainly didn't know what these black stones were, but the Infinity Engine did. Black Sacred Stone, Super Divine Rank Material, Broken State. After getting a boost from the Infinity Engine, Qi Jie's heart couldn't help but be ecstatic. Although the magic mirror had trapped Victoria, it had also helped Victoria break through to the divine rank. Not only that, at the location of the magic mirror's exit, there were actually many super god rank materials, black sacred stones, albeit broken. Qi Jie immediately said, "These are all super god rank materials, but they are all broken, and can also be described as the edges of super god rank materials. Even so, they can be used to create the topmost divine weapons. Let's take all the black sacred stones here." Victoria nodded her head as she sniffed and immediately helped Qi Jie pack up. After the two of them collected most of the black sacred stones here, the surrounding space began to shatter a little. Qi Jie could only say, "Grab what you can, and don't take what you really can't take with you." For the two to get out of the magic mirror space, they needed to use a teleportation array not far away. Although the teleportation array wasn't broken, the space in this place was clearly at the limit of collapsing. Qi Jie and Victoria could only accelerate their collection speed. And as the space collapsed faster and faster, the two finally finished collecting the black sacred stone. Without any hesitation, Qi Jie hugged Victoria and went to the teleportation array. A teleportation recluse quickly swept Qi Jie and Victoria up. In the next moment, the two of them appeared in front of the Rift Marshal, while the magic mirror behind the two of them shattered completely. "Your Excellency the Führer, are you alright?" Seeing Qi Jie appear, Rift Heaven Wu immediately inquired. Qi Jie nodded. "We're fine. But the others died in battle. Regardless of whether the other party is an employee of the Infinite Group or not, give their relatives the highest specification of pension. This matter, leave it to you. Make sure it's done." Riftwood replied with a straight face. "As you command, Your Excellency the Führer." Qi Jie then led the crowd and returned to the South Hung Domain. Now that the South Hung Domain had become the basic disk of the Emperor Star, the major groups of the Emperor Star, as well as all the forces, were all preparing for the Armageddon at this time. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the Armageddon between the Imperial Star Alliance and the remaining cultivation forces of the Southeast Continent Plate came to the forefront. The strategic deployment for this Armageddon was jointly negotiated by Vice-Head Tian Yu, Vice-Head Emperor Hilly, and the heads of the remaining forces of the Emperor Star. Qi Jie had nothing to add to this strategic deployment. This was because this was the final showdown where both sides pressed on everything. Either you die or I die. Against such a backdrop, there wasn't much room for maneuvering at the strategic level anymore. What Qi Jie and everyone in the Imperial Star Alliance hadn't expected was that this time, the Five Realms Alliance didn't hold out. Instead, it took the initiative to strike before the date of the decisive battle decided by the Imperial Star Alliance. Woo! An alarm sound that pierced through the clouds and cracked the rocks reverberated wildly throughout the South Hung Domain. A flying machine, a strong person from the Emperor Star Alliance, all rushed up into the sky at this moment. The Emperor Star Alliance's approximately 200 billion conventional combat troops, as well as approximately 100 billion elite troops, were also rapidly assembling. On the side of the Imperial Star Alliance, most of the combatants, as well as more non-combatants, had a few moments of panic. After all, it was the Imperial Star Alliance that had wrapped up the wind and thunder before, launching attacks against other forces. This time, the Five Domains Alliance had come prepared, and the overwhelming army of cultivators suddenly launched a fierce attack on the Emperor Star Alliance. Many flying machines had just risen into the sky when they were directly smashed in midair by a powerful magic weapon. Qi Jie's judgment was right, and as the war progressed to this point, both sides began to play with their lives. Most of the Five Domain Alliance's cultivators had already put their lives on the line, pulling out all of their cards and throwing themselves into the battle. In the face of the Five Realms Alliance's sudden attack, Qi Jie didn't panic. Soon, the voice of the Emperor Starhead Qi Jie resounded throughout the entire Southern Hung Domain. 100 billion elite troops of the Emperor Star, and 200 billion conventional combat troops. Listen to the order. 100 billion elite troops. According to the original plan, meet the enemy immediately. 200 billion conventional combat troops. Follow closely behind. Act according to the plan. Non-combatants, immediately enter a safe place to take refuge. All deities, demigods, great emperors, and quasi-emperors, follow me into battle. After Qi Jie finished speaking, he charged towards the evil deities of the Five Domains Alliance in a single bound. According to their previous intelligence, the Five Domain Alliance only had 4 evil gods, but the real situation was not like that. On the side of the Five Domains Alliance, it was clear that they possessed a full 8 god-level warriors. 4 of those evil gods were, of course, the 4 guys from the evil god temple. The remaining 4 god-level warriors were they, deities that had come from other places to support them. The Imperial Star Alliance didn't have as many deities as the Five Realms Alliance. At the moment, in the Emperor Star Alliance, only the Moon Goddess, the Heavenly Harp Goddess, the Victoria Goddess, the Snow Condensation Divine Feminine, as well as Qi Jie's righteous son, Qi Jie, and Qi Jie himself, were god-level. The Imperial Star Alliance's god-level battle force had initially held a numerical advantage. Now it couldn't, and had directly fallen into a 6 versus 8 disadvantage. However, the 6 god-level battle forces of the Emperor Star Alliance, as well as the 8 god-level battle forces of the Five Domains Alliance didn't immediately go to war after they appeared above the battlefield. On the side of the Five Domain Alliance, a deity walked out and conversed with Qi Jie. I am the Southern Continent Alliance's Vice-Alliance head, Bei Gongjai. Head Gu, I've heard a lot about you. After Bei Gongjai finished speaking, Qi Jie also walked out from the crowd and came across to Bei Gongjai. He glanced at Bei Gongjai and said indifferently, the Imperial Star Alliance and the Southern Continent Alliance. It seems that they don't have any interactions. Bei Gongjai sniffed and nodded, then said, the Emperor Star Alliance has no conflicts with the Southern Continent Alliance, the Central Continent Alliance, and the Eastern Continent Alliance. However, the behavior of the Emperor Star Alliance has made us feel a crisis. The actions of the Emperor Star Alliance perfectly fit the 4 big words of aggression like fire. We had no choice but to strike first. This time, the Eastern Continent, the Southern Continent, and the Central Continent all have representatives coming. We hope that we can conclude a peace agreement with the Imperial Star Alliance. If the Emperor Star Alliance agrees to stop there and make peace with the Five Realms Alliance, then we can retreat now. Speaking here, Bei Gongjai's words changed before he continued. If not, the Eastern Continent Cultivation Forces, the Southern Continent Cultivation Forces, and the Central Continent Cultivation Forces, as well as the persecuted Southeast Continent's Cultivation Forces, they will form a 4-way cultivator alliance to crush the Emperor Star Alliance. Bei Gongjai was clearly trying to force Qi Jie to agree to the humiliating alliance under the city. His words just now were righteous and grand, but in reality, things were not like that. This was the war of survival, and the Imperial Star Alliance either hadn't taken the first step, or it was unwavering until the end. Even if the Imperial Star Alliance did not take the first step preemptively, once the Divine Desolate Continent discovered the location of the Emperor Star one day, the Emperor Star would most likely have to suffer as well. Since this was the case, in order to protect themselves, they would of course have to take the first step. Moreover, the Eastern Continent Alliance, the Southern Continent Alliance, and the Central Continent Alliance weren't that kind. They were willing to help the cultivation forces of the Southeast Continent because they didn't want to see a Southeast Continent Alliance appear on the Southeast Continent as well. The problem now was not that a Southeast Continent Alliance was going to appear on the Southeast Continent, but that a stronger, more cohesive force was going to appear. After the Imperial Star Alliance had completed the great unification of the Southeastern Continent, Imperial Star head Qi Jie gave the order. The power of the entire Southeastern Continent at that time would be a danger to the surrounding cultivation forces. Regarding Bei Gongjai's proposal of an alliance under the city, Qi Jie was of course unlikely to sign it. Qi Jie's next words were also beyond the imagination of Bei Gongjai and all the deities present. This alliance under the city, I will not agree to it. Not only that, the Imperial Star Alliance, in the near future, will be reigning over the Divine Desolate Continent, the mixed line situation where the 9 continental plates of the Divine Wasteland Continent are fighting on their own, with chaotic battles constantly going on. The Emperor Star Alliance and I will put an end to it. The Divine Desolate Continent will usher in the first ever great unification. The beings of all races who recognize this path will be friends of me and the Emperor Star Alliance. Those who do not recognize this divine path will be enemies of me and the Emperor Star Alliance. There is only one end for these people, and that is death. Thank you to Black Hole for the 100,000 book coins reward. Thank you. There was no way Qi Jie would agree to Bei Gongjai's alliance under the city. So naturally, the two sides could only start a fight if they didn't talk to each other. Bei Gongjai shook his head and then retreated. Before leaving, he left behind one last sentence. Head Gu, you made the most wrong decision at a wrong time, in a wrong place, thus triggering this wrong war. At Bei Gongjai's words, Qi Jie did not get angry. but said calmly, "The final facts will prove that the divine wilderness continent will move towards great unification. And it's the people who are blocking this trend who are on the wrong path. The price they need to bear for their mistake is, on the other hand, ashes and ashes." Qi Jie and Bei Gongjai, their lips and swords. Both sides were at odds with each other. The combat troops of both sides, on the other hand, quickly took up positions on the various battlefields and began to fight. The Imperial Star Alliance, today, had 100 billion elite combat troops, and 200 billion conventional combat troops. Although they had been caught off guard by the Five Realms Alliance, under Qi Jie's command and dispatch, as well as his pressure, the Imperial Star Alliance's combat forces had, in the shortest possible time, restored order and started to counterattack. On the side of the Emperor Star, other than Qi Jie and the other 6 god-level combat forces, everyone else was involved in this great battle of death and destruction. This battle would determine who would be the true master of the southeastern continent section in the future. If the Emperor Star led by Qi Jie won, then Qi Jie would become the sole master of this vast region. But if they failed, all that awaited them would be doomed. War was cruel, and this war was destined to be even more cruel. Neither side had any reservations, and both sides were fighting for their lives. On this day, either the fish would die or the net would be broken. In the direction of the Four-Direction Continent Alliance, Bei Gongjai and the other 8 god-level warriors did not act rashly either. According to their initial intelligence, the Emperor Star Alliance's god-level battle power should be within 3. In this way, they would be able to quickly and heavily damage the Emperor Star Alliance's god-level battle force with a twofold numerical advantage. This war, too, would be completely dominated by them. However, Bei Gongjai and the other god-level powerhouses couldn't understand even if they thought about it. How did the Emperor Star Alliance have 6 god-level battle power all of a sudden? Therefore, Bei Gongjai and the others didn't dare to act rashly, instead waiting for the outcome of the battle in the conventional battlefield. If they were victorious in the conventional battlefield, they would take the initiative and the choice would be in their hands. Bei Gongjai was waiting, and Qi Jie was also waiting. However, unlike Bei Gongjai, he was more, right now, practicing, giving the strongest people room to grow and sharpen. The Emperor Star Alliance was developing very rapidly, and many great emperors, quasi-emperors, and even some of the demigods were very inexperienced in battle. In order for the Imperial Star Alliance to better rule the divine desolate continent in the future, everyone needed to be continuously baptized and continuously sharpened and improved. The figure of Goddess Xuanning arrived beside Qi Jie at this moment. Her sandalwood mouth opened slightly as she softly said, "Your Excellency the Führer, how are we going to proceed with the next god-level battle?" This was a question that Tianqin, Victoria, and the Moon God wanted to know. They were still at a numerical disadvantage. Qi Jie casually said, "One of you will hold back a god-level enemy, and I will fight one against 3. His tactical arrangement was very simple. He possessed the powerful undercurrent of the 4th form of the Blood Dragon God, capable of erupting into a terrifying battle power of the super god rank. He was invincible on this battlefield. At the same time, a fleet appeared in the void that was incomparably far from the Imperial Star headquarters, as well as the divine desolate continent. This fleet possessed a large number of giant starships, and on one of the giant starships at the head, there were even 5 god-ranked powerhouses, and 1 super god-ranked powerhouse. That super god-ranked powerhouse was called Lu Yujie, and he was the commander of this star fleet. The Imperial Star headquarters, as well as the cosmic region where the divine desolate continent was located, was situated in the desolate galaxy within the Vermilion Bird starfield. The desolate galaxy was a massive galaxy like the Milky Way, with countless stars and planets within it. The Vermilion Bird starfield, on the other hand, consisted of countless galaxies like the desolate galaxy. The Vermilion Bird starfield, also known as the Vermilion Bird cluster, and the Vermilion Bird Empire, which was the master of the Vermilion Bird cluster, was a cluster-level civilization. A star cluster-level civilization meant that they had an extremely high level of control over the resources and energy of the entire star cluster, as well as the intelligent life within the entire star cluster. The fleet led by Lu Yujie was only an exploration fleet, not an attack fleet. Even if it was just an exploration fleet, there was a super god rank and 5 peak god ranks in attendance. Their flagship, the Flame Starship, was equipped with the Flame Annihilator Cannon, which possessed the combat ability to kill a god rank with a single blast. The other starships, although not as strong, were still able to threaten the divine rank. This was a starfield that Lu Yujie hadn't been to in the past, and the other commanders of the Vermilion Bird Empire fleet wouldn't have run to this place. This place was too barren, without any valuable resourcefulness. And even more so, no intelligent life had ever been found in this place. However, this time, Lu Yujie came to this area on a whim to inspect it, but found something interesting. Quentina, who was Lu Yujie's assistant, quickly handed Lu Yujie an analysis report. At the same time, she said, "Your Excellency Commander, although it's a bit hard to believe, your judgment is correct. From the analysis report, behind the Great Fracture Zone, there seems to exist a large and a small, two civilizations. One of those civilizations should have possessed space jump technology. We detected some spatial disturbances left behind when they made their crude space jumps." After Quintina finished speaking, a lot of laughter immediately came out from the captain's room, and the entire captain's room was filled with a happy air, because such a space jump would leave traces along the way. It would be easy to trace back to the source and find the coordinates of the other party in the universe. Lu Yujie, however, did not smile, but revealed a few moments of curiosity. He said indifferently, "To be able to master this level of technology with a severe lack of resources is already very good. At the moment, our Vermilion Bird star cluster is in the middle of a star cluster level war with the Poor cluster. Since they are also developing and reproducing in the Vermilion Bird star cluster, they are part of the Vermilion Bird star cluster. We will construct a stable space jumping channel for them, so that the powerful individuals among them can enter the wider cosmic space in search of growth opportunities." Lu Yujie said this, only half of it. The other half was that the strong individuals from the Divine Desolate Continent and the Emperor Star were to be sent to the battlefield front. Since they were also part of the Vermilion Bird star cluster, they needed to fight for the Vermilion Bird star cluster. Going to the warring zones of star cluster level civilizations, it was easy to obtain high-level resources, but of course, it was also easy to die. At this moment, Qi Jie and Bei Gongji's crowd, of course, didn't realize that there was already a huge fleet on its way. Qi Jie had obtained the inheritance of the Blood Dragon God and also knew about the Golden Dragon emissary. Thus, he understood that there were other higher-level civilizations that existed outside of the Emperor Star and Divine Desolate Continent. The Emperor Star and Divine Desolate Continent were, at the moment, between stellar-level civilizations and galaxy-level civilizations. They were able to harvest the resources around stars and were able to utilize stellar energy to a great extent. However, they had yet to take control of the entire desolate galaxy and harvest resources throughout the desolate galaxy. The Imperial Star hadn't been able to make it this far because the place was too small and the location was too remote. After developing to a certain extent, it was locked up by resources. It was with great difficulty that the Divine Desolate Continent was found as a neighbor. The Divine Desolate Continent didn't become a galaxy-level civilization, but it was because it was rich in resources, and there was simply no need to develop technology. At this moment, Qi Jie and Bei Gongji, on both sides, weren't considering anything too distant. Both sides were, at this moment, focusing on the combat situation of the conventional forces. On the side of the Emperor Star, the performance of the Emperor Hill's demigods, Dao Tai Huang, Ji Yin Gu Yang Zhe, and the Bei Gongcang demigods were all very bright. Not only them, Gu Yinling, Qi Jie's righteous son, was also killing it big time. Only on the battlefield, Gu Yinling was holding two silver-colored thunder spears, charging left and right, sweeping across the battlefield. Swish, swish. In Gu Yinling's hands, the two thunder spears thrust out violently. The thunder spear on the left pierced the two great emperors into candy canes. The thunder spear on the right, on the other hand, killed a demigod powerhouse with a single spear. Behind Gu Yinling was Gu Xiaoyu, the righteous daughter of Qi Jie, and the Infinite Group's Miss Lan Shi. These two, under the shelter of the Heaven Punisher and other Infinite Group powerhouses, were also continuing to charge. Gu Xiaoyu was very satisfied with this righteous brother of hers. At this moment, Qi Jie's battle hadn't started yet, and Qi Xia had been called away by Qi Jie again, so she could only watch Gu Yinling perform. The Imperial Star Academy's group of elites were also nearby. Qi Jin and the crowd of Scarlet Emperors all looked at Gu Yinling with shocked faces. Young Lord is so strong. Emperor Scarlet couldn't help but lament as he looked at Gu Yinling, who was sweeping across the room like a scroll. The reason Gu Yinling was named Young Lord was partly because he was the righteous son of Qi Jie, and partly because he was just as powerful as Qi Jie. Both were demons who were invincible at the same level and fought beyond their level. Qi Jin sniffed and nodded. Tutor Silver Spirit is indeed stronger than before. Compared to the title of Young Lord, Qi Jin still preferred to address Gu Yinling as mentor. This was because Gu Yinling was the chief tutor of the Emperor Star Academy at the moment, and he would probably be in this position for a long time to come. Lan Shi followed Gu Yinling's rear to kill for a while, then flew around Qi Jin's few people and said, "Let's go fight in other battlefields. Here they will only leave some shrimp soldiers for us to deal with. Although this is very safe, we won't be able to get promoted at all." Qi Jin nodded his head in deep thought. "I feel the same way, but while we can leave, I'm afraid you can't." Lan Shi was Qi Jie's sister, the Infinite Group's eldest lady, and even on the battlefield, There were infinite groups, expert guards, places that were too dangerous. The strong people who secretly sheltered her would not allow her to go there. Lan Shi sniffed and said, let's go pick some enemies that suit us. As long as they aren't too outrageous, we'll be fine. Emperor Scarlet and Meng Bao immediately agreed. And when Gu Xiaoyu saw a few people preparing to head to other battlefields, the little mermaid immediately came over to join in the fun as well. She and Qi Jie and the others had pretty much gotten acquainted and integrated into the small circle. Even though she was of emperor rank strength, she wanted to follow, and Qi Jie's crowd did not stop her. Above the 9 heavens, Qi Jie was also paying attention to this side. Seeing Lan Shi and the others break away from the shelter of the heaven executioners, he did not stop them. He had never nurtured Lan Shi's crowd, as if they were flowers in a greenhouse. His attention, of course, wasn't completely focused on the infinite groups people. He was now the Emperor Starführer, and everyone in the Emperor Star Alliance were his subjects. After watching for a moment, Qi Jie's heart was greatly determined. Victoria also said beside Qi Jie, other than the fact that the Five Realms Alliance has a higher morale than the previous cultivation forces, as well as having an advantage in numbers, there are no other changes. Qi Jie nodded. Their high morale was brought about by the 8 god-level warriors from the 4 directions continent. Once we achieve victory in the god-level battlefield, their morale will quickly collapse in a very short period of time. Victoria didn't ask if they would be able to achieve victory in the god-level battlefield. This was because she knew about Gu Qiwei's blood dragon god state, and in the case of necessity, Gu Qiwei could obviously burst out with super god rank power and engage in battle. On the side of the 4 direction continent alliance, Bei Gongjai was disappointed in their conventional combat troops. Not only Bei Gongjai, but all the other god-rank powerhouses, all of them were like this. Earthshang no longer even had the idea of continuing to watch. These losers, they haven't made any progress even after engaging in battle with the Imperial Star Alliance for so long. From the looks of it, it can only be us who will step in and end this battle once and for all. Earthshang's words were heard by Bei Gongjai, but he didn't make a decision right away and instead spoke. What do you guys mean? In addition to Earthshang and him, there were 6 other deities in this place. And these 6 deities were not completely at his beck and call, whether or not to break out the duel early. They could only discuss it. When Sundown Wind heard this, he said sorrowfully, you 7 go and hold back the 6 people across the street, and I'll go and slaughter all of the demigods, emperor ranks, and quasi-emperors and other ants from the Emperor Star. Sun Feng was originally an evil god, and his methods were extremely uncouth. If Qi Jie's 6 people were truly unable to stop the Sundown Wind evil god, then the Imperial Emperor Star's regular combat troops would definitely be killed cleanly by Sundown Wind. To Sundown Wind's proposal, Earthshang disagreed. There is no need to kill these mole crickets. They are more useful alive than dead. After killing the 6 god levels across the street, these mole crickets can all be enslaved and used for us. After Di Shang finished speaking, the other god levels all nodded their heads. They were still very interested in the Imperial Star Alliance's technology. They hadn't developed technology in the past, but after they enslaved the beings of the Emperor Star Alliance, they could directly possess the Emperor Star's technological achievements. Sundowner immediately said, since that's the case, let's battle. We're 8 against 6. 5 of us. One of us will drag down one of the opposite god level. The remaining 3, first slaughter the head of the Imperial Star Alliance. Once Qi Jie dies, the other god levels, as well as the Imperial Star's regular combat troops, will all be routed. Bei Gongjai nodded. Then let's battle. The other 7 also spoke one after another. War. As soon as the words fell from several people's mouths, they transformed into 8 streams of light, charging towards the 6 Qi Jie. Qi Jie could already tell just now that these guys couldn't sit still anymore. As Bei Gongjai's 8 people rushed over, he slowly spoke. Kill. As its words fell, Qi Sai transformed into a blood dragon with extreme excitement, and a roar that pierced through the clouds and cracked the rocks came out of his mouth. Roar. The crowd of the Emperor Star Alliance, as well as the crowd of the 4 Directions Continent Alliance, also began to pay attention to the situation above the 9 heavens at this moment. After the battle had proceeded to this point, the strongest people from both sides, indeed at this time, erupted into a divine battle. Roar dash. A dragon roar came out, and Qi Jie transformed into his second battle type. Just dealing with 3 god levels, his second battle type form, was already enough. Victoria and the others, even though they were already god levels, needed to be sharpened all the same. Qi Jie didn't know at this moment that Lu Yujie's fleet was rushing to this place. If not, he might have directly erupted into the blood dragon god state and used the mighty power of the super god rank to slaughter all of Bei Gongjai and the others. Rumble. After the divine battle erupted, heaven shaking, deafening fluctuations came out in a steady stream. The god-level powerhouses on both sides possessed incomparably terrifying strength. The moon goddess and the snow congealing goddess fought their opponents to a standstill. The celestial harp goddess and Victoria, on the other hand, were suppressed by the opposite god-level powerhouses. On Qi Jie's side, it was a bit brighter, as he fought against the god-level powerhouses at the peak of demigods, and even managed to gain an advantage. It was evident that his battle power was strong and his potential was great. Where Qi Jie was, it was certainly more interesting to watch. The three evil gods, Earth Sheng, Sundown Wind, and Water Zhe, on the other hand, had been struck dumb by Qi Jie. Qi Jie was, in the end, only at the demigod realm, even though he possessed god-rank strength after performing his second combat mode. In the eyes of the three Earth Shengs, it was a temporary boost from pulling up the seedling to help it grow. But this temporary boost in his strength was actually as terrifying as this. Swish, swish, swish. Qi Jie held the blood spear and continuously swept across. The three Earth Shengs could only desperately resist. Around the Earth Sheng evil god, there were a large number of broken pieces of stone condensed by divine power. When the blood spear in Qi Jie's hand violently stabbed violently, the broken stone blocks in front of him would quickly coalesce to resist. Boom! The shattered rocks that were originally shattered rocks were destroyed and blown into powder by Qi Jie's casual spear. The Earth Sheng evil god, too, could only rush to exert his divine power and continue to coalesce the shattered rocks. This time, the rubble that he had condensed also changed in a very short period of time, turning into a stone man sculpture. This stone man sculpture then also charged towards Qi Jie at an extremely fast speed. Clang! The blood spear in Qi Jie's hand once again stabbed out violently, and the stone man was then easily blasted away by him. When the two collided, the terrifying sound that shook the heavens and the earth and shook the clouds also made the combat troops on both sides below tremble with fear. The Sundown Wind evil god and the Water Zephyr evil god weren't idle either, and he was able to launch a fierce attack on Qi Jie from the beginning of the engagement until now. The Sundown Wind evil god constantly swung out a terrifying wind blade capable of shattering space. When these numerous wind blades attacked, Qi Jie didn't have to pay any attention to them at all. The twin dragons that grew behind him directly gulped wind and thunder, blasting the numerous wind blades into pieces. The Water Swamp evil god's method of attack was to manipulate the water element. His ability was the most bizarre. Qi Jie needed to be distracted all the time to suppress the water element in his body, or else the slightest mishap would completely vaporize the water element in his body. Even for an existence of his level, the water element existed within his body. Without the water element, he would have turned into a dry corpse. But the way the Water Zhe evil god attacked was very bizarre though. But after all, the Water Zephyr evil god was only at the god rank, not the super god rank. Although he was able to manipulate the water element, pairs could easily decipher his methods. All that was needed was to suppress the water elements in one's body and not allow those water elements to be controlled by the Water Zephyr evil god. As the Earthsheng evil god watched the Water Zephyr evil god leisurely casting his means on the side, he could not help but burst into a rage and said, "Shui Zhe, your ability has no effect on him. Just do it." The Shui Zhe evil god also had the ability to fight head-on, but in his opinion, it was even more effective for him to interfere with Qi Jie from the sidelines. It was just a pity that although his ability was powerful, it couldn't work on Qi Jie. In such a situation, he could only participate in the battle head-on as well. The Shui Zhe evil god's thoughts were actually the correct ones, although he hadn't been able to do anything to Qi Jie. With him interfering on the side, Qi Jie simply couldn't let go and go all out. After the Shui Zhe evil god entered the battle head-on, Qi Jie didn't have any hesitation and directly took the Shui Zhe evil god as his first target. For this reason, he even directly entered the full dragonization of his third form. A black dragon that dominated the heavens and the earth with might and dominance was instantly out of the play. The Water Zephyr evil god was holding a water sword at this moment, charging right over and coming into a two-way run with Qi Jie. He obviously hadn't expected that Qi Jie, having fought until now, was actually still hiding an undercard that was useless. Moreover, Qi Jie's powerful undercard was actually able to be cast in an instant. A huge dragon claw slammed down. This strike caught the Water Swamp evil god off guard. Buzz! His entire body's divine power began to run wildly. A huge ball of water completely enveloped his entire body. Rumble! This claw of Qi Jie's was extremely powerful. Even though the Water Zephyr evil god had already frantically operated his entire body's divine power, pouring it into the water ball in a continuous stream. However, the moment the dragon claw and the water sphere collided, Qi Jie still devastated the water sphere, then slapped it into smithereens. After smashing the water sphere, his claw continued its momentum towards the Water Zephyr evil god. Ah! A desperate and unwilling scream came out at this moment. Under the third type state, the fully dragonized Qi Jie, currently possessing the terrifying strength of peak divine rank, was simply not something that the water Zephyr evil god could withstand. Boom! A huge energy fluctuation violently exploded above the 9 heavens. The Shuize evil god's figure was also slapped into smithereens by Qi Jie's claw. A divine spirit crystal core, which appeared in midair, was casually put away by Qi Jie. Divine spirit crystal cores were good things. A divine spirit crystal core, combined with other materials, could create a divine spirit. After the Shuize evil god was finished off, both the Earthsheng evil god and the Sundown Wind evil god had a very tacit understanding and directly chose to run away. Of course, Qi Jie couldn't let them escape. Since you're here, leave the god spirit crystal core behind before you leave. Hearing this, the Earthsheng evil gods begged for mercy as they ran. Head Gu, let's be forgiving. We'll leave the southeast continent instantly and never come back. So why should we kill everyone? We're with. The Earthsheng evil god didn't manage to continue, as Qi Jie's gigantic dragon head opened its mouth and spat. Immediately, a path of burning heavenly flames turned the area around the Earthsheng evil god into a sea of fire, completely engulfing him. After the water Zephyr evil god, the Earthsheng evil god was also burned to ashes by Qi Jie's burning sky flame. A divine spirit crystal core was quietly suspended in the sea of fire. Just as Qi Jie was about to continue his killing spree, he received a reminder from the Infinity Engine in his mind. Warning, a cluster-level civilization is approaching, expected to arrive at the Divine Desolate Continent in 29 minutes and 37 seconds. The reminder that suddenly popped up caused Qi Jie to be slightly surprised in his heart. After receiving the Blood Dragon God's inheritance, he had a certain understanding of the outside world. Civilizations were divided into 7 levels: planetary, stellar, galactic, cluster, supercluster, cosmic, and supercosmic. A planetary-level civilization, which can only operate on, or around, a planet, has varying degrees of control and transformation over the entire planet. By analogy, one could see how terrifying a star cluster-level civilization was. All the asteroids, planets, stars, nebulae, galaxies, and so on within that cluster were someone else's backyard. Neither the Emperor Star Alliance, nor the Divine Desolate Continent had the qualifications to call the shots of a star cluster-level civilization. The Imperial Star Alliance, as well as the Divine Desolate Continent, both possessed the potential of galaxy-level civilizations, though neither had been able to develop into a true galaxy-level civilization. Of course, what surprised Qi Jie even more was this special technological product, the Infinity Engine. He had realized a long time ago that it was a special technological product. It was just that he didn't understand until now what level of civilization's technological product the Infinity Engine was. They knew nothing about the visit of a star cluster-level civilization. The Infinity Engine, however, could accurately inform him when the star cluster-level civilization would arrive. If the star cluster-level civilization couldn't detect that the Infinity Engine was in his possession either, that would prove at least one thing. That was, the Infinity Engine was at a higher level than the technology of the star cluster-level civilization. This would be very remarkable, because above the star cluster-level civilization was the super star cluster-level civilization. In some universes that hadn't been born for too long, supercluster-level civilizations were the existence of the Cosmic Five. However, Qi Jie vaguely felt that the Infinity Engine's level seemed to be above the superstar cluster civilization. Of course, he only vaguely had this feeling without any tangible basis. After knowing that there was about to be a visit from a star cluster-level civilization, Qi Jie didn't make any noise, but continued to take on a fully dragonized stance, and swiftly resolved both the Sundown Wind and Fire Bureaucrat evil gods. Once these 4 evil gods were dead, Bei Gongjai and the others were shocked. They didn't have any hesitation either, choosing to decisively flee at the first opportunity. Qi Jie didn't go after them. He wanted to completely complete the unification of the southeastern continental plate before the arrival of the star cluster-level civilization. In his third combat type, Qi Jie possessed the terrifying battle power of a peak god rank, and his majestic and domineering voice spread throughout the entire southeast continent plate. I am Imperial Star Head Qi Jie. The 4 evil gods of the evil god temple have all been slain by me. From today onwards, the southeast continent plate will be ruled by me and the Emperor Star together. There will be no more wars between any internal forces here, and everyone on this land will have a new life. All resources will be utilized to the best of their ability. All the living beings in this land will have access, empowered by the powerful technology of the Imperial Star Alliance. Speaking here, Qi Jie turned his words around and said, beings who do not recognize the Emperor Star Alliance can now leave the Southeast Plate, and the Emperor Star Alliance will not do anything to stop them. All intelligent beings left behind. On the other hand, will become my subjects and be sheltered by this Führer. After Qi Jie finished speaking, the many cultivation forces on the southeast continent plate, as well as a large number of scattered cultivators, did not make any movements. They knew exactly how beneficial a land that did not allow civil war to break out was. In the past, numerous cultivation forces had been fighting endlessly. Not only that, because the entire southeastern continental section was scattered, the place was also very chaotic and without order. Nowadays, the entire southeastern continental plate was under the rule of Qi Jie. He would obviously bring rules and order to this vast and sprawling land. In the past, whoever had the biggest fist could kill and set fire to people. From now on, everything needed to follow the rules and order. This was an excellent thing for the many cultivators and many cultivation forces in the southeast continent. If the southeastern continent proper could give birth to a power like the Imperial Star Alliance and complete the Great Unification, it would of course be the best. However, on the southeast continent section, all the forces had been competing for countless thousands of years, and no force had been able to make it this far. Then it wasn't impossible to have the Imperial Star Alliance to accomplish this great and holy thing. Above the 9 heavens, Qi Jie was slightly surprised to see such a scene. He had thought that many people would, at the first opportunity, leave the southeast continent section. Now, it seemed that the many cultivators, the many cultivation forces, were all able to settle accounts. They clearly all understood that there were many benefits to staying, so there was no need to leave at this time. Not only that, after the southeastern continental plate, the Great Unification was completed. The other 8 continental plates all underwent dissimulation. Don't look at the Eastern Continent. There is something like the Eastern Continent Alliance, but the Eastern Continent Alliance did not represent all the forces, all the cultivators in the Eastern Continent. Rather, it represented the interests of the East Continent, the 9 great clans. The biggest difference between the East Continent Plate and the Southeast Continent Plate was that the East Continent had 9 ancient clans that had been passed down for more than 100,000 years. These 9 great families had always been the masters of the Eastern Continent. In order to maintain their dominance, instead of prohibiting internal wars, they would provoke them, avoiding the emergence of new giants that would join them in dividing the cake. The situation was the same for several other continental plates. The reason why the crowd was very favorable towards the Emperor Star was because the Emperor Star was a powerhouse. The entire southeastern continental plate was under the rule of the Emperor Star Alliance. The Emperor Star Alliance, obviously, would not be in a situation where it suppressed itself and consumed itself. Moreover, from the news that came out from various channels, if one was sincere in submitting to the Emperor Star Alliance, they would be accepted. The most typical was the old Pill Emperor, who originally had half a foot already stepped into the coffin. Now he had transformed into a powerful demigod. At the time when all the intelligent beings in the southeastern continental plate were preparing to usher in a new life, the East Continent Alliance, the Middle Continent Alliance, and the South Continent Alliance, however, were not prepared to let the southeast continent plate usher in nirvana. The deities of the 3 continental alliances quickly assembled and prepared to directly join forces to take out the 6 god-level warriors of the Emperor Star Alliance. The few people from Beigongji who had managed to escape not too long ago also appeared over the southeastern continent once again. This time, there would be no outbreak of regular troop battles, but rather a direct outbreak of divine warfare. However, the crowd's divine battle was clearly unable to take place. The divine desolate continent didn't have technology in the past, and the technology of the Imperial Star Alliance had opened the eyes of the natives of the divine desolate continent. However, during their tripartite continental alliance, they conducted several emergency consultations and gathered a large number of deities, preparing to attack the Emperor Star Alliance. Something that none of them had expected appeared. A gigantic starship about 1/5 the size of the southeastern continental plate appeared out of nowhere outside the divine desolate continent. After Lu Yujie's flame flagship appeared, he spotted Beigongji and the others, as well as the Emperor Star crowd, with swords drawn. Beigongji and his group had a very limited understanding of technology. The Imperial Star Alliance crowd, on the other hand, had become very nervous. They could already tell that there was a huge gap between the Imperial Star's technology and that of the star cluster level civilizations. On the flame flagship, Lu Yujie's voice quickly came out. I am the star cluster level civilization Vermilion Bird Empire, commander of the 19th Exploration Fleet, Lu Yujie. You 2 quasi-galactic level civilizations, stop all wars immediately. Beigongji's crowd, although somewhat unconvinced, did not act rashly. They didn't quite understand what was going on in the scene before them. The Imperial Star Alliance crowd, on the other hand, were very honest. There were a few generation differences in technology, and then there could be a situation where an industrial civilization hanged over a primitive civilization. Lu Yujie and the others didn't launch a direct attack and didn't seem to have any malicious intent, then no matter what the other party's purpose was, both sides were open to negotiation. At this time, it was obvious that they couldn't be easily offended. But there were also gods that didn't believe in this evil. Behind Bei Gongjai, a god-level powerhouse from the southern continent, rose up in the air, before he slammed his fist, blasting towards Lu Yujie's flagship. When Lu Yujie's crowd saw this scene, they were of course ecstatic. They hadn't displayed their force as soon as they arrived because they were worried about causing some unnecessary misunderstandings. Now, since there was a god-level creature actively seeking death, they couldn't be blamed. This god-level powerhouse from the southern continent was named Longsuk. The reason why he made his move was actually not because he was bored, but he was ordered to test the caliber of these outsiders. These outsiders looked very powerful, but they might not necessarily not be pewterheads, not useful. In case they just looked powerful but were actually hot chickens, then it was very likely that it was a fraudulent tactic of the Imperial Star Alliance. The Empyrean Star Alliance used this tactic to avoid the crusade of the Three Directions Continent Alliance against them. Longsui Divine Spirit. He didn't take any star cluster level, regiment star level civilizations seriously at all either, since the top echelons of the alliance had asked him to make a move. Then of course he didn't have anything to hesitate about, and directly made his move. Then under the watchful eyes of the tripartite Continental Alliance, as well as the many powerful people of the Imperial Star Alliance, the Flame flagship didn't even use its main cannon, it just used a cluster particle cannon. Boom! In the next moment, the blue and red cluster particle cannon rays came through the clouds and through the heavens and earth. The Longsui deity's punch was easily shattered into slag by the stream of particle rays. Even the Longsui deity itself was instantly destroyed. Not even the deity's crystal core was left behind. Seeing such a scene, the disdain on the faces of Bei Gongjai's crowd instantly turned into respect. They were on the verge of welcoming the great commander Lu Yujie to his loyal divine desolate continent. His loyal divine desolate continent, the Imperial Star Alliance, who hadn't underestimated Lu Yujie and the others from the start, was paying even more attention to them at this time. Only after using a cluster particle cannon to make a god-level powerhouse instantly go up in smoke did Lu Yujie speak again. The galaxy you are in belongs to the desolate galaxy. Your two civilizations are the only two civilizations within the desolate galaxy. You have been outside the cosmic great fracture zone for a long time, so you have not been discovered by the Vermilion Bird Empire's exploration fleet. Since you are also a civilization located within the boundaries of the Vermilion Bird Star Cluster, you are part of the Vermilion Bird Star Cluster family. The Vermilion Bird Star Cluster, ruled by the Star Cluster level civilization, the Vermilion Bird Empire. If you have irreconcilable conflicts that must be resolved through war, you need to apply to the Vermilion Bird Empire before you can engage in war. In the future, if both of you start a war without authorization, the people involved will be sanctioned by the Vermilion Bird Empire. Hearing these words, the faces of Bei Gongjai's crowd immediately darkened. Qi Jie had very savagely occupied a piece of territory, and as a result, an emissary from the Vermilion Bird Star Corps had suddenly arrived to tell them that they were not allowed to start a war without authorization in the future. The crowd of the Imperial Star Alliance, on the other hand, was cheering and happy. With a star cluster level civilization maintaining order, it was clear that they wouldn't be besieged by the forces of the three continental plates for a short period of time, and could develop at ease. Lu Yujie's words, of course, were not yet finished, so he continued at this moment. Currently, the Vermilion Bird Star Cluster is fending off the invasion of the poor Qi Star Cluster. As part of the Vermilion Bird Star Cluster, you all have the responsibility and obligation to resist the invaders. When Bei Gongjai's crowd heard this, they were directly going to faint from anger. They had suffered a stifling loss at the hands of the Imperial Star Alliance not too long ago, and now it was even if the Vermilion Bird Star Corps didn't give them a chance to recover. In fact, they still wanted them to go to the front line and help the Vermilion Bird Star Cluster fight. In the past, they hadn't received any benefits from the Vermilion Bird Star Corps, and had been developing on their own in this place. Of course, it was useless for Bei Gongjai's crowd to have any more opinions. On the flagship of the Flame, a large number of cluster particle cannons were mounted, and they, the god-level powerhouses, were not enough for this fleet to fight. And at this time, Lu Yujie and the others wearing nanomechs also came out of the Flame flagship one after another. Lu Yujie then released the powerful force of a super god-ranked powerhouse and swept his eyes over the crowd and said, "Can someone briefly introduce to me the general situation of your two civilizations, as well as the current state of affairs?" When Lu Yujie erupted with his super god-rank strength, the crowd of Bei Gongjai were scornful to the extreme. Lu Yujie possessed super god-rank strength, which meant that Lu Yujie could easily kill them in seconds. In the face of such a dangerous existence, how could anyone dare to go forward and strike up a conversation? In case they said something that made Lu Yujie unhappy, wouldn't they be killed? While Bei Gongjai's crowd was so scandalized that they stammered and didn't dare to open their mouths, Qi Jie opened his mouth in an unassuming manner. Commander Lu Yujie, how do you do? I am the Imperial Starführer, Qi Jie. The two intelligent civilizations within the Desolate Galaxy are the Emperor Star Civilization and the Divine Desolate Continent Civilization. The Divine Desolate Continent is a pure cultivation civilization, while the Emperor Star Civilization is a parallel technological and cultivation civilization. The Divine Desolate Continent is divided into 9 continental plates, of which the Southeastern Continental Plate. In the past, all the major cultivation forces were divided into one side, and there were constant mix-ups. Nowadays, the Southeastern Continental Plate has been completely unified by the Imperial Star Alliance. This has jeopardized the interests of the East Continent Alliance, the Central Continent Alliance, and the South Continent Alliance. These 3 continental alliances were prepared to jointly attack the Emperor Star Alliance, but were called off by His Excellency the Commander. And that's basically it. Qi Jie's performance caused quite a few people to be shocked. The vast majority of people did not expect Qi Jie to be able to talk to Lu Yujie on an equal footing without being condescending. One had to know that Lu Yujie was a super god-rank powerhouse. The fleet he led was an invincible fleet for the current Emperor Star and Divine Desolate Continent. In such a situation, Qi Jie was incredibly calm, which was very rare. Even Lu Yujie and the others were brightening up at Qi Jie, their faces showing curiosity. They had come into contact with some of the indigenous civilizations that survived in the borderlands in the past, and these civilizations, regardless of their strengths or weaknesses, behaved similarly to the Bei Gongjai crowd. Like Qi Jie, there were very few leaders of civilizations that could manage to not be humble. Lu Yujie smiled in a friendly manner and said, Your Excellency Qi Jie, hello. After saying that, he asked curiously, Everyone else is very afraid of me, why aren't you afraid at all? Qi Jie didn't say that not being afraid meant that he wasn't afraid of something like that, although he really wasn't afraid. After all, Lu Yujie was a beginner at the super god stage, and he was stronger than Lu Yujie in his blood dragon god state. If necessary, he could even incarnate as a blood dragon god to hammer Lu Yujie to death. In that case, he certainly wouldn't be afraid of Lu Yujie. However, Lu Yujie was considered to be more friendly, so he could also answer in a friendly manner, because we are also a part of the Vermilion Bird Star Cluster. The Vermilion Bird Empire, a star cluster level civilization. As the great patriarch of the Vermilion Bird Star Cluster, it's obvious that one wouldn't do anything unfriendly to a star cluster member when they haven't done anything wrong. After Qi Jie replied, Lu Yujie directly applauded appreciatively, and he directly appointed, in my capacity as commander of the Flame Exploration Fleet, I formally announce, from this moment onwards, the Desolate Galaxy Alliance is established. The members of the Desolate Galaxy are currently the Emperor Star Civilization, and the Divine Desolate Continent Civilization. Qi Jie, the leader of the Emperor Star Civilization, serves as the Alliance leader of the Desolate Galaxy Alliance. Until the Vermilion Bird Empire has a new appointment, all intelligent civilizations within the Desolate Galaxy will be managed by Qi Jie. I will leave behind a flamingo starship for the Desolate Galaxy to use. Soon, a commissioner from the Vermilion Bird Empire will come and help the Desolate Galaxy build an ultra-long-distance spatial teleportation device. In the future, you will be able to trade with the entire civilization of the Vermilion Bird Star Cluster as equals. You can also use the ultra-long-range spatial teleportation device to enter the frontline battlefields and build your careers. I've finished talking. Any objections? This decision of Lu Yujie's, the Bei Gongjai crowd certainly voted against it with both hands and feet. However, it wasn't long ago that Lu Yujie had gone on a rampage, blasting a deity into powder with his cluster particle cannon. In such a situation, would they dare to have an opposing opinion? When the crowd didn't open their mouths, Lu Yujie immediately continued, since all parties have no objections, then this matter, it's settled. Afterwards, the staff on the starship will provide you with information on the Vermilion Bird Star Cluster, as well as some of the technological equipment, allowing you to communicate with the outside world and obtain information from the outside world. Lu Yujie's words fell, and immediately, a large number of staff members from the starship came over with the information. On Qi Jie's side, it was originally Bettina who came over to introduce the situation to him, but a person suddenly pulled Bettina back. Upon seeing this person, Bettina also stopped in her tracks. At first glance, this person was just an ordinary member of the starship. In reality, the other person was the 11th princess of the Vermilion Bird Empire, Catherine. However, only Lu Yujie and Bettina, as well as Guardian Knight Rod, knew the other party's identity. Standing behind Catherine was her Guardian Knight, Rod. Rod was also a super god stage powerhouse, and he didn't have any eyes for the people on the divine desolate continent. Catherine asked before she came to Qi Jie's body. You also have technology? Qi Jie nodded. Yes. Catherine seemed to want to deliberately flirt with Qi Jie for a bit, so she took a silver sculpture and asked Qi Jie, do you know what this is? Qi Jie really didn't know what this silver sculpture was, but without delay, he didn't know, but the Infinity Engine did. Miniature wormhole generator can form a stable spatial wormhole in an area, instantly. The principle is as follows. The Emperor planet did have space jumping technology, but the Emperor planet's space jumping equipment was the size of a truck. Without the Infinity Engine, Qi Jie couldn't really imagine that this thing was actually a wormhole generator. He observed it for a moment, then said, if I'm not wrong, this should be a miniature wormhole generator. Catherine, Rod, and Bettina, as well as quite a few others, were originally waiting to see Qi Jie's joke. After all, there were primitive civilizations that made jokes about pawn particle cannons as burning sticks. However, the smiles on Catherine's faces instantly stiffened, especially Catherine. Directly people stupid. This kind of miniature wormhole generator technology content is very high. A palm-sized thing that could generate wormholes was cutting-edge technology in the Vermilion Bird star cluster. Who would have thought that Qi Jie casually looked at it and said what it was? Catherine couldn't help but solemnly say, the Emperor Star also possesses such space technology? The Imperial Star hadn't, of course, before, but without delay, Qi Jie realized that it was possible to create similar contraptions with the Infinity Engine. He didn't hesitate immediately and directly chose to manufacture it. The relevant materials in his spatial device quickly disappeared. A moment later, a palm-sized conch was added to his spatial device. It was a technological metal conch with the color scheme of aviation white. When Qi Jie took the metal conch out, a scanner appeared in front of Catherine's eyes. It wasn't just her. It was Bettina and the others. Then Catherine, Guardian Knight Rhodes, and Bettina and the others were completely dumbfounded. Good lord, the Emperor Star's micro-wormhole generator was even more advanced than theirs. Catherine, the little princess, even took a step back in fear. She was worried that Qi Jie was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, and that the so-called Imperial Star Alliance might also be a star cluster-level civilization. A mountain could not tolerate two tigers. If the Imperial Star Alliance was also a star cluster-level civilization. If the Imperial Star Alliance was also a star cluster-level civilization, then the Imperial Star and the Vermilion Bird Empire would have to compete for the supremacy of the Vermilion Bird star cluster. At this time, Lu Yujie also rushed over. He had similarly discovered the matter over here. After he came over, he asked in a very puzzled manner, how does the Emperor Star have such advanced technology? Of course, Qi Jie had already thought of something to say. Imperial Star's technology. There is no balanced development. There are aspects that are developing very quickly, while others are in the early stages of their beginnings. Once he said that, Lu Yujie's crowd understood that it was just a false alarm just now. The Emperor's Star Civilization. The probability was that the skill points were all added towards the micro-wormhole generator, belonging to the skill tree pointing crookedly to the technological civilization. The arrival of Lu Yujie and Catherine's crowd had a huge impact on the Divine Wasteland continent and the Emperor Star. This meant that both the Divine Desolate Continent and the Emperor Star would no longer be a closed system in the future. They could travel to other parts of the Vermilion Bird Cluster, and other intelligent beings from the Vermilion Bird Cluster might also come to the Emperor Star and the Divine Wasteland Continent. The overall reactions of the Divine Wasteland Continent and Emperor Star to their arrival were diametrically opposed. Most of the strongest people on the Divine Desolate Continent felt uncomfortable, while the crowd on the Emperor Star were intensely curious about the outside world. The super god rank was the apex of the strongest people on the Divine Desolate Continent. However, with the arrival of the Flame Exploration Team, the strongest of the Divine Wasteland Continent, as well as the strongest of the Emperor Star Alliance, knew of still higher levels of life. South Hong Domain, Emperor Star Alliance, highest meeting hall. All the powerful people of the Emperor Star Alliance were discussing what the Emperor Star Alliance was going to do next. The first to speak was the Swire Group's demigod Gu Yangzi. Under the gaze of many eyes, he said with a serious look on his face, from the intelligence provided by the Flame Exploration Team, the Emperor Star and Divine Desolate Continent are at a medium level among the many civilizations of the Vermilion Bird Cluster. Emperor Dao Tai shook his head and said, strictly speaking, it's a medium to low level. The Divine Desolate Continent, as well as the Imperial Star Alliance, do not have their own super-god rank powerhouses today. The only way to be considered a medium-level civilization within the Vermilion Bird Star Cluster is to have a super-god rank powerhouse. And if one wants to be in the Vermilion Bird Star Cluster, to truly stand firm and have a certain amount of power of speech, one would need the emergence of cosmic-level beings. In the conference hall, some people were pondering, and there were also some strong people who hadn't read the information, and they were all confused at this time. Among the many demigods, the many great emperors and quasi-emperors in Emperor Star today, there were still a few strong people who hadn't read the information. The reason why they hadn't read the information was because they used to follow the cultivation system and lacked understanding of things in the technological system. Seeing the confusion that flashed in the eyes of many, Qi Jie spoke up. The vermilion bird cluster isn't complicated. It consists of countless special celestial bodies like the Emperor Stars and the Divine Desolate Continent, as well as regular celestial bodies, the cosmic level beings above the super god order, which are categorized into order F to SSR, are not necessary to understand in depth for the time being. It is only necessary to know that His Excellency, the leader of the Vermilion Bird Empire, a star cluster level civilization, is a D-rank cosmic level powerhouse. The following is a discussion of two more pressing matters. Everyone can speak freely if they have any ideas. First, how to deal with the relationship with the Divine Desolate Continent, the other 8 continental plate forces. Second, to the frontline battlefield where the Vermilion Bird Star Cluster and the Poor Star Cluster are fighting. Which people are to be dispatched there? After Qi Jie finished speaking, the crowd began to ponder these two questions. It could be said that Qi Jie was very level-headed as the Imperial Starführer, while most people were still confused. He was able to clearly and unmistakably point out exactly what the crowd should do at the moment. After pondering for a while, the Emperor Hierarch's deputy head of state said, "We should have some cooperation against the forces of the other 8 continental plates of the Divine Desolate Continent. Continued confrontation. Unless we get the Vermilion Bird Empire's permission. Otherwise we will be sanctioned. Since we can't continue the confrontation, then we can, in some aspects, cooperate. As for going to the Vermilion Bird Star Cluster, and the frontier battlefield where the Poor Cluster is at war, I think that we should send an exploration team there first to check out the specifics before making any calculations." Vice Head of Tianyue heard this and nodded. "I agree with Vice Head of the Imperial Hills proposal, but I'll add one thing, and that is to continue to guard against Bei Gongjai and the others. In a short period of time, it's unlikely that the Vermilion Bird Empire will authorize the Divine Wasteland Continent and the Emperor Star to continue fighting. However, it's still possible that with the efforts of Bei Gongjai and the others, this matter will be approved by the Vermilion Bird Empire. That's why we need to be on guard and at the same time be prepared to unify the entire Divine Desolate Continent." Ji Tianyue's thoughts were the same as Qi Jie's. Thus after she finished speaking, Qi Jie directly clapped his hands and said, "Not bad, Vice Head Ji Tianyue and I think alike. We and the forces of the other 8 continental plates of the Divine Wasteland Continent should cooperate and be on the defensive, while at the same time making preparations to unify the entire Divine Wasteland Continent at the right time, for the war against the Vermilion Bird Star Cluster, and the Poor Star Cluster. Sending an advance team first will not be necessary. This Führer has decided to personally go over and take a look." When Qi Jie finished speaking, everyone in the conference hall objected. "I object. This is too risky." Ji Tianyue was the first to speak, and the others spoke one after another. In the Emperor Star, in the Divine Desolate Continent, Qi Jie was a top-tier powerhouse who swept through thousands of armies like a scroll. But on the battlefields of star cluster-level civilizations, there were strong people even more powerful than Qi Jie. If anything happened to Qi Jie, the Imperial Star Alliance was no match for the Divine Desolate Continent. The best outcome for them would be to be driven back to the Emperor Star. At worst, they would be enslaved by the forces of the other 8 continental plates of the Divine Desolate Continent. But this matter, Qi Jie had already made up his mind. Thus the opposition of the crowd certainly had no effect. In the face of the crowd's opposition, Qi Jie said extremely calmly, "If it's dangerous for me to go to the battlefield, it's even more dangerous for others to go over there. If I go to the battlefield, with my powerful forces, I can learn as much as possible about the situation. Moreover, I have life-preserving cards in my hand, so even if I encounter a super god rank, I can still retreat in one piece. This matter, it's settled." During the time that this Führer is away from the Imperial Star Alliance headquarters, the Imperial Star Alliance will be jointly managed by Vice Führer Emperor Hilly, Vice Führer Ji Tianyue, and the Moon God. Regarding the major and minor matters of the Emperor Star Alliance, you guys can discuss them. After Qi Jie said this, of course the crowd couldn't argue. Moreover, Qi Jie had already made up his mind, so it was useless for the crowd to persuade him any further. Just like that, after Liu Yujie and the others set up the ultra-long-distance spatial transmission device on the Divine Desolate Continent, Imperial Star head Qi Jie, too, was about to embark on a new journey. However, he wasn't in a hurry, and instead waited for Liu Yujie and the others to leave before he set off. To Qi Jie's surprise, The other 8 continental plates had made the same decision as the Imperial Star Alliance to explore the path of the strongest. When he arrived near the ultra-long-distance spatial transmission device, he saw the other 8 continental plates, rushing god-level powerhouses. Bei Gongjai and the others, who had come into contact with him before, were also here. A god-level powerhouse wearing a purple dress walked over in a relatively friendly manner upon seeing Qi Jie. "Hello, Your Excellency Qi Jie. I'm a divine-ranked cultivator from the Northern Continent Alliance. My name is Purple Ling." Stretching his hand, since the other party was friendly, Qi Jie also greeted the other party rather politely. "Hello, Your Excellency Ling. Is there something wrong?" Qi Jie discovered an interesting phenomenon. The other 7 continental alliances had all dispatched 3 divine-rank powerhouses. Only the Northern Continent Alliance had sent out only one person, Purple Ling. Of course, Ling, alone, definitely possessed the level to take on 3. She was the same as Qi Jie's 3rd battle type, both at the peak of the divine rank. Perhaps both of them possessed the formidable strength of peak divine rank, which was why Violet Ling had come to him. But of course, it could be for other reasons as well. After Qi Jie inquired, Violet Ling said very seriously, "Your Excellency Qi Jie, I would like to explore the battlefield of a star cluster level civilization with you. I wonder if you and I, can we travel together?" Qi Jie nodded indifferently. Yes. He hadn't expected that the 8 continental alliances of the Divine Desolate Continent would still have people who held a friendly attitude towards the Emperor Star. And shortly after the crowd arrived, a hexagonal teleportation light gate that had been erected also reacted at this time. This meant that from this moment on, this ultra-long-distance spatial teleportation device could be used normally. Without hesitation, Qi Jie took a step into the ultra-long-distance spatial teleportation device. The technology of the Emperor Star could also perform wormhole shuttles, but it couldn't travel that far. After Qi Jie entered, Ling hesitated slightly and still entered the spatial transmission device. As soon as their figures entered, they would instantly disappear. It was only after a period of time that all of them would appear at the battlefield where the Vermilion Bird Star Cluster and the Pauper Star Cluster were fighting. It was only after about an hour that Qi Jie stepped out of another ultra-long-distance spatial transmission device. After Qi Jie appeared, Violet Ling followed closely behind. When Ling saw everything around her, even though she was a peak god stage powerhouse, she still had the shock of a Lulu entering the Grand View Garden. Looking at this base that was filled with all sorts of black technology, Ling really didn't know what to say. The forces of the Vermilion Bird Star Cluster clearly possessed the ability to transform planets into flying vehicles, as well as the ability to create planets. The place where the crowd was at this moment was an artificial planet. This was one of the Vermilion Bird Star Cluster's logistical planets located at the rear of the battlefield, where a large amount of supplies, as well as combat troops, would be prioritized for transportation. Shortly after Qi Jie's crowd appeared, a cosmic-level powerhouse above the super god rank appeared before the crowd's eyes. It was a translucent humanoid creature, and Qi Jie was no stranger to this life form. Energy State Life. This Energy State Life took one look at the crowd of Qi Jie before introducing itself. "My name is Vita, and although it's somewhat offensive, I am indeed the guide for you rookies. That is to say, the initial 3 times you all traveled to and from this battlefield, you were able to receive my guidance and shelter. I am an F-stage universe-class being, 2 orders higher than you guys. Logically, I am capable enough to protect your safety. But unfortunately, the situation on the battlefield is complicated and uncontrollable. Not only you guys, even I am likely to die. Now, do you guys still have any questions? If there are no questions, I'm going to start the first guidance." Qi Jie and Ling both had no questions. Bei Gongjai's crowd, however, had questions, and the one who opened his mouth to ask questions was Bei Gongjai. "Your Excellency Vita, what level are god-ranked powerhouses at on the battlefield?" The question he asked was still relatively crucial. However, Vita shook his head. "Rookie, you said one thing wrong. You should be asking, what level is a weak divine ranker at on the battlefield? Let me tell you honestly, 8th rank warriors, 9th rank warriors, are cannon fodder on a star cluster level battlefield. In terms you can understand, quasi-emperors and emperor ranks, as well as demigods and god ranks, are all cannon fodder. Super god rank and F rank universe level warriors, on the other hand, are medium level, E rank universe level warriors, and D rank universe level warriors, on the other hand, are truly strong." After Vita finished speaking, Bei Gongjai's crowd understood just how dangerous this shitty place really was. Great emperors and god ranks were surprisingly just expendable in this place. Super god order powerhouses, as well as F order powerhouses, only had some ability to defend themselves. E rank and D rank universe level powerhouses could only be considered truly strong. If what Vita said was true, Bei Gongjai and the others didn't even have the idea of entering the battlefield anymore. Qi Jie was certain that what Vita said was basically true. This was because this place was at least starting with quasi-emperors as far as the eye could see. And the quasi-emperors in this place were stronger than the quasi-emperors of the Divine Wasteland continent, as well as the quasi-emperors of the Emperor Star. The quasi-emperors here, when put on the Divine Wasteland continent, as well as the Emperor Star, could be used as great emperors. Even if Bei Gongjai's crowd wanted to retreat, they couldn't. Since they were here, they had to go to the battlefield anyways. While the others were filled with sorrow, Qi Jie asked very calmly, intelligent beings below quasi-emperors aren't allowed to come to this battlefield? Vita was actually observing Qi Jie, and of all the people here, Qi Jie was the only one acting very calmly. This naturally caused Vita to be somewhat curious about him. Even Ling, who was beside him, had a look of awe flickering in her eyes. After Qi Jie inquired, Vita said very casually, of course not. They'll be teleported to the edge of the battlefield to take on some very easy jobs, but as soon as a god-ranked enemy appears near them, they'll be slaughtered clean. Although there are a large number of civilizations that constantly send quasi-emperor or above warriors to take their chances here, but their mortality rate is as high as 95%. 100 warriors below the level of quasi-emperor who enter this battlefield, only 5 will be able to leave alive in the end. Of course, there are exceptions, and that's the nano-mecha pilots. Even if they aren't strong, but with the mechs empowering them, they can still exert the combat power of an emperor rank, or even a god rank. When Vita spoke of mechs, the gazes of Ling and the crowd of Bei Gongjai all looked slightly enviously at Qi Jie. The Divine Wasteland continent didn't have a technology tree, so of course they had mechs. Although they had magic treasures, they didn't have magic treasures that could rival mechs in terms of cost-effectiveness. Refining magic treasures was not an easy task. Producing mechs was less difficult for the assembly line. The crowd went next, and there were no more problems. Then they went to apply for their identity crystal cards and nano combat bracelets under Vita's guidance. The identity crystal card was their passport to this place, to be used with the nano combat bracelet. The nano combat bracelets could be used for instant communication, querying information, and checking their respective battle achievements. Qi Jie's group, after receiving their respective crystal cards, as well as their respective battle bracelets, then they followed Vita, and entered the battlefield where the 2 major star cluster level civilizations were fighting. This battlefield was the territory of the Vermilion Bird Star Cluster, called the Cloud Crane Galaxy, with continents like the Divine Desolate Continent. The Cloud Crane Galaxy contained tens of trillions of them. However, the primary battlefields of the Vermilion Bird Star Cluster and the Poor Cluster in the Cloud Crane Galaxy were only 30 in total. As for the other secondary battlefields, they were countless. Vita brought Qi Jie's crowd and soon arrived at a devastated planet. This planet was very interesting. This place was actually the home of dinosaurs not too long ago. There were tons of dinosaur corpses here, as well as quite a few dinosaurs that were still lingering on. Vita led the crowd and appeared at a high altitude. Then he said to Qi Jie and the others, see those ultra-long-distance spatial teleportation devices? Our mission on this planet is to destroy those ultra-long-range spatial teleportation devices set up by the Pauper Star Cluster. Of course, those space teleportation devices are most likely just a front, a trap. The real spatial teleportation devices of the Poor Qi Star Cluster are also arranged at the back of the battlefield just like us. But destroying these spatial teleportation devices is also necessary. Right now, the position we are in is the outermost part of the battlefield, and basically no fighting will occur. But as you continue deeper, there will be battles. Qi Jie noticed the key to Vita's last 2 sentences. Us and you. Not only Qi Jie, the others also noticed it. Ling asked suspiciously, Sir Vita, do you mean that you won't follow us next? Vita nodded. That's exactly right. You guys can use your combat bracelets to inquire about a resource called Moonlight Ore. This time, the mission of all of you is to obtain 100 moon glow ores in this battlefield. These moon glow ores were brought by the Poverty Star Cluster. After the moon glow ores are energized by the moon power device, they will form a huge moon glow barrier. Intelligent beings from the Vermilion Bird Star Cluster cannot freely enter or exit the moon glow barrier. Planets that are enveloped by the moonlight glow barrier will all be occupied by the Pauper Star Cluster. However, the integration of the moonlight glow ore in the planet is a relatively slow process, taking about 2 to 3 weeks. During this time, our people will need to take as much of this moonlight ore as possible. Qi Jie understood as soon as Vita finished speaking. Ling, as well as the Bei Gongjai crowd, all understood. But understanding after understanding, this matter was definitely not easy to do. In particular, Vita wasn't going to act with them next, so they would need to rely on themselves for everything. Qi Jie's mind moved. and a virtual screen popped up from the combat bracelet. After knowing the details of the moonlight ore, he set off directly. Ziling originally had a few moments of hesitation, but after seeing Qi Jie set off, she followed closely behind. When she caught up with Qi Jie, she cautiously inquired, "Your Excellency Qi Jie, how come it feels like you're not scared at all?" Of course, Qi Jie couldn't tell Ziling the truth. He wasn't afraid because he had scanned with the Infinity Engine and there was no danger around him. What he said was, "If you're here, then you're safe, and it's useless to be afraid. And no matter what, Vita wouldn't deliberately bring us to our deaths." As Qi Jie spoke, he placed a piece of moonlight ore and dug it out of the dirt. Then a +0.936 points battle merit alert appeared on his battle bracelet. The battle merit of the Vermilion Bird star cluster was somewhat special, not set in stone, but dynamically adjusted. Just like this piece of moonlight ore, Qi Jie only gained this much battle merit when he obtained it now. But if Qi Jie had taken this piece of moonglow ore at the first moment when the moonglow barrier started to take shape, then under the calculation and analysis of the battle bracelet's terminal brain, he would have been among those who had made a key contribution. In that case, the battle merit he received could be thousands and thousands of times greater than it was at this point in time. Seeing that Qi Jie was very relaxed as he started searching for moonlight ore, Ziling also relaxed a little. The Beigongji crowd, on the other hand, was very funny. Qi Jie and Ziling looked like they had come for an outing. While they looked like they had come to clear minds, the crowd was clear of god-ranked powerhouses, deities in the eyes of mortals. But after such a long time had passed, the deity who had walked the farthest hadn't even made it out of 100 kilometers. This was no different from marching in place for these god-ranked powerhouses. Normally, the distance they could instantly move out with a thought was thousands and thousands of kilometers. While Qi Jie and Ziling both had some gains, Beigongji's crowd had nothing, because some other people, when they came here, they behaved similarly to them. They were all wandering around the periphery, not daring to go deeper at all. Qi Jie and Ziling rashly went deeper. But of course, there were some troubles. A group of warriors from the poor star cluster spotted Qi Jie and Ziling at this moment. Buzz. 10 quantum lightsabers were instantly sheathed. All of these poor Qi Star Core warriors were wearing nanomechs. Their strength, all of them, was of the divine rank. Vita really wasn't wrong when he said that in this place. God ranks were cannon fodder. Facing an unknown enemy, Purple Ling was extremely cautious. That's why she was dumbfounded in the next moment. While she was still preparing to test the waters and see what level these enemies were at, Qi Jie instantly entered the second combat stance and rushed forward with a blood spear in hand. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive muffled sounds came out, and in a single glance, 3 divine rank warriors were skewered by Qi Jie into sugar plums, killing them on the spot. The remaining 7 reacted and prepared to flee. However, they were continually chased down by Qi Jie's hands and spears. It was a one-sided, powerful crushing, and this patrol squad from the poor star cluster was annihilated by Qi Jie's regiment in just half a minute. Before and after, inside him, the power of the blood dragon god had fused further. He already possessed the strength of a peak demigod even in his first type state. His second combat type state, on the other hand, possessed the strength of the 8th level of the divine rank. The third, fourth 2 type states had similarly risen in water and become even stronger. Ziling knew that this Imperial Starhead was extremely terrifying in terms of battle power. However, it was only now that she realized that Qi Jie's strength was as strong as this. Although this patrol squad, the strongest of them was only at the 3rd level of the divine rank. But no matter what, they were all 10 divine ranks, and they were all killed by Qi Jie in less than half a minute. While Ziling was extremely shocked, Qi Jie was extremely happy. These 10 guys, even though they were wearing nanomechs, were all god rank warriors. After they were finished off, all of them left behind divine spirit crystal cores. These god spirit crystal cores were all capable of creating gods with the Infinity Engine. Although god rank warriors, in the battlefield of a star cluster level civilization, were just cannon fodder. But in that acre of the divine desolate continent, it was still very useful. After having enough gods, the Imperial Star Alliance would of course be able to completely control the divine wasteland continent. Ask for some recommendation votes. Monthly ticket. Thanks to